Su Yun was robbed of his achievements by his boss at the start and was brutally fired from the company, binding a god-level consumption system. A 600 million top-tier villa? Buy. A 50 million Ferrari LaFerrari? Buy. A 4 billion international hotel? Buy. A company worth hundreds of billions? Buy. Some play the piano, triggering god-level piano skills. Some race cars, triggering god-level driving skills. Someone wants to cause trouble, triggering god-level fighting skills. Let's see how Su Yun lives a free and easy life, settling scores with style. Chapter 1. God-level consumption system. At night, in a small rental room, Su Yun lay quietly on the bed, staring blankly at the dim light above, feeling quite desolate. Today, Su Yun had just had an argument with his boss, Su Chong. His boss had taken credit for the hard work and plans he had put together, which made him extremely angry. This had happened many times before. Whenever there was an achievement, Su Chong would act like a lapdog. But if there was any mistake or the wind shifted, he would shift all the blame onto Su Yun, leading to a big fight between the two at the company. Naturally, the company owner preferred Su Chong, the obedient lackey. So, without a doubt, Su Yun was fired. Sighing, Su Yun lay on the bed and thought about how he had graduated from Jiangxing University a year ago, yet had achieved nothing. Coming from an ordinary family, his family was counting on him to grow up and succeed, living a happy life. He had initially been full of confidence, ready to embark on a great career. But reality had dealt him a heavy blow. Ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. Just as he was feeling down, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Binding God-level consumption system. 5%, 20%. Chapter 2. Yin Shui, Bay Number 1. Just as things were awkward, a young woman walked out from a nearby corridor. She looked to be around 25 or 26, standing about 1.7 meters tall. Skin as white as snow, exquisite makeup, tall and slender. Among the beauties Su Yun had seen, she was definitely among the top ranks. If a perfect score is 100, this woman could score 98. Lin Jiyue had been working at Jiangshang Real Estate for 3 years and had now risen to the position of manager. Today, she happened to be here to handle some affairs, and upon finishing, she saw Su Yun standing in the lobby. Seeing Su Yun's handsome and delicate face, she felt a hint of curiosity. She walked over to Su Yun. "Excuse me, sir, do you need any assistance?" Lin Jiyue asked, her voice clear and pleasant. A few saleswomen nearby heard her voice, glanced over, and immediately stood up. In unison, they respectfully addressed her, Manager Lin. Su Yun did not expect that this beautiful woman was the manager here, but he didn't think too much about it. "Hello, I'm here to buy a house. Can you give me some information?" Hearing this, Lin Jiyue glanced at the others. Then, looking at Su Yun's attire, she instantly understood. Chapter 3. Recruiting people outside the villa. There is a 600 square meter garden with 2 welcoming pines and various flowers and plants. Upon opening the room door, the interior decor is simply luxurious to the extreme. Lin Jiyue quickly began her introduction. "Mr. Su, this villa has a total of 4 floors. 3 above ground and 1 underground, equipped with a private elevator. Let me show you around." Arriving at the underground floor, she said, "This room is your wine cellar. This is your private theater, sauna, and entertainment room." Back on the ground floor, she continued, "This is your large living room, which features a 7-meter high ceiling. The window glass is imported high polymer glass from the USA, selected for its light transmission, hardness, and clarity, all using top-notch materials. There are also internationally renowned household appliances imported from various countries. The German refrigerator and Italian kitchenware showcase luxury. The second floor boasts a super large luxurious bedroom, a viewing terrace, a study, and a swimming pool. Back in a hall on the 3rd floor, Su Yun was very satisfied. These things he had only seen on television before were now his own. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly about the unpredictability of life. "Mr. Su, may I use the restroom?" Lin Jiyue's voice interrupted Su Yun's thoughts. Chapter 4. Ferrari LaFerrari. A man cannot be without a home, nor can he be without a warhorse. Today, he needed to resolve the car situation. It was very inconvenient to travel without a car. He had obtained his driver's license in college, and it had been gathering dust for years. It was time to let it breathe fresh air. After sleeping in until noon, Su Yun called Lin Jiyue, asked her to recommend a store, and then invited her to go car shopping together. As Su Yun got out of the car, he saw Lin Jiyue at the entrance of the Ferrari dealership, dressed in a long white dress, tall and elegant, with her long black hair casually draped over her shoulder, a few strands dancing in the wind. She was very eye-catching, attracting the attention of passersby. This person was Lin Jiyue. Her casual attire elevated her charm compared to yesterday. Suyin walked straight towards Lin Jiyue and said, "You got here pretty fast." Lin Jiyue smiled and playfully rolled her eyes at him. How could I dare to be slower than the boss? The two chatted as they entered the Ferrari showroom. Passersby on the street watched the two talking and laughing and couldn't help but exclaim about such a beautiful woman being wasted on someone like him. Upon entering the store, they did not encounter the awkward situation they had during the house purchase. As soon as they entered, a woman in uniform came over. Chapter 5. Patek Philippe. After buying the car, they still needed to handle some paperwork before hitting the road. There was no choice. Suyin could only come back tomorrow to pick up the car. Outside the Ferrari dealership, Lin Jiyue asked, "Where are we going next, Mr. Su?" "I've told you to just call me by my name," Su Yin replied, pretending to be dissatisfied but smiling. "We're going to Nanhua Street for some shopping." Lin Jiyue's expression changed. "Boss, Su Yin, what do you do? How come you have so much money?" Remembering that Su Yin had just asked her to call him by name, she quickly corrected herself. "Me? I'm just picking up money." Su Yin turned to look at her and smiled mysteriously. "Why don't I believe you?" Lin Jiyue pouted. Seeing her cute and funny expression, he pretended to be serious and said, "It's best not to pry too much into social matters. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing." He laughed and walked ahead. Nanhua Street is one of the most prosperous streets in Jiangxing, located in the city center where every inch of land is precious, bustling with people and heavy foot traffic. It is well connected and well known. No one in Jiangxing is unaware of this place, and many stores operate 24 hours. Nanhua Street initially became famous because of the Nanhua building located here. Chapter 6. Store Treasure. The discussions among the crowd did not stir him in the slightest. He looked at the starry-eyed salesperson and asked, "What is your most expensive watch? I want to buy another one." The crowd, still recovering from the shock, widened their eyes again in astonishment. The most expensive watch in the store? This store is not simple. In the prosperous city of Jiangxing, this Patek Philippe boutique is second to none among all the Patek Philippe stores. The store certainly does not lack treasures. The most expensive watch is worth at least 20 million or more. Zhou Yu, standing nearby, also understood the business. Anyone who could casually buy the store's treasure was not someone he could easily compare to. The salesperson who received them was stunned for 2 seconds before responding. "Hello, sir. Are you looking to purchase our most expensive watch?" "Yes, please show it to us." "Okay, please wait a moment." She turned and walked into a small room to call the manager. After all, selling a store treasure is a significant matter that requires the manager to be present. Cautiously, she took out a beautifully crafted box, as if it were a rare treasure, putting on a pair of white gloves, and slowly opened the box to introduce it. Chapter 7. 5-Star Hotel. Zhang Li was busy yet happy, with a smile that could not be measured in degrees. It was a smile of happiness. After confirming the needed clothing, Zhang Li invited Su Yun to the Shuxiqi, where he waited for Lin Jiyue to choose her clothes. Lin Jiyue ultimately selected 2 outfits. When she asked Su Yun and learned he had bought more than 30 pieces of clothing, she rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "What madness!" At checkout, the total came to over 7 million. Su Yun remained unfazed. "Is delivery available?" Su Yun asked. "Yes, no problem. Please provide your address, and we will deliver it to you." Zhang Li immediately agreed. After all, a multi-million-dollar business deal, delivering it was no small matter. Su Yun provided his phone number and address. When Zhang Li saw the address, Yinshui, Bay number 1 Villa, she gasped, realizing her gaffe, and quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Other salespeople nearby were equally shocked and petrified. That was the Yinshui Bay Villa area of Jiangxing's Jiahe real estate. Although she hadn't lived there, everyone knew that those who lived there were either wealthy or noble, with villas starting at least in the hundreds of millions. Chapter 8. Closing the deal. The whole place fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Shocked and petrified, Lu Neng was completely stunned, his expression bewildered. He originally thought this customer had some complaints about the service or food, but never expected he wanted to buy the hotel. He had considered that Su Yin might be joking, but looking at his designer clothing, it was clear it wasn't fake. More importantly, the watch on Su Yun's left wrist was one he had seen the manager take out when he accompanied his boss to buy a watch once. But hadn't he been purchased? That watch was not just worth hundreds of thousands or millions. It was worth 50 million, and he was sure he would not recognize it wrong. A person who casually wears tens of millions of dollars on themselves must have an extraordinary net worth, at least starting from several billion. He believes that Su Yun is not lying to him and truly wants to buy a hotel. Lu Neng takes a deep breath. forcing himself to calm down. Sir, are you sure you want to buy our hotel? If so, I can ask our boss, who happens to be at the hotel today. He doesn't realize that his tone has unconsciously become respectful. Sure, go ahead, Su Yun replies seriously. Chapter 9. A fist the size of a sandbag, Su Yun looks at Manager Liu in front of him, then turns to look at Lin Jiyue, and smiles as he speaks. Manager Liu, there's no need to be nervous. The hotel was like this before, and it will still be like this now. You will continue to manage it, and your position and treatment will remain the same. I hope nothing bad happens at the hotel. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make significant changes. A hint of severity flashes in Su Yun's eyes. Lu Neng immediately patted his chest and said, Boss Su, you can rest assured that I will do my best to manage the hotel for you and will not allow any mistakes. That's good. I naturally trust Manager Liu's abilities. Although Su Yun does not know how capable Manager Liu is, he assumes it should be decent. Since he is not very knowledgeable about hotel management and lacks talent around him to step in, letting Manager Liu continue managing the hotel is a good choice. You can coordinate with Manager Liu on the accounts and other matters. My hotel can be entrusted to you, Su Yun says to Lin Jiyue with a smile. Lin Jiyue pouts and teasingly replies, Got it, my big boss Su. At the entrance of Jiangcheng International Hotel, after sending Lin Jiyue off in a car, he watches the taxi leave. Chapter 10. Beautiful neighbor after a tiring day, Su Yun returned home, washed up, and laid down on the big sofa. It had only been 2 days, and life had completely changed. Su Yun sighed. While pondering life, the doorbell rang. Su Yun felt puzzled, wondering who it was. None of his friends should know he was here, only Lin Jiyue, but she should be at home at this time. When he opened the door, a young woman dressed in casual homewear stood outside. Although her outfit was ordinary, it did nothing to detract from her beauty. With long black hair and a flawless, snow-white face without any makeup, she had a pair of curious, big eyes. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall, and due to her clothing, her figure looked particularly prominent. Su Yun was stunned for 2 seconds, then regained his composure and asked, Hello, is there something I can help you with? Not only was Su Yun stunned, but Qin Wanyan was also taken aback. She didn't expect the new neighbor to be so young. She had assumed it would be at least someone over 30. She came over today to get to know this new neighbor. As someone living in such a villa surely had some standing. She had initially inquired about this number 1 villa, but it turned out to cost a whole 6 billion. So she had to settle for the 3 billion villa next door. Building a good relationship with such a person could only bring benefits and no harm. Perhaps they might have business dealings in the future. Chapter 11. Cloudtop Century lying in bed. Su Yun realized it had been 2 days since he was fired from the company. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. However, Su Yun believes in another saying. It's unworthy of a gentleman not to take revenge. Those who hurt him must pay the price. If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will definitely retaliate. He originally wanted to find out in the WeChat group about the owner of the territory where his previous company was located, intending to buy it directly. However, it was already late, and no one was talking in the group, so it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb others at night. Su Yun decided to ask tomorrow. His previous company was a gaming company where he was mainly responsible for game operations and publicity. The conflict with his superior arose because he had planned and promoted a project, running around and seeking cooperation with various advertising companies and well-known bloggers, achieving great success for the company's game with minimal expenditure and saving the company several million in advertising costs. He originally thought he would be rewarded with a promotion and a raise, but unexpectedly, all the credit was taken by his supervisor, Su Chong. Chapter 12. Preparing to buy a building. If others knew Su Yun's thoughts, they would definitely criticize him harshly. Not to mention the logo of the car, the red horse, which would attract attention. Moreover, just by looking at the cool and unique appearance of Su Yun's car, it was clear that this was no ordinary Ferrari. If someone accidentally got too close to it, even just a scratch could ruin a year's worth of work, leaving them with nowhere to cry and having to keep a safe distance from it. After driving for a while and experiencing the thrill of driving, he still hadn't fully satisfied his craving because he couldn't fully utilize his superb driving skills nor enjoy the sensation of speed. Su Yun hoped that one day he could experience that kind of thrill of speed and passion. Back at home, he asked in the business circle group, Does anyone know who owns the Pingyang building? Because he wanted to consult about something. Someone replied, Is it the Pingyang building on Binyang Avenue? That seems to be owned by Boss Yang Chaojia. Is Boss Su planning to rent there? Someone else asked. Pretty much. Suyin didn't directly say he wanted to buy it in the group, as that would be too high profile. If it caused others resentment, it would be counterproductive. Chapter 13. Little white cloud in the waves. After arranging everything, Suyin suddenly realized he had nothing to do. He opened his bag, took out his laptop, and slowly opened a website that was deeply ingrained in his memory. 4399 minigames. He directly played a round of tank battle. After finishing, he opened Honor of Kings. Looking at his account, he hadn't bought any skins before, but now he definitely wanted to experience the feel of various skins. Without any hesitation, Suyin charged 50,000, instantly becoming a prestigious V10 player. He obtained all the epic skins, legendary skins, and honor collections. After playing a few games, Suyin found that his operation skills had improved significantly. His judgment of the game situation and strategic thinking had multiplied. You might think the skins had an effect, but no, it was the power of the system. Suyin realized that after getting the system, his various attributes had increased significantly. The enhancement of agility made his reactions faster and his operations more flexible. The increase in mental attributes made his thinking clearer and more intuitive. This directly improved Suyin's gaming talent. If he were to become a game streamer at this moment, there would be no problem at all. As for reaching the pinnacle of gaming, being the #1 player, it would be a piece of cake for him. Chapter 14. The Lark After a Nap. Suyin opened Douyin and was surprised to find that all the videos were about him, just like the scenes of him enjoying the carnival in the live stream. Looking at the trending list on Douyin, he saw several topics related to little white cloud in the waves, with views nearing 100 million. Suyin thought to himself, am I being too high profile? But he felt helpless. He wanted to be low-key, but his strength didn't allow it. With so much money, isn't it meant for spending? He checked his Douyin followers, which had surpassed 7 million. The netizens were too enthusiastic. Not only that, but he also noticed many people mimicking his name, such as Little White Dragon in the Waves, Little White Piao in the Waves, Little Lobster in the Waves, and Little Black Earth in the Waves, which made Suyin laugh. This generation is so talented. Even White Cloud and Black Earth have appeared. Maybe they VE watched too many skits. After scrolling through Douyin and having lunch, there were no updates from Lin Jiyu and Yang Chaojia, so he felt lazy and took out his phone to open Tomato Novel. Suyin enjoyed reading novels and particularly liked the Tomato Novel app, where he could usually find any book he wanted. Chapter 15. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Yuting was also annoyed by the other party's arrogant demeanor, constantly provoking her. Having won the previous 2 times with a significant lead, she thought she could win again this time and agreed. Huang Xiaolan on the opposite side was very happy to see Lin Yuting agree, cheerfully reminding her that with so many people watching their live streams, she shouldn't back out later. Don't worry, I keep my word, Lin Yuting replied. But a hint of unease flashed through her mind at the other side's confidence. However, the words were already out, and there was no taking them back. She could only brace herself. The PK time was set for 10 minutes. At the start, Lin Yuting's side was aggressive, quickly racking up 3 million in sound waves, while the other side had only a little over 1 million. The audience in Lin Yuting's live stream began to mock. What is this? Is that all you've got? Just then, a few big shots on the opposite side sprang into action, dropping 8 million sound waves. The audience on Lin Yuting's side fell silent. Neither of them was a streamer who frequently engaged in big PKs, and usually, having 2 to 3 million sound waves was already impressive. They didn't expect the other side to suddenly put down 8 million. Chapter 16. Chit-chat. After seeing the other side go offline, Suyin slipped away. The audience in the live stream sighed as they saw Suyin exit, exclaiming that a big shot is indeed a big shot, coming and going without a trace. Millions spent without any demands, and then just leaving. What a style. Who can match it? Truly. He waved his sleeve and took nothing with him. Worship. Lin Yuting saw the heated scene in the live stream and felt like her emotions were on a roller coaster, overwhelmed. Watching her follower count skyrocketing from 4 million to over 6 million, she felt deeply grateful to Suyin. Although Suyin had left the live stream, many of the newly arrived viewers remained. Many viewers, captivated by Lin Yuting's beauty, expressed they couldn't leave, realizing there was such a beautiful female streamer they hadn't seen before. Tell me, I'm not going back. No wonder the big shot, Little White Cloud in the Waves, has such an eye for women. She's so beautiful. I'm in love. Lin Yuting, seeing the teasing comments in the live stream, felt her heart racing. Coming back to her senses, she explained, don't misunderstand, I don't know the big shot, Little White Cloud in the Waves. Chapter 17. buying the Pingyang building just right. I'm also in Jiangxing. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let us do it tomorrow. Lin Yuting felt a bit lightheaded. She didn't expect Su Yun to be in Jiangxing too. Was it just a coincidence? Did this Su Yun really have some ulterior motive towards her? Su Yun noticed that the other side hadn't replied and thought, could she be scared by me? This junior really has a small heart. He himself was quite bored staying at home these days and thought it would be nice to accompany a beautiful girl out for a stroll and spend some money. Lin Yuting, having no understanding of Su Yun, was naturally cautious, but she decided to keep her promise and invite Su Yun to dinner. At worst, she could bring her best friend, Jolie, along. With that thought, she felt much more settled. Okay, how do we contact each other tomorrow? Lin Yuting sent the message. I'll pick you up at the gate of Jiangxing University tomorrow. How did you know I'm from Jiangxing University? Of course. It's from your Douyin. It's a simple matter. After agreeing on the meeting time, Su Yun went to sleep. The next day at noon, Su Yun was on his way to pick up Lin Yuting for lunch when Yang Chao GM messaged him, saying all the materials were ready, and they could go for the handover today. Chapter 18, A Farce? After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Chao Jia took his leave. Manager Wu, I just saw Boss Yang signing a contract with you that expires at the end of the year, right? Su Yun said slowly. Wu Wei felt a sweat breaking out. He was afraid Su Yun wouldn't renew his contract with their company in the future. Boss Su, you're right. Just continue as you did before. There are a few months left on the contract. I'll watch your performance. If I'm satisfied by then, we'll continue our cooperation. If not, I'll have to switch to another company. Boss Su, don't worry. We will definitely provide you with a satisfactory answer, Wu Wei assured. All right, then let us see how you perform. You go ahead and be busy. I'll just browse around. After saying that, Su Yun stood up and left. The 12th floor, room 1202, was where Su Yun used to work at a company named Fun Games. Su Yun, what brings you here? A former colleague looked at him in surprise, curious about why he was at the company. Everyone knew about the day Su Yun had a loud argument with supervisor Su Chong in the office and was subsequently fired. After that day, the company even held a meeting explaining that Su Yun wanted high salaries and rewards, but didn't meet the performance standards. His abilities were insufficient to swallow an elephant. Supervisor Su Chong had scolded him a bit, telling him to be grounded and work well, but he didn't appreciate it and instead felt dissatisfied, causing a loud uproar in the office, severely disrupting the work environment and violating company regulations. Chapter 19, No More Pretending, I'm Coming Clean. Laughter erupted in the office. Only 2 security guards remained indifferent to the words. You, a person I fired, want me to move out? Sherlin mocked. Just me, trust me. You'll do it in the end. Su Yun instead calmed down. The employees watching the scene in the office thought Su Yun was acting a bit abnormal. How dare he speak so boldly? Could it be that being fired from the company put too much pressure on him, leading to a mental breakdown? Just then, Wu Wei arrived. Upon seeing Wu Wei enter, the boss of the game company, Sherlin, immediately greeted him with a smile. Manager Wu, I'm sorry to trouble you with such a small matter. Sherlin has been worried these past few days as the company's rental contract is about to expire in just a few days. He was planning to contact Manager Wu to ask for an extension so he could get the money and then sign the contract. The rental contract for Pingyang building is signed annually, and the company's rent amounts to several million each year. Previously, he had invested all the funds into collaborations with several companies, leaving him with no liquid funds at the moment, which is why he didn't sign the contract in advance. Seeing Sherlin approaching, he completely ignored him. Having a conflict with his boss means having a conflict with himself. So why give him face? Chapter 20. Asking a girl out. Sherlin regretted his earlier decisions. He never expected that his indulgence would lead to such significant losses for both the company and himself, and at this moment, he hated Su Chong for bringing him so much trouble. He had made up his mind to make Su Chong return all the benefits he had enjoyed over the years. As for Su Chong, Su Yun didn't even bother to look at him again. She believed Sherlin would treat him well. Su Yun looked around at the desolate Sherlin and the office staff. Standing up, she walked toward the door, saying without looking back, remember what I said. Move out by the 30th. How boring. Back home after dinner, Su Yun comfortably scrolled through videos. After last night's fermentation, she found her fan count had reached over 12 million. It could only be described in 4 words, terrifyingly impressive. She came across her video titled Mysterious Tycoon Comes to the Rescue of a Beautiful Girl in Distress, Spends 6 million generously. Seeing this video, she thought the creators were too good at storytelling. They could easily work at a certain C. She also found Lin Yuting singing Little Luck to thank her. And after listening once, she had to admit the girl had a great voice and sang beautifully. Chapter 21. Is the tycoon bald? The next day, after having breakfast, Soo-Yun called Lin Yuding to invite her to lunch and drove his little LaFerrari out. Upon receiving the call, Lin Yuding immediately dressed up. Her best friend Jolie saw this and teased. What are you up to? I've never seen you so invested. It's just lunch, not a blind date. Lin Yuding ignored her and left after getting ready. The two arrived at the school gate and made a phone call. The call connected. Soo-Yun, have you arrived? We're already at the school gate. Soo-Yun was driving. Just wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. There was no choice. Soo-Yun lived a distance away from Jeonchung University, while Lin Yuding and the others were at the school and naturally arrived first. As Lin Yuding and her friend waited at the school gate, they were recognized by passers-by, and people began to discuss. Isn't that our school beauty, Lin Yuding? Look at how they're looking around. It seems they are waiting for someone. I wonder who they are waiting for. Who has such status that Lin Yuding would wait for them? If it were me, I would have to treat them like royalty. Could it be that they are waiting for Sure Hao Yu from the same class as Lin Yuding? His family is wealthy and influential and has been pursuing Lin Yuding. Aside from him, no one else is qualified. Chapter 22. You? Beast in the car. Soo-Yun looked at the tense Lin Yuding and couldn't help but find it amusing. Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you. Lin Yuding, like a cat whose thoughts were exposed, raised her voice. I'm not nervous at all. Really? Soo-Yun didn't continue to expose her. Speaking of which, I'm still your senior, so you don't need to be too formal. Soo-Yun continued. Really? Which year are you from? How come I've never heard of you? Lin Yuding was surprised. It shouldn't be. Someone so wealthy would definitely be known if they attended the same university. A big shot like Soo-Yun would surely be a key figure in school promotions and a well-known alumnus. How could he be so low profile? I can't help it. I'm just too low-key, Soo-Yun chuckled. Lin Yuding looked skeptical. Seeing her expression, Soo-Yun knew she didn't believe him. Helpless, he said. Open our school forum and search. I'm 2 years ahead of you. There was a school hunk evaluation back then. I don't know if it's still there. You can check. Chapter 23. Provoked? The two entered the Patek Philippe store first, with Soo-Yun following behind. The staff first saw Lin Yuding and her friend. Hello, ladies. How can I help you? We're not in a hurry. Please help this handsome guy behind us choose a watch first, Lin Yuding said. The staff looked over shocked. Isn't this the one who just came a few days ago? Why are two girls bringing him to buy again? After a second, they immediately switched to a friendly smile. Mr. Su, how can we assist you today? I'm just here to accompany them. You can help them pick a few watches. Soo-Yun said helplessly. He wanted to be low-key, but it was so difficult. Lin Yuding and her friend looked at him, their eyes full of questions. It's nothing much. I just happened to buy a watch when I came here a few days ago, Soo-Yun said slowly. Jolie couldn't help but interject. I don't believe you. The staff quickly chimed in. Mr. Su did indeed come to buy a watch that day. That watch is our store's treasure, worth 50 million. So everyone remembers it well. Mr. Su, since you bought our store's treasure a few days ago, we currently don't have any watches of the same quality that might meet your needs. Chapter 24. Company stall. Did you just hear what Lin Yuding called that handsome guy? Passers-by were discussing. It seems she called him senior. Could that handsome guy also be a graduate of her school? The forum was buzzing again. Extra. Extra. The legendary handsome car owner is our school's senior. The forum was once again filled with excitement. At home, the phone rang. What's wrong? What happened? It was Lin Jiyue calling. Soo-Yun, we encountered some issues while registering the company. Some documents are not ready yet. The approval department said it needs to go through the process, and it will take about 10 days to half a month to sort it out. Is it urgent for you to establish the company? If not, we can take our time. Okay, I understand. I'll handle it. Thank you for your hard work. It had already been several days, and the company still wasn't set up. Soo-Yun and Lin Jiyue had been working diligently, but it was still better to establish the company as soon as possible. The sooner it was ready, the sooner they could start consuming and gain more enhancement points to strengthen themselves and guard against various risks. After thinking it over, he picked up the phone and called Mo Shan. After some pleasantries, Brother Mo, I am now preparing to establish a company, but the approval process takes a long time. I want to get it done as soon as possible. Can you help me with this? Chapter 25 Class Reunion. Back at home, the group chat was lively with discussions about tomorrow's reunion. The usually quiet class group was buzzing, sharing fun stories from school. Soo-Yun watched this scene and felt as if he had returned to those school days. It seemed like nothing had changed, yet everything had. Yang Shaolin sent out a list of classmates who would attend the reunion. Soo-Yun took a look and saw that there were over 40 people in the class, but only 18 would be attending this time. Many had returned to their own cities after graduation, and those who stayed in Jiangsheng were either looking for jobs or were locals. He couldn't help but shake his head, even though they were classmates for 4 years. Once graduated, some people would never meet again. Fate is both wonderful and ruthless. The next day, after waking up naturally, he got up and had lunch. Yang Shaolin was already at the hotel, having booked a large private room, and sent a video to the group saying, "I'm here now. Everyone can come early. We'll officially start at 5 p.m. Don't be late." Seeing the luxurious private room, the classmates in the group became even more excited. Class monitor 666. Very impressive and generous. Chapter 26. Pushed out of the private room during dinner, someone noticed Su Yun's watch. The person next to him immediately seized the opportunity. "Wow, Su Yun, you bought a watch. It looks quite nice and upscale. How much did it cost?" Su Yun glanced at him. "Not much, just a little money." Everyone at the table turned their attention to his watch. "Wow, isn't that a Patek Philippe? That is not cheap. Any one of them costs hundreds of thousands." Shocked. Then someone said, "That watch looks a lot like the Patek Philippe 6002 G001. A person from a different table asked, "What is so special about that watch?" He replied, "It can't be real. It must be a high imitation." The Patek Philippe 6002 G001 is the top-tier watch from Patek Philippe, the king of all watches. It is said that there are no more than 20 of these watches in our country. Not just anyone can buy one. It symbolizes status and identity. More importantly, this watch is a rare piece, currently worth about 50 million. Hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but want to give him a thumbs up. This guy really knows his stuff. 50 million, upon hearing this price, everyone's hands trembled. How long would they have to work to afford that? Chapter 27. Everyone shocked at this moment. The private room was very quiet. Since Zhao Sha started talking to Su Yun, gradually, all other sounds in the room faded away. Shocked, petrified, stunned. After a while, Sun Liang finally spoke. "Su Yun, what is your identity?" He had just heard Yang Shaolin mention the membership system here. To book the number 1 private room, one must be a black gold member, which means you have to have at least tens of billions in assets. And just now, Su Yun actually asked someone to take them to the number 1 private room. Everyone doubted whether Zhao Sha was an actress hired by Su Yun to play along in this act. But if this act were fake, it would be exposed immediately. Everyone began to wonder. Zhao Sha, hearing the question, glanced at Sun Liang and said suspiciously, "Aren't you all classmates of Mr. Su? Didn't he tell you this hotel is his?" Stunned. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This hotel belongs to Su Yun. Yang Shaolin's mindset exploded. Hearing Zhao Sha's words, he felt a surge of shock. How could this be? Wasn't Su Yun just a poor kid? How did he suddenly become the owner of a hotel? Not just him. Apart from Zhao Sha and Su Yun, no one else in the room believed what they were saying. Chapter 28. Managing Director. While drinking, Sun Liang walked over and patted Su Yun on the shoulder, reeking of alcohol. "You're quite something, keeping this from me for so long." Su Yun looked at him. "Do you believe me if I say this is an accident?" He shrugged, complaining, "I don't believe you at all. Are you a young master who went back to inherit family wealth during this time?" Su Yun could only agree helplessly. "What you said is absolutely correct." Then he looked sincerely at Sun Liang and asked, "Are you interested in working with me? I'll pay you whatever you want." Sun Liang was stunned for 2 seconds, his bleary eyes widening, revealing a strange expression. He knew Su Yun wanted to support him, and he felt very touched. Even though Su Yun had become wealthy, he changed and still wanted to be friends with him. "Aren't you afraid of me? If I'm not capable, will I drag you down?" Su Yun smiled. "Not afraid. You can't drag me down. I believe in your abilities." "Drag you down? What is there to drag down? Even if the company goes bankrupt, so what? The more you spend, the happier I'll be." After agreeing with Sun Liang, he gave him Lin Jiue's contact information. "Su Xiao, can I take a look at your watch?" A voice came from beside him. Chapter 29. Drunken Neighbor in the Presidential Suite. Su Yun stood by the window, admiring the stunning night view. The riverside was bustling with hurried pedestrians, and the colorful lights decorated the scenery, making it dazzling and intoxicating. After spending a day in the hotel, Su Yun took the elevator down, ready to go back. As he passed a private room, he inadvertently glanced inside and was surprised to see her. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of someone he knew. It was his neighbor, Qin Wanyan, who had visited him the other day. Inside the room, Qin Wanyan was having dinner with a middle-aged man in his 30s, and there were only the two of them. Qin Wanyan really didn't want to eat with this man, but there was no choice. Her company had recently encountered difficulties and needed external help to get out of the predicament, so she had to seek assistance from this man in front of her. Originally, she had planned to bring her secretary to the dinner with Jiang Nayan. But suddenly her secretary received a call saying her child had a high fever and needed to go to the hospital. Unable to do anything, Qin Wanyin had to come alone. Qin Wanyin ran a clothing company and had been extremely busy lately, having just taken on a large order. She initially thought it was a good thing, but now it was causing her stress. Chapter 30 Charming Display. What is going on between you two? How did this happen? Suyin hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Qin Wanyin's face showed disappointment and anger. I came to the hotel to discuss a contract with him, but unexpectedly, seeing her like this, Suyin realized she must be facing a tough situation. He decided to help her. The small kindness from last time still lingered, and he figured he could help her again. What problem are you facing? Do you need my help? Qin Wanyin suddenly looked up, staring at Suyin. She had sought help from many people, but none were willing to assist her. Suyin was just her neighbor who, on a whim, gave him a bottle of wine, believing that it wouldn't mean much to someone like him. Unexpectedly, it led to such a good relationship. Tonight, he even helped her and was prepared to assist with other matters. She believed that Suyin had the capability to resolve this issue. After all, someone living in the #1 villa must have significant influence. At that moment, she felt a spark of hope. My company needs to produce a large batch of clothing, but we currently lack enough production machines to meet the capacity requirements. Do you know any clothing companies? Chapter 31. Going to Qin Wanyin's company, a phone rang. Suyin, who was still sleeping in, was awakened by a call from Qin Wanyin. There was no choice but for Suyin to get up. Neither of them wanted to go downstairs for food, so they directly had the waiter bring breakfast to Qin Wanyin's room. It was either Qin Wanyin coming to his room or him going to a room to eat. It wouldn't be appropriate to have a girl come over, so naturally, Suyin went to her room. Upon entering, he saw Qin Wanyin had put on light makeup. Compared to yesterday, she looked fresh and elegant today, with a strand of hair cascading down her side, adding to her beauty. They exchanged glances, both showing a hint of understanding without mentioning the awkwardness from last night. After chatting for a while, Qin Wanyin asked Suyin to accompany her to the company to sign the contract since the company seal was kept there. Suyin insisted that it wasn't necessary and even said it didn't matter if they signed the contract or not, expressing his trust in her. However, Qin Wanyin firmly disagreed and insisted on taking him along to sign the contract, not wanting to betray Suyin's trust. With no other option, Suyin had to go with her. As they went downstairs through the lobby, the girl who had checked them in the day before greeted them enthusiastically when she saw them. Chapter 32. 100 million is too little. Zhou Ping was just about to go out when someone pushed the door open. Dressed in a red long-sleeve shirt and holding a bouquet of bright roses, he said, Wanyin, are you working? Looking at the person he had been longing for, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. I'll say it again. My name is Qin Wanyin. Please call me by my full name. We're not that close. He was about to say something else when he suddenly noticed Suyin sitting there, and his voice trailed off. Seeing Suyin sitting there nonchalantly made Zhao Kuo furious. His brows furrowed, and in a low voice he asked, Who are you, and what are you doing here? What's your relationship with her? Seeing Suyin's calm demeanor, Zhao Kuo was genuinely angry this time. He hadn't even had a chance to be alone with Qin Wanyin, and this man was here while Qin Wanyin showed no reaction, letting him stay by her side. Zhao Kuo felt like something he cherished was taken away by someone else, feeling as if he had been cuckolded. Suyin glanced at him sideways, his expression calm as a still lake. Who am I? Why should I tell you? As for our relationship, why don't you take a guess? Seeing Suyin like this only fueled his anger further. Unable to contain his rage, he shouted, You little pretty boy, you're quite arrogant. I'll make sure you can't handle it later. Chapter 33. Buying a gift after leaving the company. Suyin called Lin Jiyue to ask if she was facing any difficulties and if she needed help. She replied that everything was fine and would contact him if any issues arose. With no other option, he decided to go home and relax. He scrolled through videos, played games, and read novels, enjoying himself. The next day, he received a phone call he hadn't anticipated. Mo Shan called to invite Suyin over for dinner, mentioning he wanted to discuss something with him. Suyin agreed without hesitation. Speaking of which, he and Mo Shan had some connections. His first significant strengthening point had been through spending at Mo Shan's place, and he had later been included in a business group, even buying the Pingyang building. A couple of days ago, Mo Shan helped expedite his paperwork. Naturally, he couldn't go empty-handed to someone else's home, so he decided to buy a gift. Su-Yun thought for a moment about what to buy: cigarettes, alcohol, tea, antiques, or paintings. He ultimately decided on alcohol since most people would appreciate it. He drove directly to Nanhua Building, where he had previously discovered a specialty store for cigarettes, alcohol, and tea when he went shopping with Lin Jiyue. Feeling too lazy to look for another place, he headed straight there. Chapter 34. African Diamond Mine. Eventually, the manager wrapped up 2 bottles of wine and even gifted him a bottle worth over 100,000. It must be said that the manager's eye for quality was commendable. As for those who mocked Su-Yun before, they had long lost face and slipped away. While in the parking lot, he unexpectedly encountered the 2 people who had ridiculed him. Upon seeing that he was the owner of the Ferrari LaFerrari, they were shocked. Someone who could casually drive a 50 million car clearly didn't care about a couple of small amounts and were about to apologize to him. Su-Yun didn't even glance at them and simply drove away, following the address provided by Mo Shan. After about an hour, he finally arrived. Standing at the door, he noticed that Mo Shan's home was even more luxurious than the villa he had bought. Indeed, one should not underestimate others. Approaching the entrance, the butler came over and asked, "Are you Mr. Su?" "I am Su-Yun." "Mr. Su, please come in. Our master has been waiting for you." The butler led Su-Yun inside. Upon entering the hall, which was estimated to be dozens of square meters with a height of 7 or 8 meters, it felt spacious and comfortable. A large round table for 16 people was set up. 3 people were sitting on the sofa, one of whom was Mo Shan, and they were having tea and chatting. Chapter 35. Divine Level Traditional Chinese Medicine Treatment. The contract was successfully signed, and everyone was pleased. The atmosphere became quite enjoyable, with several people sharing some insider news and gossip from the business circle. Eventually, Yang Guohua and another person left first. Su-Yun also prepared to leave, but was stopped by Mo Shan, who wanted to introduce his son to Su-Yun, suggesting that his son learn from him. After several polite refusals, Su-Yun finally agreed to meet his son. They were chatting casually when suddenly the butler rushed in, shouting, "Sir, something's wrong. Madam has fainted." "What? Madam has fainted?" Mo Shan, who had been talking to Su-Yun just a moment ago, stood up in shock, his expression changing dramatically. "Quickly, go fetch Dr. Yin." Mo Shan hurriedly rushed to his wife's room. Su-Yun was left standing there, unsure whether to leave or stay. Ultimately, he decided to remain and observe the situation. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave when someone was unwell. About 10 minutes later, Mo Shan came out, still looking troubled. "Brother Su, I'm sorry. I didn't expect something like this to happen, and my hospitality was lacking. Given today's circumstances, why don't you head back first?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Chapter 36. Offering treatment. If I told you I knew about your wife's condition, would you believe me? If Su-Yun weren't known for his remarkable background, Mo Shan would have thought he was just talking nonsense. Meanwhile, Dr. Yin, who was present, was even angrier, thinking, why won't this kid listen to advice? However, since Mo Shan hadn't said anything, it didn't seem appropriate for him to interject. He didn't speak, wanted to see how Mo Shan would decide. Before Mo Shan could say anything, Su-Yun began to speak on his own about the symptoms his sister-in-law experienced when she fell ill. Her body felt cold. She broke out in cold sweat, her head throbbed with unbearable pain, and she nearly fainted. As expected, the incidence rate should be increasing lately. The room fell silent, suffocating. Mo Shan shivered. What Su-Yun described matched the actual situation perfectly. If it weren't for the fact that today was Su-Yun's first visit, he would suspect that Su-Yun had been secretly observing his family. Dr. Yin, who was nearby, immediately put aside his disdain, and his previous anger had long vanished. He thought to himself, who is this person? How can he be so skilled? With the basic diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine, observation, listening inquiry, and pulse-taking, he was able to discern the illness so clearly with just a casual glance, far surpassing his own abilities. Chapter 37. Yin Pan Mountain Racetrack. After chatting for a while, Mo Shan left first. Su-Yun also intended to take his leave, but Mo Shan and his wife were so enthusiastic that they insisted on having Su-Yun stay for the night to properly thank him for his help. They also said that since Su-Yun had been drinking, it would be safer for him not to drive home tonight. With no other choice, Su-Yun had to stay. After a while, a young man walked in from outside, wearing a beige t-shirt about the same age as Su-Yun. From his address, it was clear that he was Mo Shan's son. Seeing a guest at home, he asked Su-Yun, who was sitting nearby, "That's right, come here, let me introduce you. This is my new friend, Su-Yun. This is my son, Mo Fan, he said while looking at his son. He then paused and hesitated a moment before adding, "You can call him uncle from now on." Upon hearing this, Su-Yun almost spat out the half sip of tea he had just taken. Mo Fan also let out a sharp cry. Mo Fan had originally thought the young man sitting across from his father was a distant relative of the family and was curious as to why he had never seen him before. He knew that there were usually no guests at home in the evening. His father would handle any matters during the day. Generally, only important clients or close friends were brought home. Chapter 38. Who teaches who a lesson? The next day, after having lunch at Mo Shan's house, they set off directly. Mo Shan was happy to see his son Mo Fan chatting well with Su-Yun. He was glad that his son had made such a good friend. He also supported their plan to go racing and reminded them to pay attention to safety. Su-Yun and Mo Fan were on their way to the Yunpan Mountain Racetrack. They had switched cars. Mo Fan wanted to experience Su-Yun's car worth $50 million, and Su-Yun had no objections, driving Mo Fan's Lamborghini worth over $10 million instead, which was a nice change of pace. Mo Fan had already organized a group chat the night before. After Su-Yun agreed to go racing today, he invited several other small groups in the chat, saying they would compete at the Yunpan Mountain Racetrack. He even boasted that he would definitely win this time. The races usually had mixed outcomes, with everyone having similar skills. Victory often came down to a split second. This time, Mo Fan made a strong declaration, looking down on a few people he didn't get along with. Naturally, the others were unwilling to back down, and they agreed to a showdown at Yunpan Mountain. After a while, they arrived. Although the venue was called Yunpan Mountain Racetrack, it was actually at the foot of Yunpan Mountain. The track was quite flat and did not involve any climbing or water crossings. Chapter 39. My grandma can do it too? At the race venue, Su-Yun, Yulei, and Zhou Kai were staring at the countdown on the big screen. 3, 2, 1, go. Zhou Kai and the other person clearly had run this track multiple times and were very confident. As the countdown reached 0, their cars shot forward like arrows. The engines roaring, and they took off. Both of their cars were worth 10 to 20 million, so their acceleration was very fast, quickly putting distance between them and Su-Yun. Su-Yun watched as the two cars pulled away from him without a hint of panic, continuing to familiarize himself with the vehicle while gradually increasing his speed. As time passed, Su-Yun fell behind by over 1,000 meters. Mo Fan, seeing this, began to doubt, wondering if Su-Yun was playing him for a fool. You need to step on it. Mo Fan's brother looked at him with skepticism. Fango, are you sure Suga can do it? Naturally, since Mo Fan called him to, he followed suit and called him big brother. Yeah, is he going to lose? Another brother chimed in. Don't worry, let's just watch. It seems he's still behind, Mo Fan said stubbornly. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and Yulei, leading the other group, began to mock the situation on the track. Chapter 40. Today, young Master Su is treating time froze at 29 minutes and 21 seconds. Su-Yun crossed the finish line. Someone reported Su-Yun's total race time, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Previously, the highest record here was only 28 minutes and 52 seconds. Su-Yun's time indicated that he was comparable to a professional racer. Moreover, this was his first time running this track, and he wasn't even familiar with the venue. At the beginning, it was obvious that Su-Yun hadn't really pushed himself. They believed that if Su-Yun ran the course again, he would definitely break his own record. Terrifying indeed. Could it be that Su-Yun was really a professional racer? No wonder he had boasted at the start, wanting them to take the lead for a while to avoid winning too easily. A few minutes later, Zhou Kai and Yulei arrived, crossing the finish line. Zhou Kai's time was 32 minutes and 36 seconds. Yulei's time was 32 minutes and 42 seconds. Both of them felt bitter and hopeless upon learning Su-Yun's completion time. After being overtaken by Su-Yun, they had considered trying to catch up, but they only saw Su-Yun after he had lapped them. It was simply humiliating. Chapter 41. Want my ribs? The crowd nearby, hearing Su-Yun order so many bottles of wine, stopped their movements in the bar. They were the top second-generation rich kids of Jiangsheng, but they had not yet officially taken over their parents' businesses. Spending 5 to 6 million at once was not a small amount for them. Zhou Kai and the others showed difficulty on their faces, but were too embarrassed to voice it. Among this group, only Su-Yun remained unfazed. With Mo Fan being the most composed, he knew his father placed great importance on him. If there was no money to pay the bill, a call to his dad would undoubtedly result in immediate funds being transferred to him. Su-Yun smiled at Zhou Kai and the others, saying, "Everyone, just relax and enjoy yourselves. Today's expenses are on me. Since you all call me brother, how could I let you treat me? What else do you want? Just go and take it." I'll put it all on my tab. I may not have much, but I do have money. After some hesitation and refusal, they were eventually persuaded by Su Yun. A moment later, the manager arrived with a long line of servers, each carrying a bottle of wine. The lights moving along with them. All eyes were on Su Yun as he walked up to Su Yun and the others, instantly making them the center of attention in the bar. Chapter 42. A little test of skills watching the two of them engage in a frenzied exchange. Su Yun couldn't hold back anymore. Have you two forgotten about my existence? Discussing how to deal with me in front of me is rather inappropriate, isn't it? The two turned to look at Su Yun simultaneously. Haha, wait a moment. We will make it quick to lessen your pain. So I should thank you then? No need to be polite. You will pay us for our services later, the two said with mischievous grins, and the surrounding lackeys laughed along, as if they had completely pinned Su Yun down. All right, I'll look forward to your performance, Su Yun replied calmly. Seeing Su Yun's demeanor, the two were puzzled. With about 20 to 30 people present, where did Su Yun's confidence come from? One of them exchanged glances with the other, and two burly men emerged from the crowd of lackeys, one bald and the other with a long scar on his arm. Wow, they look pretty intimidating. I just wonder if they are as tough as they look. Su Yun maintained a smile. The two big men were clearly angered by his words and charged at Su Yun. One aimed for Su Yun's head while the other swiftly kicked toward his chest. Both were experienced fighters, targeting Su Yun's vital points. Chapter 43. Encountering a live interview back at the bar, the club princes were still wildly dancing after the earlier incident. With no interest in joining the madness, Su Yun greeted Mo Fan and the others before calling a taxi home. Once at home, Su Yun immediately opened the system panel to enhance his body. Host, Su Yun physique, 30 strength, 30 agility, 30 spirit, 30 enhancement points, 63 skills, God-level fighting skills, God-level driving skills, God-level traditional Chinese medicine treatment. Noticing an increase in enhancement points, it seemed Qin Wanyan had spent $1 billion. After today's scuffle, Su Yun realized the importance of his strength even more. Without his enhanced body, he would have definitely been at the mercy of those people. Clearly, the two were heads of a gang, not the top boss, which suggested their leader might be even stronger. Although he hadn't faced their boss yet and couldn't compare their strengths, being powerful was always beneficial. Better safe than sorry. He chanted for enhancement. A familiar sensation washed over him, making his body feel refreshed and his mind clearer. Chapter 44. The manager steps in the live stream room. Some viewers and passers-by were pointing and discussing, having just heard Su Yun's response. They all thought Su Yun was just showing off, lacking any real ability, and would ultimately leave in disgrace. Entering the bar, it was quiet during the day, but bustling at night. A server quickly approached. Mr. Su, how can I help you? Seeing that the server recognized him was convenient. Where's Manager Wu? I'd like to speak with him. Sure, please wait a moment. I will call him over right away, the server said respectfully. This server had been present the previous night and had witnessed Su Yun's extravagance. Spending several $100,000 to millions in one night was unprecedented in this bar, showcasing Su Yun's power. Someone of Su Yun's status was not someone he could afford to offend. If he crossed paths with him, he would surely regret it. During his last shift, he had seen a fellow server accidentally spill a drink on a wealthy heir, resulting in a beating and termination. Since then, everyone had been cautious, like startled birds. Chapter 45. The top flower in the entertainment industry at the villa. After a few busy days, Su Yun finally had some time to relax. He opened Douyin and entered the live stream of his junior, Lin Yuding. Wow, the little cloud from the waves is here. Some viewers clicked into Su Yun's profile, seeing over 15 million followers, genuine proof of his status. Warm welcome. We thought the little cloud had quit the internet, but he's back. Recently, Su Yun had been absent from live streams, leading many to speculate he might have run out of money or quit, but here he was again. Looks like the big shot has been busy these days. He still likes our streamer. Yes, I noticed that too. In other streamers' rooms, Su Yun might only visit once or twice, but he had been here many times for Lin Yuding. Lin Yuding was stirred upon seeing Su Yun enter the live stream. Since he had sent them back that day, she hadn't heard from him or seen him in the stream again. She worried something might have happened to him or that he was dissatisfied with him. Before meeting Su Yun, she had held a sense of awe towards him and had imagined many scenarios, even picturing him as an old man. After all, how could a young person have so much money? His behavior was simply the most extravagant online. Chapter 46. Lin Jue harassed after being lazy at home for 2 days. A phone call made Su Yun furious. Mr. Su, these past few days, Manager Lin has been harassed by someone, and she won't let me tell you. They come every day to bother her, and I can't just stand by. Wu Wei, the manager, quickly relayed the situation. I understand. I'm on my way. At Pingyang Plaza, Su Yun entered to find Lin Jiyue in her office, overseeing the decoration. She looked tired, clearly having had a tough few days. Her stunning features slightly worn. This was the first time Su Yun had seen her like this after knowing her for so long. He hurried over. Lin Jiyue glanced up and momentarily avoided eye contact, lowering her head slightly. Sister Lin, come with me. I need to talk to you, Su Yun said, leading her to a small office. He poured her a cup of warm water, and they sat facing each other on the sofa. Su Yun looked at Lin Jiyue with concern. Go on, what's going on? Lin Jiyue anxiously looked at him. Already know? I don't know, but I won't allow anyone to bully you. Whoever dares to bully you, I will definitely help you deal with them, Su Yun declared domineeringly. Chapter 47. Lawyer Luo Xiang, as for the 2 billion you mentioned, to be honest, it's not much to me. Don't say 2 billion. Even 20 billion or 200 billion is just a small amount for me. Su Yun looked down on Qi Tiangao, but I won't give you a single cent. So feel free to use any means you want. Qi Tiangao's face turned red with anger, feeling like he was about to explode. You bastard. You are the first person who dared to speak to me like this. I admire your courage. Saying that, he glanced at the man beside him. P.S. in your hands, just don't kill him. The silent man took a couple of steps forward. Su Yun saw him twist his neck, stretch out his arms, and his whole body cracked. Su Yun looked at him speechlessly. Why do these people always have so much theatrics before they act? With narrowed eyes and a burst of strength in his legs, he struck like lightning, before the man could react. Su Yun jumped up in front of him and in the blink of an eye kicked out several times in the air. The man hadn't even had time to respond before he let out a painful cry and was kicked 3 meters away, lying on the ground, clutching his chest, trying to get up, but after a few seconds of effort, he still couldn't rise. Seeing the scene, Qi Tiangao beside him had his eyes widen and his face turned pale, already frightened out of his wits. Su Yun fixed his gaze on him and walked toward him step by step. Chapter 48. Lin Jiyue gets drunk generally. Those who come here are looking for him to handle business. As for the young man who said earlier that he wanted to buy his law firm, he thought it was just a joke. He assumed that Su Yun just wanted to meet him and made up some nonsense reason. He found a young man somewhat interesting, and since he had no other business today, he decided to meet him. I have already mentioned my intention. I wonder if your law firm is willing to sell. Su Yun looked at him. Luo Xiang listened and was stunned for a moment. He saw that this young man did not seem to be joking. He straightened his expression and said seriously, currently my law firm is doing well, and I have no intention of selling. Su Yun had done his homework before coming. Luo Xiang's Yuan law firm ranked among the top 3 in Jiangsu, the most famous being Luo Xiang himself as the living advertisement, with dozens of lawyers under him. Su Yun had already had someone evaluate the law firm before coming. It should be worth around 500 million, and the most important thing about a law firm is its people. Talent is the most valuable. Upon hearing Luo Xiang's refusal, Su Yun remained unfazed and continued. I believe there is nothing impossible in this world. If there is, it's simply due to the lack of benefits. Chapter 49. Buying the law firm. Su Yun was restless, feeling a surge of heat in his heart. He glanced at the sleeping beauty lying on the bed and quickly withdrew his hand. If this continued, he would be committing a crime. He picked up a blanket to cover her and left the room. Thank you for taking me upstairs last night. In the living room, Lin Jiyue was staring at Su Yun blankly. After getting drunk yesterday, she only vaguely remembered being carried upstairs, with no knowledge of the rest. Seeing Lin Jiyue's gaze, Su Yun felt inexplicably guilty for a moment. He awkwardly smiled. It was nothing, no need to be polite. After dropping Lin Jiyue off at the Pingyang Building Company, Su Yun headed to Ziyuan Law Firm. He had an appointment to sign a contract with Luo Xiang today. It was the same familiar receptionist. When she saw Su Yun, she did not ask if he had an appointment like she did yesterday. Today, the boss personally instructed that if Su Yun came looking for him, he should be taken straight in, as he was the company's most important guest. Remembering what Su Yun told her yesterday about wanting to buy the law firm, and considering the changes in her boss Luo Xiang, she knew she might be changing bosses soon, and she warmly welcomed Su Yun. Walking into the office, the aroma of tea filled the air. Luo Xiang had prepared the documents and was waiting for Su Yun. Chapter 50. Undercurrents. At the same time, in an unknown hotel, Qi Tiangao, with a face like a pig's head, sat on a leather sofa, with lingering bruises on his face and hatred in his eyes. Sitting next to him on the sofa was a man in white. If Su Yun were here, he would recognize him immediately as Zhang Long, whom he had fought with a couple of days ago. The two major gangs in Jiangcheng, as the most powerful underground forces, not only develop legitimate businesses, but also take on some shady jobs. Many things are inconvenient for Jiangcheng's various families to handle, which is when these two gangs come into play. Some families have matters that require people who can operate in the shadows. These two gangs are naturally that kind of power. In addition, they also take contracts. As long as you can offer a high bounty, they can do your bidding. If you don't like someone, you can hire them to injure or incapacitate them, all depending on your price. As a rich young man in Jiangcheng, Qi Tiangao naturally knew about such methods. But he hadn't used them earlier because he didn't expect that Lin Jiyue would have such a powerful ally in Su Yun. To him, Lin Jiyue was just a weak woman. He thought it would be easy to handle, but he miscalculated when Su Yun suddenly appeared beside her. And he couldn't even defeat his own bodyguard, let alone getting slapped to the point of being humiliated. Chapter 51. Lin Jiyue is kidnapped in the Xingren Society. Zhang Long immediately found his older brother and told him the latest news about Su Yun. Nie Feiying, with eagle-like eyes, fixed his gaze on Zhang Long. You said Su Yun appeared at the Pingyang building, where his woman is. That's right. Zhang Long recounted what had happened with Qi Tiangao, including the preparations to find someone to deal with Su Yun, revealing everything. After listening, Nie Feiying sat his chair, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression while rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. After a long while, he slowly said, I originally didn't plan to provoke him so soon, but it seems now that we must make contact. Nie Feiying understood that someone like Su Yun would eventually have dealings with them. Even if they didn't cross paths now, they would inevitably meet in the future. You go contact Zhu Quan from the same city, and tell him it's about the newly emerged Su Yun to discuss it with him. At the entrance of the Pingyang building, Lin Jiyue was going to work as usual when a big man walked up to her. Miss Lin, please come with us, one man spoke. Lin Jiyue looked at the two men before her, unsure of what was happening, but she felt very alert. She glanced at the building not far away, contemplating whether she could run over. Chapter 52. Human level, Earth level, Heaven level. The two had already discussed how to face Su Yun during their meeting yesterday. They had gathered various intel that Su Yun's identity was not simple. He had spent over 10 billion in Jiangcheng in a short period. They didn't want to provoke someone like him, but they had already offended him during their previous encounter. They wanted to thoroughly understand Su Yun's strength and whether he would expand his influence over Jiangcheng's underground forces. Until they fully understood Su Yun, they would not act against those around him, which is why they hadn't done anything to Lin Jiyue when they invited her. They didn't want to provoke someone who could be troublesome, to avoid bringing about Su Yun's retaliation. Today's meeting was clearly focused on probing for information. They wanted to confront Su Yun, and if their strength surpassed his, their caution would diminish. If they weren't even Su Yun's match, then in the future, both of their gangs would have to tread carefully around him. If they weren't capable of standing against him, then seeking revenge would be quite simple for him. Su Yun, hearing the other party asking him to demonstrate a couple of moves, knew they were trying to gauge his strength. But did Su Yun care? Not at all. Chapter 53, the Sunflower Manual. Coming back to reality, looking at the people lying on the ground wailing, his gaze was very cold. These people actually dared to forcibly take away Lin Jiyue, although this beating was enough to make them lie in bed for a few days. The lesson Su Yun gave them was still light. Looking at Nie Fei and Zhu Quan, he wondered if they were still satisfied with him. The two looked at Su Yun with fear and relief. They were afraid that Su Yun was powerful, a DG, Earth level, expert, capable of dominating a place like Jiangcheng. They secretly regretted why they didn't stick to their initial strategy and provoke Su Yun. If they had known Su Yun had such strong power, they wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Being targeted by an Earth-level expert meant that even if they had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. What gave them a bit of relief was that although Su Yun was powerful, he was not a desperate person. The two hurriedly spoke, fearfully saying, Su Xiao, we surrender. In the future, if we see you, we will definitely take a detour. Please let us go. Knowing that Su Yun was an Earth-level expert, they had lost any will to resist. Nie Fei glanced at Lin Jiyue again and said, Su Xiao, look, we invited Miss Lin here and did not harm her. Humph. Su Yun snorted angrily. You should be glad you didn't harm her, otherwise, you wouldn't just be lying there. Chapter 54. Speeding up after sending Lin Jiyue to the villa and asking the butler to make some soup for her to recover, Su Yun went to the company. Pingyang Building. The company's various renovations and office supplies were almost complete. The decoration style was modern, luxurious, and technological. Walking into the office was like stepping into a research institute in a movie. He found Wu Wei in the office. "How's the company we hired for the renovations?" Su Yun directly asked while sitting on the sofa. Wu Wei thought for a moment and replied, "The company we hired for the renovations is the top renovation company in Jiangxing. Last time we went to inquire with manager Lin, it was valued at over 2 billion. Good, I have a task for you. Buy this company within 3 days, Su Yun said calmly. Wu Wei was puzzled, wondering why his boss wanted to buy this company. The return on investment seemed low. After hesitating for a while, he asked, "Boss, as far as I know, the return on investment for these companies is not high. We could choose companies with higher returns for investment. Otherwise, it would be a waste of funds." Su Yun smiled lightly, understanding that Wu Wei's thoughts were normal. Generally, people invest carefully, choosing companies with high returns and low risks. Chapter 55, Hugging Lin Yuding in the car, looking at the 32 enhancement points on the system. Su Yun felt a bit excited, as he could soon test the limits of his body. Last time on the road, after enhancing his physique and strength to 50, he couldn't enhance anymore. But agility and spirit were only at 45, so he guessed that all coefficients would need to reach 50 for his body to undergo new changes. Su Yun made a decision. With a thought, 10 enhancement points disappeared. A familiar feeling surged through his body, with this change being more pronounced than before. It was a mix of soreness and tingling, undergoing transformation. Su Yun closed his eyes and silently felt everything. After 2 minutes, everything stabilized. Other sensations faded away, and everything returned to normal. Opening his eyes, Su Yun found that he was now fairer and had a more distinguished demeanor. Checking the system panel, he noticed that the previous basic coefficients had disappeared, replaced by a realm he had just learned about 2 days ago. Chapter 56 Luo Shuet starts singing Jiangchang Rhythm Sports Center, a venue for fitness, events, and performances, covers nearly 100,000 square meters and has more than 60,000 seats. As soon as they got out of the car, Lin Yuding called her best friend, Zhou, Li, to start looking for her. Su Yun could only follow behind her, and neither of them mentioned what had just happened in the car, as if it had never occurred. After a while, they met her best friend at the entrance. Her boyfriend was also there, looking like a tall, slim man at about 185 meters. "Hello, Su Yun, Sr. This is my boyfriend, Wan Hai," Zhou introduced, and they exchanged names and greetings. They began to queue to enter the venue. While in line, Su Yun and Lin Yuding attracted many gazes. Both were handsome and beautiful, drawing a lot of attention. "Look, that girl is so pretty. I want to get to know such a cute and beautiful girl." They were also there for the concert, and judging by their looks, one would believe they were celebrities. Among the crowd, they stood out with their exceptional presence. Lin Yuding was 170 meters tall, and Su Yun was 182 meters, making it hard not to attract eyes. Chapter 57 Dual God-Level Skills. "Are you ready? Are you all ready?" The assistant shouted again. "Ready." The atmosphere continued to rise. "Our lighting technician is ready. I will count to 3 and start turning. 1, 2, 3, start." A white spotlight began to spin erratically. "Oh!" The crowd erupted in screams, everyone hoping to be chosen for a chance to sing a duet with Luo Schwerer. Fans waved their glow sticks and light boards, all hoping to catch Luo Schwerer's attention and have a light stop on them. Su Yun, however, remained unfazed, calmly sitting there, looking at the excitement, appearing like a bystander. If there was anyone in the audience who didn't want to be chosen, it would definitely be Su Yun. Although he listened to some of Luo Schwerer's songs, he only knew how to sing the catchy parts. If he had to sing the whole song, he really couldn't manage it. "Stop!" Luo Schwerer spoke from the stage. Following her command, the lights slowly began to halt. Su Yun felt a sudden intense light in front of him and quickly closed his eyes, waiting a moment before slowly opening them. Chapter 58 Su Yun performs. Hearing this, the assistant couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, thinking, what's going on? Preparing to sing someone else's song at Schwen's concert? The murmurs from the audience became even louder than before. This person is too arrogant. At Schwenner's concert, singing someone else's song? Is he a fake fan? Is he just trying to ride the wave? Even some girls who had liked him saw their affection plummet. Su Yun was also helpless. He didn't know the complete songs of Luo Schwerer, and it was impossible to just hum a few lines and call it a day. That would be too short. A man's performance being too short wouldn't do. Lu Schwerer looked at Su Yun on stage and heard that he was going to sing someone else's song. It was the first time she had seen someone chosen not to sing their own song, and she wanted to see for herself. She smiled and said, since Su Yun wanted to sing someone else's song, let him sing. It was like inviting a guest performer to the concert. Do you need accompaniment? The assistant asked. Lu Shuer agreed. Of course she supported it. No need, just bring me a piano, she replied. She had just played the piano at the concert, so it was perfect. The assistant felt a bit relieved. Since he could play the piano, he should understand some music and probably wouldn't mess it up. Chapter 59. Lu Shuer meets Lu Shuer couldn't quite believe it. If this was self-taught, how much talent would it take to be this good? The fans on site also heard Su Yun mention being self-taught. Who would believe that? If it were true, he might be another genius comparable to King Zhou. Lu Shuer didn't ask any further. Do you want to sing another song? No need. I can't affect your concert. Everyone is here to listen to you sing. After saying that, he walked off the stage. The fans below were very disappointed, wanting Su Yun to sing another song. Walking over to Lin Yuding's eyes widened, as if she had just met Su Yun. What's wrong? Am I too handsome, and you're mesmerized? Su Yun teased, blinking. She didn't refute, but asked in return, how are you so amazing? Singing and playing a piano are both so good. Su Yun tilted his head at a 45-degree angle and pondered for a moment. Maybe I'm a genius. Lin Yuding had nothing to say because it truly was something only a genius could achieve. Sigh, life is really unfair, she sighed. Jolie, who was in front, turned around upon hearing this and glared at the two. You two are enough. Is this for Sai? I didn't say anything. Do you have a right? Chapter 60. Going viral. Jiang Yuelon saw that Su Yun remained unmoved and couldn't understand what he was relying on. He was completely unaffected by such a huge temptation. If it were another ordinary person, they would have been overjoyed and eager to sign a contract after hearing so many benefits. Can you tell me why you're unwilling? Or do you have any difficulties? If you have any difficulties, you can speak up. I can help you solve them. Jiang Yuelon remained persistent, knowing that if she could truly sign Su Yun, her status in the company would rise further, and she could very likely become a legend among professional agents. Thank you, but I really don't need it. Su Yun still refused. Jiang Yuelon looked disappointed. You're still young. You don't understand the value of money and fame. You have no idea what you're rejecting. You don't know that this opportunity is something many people seek but can't get. You can leave. It was clear she was very disappointed that she couldn't sign Su Yun. Su Yun stood up, preparing to leave. Lu Shuer stood up apologetically and said, I'm sorry. Su Yun, but Sister Lan really wants to sign you and train you. Please bear with her. It's okay. Lu Shuer called her assistant, took out a business card, and handed it to Su Yun. If you change your mind, you can call my assistant anytime. We welcome you at any time. Chapter 61. God Su in the morning. The company called early, insisting that they must secure Su Yun. Jiang Yuelon knew Su Yun's potential and ability, but today as seen still exceeded her expectations. She sighed inwardly. A golden scale is not something found in a pool. Encountering wind and clouds, it turns into a dragon. She firmly believed that Su Yun would use Lu Shuer's concert to become a well-known figure and soar to great heights. She immediately instructed her assistant to find out more about Su Yun. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing University, the school forum was abuzz with discussion. Many other students from Jiangxing University had also attended Lu Shuer's concert last night. Su Yun's deeply resonant performance was naturally recorded. 1. Because good things should be shared. And 2. Because it could garner a lot of clicks, attention, and comments. Several people posted videos of Su Yun's performance at the concert on the forum. The reactions on the forum were no different from others. Everyone was immersed in Su Yun's voice, savoring it for a long time. When someone took a closer look at Su Yun's face, they recalled that he was the handsome guy who had picked up the campus bell a few days ago at the school gate. Thus, someone compiled Su Yun's video footage and made a comparison, spreading it further. Chapter 62. Stunned after contacting Lin Yuding by phone, Su Yun drove towards Jiangxing University. As soon as he entered the school, someone immediately noticed his eye-catching car. There was no way to be low-key with this car. The person quickly took out their phone, snapped a picture, and posted it to the forum, all in one smooth motion. The campus forum immediately became lively. Not only the forum, but also some groups shared the video. Many people rushed to the girls' dormitory, knowing that Su Yun was definitely there to pick up Lin Yuding. No doubt about it. Many wanted to take a photo with Su Yun. Given his recent popularity, a photo with him would certainly go viral, easily getting over 100,000 likes. The post that was dug up today, featuring Su Yun's photo from the school's handsome guy evaluation and the fact that he was a Jiangxing University graduate, was shared on Douyin, quickly surpassing 1 million likes in just a few hours. Moreover, considering Su Yun's voice and looks, becoming an internet celebrity would be a piece of cake. If Su Yun were to debut and become famous in the future, the current photos would become even more valuable, so it was a win-win. Chapter 63. Hotel Dinner. Noticing Lin Yuding's gaze, a smile appeared on Su Yun's lips as he teased. What is up? I know I'm handsome. You don't have to look at me like that. Please don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Hearing Su Yun's teasing, Lin Yuding hurriedly turned to look out the window, huffing. Who's infatuated with you, you shameless guy? At Jiangsheng International Hotel, as soon as they entered, the greeters at the door all greeted in unison. Hello, boss. Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement. One of them hesitated to speak while looking at Su Yun. Seeing this, Su Yun asked, Is there something you want to say? Mr. Su, can I take a photo with you? She excitedly asked. Others nearby heard this and chimed in, yes. Mr. Su, can we take a photo? Your singing is amazing. We are your fans. Su Yun raised his hand to interrupt their flattery, saying helplessly, all right, come on. It was obvious there were also people who liked to surf the web and had heard Su Yun's song. After the photos, a small private room was arranged. Su Yun thought a big room for just 2 people was too wasteful. In the private room, the waiter handed the menu to Lin Yuding, who took it and entered a crazy ordering mode. This time, she wasn't as reserved as the first time, hesitating to order. Chapter 64. Sure how you call someone really? Su Yun's cold voice came through. Hearing Lin Yuding's shout at the door, Su Yun immediately rushed out. Sure how you listened to my words without missing a single one. Didn't you want to see me? Now that you have, hurry up and get lost. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. As she spoke, Su Yun walked to Lin Yuding's side and shielded her. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, Sure how you instantly erupted in anger. He glared fiercely at Su Yun, laughing in rage. Good, very good. Over the years, you are the first person to dare to speak to me like this. It seems Sure how you, have been too low-key. Even stray cats and dogs dare to defecate on my head. Once, Sure how you was a notorious figure, enjoying a great reputation among the top young masters in Jiangxing. In the past 2 years, he had kept a low profile, but unexpectedly being insulted today made him determined to punish this person properly. Sure how you carefully observed Su Yun and realized that she was the one who had picked up Lin Yuding at the school gate that day. His anger flared even more. Unable to suppress his rage, with a menacing expression, he coldly said, I was just worried about finding you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Chapter 65. You want it? I'll give it to you. Especially when he heard that Su Yun was at the scene, he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly refused. Sure shall. I'm sorry. Our deal is canceled. This Su Yun is not someone I can deal with. I am powerless. Sure how you had originally hoped that Zhang Long would come to take revenge on Su Yun, but he exploded like a lit powder keg. You bastard. We had a good deal at the beginning, and now you're saying you're powerless? You have to help with this matter, whether you want to or not. Over the years, hasn't your Xingren society been strong with our support? How can you be strong enough to take the lead in Jiangxing? Don't forget, we still have a lot of information about your gang in our hands. If this matter gets to your big brother Niefei, he will definitely send someone to help me. You wouldn't want to face the consequences later, would you? Hurry up and bring people over. Zhang Long knew that the development of the gang over the years relied on the Sure family support. But the Sure family was just one of the forces backing the gang, not the only one. There was no reason for him to risk his life for them. Moreover, he believed that the gang must also have dirt on the Sure family, so he was not worried at all. Every bird leaves a trace, and every water leaves sound. Nothing can be perfect. Chapter 66. The young ones get hit. Here come the elders. Su Yun turned to look at Lin Yuding's dazed little face. He smiled slightly and said, To be honest, I used to be a professional athlete, specializing in discus throwing, so I have some skill in throwing phones. Lin Yuding didn't speak, but rolled her eyes. In her heart, she complained, who would believe that? You look so delicate, a professional athlete and a discus thrower. Su Yun looked at Sure Hao Yu, who was crying on the ground, and said, Aren't you leaving? Do you want me to invite you to go? Sure Hao Yu, lying on the ground, ignored Su Yun's words and picked up the phone that had caused him pain. He opened the phone and started dialing. Su Yun saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, This phone is really of good quality. With that much impact, it didn't break. Beep, the call went through. Dad, I've been beaten. Come save me. Sure Hao Yu said with a sobbing tone. Sure Minghua was still puzzled at the dinner table about why his son had been out for so long and hadn't returned. Wasn't he supposed to be having dinner with this female celebrity? Suddenly, his son called. He picked up the phone and heard his son had been beaten with a tone he had never heard before. His heart ached. After so many years, someone dared to lay hands on his son, daring to pull fur on a tiger's face. He felt both heartbroken and furious. Chapter 67, Deep Schemes. The people present naturally all knew Lu Nong. Shi Minghua often came to the hotel to talk business with partners, and, as the hotel manager, Lu Nong was someone he could not know. Luo Schwerer and her partner had performed in Jiangcheng a few times, and Lu Nong had hosted them twice, so they naturally knew Lu Nong was the hotel manager. The others present, except for Lin Yuding, were shocked by this news. Lin Yuding had long known that Su Yun was the hotel owner and felt it was quite normal for Lu Nong to behave that way. The others couldn't remain calm. Who would have thought that the young man in front of them was actually the owner of this hotel? When Shi Minghua heard Lu Ning's address, a hint of surprise flashed in his cold eyes, clearly something he hadn't anticipated. As one of the famous big shots in Jiangcheng, he was naturally in the commercial circle there. Previously, Mo Shan sold the hotel to him and added him to the group. He wondered where such a figure had come from. Later, he also learned that in just a few days, Su Yun had spent over 10 billion to buy the Pingyang building, making him a legend in the entire circle. No one was not shocked by his boldness. Chapter 68, The 18th Generation Inheritor of Shao Li Feidao. Su Yun listened without speaking. He only thought that since this hospital was quite close to the hotel, they arrived quickly. Seeing that Su Yun had not spoken, Shi Minghua opened his mouth. You go let them in, and remember to have them bring a stretcher. The waiter looked at Su Yun after hearing this, as if wanting to see how Su Yun would instruct. Su Yun slightly nodded, signaling her to call in the rescue personnel. The waiter received Su Yun's instruction and immediately went out. Soon, the medical staff arrived on the scene and carried Shi Haoyu away. Shi Minghua naturally followed to take a look. Before leaving, he sincerely told Su Yun that this was a punishment a child should have, thanking him for helping to discipline Shi Haoyu, and he would definitely visit later. If Su Yun hadn't seen his previous icy demeanor, one might truly think he was a broad-minded good person. Facing such a person, if you ever fell into trouble, he would definitely leave you with nothing but bones. After saying this, Shi Minghua left without even greeting Luo Schwerer and her partner, directly leaving. Seeing that the matter was resolved, manager Lu Nong bid farewell to Su Yun and returned to his office to handle his own affairs. Only Su Yun, Lin Yuding, and Luo Schwerer remained in the room. Chapter 69, Going to the Company. After dropping Lin Yuding off at the girls' dormitory, Su Yun quickly left the scene. He dared not linger, fearing he would be surrounded and treated like a monkey again, just like during the day. At this time, in Shi Minghua's study, after sending his son to the hospital to treat his wounds, he returned home, eager to investigate Su Yun's situation and wash away the humiliation from today. He called without unnecessary chatter, directly stating, "Help me check on a person." Who to check? The call was answered by Nie Fei, who had collaborated with the Shi family for many years. The Xingren Society's development had thrived thanks to the Shi family's immense help, and the gang had secretly solved many problems for the Shi family over the years. When facing strong competitors or those who refused to be disciplined, they often relied on them to educate those individuals harshly. Not only the Shi family, but other major families were also somewhat linked to the two gangs in Jiangcheng. There were always some shady, unspeakable matters that needed someone to handle. This is also one of the reasons why they can survive well in Jiangcheng. Shi Minghua coldly uttered two words, Su Yun. On the other side, Nie Fei, hearing this name, was shocked and stood up from the sofa, his cigarette falling to the ground unconsciously, his pupils dilating. Chapter 70. Making arrangements, the receptionist hung up the phone and hurriedly walked to Su Yun to apologize. "I'm sorry. Chairman, I didn't know it was you. Let me take you to find Manager Lin." The receptionist was a bit flustered. This newly established company had recently become famous, known for its excellent salary and benefits. Moreover, the company was in such a good location that working here was something many people envied. She didn't want to lose her job because of this. "It's fine. I rarely come to the company, so it's normal that you don't recognize me." Su Yun didn't mind. "You can go back to your work. I can find my way in." Su Yun had been here before and naturally knew how to get around. "Okay, Chairman. If you need anything, just let me know," the receptionist replied as she returned to her position, secretly marveling at how young and handsome the chairman was. She couldn't believe he was the company's chairman. Su Yun said nothing and walked inside directly. He toured around various departments and found that the company had already taken shape, with a team of over 100 people. He couldn't help but exclaim that Lin Jiyue and the others were quite efficient for just a few days. As Su Yun patrolled the departments, Others naturally noticed him and began to discuss among themselves as they watched him wandering around. Chapter 71. The meeting. Why are we suddenly acquiring these companies? Lin Jiu asked, puzzled. These people don't get along with me. We need to prepare in advance. Suyin explained. Oh, but these companies are not simple. I'm afraid we won't have enough funds, Lin Jiu said cautiously. Money is not a problem. If it's not enough, just ask me anytime, Suyin replied. Lin Jiu nodded, understanding. She never doubted Su Yun's ability to do this. She now had an almost blind trust in him, believing that with Su Yun's unfathomable strength, it would be no problem for him to take out hundreds of billions. She had long been stunned into numbness by Su Yun's capabilities. Remember, we need to lower the stock prices. We can acquire others at a high price. But for the few people I'm talking about, we need to drive the price down and not let them take advantage, Su Yun said again. Okay. Lin Jiu nodded in response. After discussing some details with Lin Jiu, Su Yun left. As Su Yun left the company, the staff outside began to discuss again. He had just entered the general manager's office and stayed there for quite a while, sparking their imaginations and curiosity about what the two were doing inside. Until a girl went to ask the receptionist, the discussions finally stopped. Chapter 72. Encounter in the car early in the morning. Su Yun was awakened from his dreams by a ringing phone. Brother, I should arrive by 11 a.m. Remember to pick me up? Zhou Yunyun's call came in. Okay, no problem. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 9:30. He quickly got up, had breakfast, and headed to the high-speed train station. At this moment, on the train, Zhou Yunyun looked quite unhappy, thinking to herself how unlucky she was. Originally, she had planned to come to Jiangsheng for a fun trip, but unexpectedly, she encountered her arch-rival, Hu Lily, along with one of her close friends. Both of them usually excelled in class. Hu Lily always held the top position, while Zhou Yunyun ranked second. In terms of family background, Hu Lily came from a prominent business family, much better off than Zhou Yunyun. Logically, it should have been Zhou Yunyun who was jealous of Hu Lily, but they were completely opposite. Hu Lily couldn't stand Zhou Yunyun and often targeted her, simply because she was prettier and more lively, able to get along well with others. Whenever there was a voting activity in class, Zhou Yunyun would always win by a large margin. She was also often chosen as the class representative for various activities. Chapter 73. Cousin Shock. No one could help but pay attention. The sound of the engine was too captivating. It was so prominent and wonderful. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. A red sport car revealed its brilliance, with its cool exterior and roaring engine seemingly proclaiming its dominant status. 3 words floated in the air: stunned. Even the most oblivious person could tell this sports car was extraordinary. The man who had just watched the show exclaimed, wow. A Ferrari La Ferrari. I can't be mistaken. The man rubbed his eyes and exclaimed again, wow, that's just too rich. 50 million. That's 50 million. People around him couldn't believe it. This car costs 50 million. What kind of person could drive such a car? The person in question was Su Yun. Upon seeing his cousin Zhou Yunyun at the intersection, he slowly drove over and stopped in front of the 3 of them. He rolled down the window, revealing a handsome smile, and warmly said, get in, Yunyun. Zhou Yunyun's mouth dropped open in shock, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, unable to believe it. This car looked incredibly valuable. The man beside her had just said it was worth 50 million. Although she didn't know if it was true, she was sure it wasn't cheap. Chapter 74. Chanel store. Brother, where are we going next? Zhou Yunyun asked curiously, looking at Su Yun. Su Yun noticed her slightly pale jeans and said, let's go. I'll take you shopping for clothes. Brother, isn't that a bit much? You just spent so much money. And now you're taking me shopping for clothes, Zhou Yunyun said, feeling a bit conflicted. Su Yun straightened his face, pretending to be angry. Do you think I would lack the money for a few pieces of clothing? Just a few, dozens, or even hundreds of pieces is no problem. Hearing this, Zhou Yunyun stuck out her little tongue and said, got it. They arrived at the familiar old place, Nanhua Street. On the way, Zhou Yunyun looked around from the car. The streets were bustling with people, and various commercial shops were dazzling. Brother, Jiangxing is indeed much more developed than Yunjiang County, she remarked. That's for sure. There's no comparison between a developed city and a county. Plus, Nanhua Street is one of the most prosperous streets, so it's naturally even more thriving. Upon arriving at the hall of Nanhua building, they checked the shopping guide and headed to the 8th floor, where Su Yun saw a Chanel boutique. Zhou Yunyun exclaimed when she saw Chanel, wow. She wasn't too particular about clothing, but she still knew the name Chanel. Chapter 75. Treasure Trove. Patek Philippe Boutique. After buying clothes and bags, it was only natural to get her a watch as well. As soon as they entered, several salespeople immediately surrounded them. "Welcome, General Su. What can we do for you?" "General Su, what do you need?" They were so enthusiastic that Su Yun felt a bit overwhelmed. Zhou Yunyun, standing beside him, was already dumbfounded. These people were too enthusiastic. She secretly thought that her cousin must have done something good here. Su Yun waved her hand to signal them to stop. Today, it wasn't her who was buying a watch, but her cousin. She was taking her to pick out two beautiful ladies' watches. "Okay, no problem." Everyone immediately turned to Zhou Yunyun and took her to choose watches. After half an hour, they finally picked out two exquisite watches, totaling over 6 million. The salespeople knew about Su Yun's financial power, so they naturally recommended some more expensive watches to Zhou Yunyun. Initially, when Zhou Yunyun asked about the price, she was reluctant to buy, as a few million for a watch was too expensive for her. However, after hearing about Su Yun's achievements in the store, her attitude changed immediately when they mentioned that Su Yun had bought a watch worth 50 million. You can't imagine her expression at that moment. Her mouth could fit a chicken egg. Chapter 76. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Early the next morning, Su Yun took Zhou Yunyun to the Rolls-Royce dealership based on the address provided by Chun Tianliang. As soon as Su Yun parked the car at the entrance, several people came over, having seen Su Yun's vehicle inside. With their discerning eyes, they immediately recognized the value of the car. There was no doubt that this was a super big shot. The few people who approached were extremely enthusiastic. "Sir, please come in. How can we assist you?" "Handsome, are you looking to experience a car change?" "Everyone doesn't need to be so enthusiastic. I have an appointment," Su Yun said calmly. Hearing that Su Yun had an appointment, the crowd felt a bit disappointed, as it meant this big client was not available to them. Their enthusiasm waned slightly, but their attitude remained friendly. With such a big shot, it was always right to greet him with a smile. They took the two of them inside. But since the person Su Yun was supposed to meet had not yet arrived, no one attended to Su Yun. They thought it was an employee who had not shown up, making the big client wait. Su Yun glanced at the time and realized they had indeed come quite early. The appointment with Chun Tianliang was set for 11 a.m., and it was only 10:40 now, so they had arrived too early. And it wasn't the other party being late. Chapter 77. Touring the school. In the end, Su Yun secured the car for 15 million. After waiting for over an hour to complete the signing process, because there were still some documents to handle, the car wouldn't be on the road until tomorrow. Su Yun asked them to complete the paperwork and deliver the car to her villa. Once everything was settled, she said, "Mr. Chun, thank you for coming today." "You're too polite, Su." Chun Tianliang then asked, "About the sports car you mentioned last time, is that still valid?" "Of course it's valid. 4 cars over 20 million. "I'll take as many as you have," Su Yun laughed. "Then there's no problem. In a few days, a sports car will arrive, and it will be a surprise for you, Su." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Chun." After exchanging compliments, Su Yun left with her cousin Zhou Yunyun. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhou Yunyun said, "Bro, you really know how to boast. You're just as good as that, Mr. Chun." "Silly girl, it's not boasting. It's social etiquette." After taking Zhou Yunyun to eat, Su Yun asked her what she wanted to do next. She simply said she would follow the arrangements. Su Yun planned to take her to school to look around, as she had mentioned during their previous visit to the restaurant that one of her purposes for this trip was to see the school. Chapter 78. Greenwater Lake. Why are they looking for you? Zhou Yunyun asked curiously. "They want to sign you," Su Yun replied, putting down his chopsticks and slowly looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. "There's no helping it. I'm just too outstanding. I can't keep a low profile." Sister Tingting, "Look, he's bragging again. What your brother said is not wrong." Lin Yuding agreed with Su Yun's words. "Ah, you two are in sync." Zhou Yunyun completely disagreed with Lin Yuding's statement. Lin Yuding took out her phone, opened Douyin, and pulled up Su Yun's concert video, handing it to Zhou Yunyun. As Zhou Yunyun played it, she saw her cousin Su Yun in the video. As the music started, she slowly became entranced, lost in it. A few minutes later, Zhou Yunyun studied Su Yun closely, unable to believe that her cousin was so talented. "Bro, how are you so amazing? Your singing is so beautiful. Why didn't you say I was bragging?" Su Yun asked with a smile. "Bro, I misjudged you. You really have real talent. The sound was so beautiful, and the recognition from so many people was an undeniable fact." She truly felt that Su Yun's voice was touching and very pleasant to hear. Chapter 79. Lawyer's letter. Warning. After the water tour, it was already late. Su Yun dropped Lin Yuding back at school. On the way back, her friend Zhou Li called. Lin Yuding picked up the phone. On the other end, her friend Zhou Li hurriedly said, Ting ting, something bad has happened. What happened? Lin Yuding asked anxiously. Quick, check the school forum. A lot of people are criticizing you, saying you're too timing. Lin Yuding quickly opened the school forum to look at the post, and Zhou Yunyun leaned over to see. The post was about the person from earlier in front of the girls' dormitory, with a sensational title. Shocking. The school beauty is too timing. Just got into a Ferrari and then into a Rolls-Royce. The perfect senior, tragically being greened. There were hundreds of comments criticizing Lin Yuding, although a few defended her. They were very few. Seeing the content of the post and the comments, Lin Yuding's face changed immediately. She looked very wronged, especially with those harsh words. She was about to cry. Suyin noticed something was off with her expression and quickly asked, what happened? He had just heard Zhou Li's words while driving ahead and didn't fully understand the situation. Chapter 80. Disneyland. As soon as Suyin left, someone immediately posted the video on the forum. The stubborn people online, upon seeing this video, had expressions that were quite something. They quickly realized they had been misled by the one-sided video. Even the person who initially posted it panicked. She had wanted to gain attention at first. After seeing more and more people join in the criticism, she felt like she had found her spotlight. When the lawyer's letter came out, she held her ground, not wanting to lose the attention of so many people. Now, after seeing the video, she felt a chill. She had not seen who the owner of the Rolls-Royce was at that time. She hadn't expected it to be Suyun. Now she knew she was in trouble and hurriedly deleted the hot post she had made during the day. Looking back at everything that had happened, she had become a clown, and Lin Yuding was not too timing. She had truly become a slanderer and defamer. At this moment, she was very scared, fearing that Lin Yuding would really take her court. After deleting the post from earlier, she quickly posted an apology. The content was roughly, I'm sorry for the harm caused to Lin Yuding due to my one-sided and narrow-minded view. Please forgive me. I have realized my mistake. I shouldn't have. Chapter 81. Pretending to be a boyfriend over the next 2 days, Su Yin took the two of them to many fun places, saw a lot of beautiful scenery, and tasted many local delicacies. They also bought some specialty product for Zhou Yunyun to take back. Su Yun and Lin Yuding sent Zhou Yunyun to the station and waved goodbye. Sitting in the car, Zhou Yunyun reflected on her experiences over the past few days, feeling as if she were dreaming. She felt she could write a book titled My Rich and Heartless Brother. After sending Lin Yuding back to school, Su Yun returned home. To be honest, Su Yun felt something was missing at home. After Zhou Yunyun went back, there was one less nagging person in her ear, and it felt a bit uncomfortable. Lying in bed, Su Yun felt that going out to play every day was quite tiring, so she lay down and dozed off for a while. She was awakened by the sound of a phone ringing. When Su Yun looked, it turned out to be her neighbor, Qin Wanyin, calling. Su Yun, are you at home? Can you help me with something? Qin Wanyin asked anxiously. I'm at home. What's the matter? If you're at home, I'll come over to talk to you, she said hurriedly before hanging up. Su Yun was puzzled about what could be so urgent. After a while, the doorbell rang. Chapter 82. Picking someone up at the airport, Su Yun casually dressed up today. With her chiseled cheeks and deep eyes that seemed to hold stars, she resembled an endless black hole, drawing people in unconsciously. Qin Wanyin wore a striped short-sleeve top, her prominent curves still very noticeable, paired with a black short skirt that revealed her creamy white skin, making one unable to resist wanting to get close. Let's go. Su Yun said first. Su Yun drove her newly bought Rolls-Royce. Luckily, it was a four-seater, or it would have been awkward again. Sitting in the car, Qin Wanyin felt a bit embarrassed, regretting wearing such a short skirt. As she sat, the skirt kept riding up, almost reaching the top, and she could only pull it down with her hands. At an intersection, a car suddenly appeared in front, and Su Yun had to brake suddenly. Qin Wanyin, unprepared, lurched forward, causing her ample curves to shake dramatically, creating quite a scene. The low neckline of her outfit revealed a wide and deep cleavage. The lower half was also exposed, with white lace peeking from her thighs and a pair of long, creamy legs on display. Su Yun, initially concerned about her safety, glanced over and was met with a stunning view. Chapter 83. Sweet and honeyed the vehicle left the airport. As soon as they got in, Lu Hongying began to ask questions, determined to find out about Su Yun. Su Yun, I just heard Wanyin mention you these past 2 days. What does your family do? Lu Hongying asked directly. Why are you asking what my family does? Su Yun thought to herself. Being so young and able to buy such a car must have something to do with her family. It was more intuitive to start from the family aspect. As for me, my family is just an ordinary one. My parents are regular workers, Su Yun replied. Lu Hongying was the first to disbelieve her. thinking Su Yun was lying about her family situation. What about you? What are you doing now? Lu Hongying shifted the topic. I'm currently starting a business. Su Yun answered. Lu Hongying was quite frustrated, having asked several questions without getting any substantial information. If Su Yun knew her thoughts, she would definitely say it was unfair. She was only speaking the truth. Wan Yin, I heard your company was not doing well recently. You encountered some crisis. How did you resolve it? Lu Hongying asked with a concerned expression. Qin Wan Yin was a bit puzzled. She hadn't even told her family about the crisis at her company, not even her parents. Chapter 84. 100 billion at the entrance of Yinshui Bay. Qin Wan Yin expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your help this time, Su Yun. Is just a thank you enough? Su Yun smiled at her. What do you want me to do to thank you? Qin Wan Yin flirtatiously threw a wink. Su Yun thought to herself, what a seductress. I'll think about it another day. Whatever, I might not remember this favor tomorrow. Haha. She laughed as she got out of the car. Su Yun then returned home. Meanwhile, in a room at Jiangqing International Hotel, Lu Hongying was on the phone with Wang Tong. You said the crisis at Qin Wan Yin's company was resolved by her current boyfriend, Su Yun? Wang Tong's voice came through the line. Yes, that's right. She told me personally. That guy named Su Yun gave her 5 billion. No wonder she could get out of the crisis without my help. Wang Tong's voice sounded enlightened. In fact, the big deal at Qin Wan Yin's company was signed under Wang Tong's manipulation. Later, he subtly arranged for someone to sabotage the machines on the production line of Qin Wan Yin's company and spread rumors among the crowd that the company was about to go bankrupt. Chapter 85. Angel's Kingdom. Su Yun slowly leaned forward. At this moment, she was less than a centimeter away from Lin Jiue's tempting lips, and it looked like they were about to touch. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door startled both of them awake. They quickly adjusted their postures. The assistant came in and saw the boss was also there, and the atmosphere seemed a bit strange. Hello, boss, she greeted. Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement. She handed a document to Lin Jiue and then left. Su Yun wanted to say something else, but was cut off by her dismissive look. Seeing that she had work to do, Su Yun left the company. Yesterday, Wang Tong had planned to send someone to Jiangsheng to investigate Su Yun. Today, the people had arrived with remarkable speed. He sent a team of 5 investigators to Jiangsheng, splitting into 5 routes, wanting to quickly gather information on Su Yun to decide how to deal with him. Ever since he learned that Su Yun was Qin Wan Yin's boyfriend, he couldn't contain himself, especially knowing they were somewhat intimate. He simply wanted to kill Su Yun and make him disappear from this world. As soon as the 5 arrived in Jiangsheng, they checked into Jiangsheng International Hotel, knowing it was Su Yun's territory and believed they could gain some insights there. As a top-tier professional team, they surely had expert hackers among them. Upon arriving at the hotel, they immediately hacked into the hotel surveillance system. Chapter 86. My parents want to meet you. They input Su Yun's information. Soon, a response came back offering a price of 5 billion. Wang Tong felt a pang of pain upon seeing this price. Previously, the people he wanted to kill mostly cost hundreds of thousands, millions. It was very rare for someone to reach tens of millions, but now Su Yun alone was worth more than all the people he had previously targeted combined. Although it was painful to part with 5 billion, he quickly made a decision to pay the amount. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. As long as 5 billion could eliminate Su Yun, it would be worth it. Moreover, if it is unsuccessful, the amount paid will be fully refunded. So there is no need to worry at all. Su Yun, who was staying at home, was completely unaware of this. She opened Douyin and realized she hadn't done any live streaming or received any tips for several days. She checked out a few live rooms she used to watch frequently. In each room, people were tipping hundreds of thousands. Su Yun then went to Lin Yuding's live room. She didn't go looking for her, and Lin Yuding was also idly streaming. Her cousin, Zhou Yunyun, was here to hang out, and Lin Yuding had spent several days accompanying her. Yet Su Yun hadn't properly thanked her. Upon entering the live room, she started spamming with carnival gifts. As soon as she entered with the name Little White Cloud, just like before, the atmosphere was lively. Chapter 87. Lin Yuding comes to the house. She insisted that Su Yun must take her back to keep an eye on her. Otherwise, she shouldn't return home in the future. She also said that since people were tipping her so much money, they must have ulterior motives, and she needed to be careful. Lin Yuding's parents were both high school teachers. After hearing their reasoning, Su Yun had no choice but to agree. Su Yun finally understood that they were worried about her intentions towards their daughter. They didn't believe her when she claimed to be her senior. After thinking for a while, she agreed. After all, this matter arose because of her. Plus, Lin Yuding had just spent a few days hanging out with her. so it wasn't a big deal to take her out for a meal, especially since she had a good impression of the junior. I got it, I agree with you, Su-yin said. Really? Thank you so much. How do you want to thank me? Su-yin teased. Whatever you want. Lin Yuding immediately hung up the phone. This little girl. The next noon, Su-yin called Lin Yuding. I'll pick you up. Let us go buy some gifts together. What gifts? No need to buy anything, Lin Yuding replied. It wouldn't be good to show up empty-handed, would it? If they dislike me, would you be happy? Chapter 88. The son-in-law, Su-yun's hand movements grew larger and deeper. Suddenly, Lin Yuding trembled and quickly pushed him away, running to the side, her face flushed. And she scolded playfully, bad guy. Su-yun awkwardly smiled and quickly began to make excuses. You can look around. I'll go see where the last Mao Tai is. Lin Yuding recalled everything that had just happened, her face turning even redder. Su-yun had crossed many of her firsts. The first kiss, the first hug with a male, the first time being touched. She thought about it, and her face turned shy red. The atmosphere became a bit awkward afterward. Nothing else happened. They spent the night in silence. The next day, it seemed both of them had not taken yesterday's events to heart. However, it was clear that the two had become more intimate, their relationship closer. Su-yun brought the bottle of Mao Tai and a box of tea leaves, as it might really be his future father-in-law. When such things happened last night, Su-yun also asked himself what his situation with Lin Yuding was. He had to admit that he had feelings for Lin Yuding. Such an understanding, lovely, and beautiful junior. Who wouldn't he love her? Who could refuse her? Su-yun also thought about other people last night, including Lin Jiyue, Qin Wanyan, and others, which gave him a headache. Chapter 89. Interrogation at the dinner table. Su-yun glanced at him without speaking. He couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like that. Shouting, you have to be careful. Don't let anyone deceive you. There are too many con artists these days, Uncle Lu said. Uncle Lu, I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry, Lin Yuding replied. Lin's father looked at Lu Dazhuang's stern face and said, Old Lu, don't talk nonsense. Lu Dazhuang awkwardly smiled. I'm just looking out for Xiaoting, okay? Young man, my son-in-law is a company executive and knows many business owners. Would you like me to help you find a good job? He didn't believe what Su-yun said was true and was trying to compare Su-yun with his son-in-law to show off. Su-yun replied with a faint smile. No need. If he wants to change jobs, he can come to me and give it a try. Young people really don't know what's good for them. I'm doing this for your own good, so Xiaoting can have a better life, Lu Dazhuang said with a heartbroken expression. No need. I'm doing just fine now. Let your son-in-law enjoy himself, Su-yun replied. Lin's father continued to chat with Su-yun for a while. After a while, Lin's mother called from the kitchen that dinner was ready. Chapter 90. Satisfied to max, what did Uncle say? Good wine goes with heroes. I think this wine suits you very well, and with the gift sent, there's no reason to take it back. Don't say such things about returning it. Su-yun said sincerely. One must say that Su-yun's flattery was spot on. It was clear that Lin's father was very happy to hear this. Su-yun, this is indeed too precious, Lin's father continued. It's just a bottle of wine. It's nothing to me, and no matter how precious it is, it can't compare to Xiaoting's importance. Hearing Su-yun's words, Lin's father became increasingly satisfied. Lin's mother looked at Lin's father's suddenly changed expression and attitude. Puzzled. It's just a bottle of wine. Isn't it? At this time, Lin Xiaoyu snatched the appraisal certificate and wanted to see what magic this paper had. However, she didn't have much concept of it and just curiously asked, was a 1958 5-star Mao Tai? Is it very expensive? Lin's mother was stunned and shocked when she heard this. She usually encountered various dinner parties and naturally knew the concept of Mao Tai. The older the vintage, the better preserved. The more expensive it generally is. Upon hearing it was from the 1950s, she immediately understood the wine's value and stared blankly at Su-yun. Chapter 91. The killer arrives. There was silence for the whole night. The next day, Su-yun and Lin Yuding took Lin Xiaoyu to the mall to buy her clothes. The mall was bustling with people. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? Lin Xiaoyu asked curiously. Su-yun was originally looking at someone behind him, turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoyu, smiled, and said, I think I encountered a familiar face, just trying to see if it's really him. Is that so? No, maybe I made a mistake. Su-yun shook his head. You lead the way. Just tell me when you see clothes you like. Really? I want to be courteous with you. Lin Xiaoyu showed her little tiger teeth. Lin Xiaoyu led the way in front. Lin Yuding accompanied her to look and buy, while Su-yun followed behind like a tool man. They shopped until the afternoon, buying a few outfits for both of them. After sending them home, Su-yun drove slowly around. He drove along the main road to the suburbs and parked the car in the woods. After a while, in the space where Su-Yun parked, a black sedan pulled up. A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner got out of the car, with curly hair, standing over 6 feet tall and muscular, dressed in a gray short-sleeve outfit. Chapter 92. Dragon Team indeed? He didn't know either. The website only had information about the targets, and there was no information about the clients at all. Su-Yun looked at his expression and knew he wasn't lying. Su-Yun was prepared to make it quick for him. He didn't dare to keep him alive. With such a powerful person, if he wanted to take revenge, it would be impossible to defend against him, especially if he targeted those around him. After thinking it over, the best choice was to send him to his end. Closing his eyes and making up his mind, Su-Yun didn't hesitate any longer. Without giving him a chance to speak, he rushed to him. With a snap, he broke the neck of the blonde man. After killing him, Su-Yun felt his heart racing, his arms trembling uncontrollably, and his breath quickening. It took a while for him to calm down. This was his first time killing someone. A vibrant life had been extinguished by his hands. How could he not feel a disturbance? He wasn't a robot. Su-Yun understood that this person had to be killed. Since he had already attacked him, it meant they had become enemies. Letting him go would surely lead to endless troubles. Su-Yun had no other choice. Not looking back at him, Su-Yun turned to leave. Just as he opened the car door, a round of applause came from behind him. Chapter 93. Arranging people to the Magic City, joining the Dragon Team, was the only option. All right, I will join the Dragon Team, Su-Yun said loudly. Wu Zhiping nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. He appreciated Su-Yun. He remained calm and had the demeanor of a general. From the investigation of his previous deeds, it was clear that he had a correct worldview and was not a violent person, making him very suitable to be a member of the Dragon Team. Also, I must warn you that once you join the Dragon Team, you cannot engage in any immoral or criminal activities. Otherwise, I will personally bring you to justice. Wu Zhiping said sternly. Su-Yun remained calm. I'm not interested in those things you mentioned. By the way, there's a simple entrance assessment to join the Dragon Team. It should be easy for you. Every new member must take on a task at the early stage of the Earth level. Dealing with a person at that level should be a piece of cake for you. Got it. When do we start? Su-Yun asked. It should be soon. We'll send you wherever something happens across the country. Okay, just notify me anytime. After exchanging contact information, Su-Yun left. As for the body at the scene, it would naturally be handled by Wu Zhiping. Chapter 94. Wu Zhiping comes to talk. Su-Yun pressed his hand on her to keep her still, grinning wickedly. Sister Lin, don't you want to raise? His left hand slipped inside her skirt, rubbing against the smooth stockings. Lin Jiue gasped in response. With seductive eyes, she looked at him, giving up her struggle. Just as Su-Yun was about to make his next move, an inappropriate sound interrupted them. Knock, knock, knock. The assistant had come again. After reporting the news to Lin Jiue, he went back out. Watching the assistant leave, Su-Yun looked at Lin Jiue's stunning face, his heart igniting again. Preparing to approach her, Lin Jiue saw him coming and huffed. What are you doing? I still have work to do. You should go away. Su-Yun stepped back, giving an awkward smile. Then you keep busy. I'll leave. Meanwhile, in a secret room in the Magic City, Wang Tong was excited after finishing his work. He rushed to the secret room, eager to see the results. With anticipation and excitement, he opened the computer, as if he could already see the killer submitting the task. The news of Su-Yun's demise. But when he saw the information on the website, he was stunned. The task was reposted. What did this mean? He understood very well. It indicated that the person who took the task had failed. Chapter 95. Arriving to Magic City, Lin Jiue watched Su-Yun walk over with a smile and quickly took 2 steps back. Su-Yun pulled her into his arms, facing him. Although Lin Jiue didn't expect Su-Yun to act so suddenly, she didn't have a particularly strong reaction. Her heart had long belonged to Su-Yun. Looking at his charming face, Su-Yun couldn't help but kiss her directly. His hand around her waist began to move further back. Su-Yun was much more skilled than the first time, and they both immersed themselves in the wonderful experience. Lin Jiue was inexperienced. When Su-Yun accidentally got bitten, he let go of her. Lin Jiue finally snapped back to reality, shot him a glare, and shouted pervert before bolting for the door, fearing that Su-Yun would devour her. Su-Yun watched Lin Jiue's retreating figure, smiling helplessly. After a night passed, as Su-Yun set foot on the land of the Magic City, he sensed the air was filled with the scent of money. Sun Liang had brought 4 people with him, 3 men and 1 woman. After getting off the plane, they decided to find a place to eat and drink. He instructed his subordinates to check which hotel was the most expensive, and they headed there directly. Su-Yun hadn't spent money in a long time, and planned to indulge today, enjoying the taste of wealth. Chapter 96, 24 billion luxury hotel. Su Yun nodded slightly. All right. I understand. He then looked at the other two. Have you found a suitable commercial building? We also found a commercial building located at the Bund. The building is called Tongbao Building, situated in a prosperous area with other financial buildings supporting each other for mutual development. What's the estimated price? Su Yun asked. Preliminary estimates suggest the building's price is at least around 22 billion. Okay, I understand. Su Yun directly called his private butler to have her manager come over. The private butler, upon receiving Su Yun's call, was extremely anxious and kept apologizing, wondering if he had done something wrong. For someone of Su Yun's stature, if he was dissatisfied, the manager could very likely be replaced. Su Yun explained that it wasn't his fault, which relieved the butler. He then asked the other two to see if they could contact the owner of Tongbao Building, as Su Yun wanted to resolve this quickly. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s arrived. He had been comfortably drinking tea in his office. Today, a person had checked into the presidential suite at the hotel, which made him quite happy. Chapter 97. Buying a building for fun? Is the price you offered real? The hotel owner asked for confirmation over the phone. Of course. The two exchanged introductions, and Su Yun learned that the other party's name was Tang Ditsai. Su Yun introduced some of his assets and registered companies, which could all be verified online, effectively proving his financial capacity to purchase the hotel, ensuring that the other party wouldn't think he was a scammer. After a round of small talk, Su Yun asked General Tang if he could quickly prepare all the necessary documents for the transaction. Mr. Su, our hotel business is quite large with abundant materials. How about giving me 2 days? Tang replied. Can we sign the contract tomorrow? Su Yun clearly found 2 days too slow and wanted to expedite the process. Tang Dekai paused for 2 seconds. Generally, people would carefully scrutinize and examine before making a purchase, but Su Yun acted as if he was ready to hand over money directly. However, since it was beneficial for him, why refuse? Since Mr. Su had spoken, there would definitely be no problem. He instructed his subordinates to work overtime to ensure the contract would be signed tomorrow. All right, thank you, Mr. Tang. Chapter 98. The 28 billion Tongbao Building. Tang Dekai took out his phone in his villa and dialed the number of Zhang Yonghua, the owner of the Tongbao Building. Yonghua, I have a business deal to discuss with you. Are you interested? What business? I'm all ears, Mr. Tang. Came a deep voice from the other end of the line. It's not me. It's someone else. How much do they want to buy your Tongbao? Tang Dekai slowly asked. What? The man on the phone exclaimed, unable to control his emotions. He continued, Mr. Tang, you're not joking with me, are you? I'm not selling my Tongbao Building. It's just like your motor housing. It's my treasure. Tang Dekai laughed. We've known each other for many years. Do I not know you? I know how much you care about your building, just like I do about my hotel. If you know that, why say such things? Zhang Yonghua retorted. What if I said my hotel is about to be sold? Tang Dekai teased. What? No way. You wouldn't sell your hotel? I don't believe it. Zhang Yonghua was skeptical. I wasn't planning to sell, but the offer is just too good. Chapter 99. Official signing. A silent night passed. The next afternoon arrived quickly. The signing time was set for 6 p.m., giving them a bit more time to prepare the documents. At that moment, in a super luxurious private room at Modu Housing, Su Yun and several others were present. When Su Yun entered, Tang Dekai and Zhang Yonghua were stunned, not expecting Su Yun to look even younger than over the phone. After some general pleasantries, they got down to business. I have compiled all the materials on the computer. You can take a look, Tang Dekai began. He then opened the projector and displayed various information and handover matters related to the store. After reviewing, Su Yun wasted no time. He had the contract brought in, glanced at it, and immediately decided to sign. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes. Tang Dekai praised Su Yun for his efficiency, noting that if it were someone else, it would have taken at least 2 hours. After going through all the procedures, they arrived at the most critical step, with everyone eagerly watching Su Yun. The key was the payment. That was the essence of the transaction. If Su Yun couldn't produce the money, all their efforts would be in vain. Although Su Yun had already proven his strength until the money was in his pocket, it wasn't truly his, and uncertainties remained. Chapter 100. Going to execute the mission. Not long after Sun Liang left, Su Yun received a call from an old friend. Mo Shan informed him that a charity auction would be held in Jiangcheng in a few days and invited him to participate. He mentioned that all the prominent figures in Jiangcheng would be attending. Su Yun naturally agreed, as such charity auctions were generally great opportunities for networking and showcasing one's capabilities. With the company based in Jiangcheng, it would be beneficial for the staff to meet more people, thus speeding up investments. The task had already been delayed for 2 days. Su-Yun planned to address the task assigned by the Dragon Group the next day. The reason for the delay in purchasing the hotel and the building was twofold. One was for the company's operations, and more importantly, to strengthen himself and enhance his capabilities for greater security. Su-Yun didn't want to act rashly. If he stumbled, everything could be lost. He opened the system panel. Host, Su-Yun enhancement points, 545 boundary. Early level Earth, 124500. Skills, God level martial arts, God level driving skills, God level traditional Chinese medicine, God level vocal skills, God level instrument skills. This time, the system displayed information more intuitively. Without needing to say much, Su-Yun understood he needed 376 enhancement points to level up. Chapter 101. The conditions of the transaction. Seeing Su-Yun walk in, Zhang Weijia lightly frowned. Su-Yun was too young. He doubted this young man could help him. What should I call you? Zhang Weijia asked tentatively. Su-Yun, he replied with his name. I just heard from my subordinates that you have a way to help me. What can you do? Zhang Weijia asked, trying to keep his patience. As far as I know, Boss Zhang wants to sell the entire company, right? Su-Yun said calmly. That's right. Although he didn't know how Su-Yun had gotten the information, he had been busy seeking buyers for the past few days. So was it surprising that Su-Yun knew? Can you help me find a buyer? Zhang Weijia looked at Su-Yun with anticipation. No. Su-Yun shook his head. Upon seeing Su-Yun shake his head, Zhang Weijia was filled with disappointment. He had already approached no fewer than 10 buyers during this time, but the results were unsatisfactory. Several buyers, seeing his eagerness to sell his company, had pressured him to lower the price, which he was unwilling to do after years of running the business. So he could only drag it out painfully. But now every day was a loss, and it felt like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 102. Attack of the Men in Black. Zhang Weijia pondered for a moment. Unable to understand why, Su-Yun Wunti let him spread the news and insisted he stay here for 3 days. All right, no problem, he reluctantly agreed. The situation was stronger than the individual. Su-Yun agreed to buy his company and would pay in full, which was the best offer among all potential buyers. He had no reason to refuse. Do you have a room to stay? Su-Yun casually asked while sitting on the sofa. Zhang Weijia was confused about what Su-Yun was planning, but still smiled and replied, Yes, we do. This office building is a comprehensive structure with both office spaces and employee dormitories. Clear out a room for me. I'll stay here for a few days. Oh, why? Zhang Weijia was puzzled as to why Su-Yun wanted to stay there. With his conditions, he could stay at any hotel. You don't need to know that much. Just know that I will buy your company, Su-Yun replied. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll arrange that for you right away. His current thought was that it didn't matter what Su-Yun was doing as long as he was willing to buy his company. Furthermore, staying at the company indicated he was sincerely interested in purchasing. Otherwise, why would he stay there? Chapter 103. A good show. Zhang Weijia stood aside, feeling very conflicted. He was anxious, but had no way to act. He really wanted to leave, but with Su-Yun here, how could he leave first? If he caused Su-Yun to have a negative impression and didn't buy his company, he would have to look for buyers everywhere, continuing to endure prolonged suffering. A master at the Earth level truly lived up to the title. In just 5 minutes, he took down over a dozen elite bodyguards and was outside the door in the blink of an eye. All that could be heard outside were the sounds of fists colliding with flesh, followed by 2 screams, after which there was silence outside. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Su-Yun looked at the door with interest. Zhang Weijia's face was pale, his bruises still visible, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his body slightly trembling. Don't be nervous. I'll handle him for you, Su-Yun smiled, realizing that Wu Mingfeng had left quite a shadow on Zhang Weijia. Zhang Weijia opened his mouth, looking at Su-Yun, but the words didn't come out. The door was pushed open, and Wu Mingfeng, dressed in black with a black hood over his face, walked in. As soon as he entered, his gaze fixed directly on Zhang Weijia, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 104. Dealing with Wu Mingfeng. Silence. At this moment, the only sounds in the room were the breathing and heartbeat of the 3 people, with no other noise. Zhang Weijia lowered his head, as if he could already see Su-Yun's grim fate and could not bear to look. How could Su-Yun dare to provoke such a fierce person? In his eyes, Su-Yun was just a pampered, rich second generation, without any strength. You little brat, you have some guts. He started to release his pent-up anger. No longer looking at the Zhang Weijia lying on the ground, and charged at Su-Yun with full force. He aimed a sweeping kick at Su Yun's face. If an ordinary person were hit, it would be light to say they would be disfigured or suffer concussion. They would probably end up as a vegetable. Watching him rush towards him, Su Yun felt time slow down, as if it were in slow motion. Su Yun's right hand formed a claw-like gesture, and with a slight movement, he grabbed Wu Mingfeng's leg tightly. Before Wu Mingfeng could react in surprise, Su Yun forcefully swung him toward the office's filing cabinet. With a bang, the entire filing cabinet caved in. Wu Mingfeng let out a painful cry and quickly got up, standing against the wall, looking at Su Yun with a mix of fear and vigilance. Chapter 105, Chanel Haute Couture. After washing up, Su Yun received a call from Wu Zhiping. Su Yun, you kid, waiting for the rabbit, inviting the guest into the urn. He, not bad, but your strength seems a bit strange. I saw you were in a stalemate with him earlier. How did you suddenly kick him down like that, unable to take care of yourself? Wu Zhiping asked tentatively. Maybe I have innate divine power. Su Yun laughed, trying to gloss over it. He knew Wu Zhiping must have seen that his strength was much higher than Wu Mingfeng's, but he just hadn't called him out on it. In fact, Wu Zhiping was very surprised after watching the video. Su Yun dealt with someone at the initial Earth level with such ease, like an adult playing with a child. He was astonished because, just a couple of days ago, he had seen Su Yun's strength, and it clearly wasn't that impressive. How could there be such a sudden improvement? Could there really be a once-in-a-million genius in this world? Seeing that Su Yun didn't disclose anything, he didn't press further. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Su Yun chatted for a bit, gathering some information. Later, Wu Zhiping informed him that his documents would be delivered to him by a member of the Long Group based in Jiangqing. Chapter 106, Cartier Jewelry. Su Yun had no reason to lie to her. Moreover, this information was about some top landmarks in Jiangqing, which were easy to verify. Plus, she was already aware that Su Yun had spent $2 million last time. It was unlikely anyone would spend $2 million in your store just to deceive you. Given that, it was clear that Su Yun was definitely qualified. If he didn't meet the criteria, then very few people in Long Country would. Mr. Su, are you sure you want to order 2 evening gowns? The manager asked respectfully. Su Yun nodded. When do you need the evening gowns? I need them in the next few days. Well, Mr. Su, every piece of haute couture clothing is handmade, requiring thousands of hours of meticulous crafting. If you need them soon, I recommend you purchase a ready-made haute couture dress that fits this beautiful lady beside you. Su Yun was taken aback and smiled awkwardly. He usually didn't pay attention to these high-end women's brands and didn't know the ins and outs. He didn't expect to find himself in such an embarrassing situation today. Indeed, if something is expensive, there must be a reason for it. If a dress could be made in a few days and earn millions, that would be unbelievable. Chapter 107. Have you heard my story? The manager arrived, a refined man in a white suit. Hello, sir. I'm the store manager, Su Tiancheng. I heard you want to buy the most precious jewelry in our store. I'm very happy to serve you. The manager smiled professionally. Yes, I want to buy the best set of jewelry for this beautiful lady beside me. Please take us to see it, Su Yun said, glancing at Lin Jiyue. Upon hearing this, the manager felt a bit embarrassed. He decided to speak up to verify Su Yun's capital. To see the most valuable jewelry in the store, one must have a certain amount of funds. Otherwise, it's impossible to view it. But if he spoke carelessly and this person actually had substantial capital, he was afraid of offending Su Yun. Typically, those who came to buy expensive jewelry were familiar regulars. This was the first time he met someone like Su Yun who came in for the most valuable jewelry on their first visit. Moreover, Su Yun was too young. Excessively so. Generally, someone this young was usually a rich second generation. Seeing the beautiful Lin Jiyue beside Su Yun, he speculated that Su Yun was here to show off to impress a girl, further casting doubt on the young man's strength. He spoke up. It's like this, sir. Our store has regulations. To view the most valuable batch of jewelry, you need to verify your funds. Only those who meet the threshold are qualified to see the jewelry. Chapter 108, Selecting Jewelry. The moment the manager saw the Julong black gold card, his smiling face froze, eyes wide, breath held. The nearby salesperson and the onlooking couple were puzzled. Isn't that just a bank card? Is it really that serious? It took the manager 2 seconds to react. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Mr. Su, is this the legendary Julong black gold card that requires at least 100 billion in deposits to obtain? If you need to deposit 100 billion to obtain it, then it should be correct, Su Yun smiled calmly and replied. As soon as the words fell, it was like thunder striking. The 3 who had just been confused immediately opened their eyes wide, staring at the black gold card. They all doubted whether they had misheard. A car that required 100 billion in deposits to obtain. Don't say 100 billion in deposits. Even if there are 10 billion, not many people have it. If what the manager said is true, then Soo-Yun in front of him must be at least a billionaire. He should definitely be on the list of the richest people in Longwa. How come I've never heard of his name before? With a net worth of several billion. He must be the richest man in Longwa. Yet I can't believe it looking at this man in front of me. They couldn't believe it, their mouths gaping wide, even afraid to breathe loudly. Chapter 109. 200 million jewelry. Soo-Yun looked at Lin Ju, this unblinking gaze, and smiled. You're right, it has its owner now. Wrap it up. Seeing that Soo-Yun didn't ask for the price and directly asked him to wrap it up, the manager sighed inwardly, as expected of a billionaire, buying such expensive things without batting an eye. However, he still planned to mention the price, in case Soo-Yun thought it was too expensive and felt offended. That would be too unworthy. Mr. Soo, this necklace is crafted by a master. It is the pinnacle work of that outstanding Cartier master. And this necklace itself is quite valuable. So the price might be a bit high. It totals 200 million. The manager smiled and carefully explained. No problem. Soo-Yun replied nonchalantly. 200 million didn't even make a splash in his eyes. After the manager quoted the price, he kept secretly observing Soo-Yun's expression. He noticed that Soo-Yun's face showed no change at all, as if the 200 million he just quoted was just 2 pieces of money to him. As expected, a big boss is a big boss. He increasingly admired Soo-Yun in his heart. He personally packed the jewelry piece by piece, complete with a high-end custom box from Cartier. Chapter 110. Going to the small woods? Lin Jue gently pushed Soo-Yun, realizing that he didn't move. Let go of me. What do you want to do? Are you trying to act like a rogue in broad daylight? It's not broad daylight now, Soo-Yun teased. The sky was gradually getting dark, and Soo-Yun glanced at the time. It was already past 7 p.m. He released her delicate body. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Where are you going? This isn't the way to your hotel, Lin Jue asked suspiciously. She had walked the route from Nanhua Building to Jiangcheng International Hotel a few times, the first being when she accompanied Soo-Yun. She was very familiar with the shops on both sides of the street, and they looked completely different in her memory. Of course, it's not the way to the hotel. I'm taking you to the suburbs. What are we going to do in the suburbs? Isn't that too far? Lin Jue continued to ask. I'm taking you to the small woods, Soo-Yun said with a mischievous smile. Lin Jue was momentarily stunned before reacting. What? Do you like this kind of thing? Her words carried a hint of apprehension. Soo-Yun noticed her unease. What's wrong? Are you scared? Who has scared? Lin Jue replied defiantly, thinking, could it be that her first time would be outside? Chapter 111. Teasing Lin Jue looked at Soo-Yun, who was staring at her. What are you looking at? Looking at a beauty. Soo-Yun continued to gaze without blinking. Oh, Lin Jue was obviously pleased by what Soo-Yun said. The business here was booming, and indeed hard to wait for. After nearly half an hour, the barbecue finally arrived. Soo-Yun quickly started eating. The skewers were golden and shiny, with a slightly spicy yet fragrant taste, not greasy or gamey. The meat was tender and delicious, just like the familiar taste. How do you find the taste? If you don't like it, we can go to another place. I think it tastes great. I didn't expect there to be such a delicious barbecue place around the company. No wonder there are so many people here, Lin Jue said, her mouth still spicy from the chili. You have chili on your mouth, Soo-Yun chuckled. Lin Jue hurriedly took out her small mirror to wipe it off. Don't laugh. The two continued eating for a while. Bro, can we share a table? A man's voice came from behind. Soo-Yun turned to look. It was a tall guy about 1.8 meters, with a somewhat burly build, dyed yellow hair, and a dragon tattoo on his arm. His gaze kept drifting toward Lin Jue. Chapter 112. Finding a dark place, all right, get lost, don't be an eyesore here. Soo-Yun said impatiently. Shut up. The yellow-haired man stopped his leering gaze and turned to glare at Soo-Yun. His subordinates knew from his gloomy expression that their boss wouldn't let Soo-Yun go. Time seemed to stand still for 2 seconds. Before the yellow-haired man could speak, one of his lackeys stood up first. You little brat, are you looking for death? Big brother, let me handle him for you. The yellow-haired man raised his hand to interrupt his lackey. I'll do it myself. His eyes were filled with rage, as if he wanted to eat Soo-Yun alive. He was increasingly convinced that Soo-Yun must be out of his mind. Otherwise, a normal person wouldn't be this bold in front of so many people. But he didn't care whether Soo-Yun was mentally unstable. He wanted to send him to the hospital. He stood up and raised his palm, ready to slap Soo-Yun's face. Wait, Soo-Yun interrupted. What, are you scared? Want to beg for mercy? It's too late now. No, there are too many people here. Can we change to a quieter place? The noise here is a bit too much, plus this group of ruffians is drawing attention, he said, as many people started looking at them since the yellow-haired man sat at Su Yun's table. Chapter 113. Brother Ran arrives. The yellow-haired man looked at Su Yun, standing still. His eyes were fixed on Su Yun, wishing he could drink his blood and eat his flesh. Su Yun naturally noticed his gaze. You really are brave. Don't you understand the situation now? Still begging for mercy while daring to look at me like that. You should know that I can do whatever I want to right now. Su Yun stepped on his chest, not using too much force for fear of accidentally killing him. He applied a little pressure, causing the yellow-haired man to scream. Ah, he cried out. Hey, don't be so pathetic. It makes me look like the villain, Su Yun said as he released his foot from the man's chest. He continued to glare at Su Yun with malice. Just wait until my big brother arrives. I'll make you pay back every injury I've suffered. All right, I'll look forward to it. Su Yun didn't move against him anymore. Everyone waited quietly. Su Yun, feeling bored, pulled Lin Jiyue to sit on a chair nearby and scrolled through his phone. How was it? Were you scared by my earlier action? Su Yun asked Lin Jiyue. No, I've seen you fight before. That scene was even more terrifying. You had no problem then, so this is nothing for you. Chapter 114. Like a ghost, Wang Ran looked around at the subordinates lying on the ground. He could deeply understand this tragic situation. He himself had once been knocked down to the ground with a single punch, and he wasn't in a much better position than they were. At this moment, he was even more anxious, hoping that the trouble that Huang Mao had caused wasn't too serious. Otherwise, he could only protect himself. He raised his head to look at Su Yun and said, Brother Su, I don't know what my subordinate, that blind Huang Mao, did to offend you. Let me help you vent your anger. Su Yun casually glanced at him and replied, That kid wanted to slap me twice and even had thoughts about my woman. What do you think I should do? Naturally, Huang Mao had seen everything that had just happened, and he was filled with fear. What on earth was Su Yun's identity to make the big brother act like this? At the same time, he realized that all his injuries were in vain, and Su Yun might not let him go, looking utterly despondent. Brother Su, that kid deserves to be punished. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Saying this, he quickly walked up to Huang Mao and grabbed him. He then slapped him hard 5 times. Huang Mao was in despair. He had just been beaten, and instead of his big brother avenging him, he was the one being slapped. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 115. Qi of the Great, didn't you want to cripple me? When we get home, I'll give you that opportunity, Su Yun said with a smile. Who wants to cripple you? I just knew you weren't in danger. That's why I said it. Are you really that petty? Lin Jiyue recalled what she had said at the barbecue stall. At Villa No. 1, Yinshui Bay, Lin Jiyue was naturally very familiar with this place, having lived here for 2 days before. Without saying much, she headed straight to the room she had previously stayed in. After having a barbecue today, she was covered in the strong smell of barbecue grease, so Su Yun naturally went to wash up and change into a clean outfit. While he was scrolling through his phone in the living room, Lin Jiyue finished her shower and came out wearing a clean set of pajamas. As expected of a pure natural beauty, there was hardly any difference between her with and without makeup, and she hadn't even sat down yet. Su Yun immediately stood up and pulled her into his arms. Lin Jiyue leaned against Su Yun, her pajamas thin. Even through the fabric, he could clearly feel her softness. The buttons on her pajamas were undone, revealing pink lace and a large expanse of snowy white. Looking at her lips, still glistening with droplets of water, he casually bit down on them. The two began to kiss, slowly savoring this wonderful taste. Chapter 116. Lamborghini Veneno. The next day, after having breakfast, Su Yun set off according to the address provided by Chun Tianliang. This time, the address was different from last time. It was a Lamborghini dealership. It seemed that Chun Tianliang was indeed quite capable. Judging by this trend, it appeared that there was a 4S shop for every brand in Jiangxing. In fact, the LaFerrari he drove was also purchased from Chun Tianliang's Ferrari dealership, as he had learned when buying the Rolls-Royce last time. He had found out about this when a manager reported the performance statistics recently. Today, the agreed time with Chun Tianliang was still the same as that day, which was 11 a.m. After parking at the Lamborghini dealership, he walked inside. He noticed that there were a lot of people in the dealership today, and not even anyone to receive him. No way. Is the business here really that good? Do you have to queue to buy a Lamborghini now? When did this world become so crazy? Su Yun saw a crowd gathered in the spacious showroom, discussing animatedly. He walked into the crowd and found a silver sports car shining under the bright spotlight. Many people were taking videos with their phones. Chapter 117. New investment. She knew that the boss would come to the company today. Last night, as soon as the Lamborghini arrived. The manager notified the group that a Lamborghini Veneno would be showcased today. The manager also mentioned that it was reserved for a distinguished guest who would come to finalize the transaction today. Furthermore, he told them that the boss would also be present. Upon hearing this news, everyone was filled with excitement, wanted to make a good impression in front of the boss and the distinguished guest. They knew that their boss rarely came, and they understood that the reason he was coming this time was most likely for that customer. After all, someone who could buy a car was definitely a big shot. At this moment, she couldn't believe what she was seeing and hearing. A young, handsome guy actually claimed to have an appointment with their boss. This guy looked even younger than her. Could he be that super big shot? A beautiful saleswoman approached, smiling, and asked, "Sir, are you sure you have an appointment with our general manager, Chin?" That's right. Hearing this, the saleswoman was already about 80 convinced because their boss was very low-key, and many ordinary customers had no idea who he was. The fact that Su Yun could name their boss proved he was not an ordinary person, and she heard Su Yun say to take him to the manager's office. Chapter 118. Investment in car dealership. Chen Tianliang was shocked. Su Yun hadn't even asked about the price or project details and had directly agreed. This was not typical behavior for an investor. "Mr. Su, this project requires an investment of 3 billion. You might want to consider it." He didn't ask about the price, but he thought it was necessary to explain to Su Yun, just in case there was any misunderstanding. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. "Only 3 billion? Is that enough? How about I just invest 10 billion? Chen Tianliang was once again stunned in his decades of experience. This was the first time he had met someone as unique as Su Yun, not asking about the price or details and just directly investing. Previous investors he had encountered were all meticulous, afraid of spending even a penny more. It was hard to get a single dime from those investors. And here was Su Yun, finding the amount of 3 billion too little and wanting to increase it to 10 billion. He could guarantee that there was only one investor like Su Yun in the world. "Mr. Su, let's both take a step back. I really can't handle 10 billion. If we go too big, it might lead to losses for you. How about 5 billion? Chapter 119. System task. Soon, the contract was revised, and both parties signed the agreement. Su Yun calmly sipped his tea. Chen Tianliang was also drinking tea, but clearly not as calm as Su Yun. He was waiting for the money to arrive. After all, this was a 5 billion contract, and anyone in his position wouldn't be so calm. A few minutes later, the money arrived. Chen Tianliang's expression relaxed, and a smile spread across his face. The two continued to chat for a while. Later, Chen Tianliang and the manager personally escorted Su Yun out. As people outside saw Su Yun and the others coming out, they all gathered around. However, no one rushed to speak. Some took out their phones to take pictures. Chen Tianliang gave a look to the assistant beside him, and it was clear he was a very low-key person. The assistant immediately stepped forward. "Sorry, everyone. Please do not take photos. You can go and look at the cars." The manager also stepped up to speak, urging everyone not to take photos. It is obvious that there are still some people here who know the manager. So everyone put down their phones. In fact, they were mainly taking pictures to show off, posting on social media, to say, "Look, I met a person worth hundreds of billions today. Have you seen someone like this?" The crowd followed him outside. At dawn, he got into a Rolls-Royce with his assistant, clearly not as fond of sports cars as the younger generation. Chapter 120. Investigating a workshop, Su Yun noticed Qin Wanyan lost in thought and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to thank you. You helped me last time, and now I have to trouble you again." Qin Wanyan's mood had improved, feeling an inexplicable trust in Su Yun, believing there was nothing he couldn't handle, and that the truth would definitely come to light with him around. That must be the legendary woman's secret weapon, intuition. Qin Wanyan had just been daydreaming, her face slightly flushed. Moreover, having cried from feeling wronged earlier, she now appeared somewhat pitiable. Su Yun sat beside her and whispered in her ear, "So how do you plan to thank me?" A rush of warmth entered Qin Wanyan's body through her ear, and her already red face turned even more crimson. The intense fluctuations in front of her indicated she was not calm at this moment. Su Yun pulled her into his arms, savoring her fragrance, and his hands began to move. It must be said that among the women he knew, Qin Wanyan had the best figure. She actually had feelings for Su Yun. Young, handsome, wealthy, and competent, he also gave her a strong sense of security. She didn't mind his actions, just thought it was a bit too fast, and coyly said, "What are you doing?" Chapter 121. Solutions. Hearing Su Yun's words, Wu Qi was shocked and quickly spoke, looking at the workers with an ugly expression, seemingly angry. "Mr. Su, Food can be eaten carelessly, but words cannot be spoken recklessly. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of slander. My workshop strictly follows production standards and contractual agreements, never producing counterfeit or substandard products. Ha, Mr. Wu, calm down. It was a slip of the tongue, just a slip of the tongue. Su Yun smiled apologetically. Hearing Wu Qi's words, the workers' expressions returned to normal. Su Yun immediately understood that this group of workers must know something. It goes without saying that they definitely knew. Otherwise, where would those defective products come from? Were they just falling from the sky? Whether good or bad, they were surely produced by people. Su Yun asked again. We found a batch of defective products during our delivery this time. I wonder if you've seen them anywhere? Su Yun knew this was definitely a pointless question and wouldn't yield any results, but he still asked, at least to go through the motions. This president is joking. How can we possibly produce defective products on purpose? Each of us hopes the things we produce get better and better. Chapter 122. Jiangxing Dragon Group based the next day. Early in the morning, Su Yun drove his Lamborghini Veneno to the Jiangxing Dragon Group base. The Lamborghini had been delivered the previous afternoon, and since Su Yun was out and not home, it was received by the butler. Following the address provided by the liaison, Su Yun arrived at the outskirts of Jiangxing. He didn't expect the base to be at the foot of a mountain, but it was indeed a nice place, lush with trees and sparsely populated. When Su Yun reached the entrance, he found someone guarding it, and a sign nearby read restricted area for forest protection. Unauthorized personnel keep out. Su Yun could tell at a glance that it was a pretext likely to prevent people who took a wrong turn from entering. The guard was a soldier in uniform. Seeing a super luxurious sports car approaching, he thought it was just another person who had taken a wrong turn, probably a rich second-generation kid here to play. Su Yun stopped in front of the barrier. Hello, sir, this is a restricted area for forest protection. You cannot enter, the guard said seriously. Su Yun said nothing and directly took out his credentials from his pocket and handed them to him. The guard became very alert, tense, thinking Su Yun might be planning some kind of attack. Chapter 123. Teasing Qin Wanyan, he kept increasing his strength, but to his surprise, Su Yun was able to keep up effortlessly. By now, he had already used 50 of his strength. As the leader of the Jiangxing Dragon Group, one must have certain strength. He himself had mid-level late-stage strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this position. A peak early-stage strength would only require him to use less than 20 of his power. But now, using 50 strength and still not seeing any change on Su Yun's face left him quite shocked. Was this newcomer really that abnormal? Seeing Huang Hu's expression, Su Yun felt that the effect had already been achieved. If he continued, it would become too abnormal and attract too much attention. When Huang Hu increased his strength again, Su Yun pretended to be in pain, saying, Captain Huang, if you keep going, my hand is going to be ruined. Huang Hu patted his shoulder with satisfaction. You could have some strength. Clearly very pleased with him. Su Yun smiled awkwardly, where I'm still far from it, nowhere near your level, Captain Huang. Huang Hu laughed heartily. If you can match me, that captain position would be yours. Why would it still be mine? Hee hee. Su Yun smiled but didn't say anything, shifting his gaze to the system panel. Chapter 124. Inside the police station, they kept intertwining their words. When Su Yun again climbed that massive peak, a familiar feeling came back. Su Yun's hands were not idle, moving to unbutton his shirt. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his lips. Qin Wanyan bit down on his lip. Su Yun quickly released her, stopping his hand movements. Taking the opportunity, Qin Wanyan slipped away, her face flushed. Oomph. Let us see if you dare to trick me again. And with that, she dashed out. Su Yun touched his lips, thinking this silly girl. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Qin Wanyan came over early. Carrying a bad reputation is uncomfortable for anyone. She wanted to clear her name as soon as possible. Su Yun, however, was not anxious at all. He trusted the capabilities of the investigation team. Besides, even if they were not up to the task, he was there. After having lunch together, they waited until 1 p.m. when Su Yun finally received a call from the investigation team. Team Su, we've investigated the matter thoroughly. Please come to the city police station. We are waiting for you here, including the suspects. Okay, I'll be right there. What is going on? Is there a result? Qin Wanyan asked curiously. Chapter 125. The matter is resolved after Su Yun reported this matter to the investigation team yesterday. Huang Xiaoya immediately contacted the action team. In the afternoon, a similar scene unfolded at their respective companies. Wu Qi saw that Su Yun and the others found no evidence in the company. The situation was such that he had not come to the company either. thinking that the two had no way to proceed and were completely helpless. While leisurely sipping tea in the office, he heard his secretary say that the police and Market Supervision Bureau personnel had arrived. He immediately panicked and forced a calm demeanor to invite them in. The police then showed him a video from a USB drive, which clearly depicted them transporting the mass-produced clothing. The surveillance footage was complete, even showing the entire route to the destination. Subsequently, the police stated that he was involved in defaming the family of a public official and endangering national public safety, and directly took him back to the police station. As for the workers under him, upon seeing more than 30 police officers arrive, they were all terrified. A casual questioning led them to reveal everything. In the end, 3 CEOs were taken away, with a few participating workers from each company retained as witnesses. This was the scene of the day. After some pleasantries, Director Yang spoke up, saying that everyone was present, and since the situation had been explained earlier, they could ask any questions they had. Chapter 126. Livestream and donations. Qin Wanyan placed her index and middle fingers on Su Yun's lips, silencing him. She then stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed Su Yun, like a dragonfly touching water, before pulling away. She broke free from Su Yun's grasp and said, "Now that our companies have just issued an apology statement, I have a lot of other matters to handle. Orders, press conferences, public relations, etc. Cannot wait for me to deal with them. So let us talk later." With that, she ran out the door. Su Yun could only smile helplessly. He understood Qin Wanyan. The truth of the matter had just been uncovered, and there were certainly many issues to resolve. These days had been busy uncovering the truth, and it was likely that the company had piled a lot of work on her. Far away in a magic city, Wang Tung received a phone call in his study. After hanging up, he angrily smashed his phone, shattering it into pieces. He shouted in fury, Su Yun, it's you again. Why do you always have to go against me?" This time, the crisis at Qin Wanyan's company was again orchestrated by him. Previously, he had sabotaged Qin Wanyan's production line machinery, spread rumors, and caused workers to threaten resignation. In the end, it was Su Yun who intervened and dealt with it, leaving him seething with anger. Chapter 127. Tiger Cannon Fist. No, I'm in a great mood. What do you want from me? Hurry up and go watch the dance. Isn't that more exciting? Lin Yuding said, somewhat sulkily. Su Yun smiled awkwardly, realizing that the girl was jealous. "I was just appreciating it purely for work purposes." He explained, "Before I met you, I was still watching it to accumulate followers for future promotion of the company." "Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" After hearing this, Lin Yuding's mood shifted. "Don't forget we're going to the art exhibition together tomorrow," she reminded. "Don't worry. I remember very clearly. I'll pick you up tomorrow." The two chatted for a bit longer before hanging up. After a while, Su Yun was lying on the sofa when he heard a ding in his mind. "Task completed. Would you like to claim your reward?" Su Yun sat up. He had been looking forward to this reward for a long time. The 100 enhancement points didn't matter much to him, but he was very eager for that martial arts manual. On one hand, he wanted to see if the legendary martial arts secrets were truly as powerful as rumored. On the other hand, he hoped the manual could enhance his own strength, providing him with more assurance when facing powerful opponents. Chapter 128. Art exhibition. As soon as Su Yun parked his car downstairs, Lin Yuding happened to come down from upstairs. A crowd of onlookers started to gather. But before they could approach Su Yun's vehicle, they saw Lin Yuding looking down from the building, seemingly waiting for something. The crowd thought, could the owner of this sports car be Su Yun again? What a coincidence that Lin's campus flower is coming down just now. They were aware of the recent incident where it was rumored that Lin was two-timing, but later found out that the car owner was Su Yun, leading those who spread rumors to apologize publicly. Seeing Lin Yuding again, they speculated that the owner of the car must be Su Yun. Sure enough, a moment later, their thoughts were confirmed when Su Yun rolled down the window and waved at Lin Yuding. Lin Yuding smiled brightly and quickly ran over. She had also been paying attention to this car. As soon as she came downstairs, she saw the car parked at the entrance, surrounded by a group of people. Although she had guessed it might be Su Yun's new car, just like the last Rolls-Royce he bought, she didn't approach rashly. She was a bit worried that if she greeted the owner and found out it wasn't Su Yun, it would be embarrassing if others thought she was hitting on someone. Chapter 129. Rising star Su Yun then accompanied her to continue browsing. It must be said that wherever Su Yun and Lin Yuding went, this handsome man and beautiful woman became the focus of attention. While they were visiting the paintings, many people glanced their way, and they even encountered two people attempting to flirt and ask for their phone numbers. Of course, they both declined these requests. After spending quite some time in the Eastern art section and looking around, they moved to the Western art section. Though Suyin knew nothing about art and was a layman, he could still tell that Western paintings focused more on color and light. After wandering around a bit more, Suyin accompanied Lin Yuding to a painting of sunflowers. Lin Yuding lingered in front of the painting for 2 minutes, clearly enamored with it. She took out her phone and asked Suyin to take a picture of her with the golden sunflowers. This area was very crowded, clearly indicating that many people favored the paintings there. After finishing the photo with the sunflowers, Lin Yuding took out her phone again and started taking pictures of the sunflower from different angles. At that moment, a man walked over, dressed in a white shirt, with slightly long hair, fair skin, a high nose, standing at about 185 meters tall, around 27 or 28 years old, and somewhat handsome. Chapter 130. Police of the Pacific Ocean. He Xingguang noticed that Lin Yuding really liked that painting and decided to give it to her to create a connection between them. That's when he asked the question. The onlookers nearby were all wide-eyed, staring at Lin Yuding with envy. The person who had previously explained He Xingguang's background spoke up again. He whispered to the person next to him, "To give away such a painting, that's really generous. You have to know that a painting by He Xingguang outside is at least worth hundreds of thousands. It's obvious that this painting is one of his better works, and if sold, it would easily fetch over $1 million." The crowd gasped again, giving away something worth millions just like that. How impressive. A few decent-looking girls looked at the painting and then at He Xingguang, raising their eyebrows and posing, trying to catch his attention. If He Xingguang also gave a painting to one of them, wouldn't that mean they hit the jackpot? But their flirtations didn't attract even a glance from He Xingguang. Now, everyone there knew the value of the painting, and after hearing about He Xingguang's background, they understood that he was a rising star. Chapter 131. Wensi. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, the few people who had been flattering He Xingguang froze. They opened their mouths to say something, but didn't. He Xingguang's face darkened at this. Just then, someone with a thicker skin jumped in. "Young man, you're mistaken. Although we don't know you, we can't let a simple girl be deceived by you. We're just trying to tell her some truths that she'll understand in the future to help her avoid some detours." Yes. We can't let a young girl be fooled by you." Several people immediately echoed. Seeing that someone supported him, he became even more emboldened. "Do you expect this girl to suffer alongside you in the future? If she doesn't seize this good opportunity now, she might not find such a good chance later." Hearing Su Yin being mocked by these people, Lin Yuding couldn't hold back. "What is it to you how my boyfriend and I are? Besides, he is 1,000,000 times better than you think." Upon hearing Lin Yuding's words, the crowd was immediately displeased. "What do you mean he is 1,000,000 times better? Girl, have you been fed some kind of enchanting potion?" Chapter 132. Show your skills? Tang Wensi smiled upon hearing these people and waved his hand, signaling the mockers to stop. "Young man, I see you look down on my disciple as painting so much. You must have impressive skills yourself, right? Can we see your superior painting skills?" "Yeah. Young man, let us see." "Right, you talk so big. Let us broaden our horizons." As soon as Tang Wensi finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in. Su Yun smiled with a raised corner of his mouth. "I do have those superior skills, but why should I show them to you? What isn't it for me?" Seeing that Su Yun could still smile, they thought he was just pretending to be calm. No one believed he could really have high-level painting skills because Su Yun was too young. By age alone, it was impossible. He Xingguang was called a supernova in the painting world and a genius of his generation, and he was already 28 years old, just barely reaching the level of a master. Su Yun looked to be in his 20s. If he were truly a painting genius, he would have made a name for himself in the country long ago. They had never heard of Su Yun, and it was obvious to them that he was just a stubborn dead duck. Chapter 133. Masterpiece of the painting world. The more than 20 people standing in the crowd settled down upon seeing Tang Wensi and He Xingguang arrive, as if they had found their anchor. One person quickly walked up to Tang Wensi. "Master Tang, what happened? Why did you all come over here?" he asked cautiously. Tang Wensi smiled. "Oh, nothing much. A young man over here claims that his painting skills are already on par with that of a master, and we all came to see." "Exactly. We want to see how he creates master-level artworks." Someone who followed along immediately echoed. "Oh, I wonder where this genius came from," he asked curiously. Obviously, he was unaware of Su Yun's disputes with them and thought Tang Wensi had genuinely found a genius for everyone to witness. Where else could he be? Far away in the sky, yet close at hand. After Tang Wensi finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Su Yun. The man who had come to inquire noticed that Tang Wensi's tone was somewhat off. If he were truly admiring a junior, it shouldn't be in this tone. He scrutinized Su Yun, and all he saw was one word, young. However, since Su Yun hadn't made a move, he couldn't evaluate Su Yun's talent yet. Just as he was about to say something. Chapter 134, A Bunch of Fickle Minds. Thus, they were even more astonished. A young man like Su Yun, who was so obscure that they had never heard of him, could produce such lifelike and marvelous paintings. They didn't expect such a painting genius to emerge in Jianshan. He Xinguang felt dejected. He knew he had lost, and in his strongest area at that. Moreover, the opponent was even younger than him. He felt very disheartened. Thinking back on his journey, where he was called the #1 genius in the painting world, only to be easily trampled underfoot by someone else. What he took pride in was worthless before him. Just as he felt lost, a large hand patted his shoulder. Tang Wenxi gently patted his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Silly boy, what's the big deal? There will always be geniuses that others look up to. Don't forget, you're also someone whom many look up to. Don't belittle yourself. You need to be more resilient." Hearing his teacher Tang Wenxi say this, a spark of determination reignited in his eyes. "Everyone, are you satisfied with this painting?" Su Yun's voice wasn't loud, but it quieted the discussions in the room. Chapter 135, Professional Evaluation from Master. This time, not only he Xinguang, but even the loudmouths had quieted down. Clearly, they knew they were being stubborn. In fact, most of the audience present were just simple onlookers. The title of master sounded impressive, but it was too far removed from them. Even if they stood on his side, would he still pay attention to them? What could he do for them? With so many people supporting him, even if he wanted to thank them, he couldn't manage it all. It was better to follow their hearts, starting from within, and make their choices. Hence, the current results were tallied. "Everyone, the results are out now, and you can see them. What should we do?" "I don't need to say it, right?" Su Yun said lightly. Over a dozen people exchanged glances. It was quite embarrassing for them to admit that they had looked down on others, and they were reluctant to acknowledge it. To be honest, just the audience's evaluation would lack professionalism. Since an art exhibition was being held here today, there must be many masters of the painting world present. Wouldn't it be better to let them evaluate? Chapter 136. Museum directors' comments. The expressions of the several masters varied. Some were shocked, some were surprised, some were skeptical, and some were hesitant. "Indeed, this painting was done by my boyfriend, and everyone present saw him create it stroke by stroke." Lin Yuding noticed the doubts from the masters and helped explain. At this moment, the crowd began to speak up. "Yes, we saw him create it stroke by stroke. From a blank sheet of paper to this complete painting in front of us, it was all his work. Moreover, he spent less than half an hour on this piece." Those who had chosen to stand with Su Yun earlier spoke up to explain for him. Hearing what the crowd said, the masters looked at the more than 100 spectators present and realized that no one was there to refute them, which made them understand that this matter must be true. They were once again shocked, immensely shocked. To create such a masterpiece in less than half an hour cannot simply be described as genius. It can only be termed as extraordinary. At such a young age, and with such superb painting skills, how did he achieve this? Even if he had been painting since he was in the womb, it wouldn't be that abnormal. They once again regarded Su Yun with their astonished eyes. Chapter 137. Buying the painting? A person with a powerful, mysterious family background and painting skills that surpass even the most exceptional geniuses. Without saying anything, he knew exactly how to choose. Conversely, if he offended such a big shot and became a target for revenge, his reputation might be ruined, and he wouldn't know how terrible it could get. He was the first to step forward and make an evaluation. Although his heart leaned towards pleasing Su Yun, the evaluations he made were the most genuine and objective. Su Yun's painting is worth it. The remaining masters looked at each other, and it was their turn to make a judgment. One master stood up and said, "I believe the painting on the right, both professionally and aesthetically, is indeed superior to the one on the left. I support the right side sunflower." One by one, the masters stood up, praising Su Yun's sunflower painting. Meanwhile, He Xinguang's sunflower painting went unnoticed, only briefly mentioned in comparison. The reason these masters made such a choice was that Su Yun's painting was indeed a masterpiece. If he could continue producing works of the same caliber in the future, he would become the #1 figure in the Dragon Kingdom's art scene, and gaining his good impression would be beneficial for them. Chapter 138. It's just an old car, how much? A master cautiously asked, thinking he had misheard. 200 million, Director Yang confirmed again. Hiss. Silence. Shocked. Petrification. Except for Su Yun and one other person with Director Yang, everyone else was frozen, as if they had been hit with a paralysis spell, dumbly standing in place. Several people could fit an egg in their mouths. This news was akin to a thunderclap. 200 million, an extremely exaggerated number. Let alone the ordinary people present. Even among these masters of the art world, very few had such worth. They had originally planned to buy that painting for study and research, hoping to see if their own skills could break through, purely in terms of the painting's value. Even just for appreciation, it was easily worth 20 million. That's why they wanted to buy it. But now, what had they heard? Someone had come in a 200 million car. Would they lack your few million? If it were said by a passerby, they definitely wouldn't believe it. But this was confirmed by director Yang himself, with such certainty that they couldn't help but believe it. What kind of family does a person who drives a 200 million luxury car come from? Thinking about the price they had just been debating intensely, they felt like clowns in front of him. Chapter 139. Watching movies in the cinema in the car. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have encountered this today. Lin Yuding pouted, adorably apologizing. Suyin glanced at her. Silly girl, what are you saying? Don't say such nonsense again. Oh. Lin Yuding stretched the sound, her face full of sweetness. Then, as if she remembered something, she curiously asked, why are you so good at painting? Even genius painters can't compare to you. Lin Yuding recalled that despite knowing him for so long, she had never seen him display such talent in this area. If it weren't for this exhibition, she might never have known how amazing he was at painting. Especially since those masters were all praising him and wanting to spend a fortune to buy that painting. What does this show? It shows that Su Yun's painting skills are definitely superior to those masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager for his work. She was very curious about how Su Yun could be so incredible. Moreover, not only was he good at painting, but he was also excellent at singing. Both times, he had stunned everyone, overwhelming the entire audience. Thinking about it, Lin Yuding became infatuated, feeling as if she was dreaming. Su Yun was so perfect, handsome, wealthy, talented, simply versatile. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't do. Chapter 140. Steinway piano. Su Yun was a straight man, but he wasn't foolish. He directly picked up Lin Yuding and held her in his arms. Lin Yuding was startled by his action. In Su Yun's embrace, shyly, she whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Can't you see? Su Yun smiled at her. Lin Yuding became even more bashful and didn't speak. Su Yun leaned in and kissed Lin Yuding's cherry lips. Their lips intertwined, tasting the sweetness from Lin Yuding. Su Yun looked at her nervous expression and gently laughed, lightly brushing her small nose. Got it, silly girl. Su Yun then set her down, letting her sit back on the chair. Sitting in the chair, Lin Yuding gradually calmed her racing heart. Her face still bore a lingering flush, and her eyes occasionally glanced over at Su Yun. When Su Yun suddenly turned his head, their eyes met. Lin Yuding shyly lowered her head. What are you looking at? Su Yun asked domineeringly. And nothing. Her voice was still very soft. Su Yun directly wrapped his arm around Lin Yuding's slender waist. Chapter 141. Limited edition collectible piano in the piano store. When that person went out to check the car, Lin Yuding curiously started to look around. The surroundings were all white walls, and the floor was laid with precious brown wooden flooring, complementing the color of the Steinway piano. Most Steinway pianos are made from precious woods, with the majority being yellow-brown pianos, along with a few white and black pianos. The indoor lighting is predominantly white, with some warm yellow light. The light shining on the piano adds a sense of weight and quality to it. Various wall paintings are reasonably hung on the large white walls, depicting classic scenes from Steinway's history and information about the making of Steinway pianos. About 85 of Steinway pianos are made of wood, with the most crucial wood being used for the soundboard. The soundboard is the life and soul of the instrument. An expert holds Alaska spruce, the most expensive wood in pianos, which must be sourced from shady trees. It also discusses the growth locations of this spruce wood, how carefully it is cultivated, and its rarity, emphasizing the excellent quality of the current selection of materials and the seriousness of the manufacturing process. Chapter 142. Wedding in a Dream. Su Yun had a face full of question marks, thinking about what she was there for. I've been your fan for 10 years. The female staff joked. I've kept your song Sunny Day, and you look so cool playing the piano. You're even more handsome in person than in the videos. She gazed at Su Yun with infatuation. Su Yun felt asive. All right, stop it. She was so flattered that she could hardly take it. Su Yun took a photo with her, and she was overjoyed. It was clear she was a true fan. Sao? There are always people fawning over him wherever he goes. Lin Yuding teased from the side. Su Yun pulled Lin Yuding's slim waist. Why haven't I seen your admirers? She huffed. Humph. You're not worthy. After a while, after completing the transaction with Huang Ping and giving him the address to deliver the piano to the villa, Su Yun took Lin Yuding back to the villa. Lin Yuding couldn't fit in her dorm, so she had to move to her own villa first. As long as she wanted to practice, she could come over any time, right? Huang Ping's efficiency was quite fast. Half an hour after Su Yun arrived at the villa, the delivery from Huang Ping was already at the door. Chapter 143. A World for Two with Lin Yuding on this day. They secretly arranged to hold a wedding ceremony in a grassy field. The boy, dressed in a suit and holding bright roses, stood in the grass waiting. But he waited until sunset and still didn't see the girl arrive. Days later, he learned that the girl desperately tried to escape, was beaten by her father, and ultimately fell ill and passed away. The boy never got to see that dreamlike girl again. All of this turned into his imagination. He reflected on the beauty they once shared and the future they envisioned together, and he wrote this piano piece. Their essay note at the end saying that the background of this piano piece's creation is like this. May everyone find their beloved partner without twists and turns. Only joy. May lovers eventually become a couple. Below are a bunch of other people's comments. Tears in my eyes. I think of that person from the past. Unfortunately, I have already left him in time. That is a time I can never return to. Everyone must have someone like her in their hearts. Besides this comment, there are others. Who played this piano? Really, the skill is too deep, too amazing. Chapter 144. Tempting Lin Jiyue, Su Yun's teasing made her gasp. Lin Jiyue tightly hooked her arms around Su Yun's neck. After a while, she was stopped by Lin Jiyue. With a flirtatious look, she rolled her eyes at Su Yun. We have a charity meeting tomorrow. Don't go too far. I still need to check the materials that Mr. Emo gave me. If I run into someone and don't recognize them, won't that be awkward? After hearing this, Su Yun let her down. Lin Jiyue's body softened, almost falling back into Su Yun's arms. After stabilizing herself, she hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. A night passed without a word. The charity auction was held at the Qinglu Manor of the richest person in Jiangxing. It was scheduled for 6 p.m., essentially an auction gala. The Qinglu Manor is not in the main city, but in the suburbs, a 20-minute drive from the city center, still quite far from their villa. Su Yun planned to set off early. At 3 p.m., Lin Jiyue began to get ready. The moment Lin Jiyue appeared in her evening gown, Su Yun was mesmerized. She looked stunning today. The off-shoulder evening gown revealed Lin Jiyue's flawless shoulders. The dress wasn't particularly low-cut, but it was still accentuated by Lin Jiyue's ample curves. Chapter 145. Entering the manor, Su Yun awkwardly smiled. Do I really need an invitation? He didn't mention it to me. Upon hearing this, everyone except Su Yun and Lin Jiyue was stunned. A thought arose in everyone's mind. Is he trying to crash the party? It seemed impossible. No one believed Su Yun would be someone trying to freeload. Although Su Yun couldn't produce an invitation, no one underestimated him. Who would dare? Who had the right? If you didn't have a net worth of hundreds of billions, you wouldn't even dare to think about a 200 million luxury car. There must be another reason behind this. The lead welcoming staff respectfully said, "Young master, please wait a moment. I'll ask the person in charge." He clearly understood that a big shot like Su Yun was not someone he could offend, and since this was a charity auction, someone like Su Yun definitely had the qualifications to enter. He didn't want to make a decision without consulting higher-ups. No need, I'll ask Brother Mo. Su Yun said calmly. The welcoming staff was taken aback and asked, "Excuse me, young master, who is this Brother Mo you're referring to?" Su Yun glanced at him. "My surname is Su. Just call me Su Xiao." Young master sounds strange. Chapter 146. Getting acquainted, ignoring the gazes of others. He directly had Mo Fan take him to find his father. He was there to spend money, not to be treated like a monkey. Mo Fan brought him to a large living room where about 10 people were sitting on sofas around the room. Among them, 2 people were clearly coordinating the discussion for this event, and Mo Shan was one of them. The other person looked to be around the same age as Mo Shan, both appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. It was obvious he was the head of the Liu family, the other organizer of this charity event. Su Yun also recognized a few familiar faces. 2 were Yang Guohua and his companion from the Diamond Mine collaboration discussion at Mo Shan's house. Another was Yang Chaojia, from whom he had purchased the Pingyang building. Chun Tianliang, who had recently signed a cooperation contract with him, was also present. Even Shi Minghua, with whom he had a conflict at his hotel, was there. Indeed, it was a grand event in Jiangxing. I'm sure the wealthy individuals ranking at the top have all come. Seeing Mo Fan arrive with Su Yun, several wealthy individuals frowned. Although Mo Fan is the son of Mo Shan, and the Mo family ranks third in Jiangcheng, they're not much weaker than the Mo family. Chapter 147. The auction begins. Guests are gradually taking their seats. The tables have been thoughtfully set with various fruits, drinks, snacks, and pastries. The top 5 wealthy individuals are all at Su Yun's table. Others, seeing the people at this table, can tell without thinking how significant they are. As the time approached, Lu Binlong went up and delivered an opening speech. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this charity auction organized by the Lu and Mo families. All proceeds from this auction will be used for charitable purposes, and all income will be open and transparent, aiming to help the poor and weak. All right, I won't waste your time. The auction officially begins. With a burst of applause, the professional auctioneer took the stage and started the auction. The first auction item is a painting titled 100 Beauties by a great poet from the Southern Song Dynasty, estimated by market experts to be worth around 10 million. The starting price is 2 million, and the bidding begins. Everyone can freely compete. The first item up for auction is quite decent, seemingly to heat up the atmosphere. The relatively low starting bid is also intended to give those who cannot afford it a chance to join in, creating a lively scene. Chapter 148. Sujun beads Guao. Oh my god! The venue erupted in gasps of astonishment. This is definitely the best item in many years. 120 million. Someone at the front table suddenly shouted this price. Su Yun was just watching them call out the bids when Lin Jiyue suddenly shook her hand. For the last item, you bid yourself. You came to the auction, but haven't bid yet. Su Yun looked at her, smiled, and nodded in agreement. He picked up the paddle and lightly announced a price. 400 million. Hiss. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and saw Su Yun. Dumbfounded, they were speechless. Is this the man? With one move, he directly eliminated the competition, giving no one else a chance. 400 million. A full 400 million. They thought only a big shot like Su Yun could afford such a price. Indeed, he lived up to everyone's expectations. And it's no wonder so many big shots treated him so politely. The auctioneer took 2 seconds to react. 400 million. First call. Is there anyone else bidding? Even the top wealthy individuals sitting at the front were stunned. Chapter 149. The Waltz of Love. Lin Jiyue answered a few questions on stage before coming down. Almost everyone's gaze was on Su Yun, digesting the news they had just heard. Lu Binlong stepped onto the stage. This charity auction has been successfully completed. Thank you for your support. Now, please move to the dining area, where a ball will be held afterwards. Oh, the atmosphere finally eased up and began to liven up again. The service staff led the way, and after 2 minutes, they arrived at a flat, open lawn. Various colored lights, decorations, and flowers were all set up by dedicated stage personnel, creating a fantastic ambience. There were also 6 large long tables, covered with white tablecloths, arranged with various foods. Both Eastern and Western cuisines were prepared, with meat and vegetarian options. Bread, steak, lamb chops, and a large table of drinks were available for everyone to help themselves. The entire auction lasted over an hour. It was almost 8 p.m. Many people had come from various places and were indeed hungry. Su Yun brought Lin Jiyue along and casually ate some food. He wasn't too particular. Although it was a buffet, the chef's skills were commendable. Chapter 150. Winning over Lin Jiyue as music began to play. Su Yun placed one hand on her shoulder and the other around her hand, and they started to dance. Perhaps due to not having practiced in a while. Lin Jiyue's steps seemed a bit rusty. I'm sorry, I haven't practiced in a long time, she said apologetically. Su Yun leaned in closer to her ear. It's okay, just make it up to me tonight. He adjusted his breathing and said, follow my lead. With Su Yun's current master level, guiding her was a simple task. Soon, she fell into his rhythm, and everything began to improve. As Su Yun and Lin Jiyue danced, people nearby watched them closely. Some girls recognized Lin Jiyue's outfit and gasped, covering their mouths. Isn't that a 200 million Cartier jewel on Miss Lin? A few more girls came over to stare for a while. It really is. I saw that necklace in the Cartier store last time. But my father thought it was too expensive and bought me a cheaper one instead. I didn't expect young Master Su to give Miss Lin such an expensive jewel. Miss Lin is so lucky. This is a 200 million jewel. Young Master Su is so generous. Chapter 151. Lin Jiyue resting at home. Sunlight streamed in the morning, casting light on Su Yun's face, waking him from his slumber. He sat up and saw the room was a mess. Su Yun felt a bit sore in his arms. Looking down at Lin Jue, who was curled up on his chest like a little kitten, he tightened his embrace. Her hair was a bit messy, with some strands covering her face. Su Yun gently brushed the hair aside, revealing her beautiful face. She was still in a dream, smiling slightly at the corners of her mouth. Su Yun softly kissed her forehead. After a while, Lin Jue finally woke up, looking quite tired from the previous day. When she saw Su Yun looking at her, she sweetly leaned her head against his chest and hugged him tightly. Ouch! Lin Jue exclaimed in pain. She could still feel the soreness. What's wrong? Su Yun asked with concern. Lin Jue rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Why do you think? Don't you know? You're like a bull. You have no idea how to cherish a lady, you big bad guy. Chapter 152. Back to the company, their relationship continued to heat up. But of course, nothing happened. Su Yun had been accompanying Lin Jue when he received a phone call from his cousin Zhou Yunyun in the evening. Curious about why his cousin was calling him, he answered, Brother, I got accepted into Jiangxing University a few days ago. Congratulations. Your wish has come true. What? No sincerity at all. All right, what do you want? Come to Jiangxing, and I'll take you shopping. I'll buy everything for you. Zhou Yunyun on the other end of the line laughed happily. I'll remember that. Thank you, brother. Come and pick me up then. Sure, no problem. Su Yun hung up the phone and noticed Lin Jue was staring at him. What are you looking at? My cousin got accepted into Jiangxing University and will be coming to school in a few days. She wants me to pick her up. Oh, Lin Jue said, feeling relieved and smiling. Su Yun walked over and hugged her. The fragrant softness in his embrace made Su Yun's heart race again. He stood up again. Don't stop. It still hurts. Su Yun kissed her cheek and pinched her soft bottom. Who told you to be so petty? Do you dare do it again? I was wrong. I want to do it again. Chapter 153. Visiting Jiang Dunyin's company, as soon as they entered the office, Lin Jue's secretary came over. After greeting them, she started reporting on the company's situation over the past few days and handed Lin Jue a folder. The document summarized the company's recent activities, detailing which investors had come to the company and the preliminary evaluations of each company CEO. After reading it, Lin Jue began to summarize and reflect. Su Yun found it boring and was about to leave. Lin Jue said irritably, Isn't this your company? I've never seen a boss like you who neglects such a large company. Aren't you afraid I'll empty it out? Su Yun smiled casually. Aren't you here? With you as my capable assistant. What do I have to worry about? If you like this company, I can give it to you directly. Lin Jue was taken aback by this. Staring at him foolishly, she asked, Are you sure this is a several hundred billion company? Would you really part with it? What is there to part with? No matter how valuable the company is, it's not as important as you. Whether what Su Yun said was true or not. Lin Jue felt very pleased and sweet at that moment. Chapter 154. Acquiring Shaoyin Clothing Company. Su Yun looked at the name of Shaoyin Clothing Company from distance. Jiang Dunyin was quite good at naming. Using his own name. At the entrance, Jiang Dunyin was already waiting with a large group of people. Upon seeing Su Yun, he suppressed his inner fear and greeted him with a smile. President Su, welcome. The employees behind him also shouted, Welcome, President Su. Su Yun smiled back. Jiang Dunyin felt a chill in his heart and quickly said, Please come in. He had others go back to work and took Su Yun into his office, busily preparing tea for him. You don't need to be busy. I believe you know my purpose for coming, Su Yun said. Jiang Dunyin's hand froze while pouring tea. After finishing, he stopped and looked at Su Yun apologetically, saying sincerely, President Su, I was blind to not recognize your greatness and offended you. Please forgive me. Su Yun smiled. I remember you wanted someone to pull out 2 of my teeth. Jiang Dunyin's heart skipped a beat. Su Yun really knew about that matter. Chapter 155. Visiting Qin Wanyin's company again. As Su Yun walked in, most of the employees at Qin Wanyin's company clearly recognized him and warmly greeted him. President Su. When Qin Wanyin's company faced a production crisis, it was Su Yun who invested a large sum of money to help the company through the tough times, allowing them to keep their jobs. Moreover, Su Yun was young, handsome, and wealthy, naturally gaining many admirers. Su Yun walked through with smiles and nods, not expecting to have such popularity in this company. He walked into a small room next to Qin Wanyin's office and saw her secretary typing. Is President Qin in her office? The secretary shook her head. It's just President Qin working alone. Su Yun nodded. Then you can continue your work. I'll go on myself. Okay, the secretary replied. Since she was also present at the signing event for the company's listing and had heard about the defective product crisis that Qin Wanyin had mentioned was resolved by Su Yun, she thought that Su Yun and Qin Wanyin were already together, and there was no need for her to worry about their relationship. Chapter 156. Discussing the merger, what nonsense are you talking about? The huge peaks in front of her were rhythmically shaking, revealing Qin Wanyan's excited yet unsettled mood at that moment. Suyin looked at those shaking peaks. Truly a sight to behold, captivating and desirable. Suyun's eyes were fixed there, which Qin Wanyan noticed. She spat playfully, pervert, instead of hiding it. She adjusted her sitting position to make them appear even larger. It was truly infuriating yet tantalizing. Seeing Suyun's embarrassed expression, she smiled proudly. Then, seriously discussing the company merger with Qin Wanyan, Suyun certainly did not want her to suffer losses, nor did she want to take too much advantage. After some back and forth, Suyun ended up with 35 of the shares. Qin Wanyan called her secretary to prepare the share contract, and the secretary was slightly surprised. To her, since the company belonged to both of them, how they divided the shares was their business. After hearing their requests, she stepped out to prepare the contract. After a while, Suyun was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Chapter 157. Visiting Qin Wanyan's home, looking at the worried people below. Suyun smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. Our merger with Yame Company is a strong alliance. In the future, we will grow even larger and stronger. I believe you are all aware of the strength of Yunding Century. We will make significant investments in the company to position Yame Clothing as a leader in Jiangxing. Our goals are not limited to just Jiangxing. We will eventually go abroad, to the international stage, and to the world. As long as you all work diligently and earnestly, salaries will be significantly increased based on the original foundation." Suyun smiled again. "Of course, if you just want to slack off, then I'm sorry. I hope everyone will accompany Yame on its journey to growth." Applause erupted throughout the conference room. No one doubts what Suyun said. Everyone believes that what Suyun said is true. They have naturally heard about Suyun's achievements recently. As the richest person in Jiangxing, his disclosed assets already amount to over 100 billion. If he wants to support a company to achieve something, it is definitely not a problem. Chapter 158. Re-entering the Magic City, Suyun's gaze was fixed on the towering structure, a place that countless people dream of. The pajamas Qin Wanyan bought were already considered loose. However, they were too big for her, causing the buttons on her chest to be very tight. As Suyun reached for the button, Qin Wanyan dreamily used her hand to stop him. Suyun ignored it and gently moved her hand away, continuing to unbutton her shirt. After unbuttoning the first button, Suyun discovered that Qin Wanyan was actually wearing a belly band, since only one button was undone. The fabric bulged significantly, pushing the top up high as if it were going to pop out. Suyun couldn't wait to unbutton the remaining buttons. Looking at her exposed skin, which was as smooth as jade and white as snow, he finally saw the true appearance of the belly band. It turned out to be a white Pikachu belly band, which perfectly matched her image. The cheeks of Pikachu were raised high on either side, and at the back of this thin belly band, there was only a thin string tying it. There were several noticeably damp spots on the belly band, likely because Qin Wanyan did not dry off completely after a shower, leaving water droplets that soaked it. Chapter 159. A house full of people after more than an hour. They arrived at their destination, the Qin family manor, named directly after their surname. As soon as they got out of the car and walked to the entrance, the two security guards immediately came out to greet them. "Miss Qin, welcome home." Qin Wanyan smiled brightly. "Thank you for your hard work," and then led Suyun inside, leaving the astonished driver standing in place, unable to believe that the beautiful woman who had just arrived was actually from this manor. Qin Wanyan planned to take Suyun to meet her parents first. As soon as they entered the house, Suyun was stunned. There were a whole bunch of people inside. He looked around and saw at least a dozen people sitting in the room. The entire family was gathered. Not only was Suyun stunned, but Qin Wanyan was too. She had only sent a message in the family group chat saying she was back. How did everyone end up at her house? More than a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed on Suyun, making him feel uncomfortable, and he could only smile awkwardly. There was no way to address so many people directly. At that moment, a young, beautiful woman spoke up. "You little brat, so you finally know to come back, huh?" "Mom, didn't I just come back last year during the new year?" Chapter 160. Going to get something? Don't talk about people like that. At least they can hire a few actors to play a role. Suyun laughed. "What's this about?" This implied that he hired actors to deceive Lu Hongying. Being talked about by so many people, Lu Hongying was a bit confused. She started to doubt herself, wondering if Suyun and Qin Wanyan had really put on a show for her the last time they went to Jiangxing. But the crisis that occurred at Qin Wanyan's company was indeed real and had been resolved, which certainly was not fake. This indicated that Suyun still had strength. She stood up and said, "Let's not say too much. Even if it's not that great, it's not as bad as you say. There are still tens of billions. Auntie, don't be fooled by him. Even if he has tens of billions, what does it mean for our family? It doesn't matter at all. All right, no more talking. If you keep talking, I'll take Suyin out to eat, and you all can eat slowly." Qin Wanyan was furious. The few who had mocked finally stopped. However, their eyes held even more contempt for Suyin. Being talked about like this without retorting made them see him as someone without any ability, just a softy. Did Suyin need to prove anything to them at that moment? Not necessary. Chapter 161. Want to see the gifts? Suyin opened his suitcase, took out a change of clothes, showered, and put on a brand new outfit. His face was as handsome as a jade crown, and his eyes sparkled like bright stars. In an instant, his already good-looking face became even more striking. Suyin called for the manager and asked him to arrange for 2 people who were meticulous and skilled. To his surprise, the manager arranged for 2 stunning beauties. TSK, TSK, TSK. If this gets out, others will think I'm looking for concubines. He switched to a male assistant, 1 male and 1 female, which was also convenient for him to get things. He instructed them to move all the gifts to the Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce had more space, while his Lamborghini was not quite suitable for transporting goods. Those watching were curious as they saw the hotel staff carrying and lifting items onto the Rolls-Royce, wondering what those items would cause such a fuss. Of course, Suyin would not tell them what it was. He took out his car keys and quickly left under the envious, curious, and jealous gazes of the crowd. The Rolls-Royce followed closely behind his car. When they arrived at the Qin family manor, Qin Sheng and others, who were welcoming guests at the entrance, saw the stunning silver supercar from a distance. Chapter 162. Unboxing? Shoxi, since he has no doubts, let us take a look together, one person said proudly. All right. Let us see. Qin's mother still had some concerns. Families like theirs generally cared a lot about their reputation. Su Yuan returned the gift intended for Qin Wanyan's grandfather to his room and had the driver watch over it. Then, he handed over the remaining gift boxes to the 2 hotel staff to open. For others, this was similar to unboxing a mystery box. To protect the contents inside, they had wrapped it in a thick protective layer in a cardboard box, making it impossible to see what was inside. One box was picked up and slowly opened. First, the outer layer was torn away, and then the protective layer was removed, revealing the true gift wrapping. The logo of Romani Conti appeared. The people present were knowledgeable and naturally recognized this type of wine. Not bad, Romani Conti, but I wonder what vintage it is? When someone saw the vintage on the bottle, they exclaimed, 1945 Romani Conti. What is the big deal about that vintage? Chapter 163. Mu Shui, everyone was staring at Su Yun. Where could they find such a generous son-in-law? How great would it be if he were their own son-in-law? Annie, here are 2 sets of jewelry. One set is for you, and one set is for Wanyan. I hope you both like them. Qin's mother's eyes sparkled. She was thrilled. Originally, she was watching her husband receive red wine and a luxury watch. She was just a pile of cosmetics and initially felt a bit disappointed, but Su Yun's final grand gesture gave her a huge surprise. No one dislikes jewelry, and she was no exception. Now she felt her daughter's taste was really good. This son-in-law was handsome, wealthy, and generous. Just upon their first meeting, he gifted her 300 million. Even after spending so long in the Qin family and their Onyang family, she had never seen anyone so extravagant. She couldn't help but think of Wang Teng, whom most people in that family wanted their daughters to marry. She was actually quite satisfied with Wang Teng. But since her daughter Qin Wanyan didn't like him, she didn't urge her daughter. At this moment, she couldn't help but compare the 2. Although she had never fully seen the wealth and background behind Su Yun, she felt a tremor of excitement. Chapter 164. Koenigsegg, all right, as long as you all know. Qin Wanyan and Mu Shui were chatting about some childhood stories. After another hour, how many friends had Qin Wanyan arrived with? Su Yun briefly spoke to them. Beep, beep, beep. A series of horn sounds rang out. A black Koenigsegg slowly came to a stop. A man stepped out of the car, standing around one. 9 meters tall, with sharp and domineering eyes, dressed in a black Gucci suit, looking very tall and handsome. Su Yun was naturally attracted by the sound of the horns and looked at this man. Although she didn't know him, she sensed a strong hostility in his eyes. Seeing this person, the lackluster Qin Sheng and others seemed to have found their backbone and happily ran to him. Tungu, you're here. Tungu, you finally made it. Wang Teng smiled at them, saying he was delayed by something, otherwise he would have arrived earlier. Tungu, you got a new car again? Yeah. The previous one didn't drive well, so I switched to Koenigsegg. This car must be worth several tens of millions, right? It's all right, just 50 million, not expensive. Wang Tong said, trying to show off. Chapter 165. Gift giving at the banquet. Does this car really cost 200 million? Someone in the crowd whispered. Generally, boys have more say in such matters. They looked at Wang Tong's cold expression and already got their answer. If the car wasn't worth 200 million, Wang Tong's personality would definitely have led him to refute or even mock it, but he didn't. What kind of person drives a 200 million luxury car? He must be a big shot among big shots. Don't you see that Wang Tong is only driving a 50 million car? Su Yun driving such a car must be no worse than Wang Tong. Her previously calm heart began to tremble. Wang Yin, you really have good taste. Su Yun, you're really impressive. What do you do? Do you have any siblings? If so, introduce one. The few who had been somewhat dismissive of Su Yun immediately surrounded her, flattering and complimenting her. Meanwhile, Wang Tong was already furious, brushing off his sleeves and walking inside. He stood outside with Qin Wanyin for a while before they walked in together. The night banquet was about to begin soon. Today was her grandfather's 70th birthday. Su Yun had seen him yesterday during dinner. He was still very strong. Chapter 166. The mountain high, I am the peak. After Wang Tong finished giving gifts, he proudly stood in the center, enjoying the admiring gazes and amazed discussions from the onlookers. Seeing his proud demeanor, Su Yun couldn't help but recall a classic quote and almost laughed out loud. My son Wang Tong has the demeanor of an emperor. While everyone was still praising him, Wang Tong suddenly stepped aside, relinquishing the central position. He wanted to have Su Yun step up and compare with him to crush her momentum. Although Su Yun drove a 200 million luxury car, he didn't believe that Su Yun could give any valuable gifts. He had already bitten the bullet to gift a 100 million vase. He didn't think that a newcomer like Su Yun would bring anything super valuable, as even if she was with Qin Wanyin, they hadn't even started dating yet. What if they broke up in the future? However, he didn't expect that what he considered extremely valuable would be nothing in Su Yun's eyes. Wang Tong's sudden retreat caused everyone to lose their focus of discussion, and they all turned their attention to the person next to Qin Wanyin. Su Yun smiled confidently, thinking this was just a small scene, and slowly walked from where she was standing to the center with a calm demeanor. Chapter 167. More visitors impressive. That girl Wanyin really has a good eye for people. This gift is so generous. It completely overshadows Wang Tong's gift. This gift must be on a different level than Wang Tong's, right? He was just feeling proud, but now wow, if someone gave me this gift, I would immediately marry my daughter to him. Don't dream. There were those who were happy and those who were worried. This phrase perfectly described the current atmosphere. The most colorful face was that of Wang Tong. He had just been in that position, enjoying the spring breeze. And now that position was about to be taken by Su Yun. Moreover, the person being compared to Su Yun was not someone insignificant, but the one who had just presented gifts in front of her. Because the gifts from others were so far inferior to Su Yun's that no one even bothered to mention them. Although Wang Tong's gift was still a bit behind Su Yun's, it barely qualified in terms of level, especially since they were both giving gift for the same woman, Qin Wanyin. Now, however, he was completely overshadowed, repeatedly mentioned, and compared, making him look foolish. He had completely become a stepping stone for Su Yun. Wang Tong's expression turned completely cold. If it weren't for the large crowd, he would have cursed. Chapter 168. Shock. Su Yun walked over. Before Qin Shiheng could speak, Tang Ditsai spoke first. Brother Su, what are you doing here? Now, it was the turn of others to be shocked. They didn't expect that among the three who came over, someone knew Su Yun. Many people present knew that these three were the heads of three prominent families, and they were surprised to find that Su Yun knew them. Su Yun awkwardly smiled. I came to attend Grandpa Qin's birthday banquet. Upon hearing Su Yun's address, they seemed to understand. Zhang Yonghua asked, You and that girl Wanyin? Su Jun nodded. Yes. Fate. What a coincidence. I didn't expect this connection. Tang Ditsai and Zhang Yonghua both smiled. The elderly gentleman sitting in the chair was also quite surprised. You know each other? Tang Ditsai and the others nodded. Yes, we have had business dealings before. I didn't expect you to already know each other. Then I won't need to introduce you, the old gentleman said with relief. Old Tang, when did you have dealings with such a young person? I wasn't aware. The man with the surname Yang next to him looked completely confused. Just a hint, the hotel and the building. The man with the surname Yang thought for 2 seconds, his mouth opened in shock, and he pointed at Su Yun, saying, The one who bought your hotel and building at a high price is him. Chapter 169. discussing cooperation after getting to know each other. Su-yun met a few more people. Naturally, these individuals were very happy to engage in conversation. They were eager to build a good relationship with Su-yun, the mysterious wealthy heir. The banquet lasted for 2 hours before the guests began to disperse. By night, after most of the activities were over, Su-yun returned to Qin Wanyin's home. At that moment, only Qin Wanyin and her parents were at home, asking Su-yun some detailed questions and advising both of them on how to get along. In short, they hoped the two would get along well. After staying at home for a while, unexpectedly, her uncle and second uncle's family all arrived. The few of them looked a bit nervous, awkward, and fearful upon seeing Su-yun. Su-yun noticed that both families had come over, sitting on the sofa without any intention of standing up to greet them. He clearly remembered their attitude from yesterday and didn't intend to give them a good face. Her uncle spoke first, smiling humbly, saying, "Su-yun, it was a misunderstanding yesterday. It was our fault for not understanding the situation and making blind comments. We hope you won't take it to heart. We're all very happy if you and Wanyin can be together. It makes our Qin family happy to have such a good son-in-law like you." Chapter 170. Angel City the next day. After staying at home for a day, discussing some cooperation matters with Qin's father and mother, Su-yun received a warm welcome from everyone. Although he didn't give his uncle and second uncle's families a good face yesterday, what could they do? If they angered Su-yun and he retaliated, that would be even worse. Originally, Su-yun planned to return to Jiangcheng with Qin Wanyin at night, but plans changed. In the afternoon, he received a phone call. Wu Zhiping called to tell him there was a task for him to take on. He mentioned that it was a good opportunity for him. Someone from sect had gone to the border to train, but accidentally got injured and needed someone to escort them back. This could count as a routine task for the quarter and asked if Su-yun was interested. He also mentioned that many people were eager to take this task, but Wu Zhiping reserved it for him, showing him special care. Su-yun thought that he had nothing to do in Jiangcheng anyway. Moreover, this was equivalent to completing the next quarter's task in advance, so he agreed. As for Wu Zhiping's claim that it was a good opportunity, Su-yun didn't pay much attention and maintained a very ordinary mindset. Chapter 171. Airport encounter to the plane landed in Nanhua country. This country is the closest to Angel City, and many people usually take a boat from here to Angel City. Although the economy of this country isn't very developed, the airport can indeed be considered an international airport, likely due to its proximity to Angel City. Holding a black leather bag, as soon as Su-yun walked out of the airport, he could feel the malicious gazes from the surrounding crowd. Several people were eyeing his bag, eager to make a move. Su-yun smiled slightly. He didn't take these few rotten fish and shrimps to heart. If they dared to make a move against him, they would surely learn what it meant to enjoy themselves. These people had fierce looks in their eyes, clearly not kind-hearted. As the saying goes, one who associates with the dark becomes dark. This place, being the nearest port to Angel City, had many people secretly mining on the island, wanting to sell those precious minerals, and surely many were waiting to prey on others. Su-yun could easily imagine that many were lying in wait here for an opportunity. If they found a soft target to bully, robbing them of their belongings, what could that person do? Chapter 172. Arriving at Angel Island under their terrified gazes, Su-yun played with the black handgun he had snatched from the man, applying slight pressure on the barrel, bending it completely. The two screamed loudly. The curly-haired driver almost crashed the car. "Please spare us, spare us," they cried, their faces filled with regret and extreme fear, regretting why they had provoked Su-yun. Seeing that the red-haired man's pants were wet, Su-yun felt a wave of disgust. If they weren't nearing their destination, he would have kicked him out. After Su-yun casually displayed his skills, the two were filled with dread, not daring to have any other thoughts. The car sped smoothly, and in just a few minutes, they arrived at the port. As soon as Su-yun got out of the car, the two sped away as if fleeing from death. Just as Su-yun approached the station, a prompt sound from the system echoed in his mind. Would you like to add language skills? It was just right for him to go abroad, encountering all sorts of foreign individuals, and he was worried about communication issues. This system was like a considerate little quilt. Su-yun directly added it, upgrading it to a god-level language skill. Without hesitation, based on the information provided by the Dragon team, Su-yun headed straight to the designated area of Long Country. Chapter 173. Encountering an attack, Zhao Yang might have seen the strange look in Su-yun's eyes and explained, "The forces on this island are complex, with various open and covert struggles, so we need to be cautious." "I understand," Su-yun nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, preparation avoids misfortune. It's better to be prepared than not at all. Didn't he strengthen all his points to combat power before coming here? following Zhao Yang's instructions. They got into 3 different cars, with Zhao Yang naturally in the same car as Su Yun, sitting in the front with another soldier, while Su Yun sat alone in the back. Team Su, the port is over 100 kilometers away from our base. If you're tired, you could take a short rest. Zhao Yang said. Thank you, I'm fine, Su Yun replied, clearly aware of his own state. With his current strength, going a few days without sleep was a piece of cake and wouldn't significantly affect him. Su Yun closed his eyes, thinking about some matters and future plans. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and a burst of fire erupted in front of him. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the brightness. Chapter 174. Struggle in the distance. As the fire blazed, Su Yun spotted the person hiding in the shadows preparing to shoot. He reacted in 0.1 seconds, swiftly moving the gun's muzzle and firing directly at that person. The entire action was smooth and seamless, without any pause. Bang! A burst of flames erupted, and the SUV that had just been on the grass flipped over several times. The vehicle was still engulfed in unextinguished sparks, burning brightly and illuminating the surroundings. As the explosion sounded, the person hiding in the dark also fell, seemingly silent, yet it was a heart-pounding spectacle. If today the car wasn't carrying Su Yun, but instead someone else who was truly new to the mid-level of the Earth realm, this matter would definitely not have been resolved so easily. Su Yun's strength, which far surpassed that of the mid-level Earth realm, along with his godly marksmanship, greatly enhanced his experience and judgment, making it easier for him to resolve the situation. Accompanied by the explosion's firelight, 2 muscular men, both about 1.95 meters tall, emerged from the distance. One was bald, while the other had yellow-brown hair, both dressed in distinctive black uniforms. Chapter 175. Arriving at the Dragon Team base, he engaged with Su Yuan, pushing him back, and Su Yun punched him away. Seizing the opportunity, he retreated to the edge, 5 meters away from Su Yun. Su Yun, you're ruthless. I'll remember you. The organization won't let you go, he said, turning and quickly running into the forest. Su Yun followed behind, not in a hurry to deal with him. He wanted to wait until they were deep in the woods, where visibility was poor and without Zhao Yang and the others watching, to slowly deal with him. Sure enough, the bald man escaped into a dark forest, hiding among the trees and bushes. He concealed himself under a large tree, glanced back, and seeing that Su Yun wasn't following, he let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, I actually fell into the hands of this young man. He truly is a historical breakthrough for the Dragon Team. What a freak. He leaned against the tree trunk, breathing heavily, touching his painful chest, with a trace of fear crossing his face. He was relieved that Su Yun was young and inexperienced. Otherwise, he would have really fallen here. He never expected Su Yun to be so powerful, stronger than him by a little. At that moment, all he wanted was to return quickly, report the situation to the organization, and let the experts handle Su Yun. Chapter 176. Meeting the team leader, Zhao Yang directly took Su Yun to an office. He knocked on the door. Upon entering, Su Yun saw a man in his mid-30s wearing gray casual clothes and sporting a slick-back hairstyle. It seemed he had just come from home after work, hence his casual attire. Captain Liu, Su team is here, Zhao Yang said. He nodded gently, smiling as he said, I am Liu Zhengyun, captain of the 3rd team at the Dragon Team base on Angel Island. Su Jun, welcome. Captain Liu, you're too polite. I've heard rumors about a peerless genius joining our Dragon Team and have long wanted to meet you. Finally, I see the real deal, Su Yun replied. You're too modest. I'm not a genius. I just have a bit more luck than others, Liu Zhengyun said, and they exchanged a few more pleasantries. I heard you guys encountered an attack on the way here. Can you tell me the specific details? Liu Zhengyun asked Zhao Yang. Yes. Zhao Yang recounted the entire incident in detail, from encountering a rocket attack midway to the appearance of 2 exceptionally powerful enemy martial artists, and finally how Su Yun turned the tide. He recounted it vividly, as if he were reliving the experience. Chapter 177. GZ. After putting down his phone, Su Yun was lost in thought. Tomorrow he would meet his target. It was getting late. He put down his phone, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 11 a.m. Su Yun washed up and headed to Liu Zhengyun's office. Today's Liu Zhengyun was dressed in a suit, quite imposing compared to his appearance in the early morning. Su Yun, you're here, he said with a smile. Captain Liu, where have all the Dragon Team members in our base gone? I haven't seen any on the way here, Su Yun asked, puzzled. When I came in the early morning, I could say they were all resting, but now in broad daylight, I hardly see anyone. They all went out on missions. A very scarce resource, iridium, was discovered in the southeast. This resource is significant in military, industrial, and medical fields, causing a scramble among various countries. This mine is located on a plain in the southeast, where most of the martial artists from different countries have gathered, all wanting to seize this area, which is why there's so few people in the base. The person you are to escort is here to train and participate in this conflict, but was seriously injured and could only return home for treatment. Chapter 178. Midnight attack. At that moment, Lu Jingyun came down from the upper floor. Walking over to Su Yun, he said, "Safe travels." Lu Jingyun came down to accompany Su Yun, intending to leave a good impression on him. Without a doubt, he knew Su Yun had great potential, so building a good relationship was always a wise move. "Thank you, Captain Lu," Su Yun smiled in response. GZ observed this with a flicker of curiosity. She naturally knew of Su Yun's reputation. Su Yun broke the record for the youngest member to join the Dragon team, which meant he was at least as capable as she was in the mid-level Earth realm. But he was a year younger than her, which was quite remarkable. She was called a super genius by her master, yet this person, who had been nurtured with great care since childhood, was outdone by someone raised freely outside. What if he had been carefully nurtured from a young age? How strong would he be now? Was his talent truly that outstanding? She felt a bit curious about Su Yun, especially after witnessing Lu Jingyun, a true late-stage Earthrealm powerhouse, willing to lower himself to befriend someone who had just joined the Dragon team. This indicated that Su Yun's strength and potential were indeed extraordinary. 3 cars arrived, and Su Yun directly got into GZ's car, sitting beside her. After all, the primary task this time was to protect her, ensuring she returned to the capital city unscathed, without any mishaps. Chapter 179. The Assassin's Identity. Su Yun awkwardly looked at GZ. It's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding, coming to trouble him, but finding GZ meant he had dragged her into this mess. "Are you here to protect me, or to kill me?" GZ continued in her cold tone. "I really came to protect you. Otherwise, why would I travel all the way to that broken place to pick you up? If you're not grateful, that's fine, but why do you speak to me like this? It hurts my feelings. If it weren't for coming to pick you up, would I have encountered so many pursuers?" Looking bond. GZ was speechless, but she clearly understood that what Su Yun said was true. He had come to pick her up, and he was indeed being pursued. However, compared to the danger she faced, the danger Su Yun encountered was far greater. "Who sent you to kill me?" Su Yun asked. "There are many who want to kill you. After you pass my test, even stronger people will come for you. You're doomed." He laughed loudly after saying this. Just as Su Yun was about to go over and knock him out for his unpleasant laughter before he could reach him, he suddenly twisted his neck with a crunch and met his end. Chapter 180. Crisis in the air. In the end, GZ was arranged to stay with Su Yun. Su Yun couldn't help but smile when he saw her face, which looked like that of a bullied little wife. They weren't even in the same room, let alone the same bed. Was it really necessary to act like this? After entering, Su Yun locked the door behind him. He walked to the balcony and by the window, looking around to ensure that no one was hiding. He then checked each room briefly. When he reached the living room, GZ was looking at him angrily, asking, "What are you doing in my room?" Of course, he was checking for hidden assassins. What else could it be? Did she think he had some ulterior motives? GZ was at a loss for words, wondering how he could think that way. Su Yun suddenly moved in front of her, startling her into stepping back. "What if I do have ulterior motives? Wouldn't that mean I could do whatever I wanted? After all, you're no match for me. How I treat you is entirely up to me," Su Yun said with a smile. GZ quickly hugged her arms, saying, "Don't do anything reckless. My master is the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. If you lay a hand on me, he won't let you go. What if something happens between us here? Besides, if it's the work of a murderer, your master probably wouldn't know about it, right?" Chapter 181. The hidden cards. Let us talk things over. "It's just 1 billion miles gold. I can give you 2 billion, Su Yun said, trying to calm his emotions. Hearing this, Wang Gao didn't quiet down. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. 2 billion miles gold? That's a lot. Do you really think I would believe you? Even if you did have 2 billion, where could I run to with that money? I've already made a deal with someone. If they expose me, no matter how big long country is, there's south no place for me to hide. So how do you plan to deal with us? If something goes wrong on the plane, you won't escape either." Su Yun aimed to probe his thoughts, trying to figure out what cards Wang Gao held. Wang Gao was just an ordinary person. Where did he get the confidence to deal with both of them? Before figuring out why he was so confident, Su-Yun didn't want to act rashly. Suddenly, Wang Gao pulled out a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Su-Yun. Put your hands up and clasp them on your head. Don't try any tricks or I will shoot. Okay, I'll do as you say. Just don't be impulsive. Su-Yun complied, wanting to let Wang Gao completely drop his guard. A person only reveals more when they feel they have the upper hand. Chapter 182. Surrounded at the airport, GZ suddenly looked up at him curiously. What do you mean? It means we don't have to die. You really are a fool. Su-Yun laughed. GZ finally realized that they had been talking for so long, and it had already been over 2 minutes. If explosives were real, they would have probably exploded by now. So the explosives are fake. Ha, probably. Of course, the explosives couldn't be fake. When Wang Gao mentioned the bomb on the plane, the system had popped up with bomb disposal techniques. With those techniques in hand, what bomb could he not defuse? That's why Su-Yun didn't take him seriously. As for the pilotless plane, after acquiring the god-level piloting skill, he had the skills to pilot the plane. He had never used this skill before, so today was a perfect opportunity to try it out. Therefore, Su-Yun wasn't that worried. While he was talking to Wang Gao, his gaze was always on the data displayed on the helicopter S screen. Once he saw everything was normal and that the helicopter was fine, he decided to take action. Luckily, Wang Gao didn't try to pull any tricks on the helicopter. Otherwise, even with his piloting skills, the helicopter might have crashed mid-flight. Chapter 183. The chief of the city police department, Su-Yun, recounted Wang Gao's every move since boarding the plane. He also mentioned the awkward situation upon landing in Nanyan City. Damn, these bastards actually got Wang Gao to attack you. I won't let them go, he said. Don't worry, I'll call someone in Nanyan right away. Be careful. These people have tried to hurt you a few times and probably won't give up. You are the future of our long country. Protect yourself well and don't let anything happen. Okay, I understand. I'll trouble Team Lu for this matter. Aside from GZ, the security personnel were looking at Su-Yun strangely, as if they were listening to a story. Airplanes, bombs, murder, assassination, 1 billion miles gold. Even a mention of the future of long country sounded exaggerated, and some even suspected Su-Yun might have a mental issue. By the way, I forgot to mention, there's indeed a dangerous item on this plane, a C4 bomb. You all need to be careful, Su-Yun reminded them. A bit of chaos ensued as panic appeared on several faces. Chapter 184. Arriving in the capital, the man laughed heartily. I'm Huang Failong, the captain of the Dragon Team from Nanyan Province. Su-Yun quickly greeted him. Hello, Team Huang. Hello, Chief. You're making a big deal out of small matter. It's nothing, Huang Failong said. Why are you being modest? You know your identity. You're now our Dragon Team's prized asset. Besides, with your current strength, you don't need to be so humble. Su-Yun called Lu Qing, who immediately contacted him back and mentioned Su-Yun's situation. He was shocked and quickly contacted the city police chief to come over. Before Lu Qing called him, he had heard of Su-Yun's reputation as the highest talent in the Dragon Team. However, he only regarded him as a newcomer, someone who had just joined the organization and was several years younger than him. But Lu Qing's call changed his perception, saying that Su-Yun had reached the late stage of the Earth level and that his strength was not inferior to his own, perhaps even stronger. Huang Failong was shocked. He knew his strength was not much different from Lu Qing's. If Su-Yun was on par with Lu Qing, then he was definitely similar to himself. Chapter 185. Confronting Wu Zhiping facing the goodwill of these people, Su-Yun naturally responded with a smile. They all had a pleasant conversation before parting ways, and they even invited Su-Yun to dinner. However, Su-Yun declined, as he still had to report to the Dragon Team in the capital, and Wu Zhiping was waiting for him. Not long after their separation, Su-Yun's phone rang. Su-Team, have you arrived? Wu, a preparatory team member from the Dragon Team here to pick you up. Su-Yun reported his location, and soon Wu Hui found him. He was a young man about the same age as Su-Yun, and based on his strength, Su-Yun sensed that he had just entered the early Earth level not long ago. As soon as he saw Su-Yun, he quickly ran over. Su-Team, I'm sorry, I was waiting on the other side, thinking you would come out from that exit. Su-Yun smiled slightly. It's nothing, no problem. He got in the car with him. After more than an hour, Wu Hui drove to a suburb of the capital. After passing through one checkpoint after another, they finally reached their destination, the headquarters of the Dragon Team. The headquarters, as expected, was impressive. A golden dragon with 9 claws soared above the door beam, exuding an indescribable majesty. Chapter 186. Meeting the leader of the Dragon Team. Don't worry, I won't expose you. You're a talent I've discovered. How could I bear to do that? Thank you, Captain Wu. Su Yun replied with a sincere smile. Originally, I brought you to the capital because I was worried that you, being so young and capable, might become complacent. I wanted to introduce you to some other members of our 5th team to inspire your fighting spirit. But now it seems that's completely unnecessary. If you keep training hard, you might surpass me. I'm still far from being on your level, Captain. Far. Who knows how you, a freak, will cultivate. This trip to the capital is for some good things for you. Did you forget I told you this was a good job? A good job? How can a good job require lives? I've already faced several lethal threats. Su Yun complained. Wu Zhiping listened beside him, his forehead covered in black lines. Don't you have any self-awareness? Isn't the danger of this mission due to your own excellence attracting enemies? Su Yun awkwardly smiled. Why does that sound so strange? There's nothing you can do. Being excellent is a kind of illness. Captain Wu, what's the benefit of this mission? Chapter 187. Picking Martial Arts Techniques Commander. You think too highly of me. Su Yun smiled. The commander smiled slightly, but didn't respond. After a moment of silence, he said lightly, Xiao Wu, take Su Yun to the martial arts building to collect 2 martial arts techniques. Wu Zhiping was quite surprised. The organization had previously agreed to reward Su Yun with 1 martial arts technique. But unexpectedly, after bringing Su Yun to meet the commander, he was given an additional one. He was secretly shocked, realizing the commander really had high hopes for Su Yun. Okay, Commander. Thank you, Commander, Su Yun said quickly, happily. Wu Zhiping had previously told him that the organization planned to reward him with 1 martial arts technique, but he didn't expect that after meeting the commander, the reward would increase to 2. Martial arts techniques were valuable to him. They could enhance a person's strength. How could they not be considered good things? After the commander finished speaking, he sat down and closed his eyes. The 2 immediately understood that the commander did not want to say anything more, and after expressing their thanks again, they took their leave. After bidding farewell to the leader of the Dragon team, there were no other incidents. Wu Zhiping drove directly to the martial arts building with Su Yun. After a 20-minute drive, they stopped in front of a building that was not tall, only 3 stories. Chapter 188. Body Training and Movement Technique Manuals. The room was large, probably over 100 square meters. However, there were very few martial arts manuals. Su Yun only saw a few dozen. He originally thought there would be hundreds, but it turned out to be only these. The guardian beside him smiled at his expression. Why do you think it's so few? This isn't a cabbage. How many people dream of having just one? In many sects, there are only a few manuals. Hee hee. Su Yun smiled awkwardly, realizing he had set his expectations too high, likely influenced by dramas where places like Shaolin and Wudong had hundreds of manuals displayed. Take your time looking. Each manual has its cultivation requirements and the levels of power it can reach. You can only take out the manual after selecting it and seeing its content. Okay, Su Yun nodded. These manuals were locked in one cabinet after another. Each manual had its own annotations. Su Yun understood the organization's approach. If they didn't do this, others could memorize the techniques directly, which would be a waste. Su Yun walked to the counter and looked at the titles. Arhut Fist, Copperwall Iron Bastion, Flowing Sword, Death-Seeking 13 Guns, Mad Blade, Dragonfly, Skimming Water. Fishing for the Moon and Water, Demon Sealing Blade, Furious Fist, Wind Godleg. Chapter 189. Base Canteen. The reason Wu Zhiping asked Su Yun what he chose was to see if Su Yun's cultivation overlaps with the martial arts he knows. If so, he could offer some guidance to help Su Yun take fewer detours. Golden Body Technique and Floating Light and Shadow. Su Yun answered without hesitation. Wu Zhiping exclaimed in surprise. As a top expert in the Dragon team, he was naturally familiar with many martial arts, and he had heard of these 2 techniques. They were among the better ones in the Dragon team's collection and were favored by many people. Many had chosen these 2 techniques. He also knew the difficulty. Currently, there were only a few people in the base who had entered their initial stages. He had once practiced the Floating Light and Shadow movement technique, but it was just barely at the entry level for him, and advancing further was extremely difficult. The initial speed at the threshold was merely a trivial existence for someone like him. So later, he switched to another movement technique. Although he was a bit surprised, he didn't offer any advice. He understood that geniuses like Su Yun would have their own thoughts. Usually, what one thinks is right is hard to persuade others to change. They have to change on their own. Chapter 190. Discussions. The person who asked Su Yun the question was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he didn't expect Su Yun to answer him directly. He thought Su Yun would dodge his question. He couldn't understand why if Su Yun didn't answer anything and kept a mysterious demeanor, people would continue to speculate about his genius status. maintaining significant interest. I heard that you even killed a late-stage Earth-level enemy. Is that true? The person continued to ask. Su-Yun chuckled lightly. It's all luck, just luck. The person I was supposed to kill was already seriously injured, and I just happened to run into him. Seeing Su-Yun admit to this matter, the discussions quieted down. Since Su-Yun dared to acknowledge it, it indicated that the incident of killing a late-stage Earth-level expert was indeed true. Even being able to kill an injured late-stage Earth-level opponent was remarkable. At least most of the mid-stage Earth-level people present could not do that. Just this incident alone was enough to prove Su-Yun's excellence. Just not as monstrous as the previous rumor suggested. Su-Yun, can I challenge you? I want to spar with you to verify. A person in the crowd seized the opportunity and challenged him. Chapter 191. Phone call. It should be noted that Su-Yun's current speed can reach 10 meters in an instant. If he cultivates floating light and shadow to the 5th level, he could achieve 50 meters in an instant. That's in an instant, not a second. How exaggerated is this speed? Think about your enemy. 1 second they're over 100 meters away, and the next second, their head is on the ground. How impressive is that? If encountering a shell attack, having this speed can quickly distance oneself from the center point and reduce damage. Moreover, he is currently only at the mid-stage of the Earth level. If he reaches the late stage of the Earth level, or even the Heaven level, with an increase in basic speed multiplied by 5, how exaggerated would that speed be? Su-Yun, based on the cultivation method he remembered, wanted to practice floating light and shadow, and he needed to find a sea or a lake. He planned to run on the lake surface for 3 hours each day and also spend time in the water to feel the buoyancy. Not only did he want to sense the buoyancy of the water, but he also needed to take advantage of the wind. This would allow his body to maintain an extreme balance with the water's surface and the ground, making it easier to utilize wind force and ground push when he exerted force, thus explosively achieving powerful speed in an instant. His body moved with the air, and the air flowed with the wind, cleverly utilizing the power of the atmosphere. Chapter 192. Pre-meal conversation after finishing the call with the two women. He took a shower and comfortably lay on the bed. He planned to explore the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow, where the prices were surely very high and would not disappoint his expectations. He intended to buy a hotel and a building to play around, which would quickly result in reinforcement points being credited to him. He took out his phone, casually played a few rounds of games, and scrolled through Douyin before comfortably drifting off to sleep. He slept until noon, as Su-Yun did not have a habit of waking up early. After opening his phone, he found several missed calls. Checking WeChat, he realized that the person was sent by Lin Jiyue to set up a company in the capital. They agreed to meet at a hotel. Of course, this was suggested by Su-Yun, who planned to go to a super luxurious 7-star hotel. Where the purpose of their conversation was obvious, Su-Yun naturally wanted to take over that hotel and arrange things at the same time. The Jinlong Hotel in the capital was Su-Yun's destination for today. When he arrived, the representatives from Jianshan Company were already waiting there. 3 people, 2 men, and 1 woman. One of them was someone Su-Yun had met once during a meeting in the office. He was a department head named Yi-Jun. Chapter 193. The manager arrives. It was clear that Su-Yun's big move shocked the few people present. After about half a minute, Yi-Jun stammered, "Mr. Su, thank you for your trust. You're giving us so much money just like that. Aren't you worried we might run away with the money?" Su-Yun smiled faintly, not worried. "I don't suspect those I employ. You were chosen by Manager Lin. I trust her, and she trusts you, so I naturally trust you as well." Yi-Jun and the others were deeply moved and excitedly expressed their gratitude, promising that they would work hard to develop the company and not let his trust down. Su-Yun smiled, "That's good. If you develop the business well, you won't miss out on bonuses and dividends." "Thank you, Mr. Su." The few of them were instantly very happy, beaming with joy. "You have all been with me for a long time and know my financial capabilities. I can easily take out 100 billion for you. It's also easy for me to reclaim it," Su-Yun said seriously. "Yes, Mr. Su. We will definitely not let your trust down." The few of them felt a bit uneasy. Someone who could casually take out tens of billions was not someone they could provoke. If they dared to run away with the money, they might not see the sun tomorrow. Chapter 194. The boss arrives. After mentioning that their boss would arrive soon, the manager praised Su-Yun, calling him a business prodigy with foresight and deep strategy. Even Su-Yun, who usually remained calm, felt embarrassed by the excessive flattery. This guy was too good at buttering up. The reason the manager was so flattering was that after the supervisor called him, he repeatedly confirmed with the supervisor whether it was the company Yunding Century. The supervisor told him that he had verified it and even found pictures of Yi Jun and the others on the official website of Yunding Century and forwarded the news to the manager. Upon seeing this, the manager could not contain his excitement and hurried over. The supervisor was unclear, but he was very aware. Recently, the news about the seven-star hotel in Modu being acquired spread far and wide in the investment community and within the hotel industry. It was like a huge stone dropped into a small lake, creating ripples of waves. The Moda Hotel could be considered one of the top 5 hotels in the country, even the top 3. Before the acquisition, no news had leaked, and overnight, the entire Modu Hotel suddenly had a new owner. Chapter 195. Finalizing the deal. Shocked, silent, petrified. Except for Su Yun, everyone else felt a huge upheaval in their hearts. First, a few of Su Yun's employees had heard that their boss was decisive and generous in business, but this was too shocking. Was their boss really doing business? How could it be like this? They had not even spoken for 2 minutes when he directly offered $24 billion to finalize the deal. They felt as if Su Yun was buying cabbage. That was $24 billion, a number most people wouldn't even dare to think about. Although Su Yun had just given them $100 billion, they planned to use that money for a long time. Now, Su Yun had directly spent a quarter of it. How could they not be surprised? The supervisor was already dumbfounded by the discussion between Su Yun and his boss. And when he heard that Su Yun was buying the Modu Hotel, he suddenly remembered why the name Yunding Century sounded so familiar. It was because Modu Yunding Century had acquired that hotel of the same level as theirs. They had discussed it not long ago, but he hadn't paid much attention and unexpectedly met the real owner today. The manager was very fortunate and happy, knowing that Su Yun was the big shot who acquired the Moda Hotel. He understood that with Su Yun's financial capability, buying this hotel should not be difficult. Chapter 196. Hotel signing. They all went out to work. Su Yun was the only one left in the room. Naturally, he had no need to stay here. Having come to the capital after so long, he planned to explore. This was his first time in the capital, and he wanted to visit a place he had long been thinking about, Capital University. As soon as Su Yun got out of the car, he saw this place he had been thinking about for a long time. He had wanted to come here many times, but each time it had only remained a thought and never turned into action. Standing at the entrance of this century-old prestigious school, Su Yun had many feelings. It was already late August, and the school year was approaching. He could see the historically rich and charming school gate bustling with people, many parents bringing their children to the school in advance. Watching the luggage of the students' parents, Su Yun felt a wave of emotions, as if he had returned to Jiangcheng, recalling the scene when he was a new student, dragging his suitcase to report to the school. Time flies, and just like that, a few years have passed. University life has come to an end, and I can't help but sigh at how quickly time flows like water, without me even realizing it. I step forward and walk into the school. Chapter 197. Hero saves beauty after the contract signing. The most important and critical step is naturally the payment. Su Yun took a picture of the contract to send to the bank account, pretending to send it to the financial staff of his company, and then quietly waited for the money to arrive. When the money arrived, Yin Ligua couldn't help but grin widely. Congratulations, Su General. You've secured another 7-star hotel. Su Yun smiled slightly. Did he really want a hotel? No, he just wanted to spend that $24 billion. After the contract was signed, Su Yun handed over the documents to the manager for safekeeping. The manager was astonished. His boss didn't even look at the documents before handing them over to him. To him, it was a sign of Su Yun's trust, and he happily organized the materials. He cleared the documents away and called for food and drinks. As they ate and drank, laughter occasionally filled the air. The two were chatting when suddenly, Su Yun heard a scream. "Oh, let go of me. What do you want to do?" Su Yun listened carefully and heard a man say, "What do you think I'm going to do? Didn't you already know?" Su Yun realized this was the sound coming from the next private room. He was the only one who heard it, while Yin Ligua showed no reaction, clearly not hearing anything. Chapter 198. Neil Downley Yong sensed the sarcasm in Su Yun's tone. However, he held back and didn't lose his temper. Su Yun had just dealt with his security guard, and he dared not confront Su Yun directly. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. He could only exert power and pressure. Seeing Su Yun not responding to threats, he changed his strategy. He suppressed his anger and forced a smile he thought was amiable. "Brother, where are you from? Have you considered teaming up with me? I see you have some skills, much better than my 2 bodyguards. How about you become my bodyguard? Wherever I go, you go, enjoying the good life. I'll give you $8 million a year as a salary. What do you think, brother? Isn't that a good deal?" He thought he was offering Su Yun a high salary. His 2 bodyguards outside only earned 30,000 a month. If Su Yun liked money, he would surely be tempted. Su Yun pretended to think, 8 million, that's a lot. At this moment, Qian Reheo also spoke up, looking down from a height. As long as this matter goes smoothly today, I'll give you an extra 2 million. In his view, Su Yun's earlier contemplation indicated his interest in money. Chapter 199. The supervisor arrives. Li Yong's expression stiffened when he saw Su Yun's cold gaze, and he silently knelt down. He didn't want to kneel, but there was no other way. He was afraid that if Su Yun slapped him again, he might end up needing plastic surgery. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and it sounded like there were quite a few people. Stop! What are you doing? No disturbances allowed in the hotel. A man's voice rang out. Li Yong and his companion, kneeling on the ground, felt as if they had seen a savior and stood up. That supervisor intruded into my room and even hurt us. You need to take him down, Li Yong said fiercely. He often dined at the hotel and was already familiar with the supervisor, being a high-level member who had spent a lot of money there. It seemed reasonable for the supervisor to help him. Moreover, it was Su Yun who had intruded into their room, so Li Yong felt emboldened. The supervisor gave Li Yong an affirming smile, ready to scold and have Su Yun taken down. At this moment, Su Yun turned to look at him, smiling. The supervisor quickly closed his mouth, his expression chaotic, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 200. Yin Ligua arrives. Where's your manager? Hurry and bring your manager here. I want to see your manager. Li Yong shouted again. No need. The manager's arrival will yield the same result, the supervisor said. After today, I will definitely have you kicked out of the hotel. Li Yong was furious. Great. I'll look forward to your performance, the supervisor retorted, knowing he was on the boss's side. Unless Su Yun wanted to fire him, who could? Firing himself would be equivalent to opposing the boss. Li Yong and his companion were infuriated. When had they ever experienced such humiliation? They were beaten and insulted, and now they were made to kneel, ultimately being overshadowed even by a small hotel supervisor. At this moment, 2 more people arrived outside the hotel. One was a waiter, and the other was Yin Ligua. Yin Ligua was worried about Su Yun, who had been gone for a while, and ran out to ask the staff if they had seen him. The staff informed him that Su Yun had come this way and that there seemed to be a disturbance. Hearing this, he couldn't sit still and hurriedly asked the waiter to lead him there, wanting to see what was happening in the hotel, as there hadn't been any disturbances for a long time. Chapter 201. The matter concludes in this way. The earlier behavior of Supervisor Zhao and his companion made sense. If Su Yun were the owner of the hotel, then on his own territory, he could do as he pleased. This also explained Supervisor Zhao's fawning over Su Yun, which employee Wu Ti stand by their boss instead of siding with an outsider. It was precisely because Su Yun was the owner of the hotel, with such a substantial and formidable status, that Yin Ligua, being a friend of his father, did not want to intervene in their matters, but rather let them resolve it themselves. Everything clicked into place. The 2 were completely deflated, even feeling somewhat hopeless. They didn't understand how Luo Schwerer knew such a person. Could they provoke Su Yun? They had heard Su Yun's earlier remarks. The Magic City Luxury Hotel was among the top 3 hotels in the country, and when they visited the Magic City, they had stayed there. They had heard of the hotel being bought at a high price. As for the name Yunding Century, it had recently become a rising star, a giant company of unknown origins, frequently making headlines for acquiring and investing in many companies. Chapter 202. With Luo Schwerer in the hotel, Luo Schwerer began to recount the story. Su Yun listened with great interest and realized that it actually had a bit of a connection to him. It turned out this matter was somewhat related to him. Originally, at his Jiangcheng International Hotel, Luo Schwerer and Zhang Yuelan were discussing a project with Shi Minghua, and if they secured that project, she could advance further. Shi Minghua's son, Shi Haoyu, was beaten by Su Yun in a hotel, which made him very angry. Not to mention the project, he now holds a grudge against both of them. Shi Minghua believes that his son only went to that hotel to eat because of Luo Schwerer, and he just happened to run into Su Yun, ending up in the hospital after being beaten and losing face. Afterward, he blamed most of the reasons on Luo Schwerer and her, and he vented his frustrations to Luo Schwerer's management company, Chongqing Entertainment. He also withdrew a lot of funding from many collaborative projects and refused to invest in many planned projects. Several of Shi Minghua's friends also withdrew their investments. The company suffered heavy losses during this period, and its development was not going well. Many resources that she could have obtained were not acquired. Chapter 203. Going to Changsheng Entertainment, rushing back to her room, Luo Shuer locked the door, threw herself on the bed, and covered her face with the blanket. She couldn't quite understand what was happening to her, how she could feel this way about someone she had only met a few times. She even offered her first kiss, allowing him to take it. Usually when filming kissing scenes, she used a double or shot from different angles, and she had never felt it personally like today. Su-Yun smiled as he watched Luo Shuer rush into her room. He could naturally sense her naivety and didn't expect her to be so inexperienced in this regard. Sensing the lingering fragrance in the air, Su-Yun returned to his own room. The next morning, when Su-Yun woke up, he saw that Luo Shuer was already up, admiring the scenery from the balcony. Upon seeing Su-Yun, she greeted him with a good morning. After a night, she had completely recovered, with none of the worries she had shown the day before. After they had breakfast, Luo Shuer was completely without makeup, her natural beauty shining through like a fairy. Su-Yun looked at her and couldn't help but sigh, realizing why she was so popular. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful person? Chapter 204. Knocking on the conference room door, thinking back to how she had acted like a clown in front of Su-Yun, she felt her face flush a little. However, Su-Yun's talent for music remained fresh in her memory. To this day, she still firmly believes that if Su-Yun were willing to pursue a career in music, he would undoubtedly become a music master. I came here to resolve a small matter, Su-Yun said lightly. Seeing that Su-Yun did not elaborate, she did not press further, but turned to look at Luo Shuer. Yesterday, Li Yong said he would take you to discuss the project. How'd it go? Was everything smooth? He didn't do anything to you, did he? Jiang Yuelan naturally knew Li Yong's intentions. But in order for Luo Shuer to stand up again and regain her former glory, she decided to accompany her to meet Qian Ruhua. However, she had to stay behind to handle an urgent matter for the company, so she couldn't go. She still advised Luo Shuer to be cautious. Luo Shuer was initially okay, but upon hearing Jiang Yuelan's question, her emotions suddenly broke down, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never experienced such humiliation before. Everywhere she went, Jiang Yuelan was usually by her side. Jiang Yuelan was a guiding figure in her growth, someone who was both a mentor and a dear friend. Chapter 205. I am interested in your company. The shareholders, who were initially angry, calmed down upon hearing Jiang Yuelan's words. Li Gang, seated at the head of the table, asked in surprise, "You said he is Su-Yun?" After saying this, he turned his gaze to Su-Yun, sizing him up. All eyes in the room were fixed on Su-Yun, the focus of this meeting. Jiang Yuelan couldn't understand why the expressions of several executives from her company were so strange, but she confidently replied, "Yes." Now everyone was unsettled, and a few people began to whisper. Jiang Yuelan found it strange. These executives were clearly on the edge of rage. But why did they calm down upon hearing Su-Yun's name? What kind of magic did this name hold? In fact, the reason these executives reacted this way was that the theme of today's meeting was how to deal with Su-Yun. After Li Yong returned yesterday, he detailed everything to his father, Li Gang. Faced with such a big issue, although he wasn't very bright, he dared not hide it anymore. His father, Li Gang, initially felt sorry for him and asked who had treated him this way, expressing a desire to avenge his son. Chapter 206. Show a hand, who says otherwise? It's a sin. Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? Li Gang asked again. It's just the simple meaning of the words, I want to buy your company. The room was filled with shocked gasps. Many people swallowed hard, their eyes wide in disbelief. These executives did not expect Su-Yun to be so direct, openly stating his intentions, which meant he was going to confront the company openly. Jiang Yuelan was completely stunned, standing in place for a long time without moving. She had initially thought Su-Yun was there to discuss business with the company owner, but now she realized that Su-Yun wanted to buy the entire company. In her impression, Su-Yun only had assets of around 20 billion. Where did he get the confidence? Who gave him the courage? But judging by the reactions of these executives, it seemed they already knew something. No one reprimanded Su-Yun for being overconfident, and she immediately realized that Su-Yun was far more formidable than she had imagined. Luo Shuer was also dumbfounded. She had taken Su-Yun's offer to help her resolve her troubles seriously, but she never expected that he actually wanted to buy the entire company. Initially, she thought Su-Yun was just going to greet the company owner, and given Su-Yun's current financial situation, all he had to do was say a few words in front of the owner, and he would surely get some respect. Chapter 207. Countdown to signing. From what they know, Su-Yun's company has already invested several trillion. There is still 2 trillion in balance on his card. Where did this powerhouse come from? How come there was no news of this before? Everyone stared at Su-Yun as if trying to see through him. None of the people present had ever seen someone with 200 billion in savings. Today was their first encounter. It was hard to believe, 200 billion. That was an enormous amount of savings. Some people even entertained the thought of kidnapping Su Yun. With this 200 billion, they could go anywhere and live freely. However, these were just fleeting thoughts. Ultimately, rationality won over their desires. Could a person with so many assets be a fool? Absolutely not. Most people understood the principle of not revealing wealth. As someone with such a high net worth, Su Yun surely understood this principle as well. Since he dared to show it off, it indicated his absolute confidence in himself. You want to say that there is no one behind Su Yun, but they all don't believe it. They think there is a powerful background force supporting Su Yun, a mysterious family helping him. Chapter 208. The last moment the people from the Ministry of Justice glanced nervously at the data and respectfully said, Mr. Su, you now hold 52 of the company's shares. Everyone in the conference room was taken aback. They did not expect that in less than 2 hours, Su Yun would have acquired more than half of the shares. Everything that happened today was astonishing to them. To change the owner of such a large company is not a trivial matter. This is the top entertainment company in the country. If people outside knew about this scene, they would be shocked to the point of losing their minds. 52, and there are only half an hour left. You need to consider carefully whether to continue holding on or to sell your shares to me. I believe you've seen a glimpse of my strength and won't doubt what I said earlier, right? Are you going to wait for your shares to die out? Or will you trade them to me to cut your losses in time? I believe you are all smart people. I will keep my word in the last half hour. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, a group of executives who were previously hesitant and prepared to hold on to their shares could no longer sit still. Su Yun had already shown them that he had the ability to suppress the company's stock price, and now that he had mastered over half of the company's shares, he had fully grasped the company's decision-making power. Chapter 209. Buying Chongqing Entertainment with 200 billion in deposits, plus the huge investment company Yunding Century. It is believed that there are very few things that Su Yun cannot accomplish. Several executives who originally did not want to sell their stocks were greatly impacted upon seeing Su Yun's strength and changed their minds. They did not want to hold on to their shares and wait for a downfall. Once the stock price plummeted, they would be left helpless. Most people share this thought, ultimately leading to the current situation where Su Yun held the majority of the company's shares. Mr. Su, since you want the company's shares so much, I will sell them to you. I also hope that after you acquire the company, it will develop well. After all, I have witnessed its rise and fall as it has grown alongside me. It is like my child. For a moment, Li Gang felt an inexplicable sadness as he spoke. Su Yun smiled gently. Don't worry. Once you transfer the shares to me, the company will be mine, and I will not let my company decline for no reason. I have one more request. I hope Mr. Su can forgive this small mistake. I still say, as long as you don't provoke me and my people in the future, I have no interest in taking action against you. Chapter 210. Holding a company meeting, Luo Shuer looked at Su Yun's sharply defined handsome face, her thoughts racing. She was daydreaming about whether Su Yun bought the company for her, which made her wonder what it meant. Did Su Yun have feelings for her? Otherwise, why would he do so much? Shuer, is it okay if I call you that? Su Yun smiled and spoke. Luo Shuer felt her heart tighten upon hearing this. And no, she thought, what was Su Yun planning? Was he going to confess? Oh heavens, there are still a few outsiders here. If Su Yun confessed, should she agree? No, she and Su Yun had already been intimate. What was their relationship now? Shouldn't they be considered together? She continued to get lost in her thoughts. How about I leave the company to you to manage? Su Yun said lightly. Oh, she gasped in surprise. What Su Yun said was completely different from what she had in mind. She couldn't understand what Su Yun was trying to do. Just after buying this billion-level company, he immediately handed it over to her to manage. What kind of trick was that? I can't do it. I have no experience. You should manage it yourself. Besides, I'm quite busy. I still have to act and sing. If I manage the company for you, I won't be able to pursue what I love. Chapter 211. Discussion at the meeting. Are you the new boss of our company? What about the other bosses? Who will be in charge of the company in the future? Someone raised their questions. The murmurs below ceased as they awaited Su Yun's answer. They too wanted to know the answer to this question. Under the expectant and puzzled gazes of these people, Su Yun provided his answer. That's right, I'm the new boss of the company. As for the other bosses, they no longer exist. From now on, I alone will be in charge. I have the final say. Su Yun spoke calmly. Many were shocked by Su Yun's response. Not quite understanding what he meant by there being no other bosses, and that he would be the sole decision-maker. No one believed Su Yun's words. They had clearly seen the other bosses in the company holding meetings that morning, and many had already taken out their phones to contact their leaders. Young Ding, show them my stock ownership document, Su Yun said to the people from the Ministry of Justice. While waiting, Su Yun had briefly talked with two people from the Ministry of Justice, one of whom was named Yang Ding. Yes, boss. He immediately stood up next to the microphone. Hello, everyone in the company's management. I am Yang Ding from the Ministry of Justice, responsible for drafting the share transfer contract in today's meeting. Chapter 212. Dining and shopping with Luo Shuer. Could it be that Su Yun bought the entire company just for Luo Shuer? If that's the case, that would be incredibly bold and romantic. To spend 100 billion just for a woman. Where can one find such a man in the world? Moreover, he is so handsome. In an instant, everyone looked at Luo Shuer, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They hated that they didn't have Luo Shuer's looks. Otherwise, the person controlling 100 billion in assets might have been them. Feeling everyone's gaze on her, Luo Shuer felt a bit uncomfortable. Su Yun, I've already said I can't manage it. You should choose someone else. The people present were astonished again, admiring Luo Shuer, with some even thinking she was being foolish. Who would refuse a billion-dollar company? That kind of supreme power and status is something many people yearn for, but cannot obtain. Now it was offered to her, yet she refused. I said I would let you manage it, so you will manage it. As for who you choose to replace you in management, that is your freedom. I trust your judgment, Su Yun said gently. Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up and their minds became active. Chapter 213. Extensive use of enhancement points returning to the base residence. Su Yun first did not busy himself with other matters, but rather prepared to check his gains over the past few days. He opened the system panel. Host Su Yun. Enhancement points 1321. Realm mid-stage of Earth level 800-1000. Martial arts secret manual Tiger Cannon Fist has been fully cultivated. Golden Body Decision 02000. Floating Light and Shadow 100-1000. Skills. God level combat skills. God level driving skills. God level traditional Chinese medicine treatment. God level vocal skills. God level instrument skills. God level painting skills. God level dance skills. God level language skills. God level firearm skills. God level bomb disposal skills. After 2 days of relentless effort, the enhancement points have exceeded 1,300, counting the 24 billion spent on buying the Golden Dragon Hotel in the imperial capital, plus nearly 100 billion spent today, along with the investment and consumption from people in the company. The enhancement points have finally reached a new peak. With these over 1,000 enhancement points, Su Yun must carefully plan how to allocate them. Each layer of Golden Body Decision requires 400 enhancement points, while each layer of Floating Light and Shadow requires 200 enhancement points. Originally, he could enhance any martial art, but seeing his long stagnant realm, Su Yun decided to first elevate his realm to the late stage of Earth level. Chapter 214. Qin Wanyan's home. The next day, in Wu Zhiping's office. Captain Wu, I'm planning to head back today. Thank you for your help during this time. Why not stay a couple more days? It's not easy to come to the imperial capital, Wu Zhiping urged. I've been on missions for so many days without returning home. It's time to go back and take a look. I will definitely come back to the imperial capital, Su Yun laughed. There are so many rumors about you in our organization. Don't you plan to address them? Many people say you're just a name without substance. Don't you want to prove yourself? Show some might. Other people's opinions are just that, opinions. Why should I care? Even if I prove myself, other reasons will arise. Su Yun said nonchalantly. Haha, you kid. Now the entire Dragon Group is buzzing with news about you. The video of you being provoked in the cafeteria has spread everywhere. Many people are following the developments of this incident, wanting to see how this genius will face it, all concerned about the outcome of this matter. They want to see if Su Yun really has the strength as rumored, if he is indeed a super genius. Chapter 215. Encountering a Killer. After casually chatting with her for a bit, Su Yun returned home. He played on his phone for a while and then lay down to sleep. Late at night, Su Yun, lying in bed, slightly moved his ears and woke up from his dream. He sensed a different aura and faint footsteps. Talp, talp, talp. Although the person approaching was very light-footed, it was far from enough to hide from Su Yun. He could feel that the person was on the rooftop. He did not react, wanting to see who this person was and what their intentions were, not wanting to alarm them. Lying in bed, Su Yun kept his eyes tightly closed, his breathing steady, appearing exactly as if he were asleep, making it impossible for anyone to notice he was pretending to sleep. Bang! A faint sound came. Although Su-Yun did not open his eyes, he could still sense that the person had quietly entered the balcony from the rooftop. This person was still being cautious on the balcony, afraid of disturbing Su-Yun, moving silently as they entered. As they slowly approached, Su-Yun could feel their aura, but it was merely that of a lower-tier, late-stage, Earth-level person. Chapter 216. First Hearing of the Angel Kingdom. Su-Yun looked at him with pity. He had already given him a chance. Since he did not cherish it, there was nothing more to be done. Su-Yun moved, and with a swift motion, crack, crack. A scream rang out as the man in black had his hands incapacitated by Su-Yun, and the gun in his hand fell helplessly to the ground. Su-Yun had just forcefully pulled, and the black-clad assassin's arm had already been rendered useless, his hands drooping weakly. Looking at the man in black, his face was no longer calm, but filled with pain, his eyes full of fear and worry. He looked at Su-Yun in terror and quickly retreated several steps, as if he had seen a devil. I give you two options, death or life, you decide. I choose life. I choose life. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me, he said anxiously, disregarding the pain in his body, kneeling in front of Su-Yun. As the saying goes, it's better to live than to die in vain. Who wants to die if they can live? At this moment, he was filled with regret and pain. Why did he take this job? Why did he provoke this disaster? He now hated the person who issued the task, mentally cursing that person's ancestors. Chapter 217. Someone from Jiangxing Base. Seeing that there really was nothing useful to find and no way to proceed, Su-Yun directly gave up. He turned his gaze to the black-clad assassin, who felt the pressure from Su-Yun's gaze and instantly became even more anxious. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Please spare my life. I'll say whatever you want me to say. Please let me go. Seeing his terrified expression, Su-Yun certainly would not kill him here. This was his home, his bedroom. If he killed him here, wouldn't that mean someone had died in his house? Living here afterward would always leave a psychological scar. Stay put. I won't kill you. But if you want to escape, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way, Su-Yun said coldly. Although he was very reluctant to kill him in his own house, Su-Yun could not let him go. The other party had already tried to kill him, and Su-Yun was not that merciful. If no one bothers me, I won't bother them. If someone does, I will definitely retaliate. Su-Yun directly took out his phone and called the Dragon Group liaison in Jiangxing. He briefly explained the situation and requested them to send someone to take him away. Su-Yun took out his phone to scroll through while waiting for the Dragon Group personnel to arrive. Chapter 218. Shunwei Security Company. Instantly, their gazes towards Su-Yun changed completely, filled with awe. Strong individuals are respected everywhere, especially a genius like Su-Yun. Su-Yun, are you okay? You didn't get hurt during the fight, did you? Huang Hu asked with concern. Su-Yun shook his head. No, I didn't get hurt. Wang Kun, kneeling on the ground, was almost in tears. Damn it, what could Su-Yun be hurt by? He didn't even see a shadow before he was incapacitated. He didn't even have a chance to strike back and was killed instantly. Who knew he would encounter such a freak? If I had known, I would have run far away. Who would dare to approach? Injured? Don't let yourself get internal injuries from anger. Just get better. As for the thought of escaping, he definitely had considered it. Who would want to kneel on the ground waiting for judgment if they could run? But could he run? Could he escape? He thought about it and calculated that the chance of escaping was 0. He had seen Su-Yun's movements before. That kind of speed was beyond his reach. In terms of strength and speed, he was completely no match for Su-Yun and had completely given up on resistance. If he angered Su-Yun during the escape, Su-Yun could easily kill him on the spot, and he would just be giving away his life for nothing. Chapter 219. Detailed discussion with the boss. Su-Yun casually glanced at the magazine before putting it down. These people should be more than enough to deal with ordinary folks. If no powerful warriors intervened, this group should have no problem protecting Lin Yuding and the others. It was also sufficient for guarding his own place. Su-Yun waited quietly, and after about 5 minutes, he saw the beautiful receptionist from before walking over with someone. The person approaching had a righteous look on his face, stood about 9 meters tall, wore a white short-sleeved shirt, and walked with a commanding presence. As this person approached, Su-Yun remained calm, a faint smile on his lips. Su-Yun could sense the person's strength. He was at the peak of the human level, not much different from the 2 major underground dragon heads. For ordinary people, he was already quite powerful, but to Su-Yun, he was just a small insect easily crushed. The man walked over and was secretly astonished by Su-Yun's calm demeanor. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He had never seen such a young person like Su-Yun before. Although he had been in society for many years and had seen many life and death situations, he found Su Yun completely inscrutable, as if he were shrouded in a veil of mystery that concealed all his information. Chapter 220. Purchasing Shunwei security, proving that I've transferred the money to you. Isn't that proof enough? What could be more solid than money? Su Yun asked with a smile. Yuan Xiao was stunned again. He understood that what Su Yun said was indeed a fact. What could be more real than having the money in hand? The answer was nothing. So, Mr. Su, after acquiring our company, what do you plan to do? How will you deal with our employees? What plans do you have for future development? He asked carefully again, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Su Yun was very likely the boss behind Yunding Century, and the means and decisiveness of such people were definitely worthy of his awe. Even if he wasn't, being able to buy his company was certainly not something an ordinary person could do. I said, just protect a few people around me. As for how your company develops, that's up to you to decide. The company will continue to operate under your system, and all expenses will be covered by me. Hearing Su Yun's words, Yuan Xiao's expression brightened. Su Yun not intervening in their company's affairs and letting him manage, it was certainly something he was very happy about. After all, this was his hard work. Moreover, it also provided an explanation to the brothers under him. Chapter 221. A few moves. Hearing this, Su Yun chuckled lightly. I don't need protection, just arrange a few people to guard my residence. Mr. Su, are you sure you don't need it? What about your safety? Yuan Xiao asked anxiously. After all, Su Yun was now his boss, and caring about his boss to leave a good impression was not excessive. If Su Yun helped him out later, he might just take off. No need, just focus on protecting the 3 people I mentioned. I'm joking, I don't need protection. Considering my current strength, how many people in the Dragon Country could threaten me? As long as no heavenly level strongman appears, unless I face a group of peak earthly level fighters, I can definitely retreat easily. Whoever wants to lay a hand on me will definitely regret it. Yuan Xiao showed a hesitant expression, wanting to say something more. All right, no need to say more, Su Yun interjected, standing up and looking out the scenery. Seeing Su Yun stand up, Yuan Xiao hurriedly followed suit. How could he dare to sit while his boss was standing? Mr. Yuan, I want to exchange a few moves with you, how about it? Su Yun said calmly without turning around. Chapter 222. The match at the same time. He felt fortunate that this wasn't a battlefield and that he and Su Yun weren't enemies. If they were truly enemies, he might have lost his life today. Looking at Su Yun in the center of the stage, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, he suddenly felt that Su Yun was so tall, so unstoppable, and had an imposing presence. Mr. Yuan, please, Su Yun gestured invitingly. Yuan Xiao below the stage paused for a moment, feeling unable to move. All the eyes in the audience were on him. They were witnessing someone with skills like Su Yun for the first time. They were curious to see what kind of sparks would fly when their long-dominant boss faced this mysterious Mr. Su. In the end, under everyone's gaze, Yuan Xiao took a heavy step forward, jumped onto the stage, and grabbed the top rope of the stage's safety railing, flipping over onto the stage. In terms of grace, he certainly couldn't match Su Yun. Everyone watched intently, expecting a fierce contest between the two, eager to see what a real match between experts looked like. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so deep and unfathomable. Chapter 223. Leaving the security company just now, Yuan Xiao's fist hit him, and he felt nothing, as if someone was just scratching an itch. Naturally, he sensed that Yuan Xiao had put all his strength into it. This was only the power of 2 layers of martial arts. If he really completed 5 layers, the effect was unimaginable, and he was very satisfied with this result. A peak human-level punch could be said to be very powerful. If it were just to block with his body, let alone peak human level, even mid to late earthly level fighters would be unable to withstand it. Come on, continue, Su Yun said again, knowing full well that the other party couldn't hurt him. Letting him continue to hit was to earn more respect and fear from him, making him work better for him in the future. All right, Yuan Xiao thought, not believing in evil, not believing that his strength couldn't even push Su Yun back. Gathering all his strength, his fist fell on Su Yun like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another fell on Su Yun, who showed no change in expression, while Yuan Xiao was sweating profusely. After throwing more than 20 punches at Su Yun, he stopped, no longer wanting to waste his efforts. At this moment, his mind was filled with 2 words, speechless. Chapter 224. Teacher hospitalized after returning home and resting for a while. By around 7 p.m., the people Yuan Xiao selected arrived, 8 individuals in total, all dressed in suits, wearing sunglasses, and each standing between 1.8 and 1.9 meters tall, looking like male models. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Lin Hui, the leader of this security team." A young man in his 30s walked over, took off his sunglasses, and had a determined look on his face, clearly a capable person. Su Yun compared the information sent by Yuan Xiao and confirmed the identities of these individuals, then briefly explained the situation at home. They were left to arrange the security work themselves. In fact, Su Yun didn't care much about this. The people coming to protect him were mostly just for show, and he didn't really need ordinary people to protect him. He then contacted Lin Yuding and the others, informing them about hiring security guards and sending them the information Yuan Xiao provided to confirm whether they were indeed bodyguards sent from his side. The girls were naturally touched by Su Yun's gesture and chatted for a long time. The next day, when Su Yun got out of bed, it was already midday. Chapter 225. VIP Ward. They had also donated some money and brought gifts to visit the teacher. Lu Yinyan and her daughter were very grateful for their attitude, but they weren't as warm towards Su Yuan. They still bought gifts and donated money. However, Su Yun came empty-handed, did nothing but offer a simple greeting, and received such a good attitude and response. Naturally, some among them felt unbalanced. Their visit today wasn't that simple. One reason was to show concern for the teacher, to gain her favor, thinking that if the teacher got better in the future, perhaps her connections could help them. The second reason was to show off, take some photos for social media, displaying their benevolence and noble character. They had already taken pictures and chatted for a while, preparing to leave, when they happened to see Su Yun coming in. Su Yun's close relationship with Lu Yinyan and her daughter made them feel displeased. Why should he be treated so well? So they made some sarcastic remarks. "Why does it matter to you whether I bring gifts or not? I will naturally buy them." Su Yun responded somewhat displeased. Chapter 226. Meeting the director, the cashier hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak the truth. This gentleman was preparing to pay. The man was quite pleased, indicating that the paperwork wasn't complete, so he wanted to be served quickly. "My uncle is the chief doctor here, Yang Dongwen. My mom is sick, and I want her to stay in the best room, so please make an exception." Hearing this, the cashier was very hesitant, looking troubled and conflicted. She knew Yang Dongwen was a renowned doctor in the hospital, and offending him could jeopardize her job. But on the other hand, her professional ethics dictated that she should serve on a first-come, first-served basis, so it should be Su Yun's turn. Thus, she was very conflicted. The nearby man couldn't wait any longer and immediately took out his phone, presumably calling his uncle. "Uncle, I'm at the payment desk in your hospital. There is a single room available, but this staff won't process it for me. Can you come take a look?" "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up, he looked disdainfully at Su Yun, as if to say, "How can someone like you compare to me?" In less than a minute, a person dressed in a white doctor's coat arrived. Chapter 227. Buying the hospital, he didn't suspect that this card was fake. Ordinary people had never seen such a card and wouldn't know the significance behind it. Moreover, such cards are tightly controlled by the state. If it were discovered to be fake, it would be a death sentence. No one dared to forge such bank cards, as if it were fake. It wouldn't work when trying to withdraw money, making it useless. "So you're the owner of Yending Century. I didn't expect you to be so young. It's an honor to meet you." His tone was no longer filled with dissatisfaction, but was instead very warm and friendly. "You're too kind," Su Yun replied on, showing no signs of acknowledgement. "Mr. Su, you mentioned wanting to buy our hospital. Are you looking to enter the medical industry?" "You could say that. Yending Century has always been open to all, regardless of the type of business." "Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to sell you the hospital, but it doesn't belong to just me. It was established with 3 of us pooling our resources together, so if it were to be sold to you, it would probably take a while." Upon hearing this, Su Yun understood that he did not want to sell. It doesn't matter. If you don't want to sell, that just shows a lack of sincerity. What is sincerity? Naturally, it's money. Chapter 228. Back to the ward, they were all curious about why an old doctor was next to Su Yun. Su Yun naturally noticed the few people preparing to leave. He merely glanced at them and then turned his gaze away, completely disregarding them. "Teacher Lu, Xiaoro, I'm back. Brother Su Yun, you finally returned." Xiaoro affectionately took Su Yun's hand. "Why are you back? You were gone for so long. You wouldn't tell us it didn't work out, would you? Weren't you supposed to change rooms? Where's the new room?" This person started to chatter again. Lu Yan was the first to speak. "Shall he say less?" Seeing herself being reprimanded by Teacher Lu, she turned her head in anger. "Who are these people?" The director looked at the 4 seniors. "I don't know. Don't worry about them," Su Yun replied. The expressions of those people were not good, especially the woman who had made sarcastic remarks, who was practically seething with hatred towards Su Yun for ignoring them. Su Yun, is this person next to you? Lu Yin asked tentatively, because she saw that the director was wearing the hospital's uniform. Before Su Yun could introduce him, the director spoke first. I'm a hospital's director, Zhou Zhongliang. Stunned, petrified. Chapter 229. Going to find Yang Dongwen at this moment. Lu Yin and her son looked at Su Yun in astonishment, as if they were meeting him for the first time. They knew Su Yun very well. They knew he was just a child from an ordinary family. But today, everything was completely beyond their expectations. To them, not to mention the hospital director, even a chief physician was unattainable. But now the director appeared before them, showing concern and greetings. Although they understood the director was there for Su Yun, they were still very happy. Su Yun even invited a brain specialist. They were immensely grateful. With experts present, it meant that the hope for treatment had increased significantly. Moreover, they heard the director say that Su Yun was about to become the owner of the hospital, and given their relationship with Su Yun, at least for the time being, they wouldn't have to worry about medical expenses. Even if Su Yun didn't cover their medical fees for free, he could at least extend their payment period. Being friends with the hospital's director and owner, how could his wealth be less than 100 billion? Meanwhile, the few people on another bed who had been speaking loudly and creating a ruckus had quieted down after the series of events, gazing at Su Yun with awe, no longer making loud noises. Chapter 230. Talking in the office what? Can I come? Director, Zhou retorted sharply. The director can come anytime he wants. He squeezed out a flattering smile. Then his gaze shifted, and he saw Su Yun behind the director, and he froze. Wasn't this the young man he ran into in the lobby? He had taken the single patient room from him, so why was he now with the director? He felt puzzled. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Could it be that this young man had some connection with the director? Was he here to cause trouble for him? He started to worry. After a 2-second pause, he gathered his courage and spoke. Director, please come in. Su Yun and the director walked in together. As they entered, Su Yun saw a young man sitting on the sofa in his office. It was his nephew, the one who had barged in and taken his single patient room. When his nephew saw the director enter, he immediately stood up to greet him, having just heard his uncle's title, "Hello, Director." Then he saw Su Yun, and his expression turned to one of shock. Yang Dongwen invited the director to sit on the sofa, and Su Yun followed suit without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Yang Dongwen frowned, feeling quite displeased. Chapter 231. Back to the ward. His nephew was still young and might still have some pride, but Yang Dongwen saw things clearly. He understood very well. His nephew's family owned a small company in Jiangcheng with a scale of over 10 million. If Su Yun decided to suppress them, their company would definitely not escape unscathed and could very likely go bankrupt. Moreover, their family had been in Jiangcheng for generations. Where could they run to? If they went to another place, Su Yun might not have such a strong reach, but leaving their homeland was not what they wanted. Upon learning about Su Yun's identity, he had already thought a lot and weighed the pros and cons. The best way to resolve this matter was to seek Su Yun's forgiveness. Because the resources were just the tip of the iceberg, enough to make him feel horrified, buying this hospital was definitely not simple. If he could easily take out hundreds of billions, would you believe he had no other assets? Faced with such a colossal entity and a big shot, he felt powerless and uninterested in resisting. He just wanted to seek forgiveness and minimize losses. In the end, his nephew could not withstand his insistence, and, under his urging, knelt before Su Yun. Mr. Su, I beg for your forgiveness. Su Yun waved his hand, finding it meaningless. Just handle your resignation procedures in the next couple of days. Chapter 232. Taking Xiao out to eat then, as if recalling something, she said with some difficulty, Su Yun, could you please cover the medical expenses for now? Once the teacher recovers, I'll slowly pay you back. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was displeased. Teacher Liu, what are you talking about? Just focus on your treatment. I'll cover all the expenses, and you don't need to pay me back. The entire hospital belongs to me. Do you think I would care about this few tens or hundreds of thousands? Moreover, I currently have so much money that I can't spend it all. It would be of no use to me. You all can keep it for a good life. If you face any difficulties or need anything, you can contact me. Lu Yin was taken aback for a couple of seconds, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Su Yun. Thank you for helping us so much. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao looked at Su Yun with sparkling eyes. Here we go again. Didn't I already say not to say thank you anymore? Su Yun pretended to be angry. Okay, I won't say thank you anymore. Anyway, meeting you is a stroke of luck for both of us. After chatting with them for a bit, Su-yin took Yi Xiaoro out to eat. Since leaving home at noon, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. Although he wasn't starving, he still wanted to try something delicious. Chapter 233. Taking Xiaoro shopping for clothes, Su-yin ignored them. He took out his car keys. Beep, beep, and the lights came on, and the car doors opened. All the onlookers stared dumbfounded at what was happening in front of them. They were gaping at Su-yin and the others, shocked to discover that the car owner was this young man. Thinking about the things they had just discussed, it felt like they had been slapped. Their faces burned with embarrassment. Su-yin paid no attention to their thoughts and got into the car with the dazed Yi Xiaoro. Vroom. The vehicle started, and Su-yin drove away quickly, leaving behind a crowd of stunned people and a group of shocked gazes. In the car, Yi Xiaoro couldn't close her mouth for a long time, marveling that Su-yin was the owner of this car. She had seen this car outside before. It was so cool that even she, a girl who didn't know much about cars, liked it. And did you see the crowd just now? They said they couldn't afford to pay for the damage to this car, which probably wasn't cheap. This was her first time riding in a luxury sports car, and a fresh feeling surged over her. Brother Su-yin, this car is pretty nice. How much does it cost? She looked at Su-yin with curiosity. Not much. Just 200 million. Chapter 234. Back to the hospital. Su-yin was editing a message. Everyone, there's no need for donations anymore. I will cover all of Teacher Lu's medical expenses. I have also invited a specialized expert to check on Teacher Lu's condition. Everything is fine, so please rest assured. Additionally, Teacher Lu has been moved to a single patient room, located at 15th floor, room 301. Those who have time can go visit the teacher. Wow, awesome. As expected of Mr. Su. We knew you would step in. Mr. Su is dependable. You're so nostalgic. Generous. We'll go visit the teacher when we have time. 666666666. Be a person like Su-yin. In just a few seconds, Su-yin saw the class group chat messages rolling in crazily. Many people were praising him. It made Su-yin's scalp tingle. These classmates were really speaking the truth, not a single lie. Su-yin chatted with his classmates in the group for a while. After about an hour, Yi Xiaoro finally picked out the clothes she wanted. Su-yin had told her to buy no less than 12 pieces. And she really bought exactly 12, not one more. Su-yin wanted her to buy a bit more, but she only got that much. Chapter 235. Making a phone call. Seeing that Su-yin didn't agree, their spirits sank. They considered themselves to be of above-average looks and had some confidence. Unexpectedly, Su-yin was completely unmoved. Su-yin, I heard you don't have a girlfriend yet. How about considering us? We can make do, one girl boldly said. Su-yin was taken aback. Well, that's unnecessary, right? I already have someone I like. Su-yin was speechless, wondering why this old classmate was confessing right away. He wasn't at the desperate stage and already had so many outstanding girls. He didn't want to get involved with anyone else. The girl replied dejectedly, all right then, let's keep in touch. At this point, Lu Yin, surprised and curious, spoke up. Su-yin, is the Jiangcheng International Hotel also your property? How have you been doing this past year? The dean mentioned earlier that this hospital is owned by Su-yin. And now I've heard that he also owns a 5-star hotel. I'm quite surprised. What has Su-yin done this year, and what has he experienced? How could such a huge change happen? Teacher Lu, just focus on your recovery. All of this is the result of my hard work. So you don't need to worry about it, Su-yin said with a smile, not intending to tell anyone about the system. Chapter 236. Lin Jiyue comes home after chatting with Lin Yuding for a while. Su-yin hung up the phone. Everything at home was as usual, but someone came in the evening, which surprised him. While lying in bed feeling bored, he received a call from Lin Jiyue, asking him to come downstairs to open the door, saying she had a surprise for him. Naturally, Su-yin ran downstairs. When he opened the door, Lin Jiyue was standing right in front of him, holding a small bag. What are you doing here? Su-yin welcomed Lin Jiyue in with joy. How could he not be happy to see her? She was his first woman, and he hadn't had any intimate encounters in a long time. He was just worried about how to find Lin Jiyue when she showed up at his door. Why can't I come? Lin Jiyue looked at Su-yin angrily, with a disappointed expression. In her view, Su-yin was simply thick-headed. After what happened between them, he hadn't come to find her, which felt like he was running away. Did he dislike her that much? Shouldn't they be closer? She sat down on the living room sofa, her hair cascading down, with a few strands floating against her fair cheeks, giving her a unique charm. Chapter 237. Picking up Lin Yuding from school early in the morning. Lin Jiyue slowly woke up from her dreams. Looking at Su-yin sleeping beside her, she remembered the wild night they had, and moved a little, feeling as if her whole body was falling apart. Looking at the messy battlefield, Su Yun was really something. She reached out her little hand and gently pinched Su Yun's nose. Su Yun's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and Su Yun saw Lin Jiue's hand pinching his nose. Su Yun wrapped his arms around her smooth back, pulling her close. Their foreheads touched. Did I hurt you again? Su Yun said lovingly. As long as you know, you big bad guy, Lin Jiue replied. Su Yun held her tighter. They lingered like this for a few minutes. Lin Jiue struggled to get up from Su Yun's embrace. What are you doing? Sleep a little longer, Su Yun said affectionately. Sleep? I have a ton of work waiting for me at the company. If I had known, I wouldn't have come, you big-headed bull. Su Yun pinched his own nose, awkwardly smiling, not knowing what to say. It had been too long. No one could help it. After Lin Jiue left, Su Yun naturally lay back down and continued sleeping. He slept until noon when it was time for lunch. Chapter 238. Taking Lin Yuding out. As soon as he entered the door, Su Yun immediately called Lin Yuding, urging her to come down quickly. There were too many people at the school these days. He couldn't handle it. Lin Yuding understood and agreed right away. When Su Yun drove to her dormitory, he saw her already waiting there. There were many people coming and going, the entrance was crowded, and a long line was forming as people checked in. Lin Yuding stood outside on a large empty space, under the swaying willow trees, with a gentle breeze blowing, the branches dancing, and her pleated skirt fluttering in the wind, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Su Yun also noticed a decent-looking boy pulling a suitcase towards Lin Yuding, talking to her. As Su Yun drove over, he drew everyone's attention, finally parking in front of Lin Yuding. He rolled down the car window and flashed a sunny smile. Get in. He heard Lin Yuding turn to the boy she was talking to and say, Sorry, Junior, I have to go. Then she walked over to Su Yun, her pure and beautiful face radiating a charming smile that was simply intoxicating. Chapter 239. Going to the park to relax, the two arrived at a large park. They reached a lake where tall willow trees lined the shore. Many people were relaxing under the trees. A gentle breeze made it quite pleasant. The temperature in Jiangsheng was particularly suitable for living. Even at the hottest in summer, it was only about 25 to 26 degrees Celsius, without any scorching heat. At this moment by the lake, several couples were leaning against each other. Many people looked at Su Yun and Lin Jiue as they walked over. And it was undeniable that their good looks made them the obvious center of attention. They looked like a perfect couple, with the man handsome and the woman beautiful, both exuding a pleasant aura. Watching such a pair of attractive, high-quality individuals, many people glanced at their own partners and instantly felt that their companions were lacking. These onlookers looked somewhat dissatisfied with Su Yun and Lin Jiue, wondering why they came here instead of finding a nice place to cool off. Su Yun didn't have time to guess what others were thinking and headed straight for the shade of a large tree, sitting down on the grass. Lin Yuding hesitated slightly. She was wearing a brand new white dress that she had just bought, and she was worried about getting it dirty sitting on the grass. Chapter 240. Taking Lin Yuding to the hospital. What's wrong with that? I already bought a lot of fruit for the teacher yesterday. If you buy more for her, she won't be able to eat it all. It might even go bad, Su Yun said. Fine, Lin Yuding nodded quietly, giving up on the idea of buying a gift. Su Yun took her to the hospital. As soon as they entered the room, they saw the two female classmates from the ward yesterday. The two girls were initially happy to see Su Yun, but their expressions quickly stiffened when they noticed Lin Yuding behind him. They had talked a lot with Su Yun yesterday, even though he seemed uninterested in them. But for them, being able to talk was always good. It meant there was still a chance. This was a golden opportunity they couldn't let slip by easily. Although Su Yun had clearly rejected them yesterday, they still held on to hope. They were sure Su Yun would come to see the teacher today, so they arrived early to seize the chance to talk. If they could be with Su Yun, it would be like living a princess's life. However, they hadn't expected that after waiting for a long time. What they got was Su Yun walking in with another girl, and they were instantly disappointed. Chapter 241. Going to school to register that night. Su Yun received a call from his cousin. The bus was at 11 a.m. the next morning, and it would arrive in Jiangsheng around noon. After learning about his cousin's arrival time, he chatted with her for a few more moments before hanging up the phone. A night of silence. Today, Su Yun got up very early, at 9 o'clock. After a simple wash, he drove to school. It was still morning, and there weren't many people at the school gate, so it wasn't too congested. Seeing Su Yun, the security guard still had the same attitude as yesterday, with a flattering smile, letting Su Yun in. Watching Su Yun drive in, the security guard was filled with envy and awe. Just yesterday, he drove a $2 billion luxury car, and today, he switched to a different one. This big shot is truly terrifying. He can only look up to him. Today, Su Yun was driving his Rolls-Royce Phantom, as he needed to take 2 people with him, and his cousin might have some luggage, so a sports car wasn't suitable. Arriving at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Lin Yuding was already waiting there. She was a beautiful sight. Su Yun drove over to pick her up and left with Lin Yuding amidst envious gazes from the crowd. Chapter 242. For Lin Jiyue, a few people walked into the crowd. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, someone shouted, "Senior Lin, why are you here?" Several boys turned to look at them. Many people's eyes showed excitement. Not only the volunteers, but even the new students who just joined the school today were focused on Lin Yuding. There was no way around it. Lin Yuding was too beautiful and eye-catching. Dressed in a white dress, with fair skin and stunning features, her ethereal aura made her the center of attention wherever she went. Especially for these newly enrolled, naive students. "Senior, who is that?" Someone asked the nearby volunteer seniors. The person looked up at the sky and sighed. "Once you enter our school, you'll definitely know. She is the school belle, undoubtedly the most beautiful girl. She has been the top of the school belle selection for several consecutive years, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will still be her this year." Many people straightened their waists unconsciously, wanting to showcase their own charm. Some were also asking, "Who is that handsome guy next to the school belle?" Not just the new students, even many older students were confused. Chapter 243. Officially buying the hospital, Lin Jiyue looked at the long string of numbers, her pupils dilating. Completely stunned, unable to express her surprise. She was dazed for almost 10 seconds. Seeing that Lin Jiyue on the phone hadn't reacted for a long time, Su Yun asked, "Hey, are you okay? Were you scared by that amount of money? How can I talk like that? Who's scared? Do I look like someone who would be scared by money?" Lin Jiyue on the phone retorted like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. "Is that so? That's good." Su Yun chuckled lightly. "You're giving me so much money all at once. Are you okay?" Lin Jiyue said worriedly. Maybe the surprise is fake. Who wouldn't be shocked by 500 billion? Not to mention 500 billion Dragon Kingdom currency. Even 500 billion sheets of worthless paper would still be quite valuable. She was truly astonished. Today she had asked Su Yun about this suddenly, without any prior notice, indicating that this 500 billion was something Su Yun had prepared long ago. A person who casually keeps several hundred billion around them is just too terrifying. How much money does Su Yun actually have? The world's richest person probably can't compare to him, she thought silently. Ever since she followed Su Yun, she had seen a broad world. And as the #1 person in Jiangxing's business circle, there were rarely things that could astonish her. But today she was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 244. Taking my cousin out to eat Yunding Century was in its prime, and it was said that this company was very kind. Any company acquired by them would enter a phase of rapid development, and employee salaries would generally increase. Many employees hoped their companies would be acquired by Yunding Century, as it might mean a better life for them. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened to them today. Many were imagining the future, backed by the substantial capital of Yunding Century, with absolute financial support. In the future, the hospital would definitely enter a phase of rapid development, whether expanding the hospital scale, introducing new talents, or bringing in advanced equipment. All of these could be easily accomplished by Yunding Century. Moreover, their hospital might grow stronger and expand to other provinces, even setting up branches nationwide. They had no doubt about Su Yun's identity. After all, it was their boss who personally introduced him, and he said he had bought the hospital. It couldn't possibly be a scam, right? If it were someone else, who would have that kind of strength to quietly acquire a hospital? Suddenly, many were a bit happy, excited to be on Su Yun's big boat. Chapter 245. Taking my cousin shopping. Brother, what are we doing next? After a hearty meal, Zhou Yunyun, with a full stomach, asked, "Where do you want to go? Do you want to shop or play?" "It's up to you," Su Yun said, letting them decide. He really hadn't thought about where to go next. "Yunyun, what do you think?" Lin Yuding asked, as she had grown up here and didn't have much to shop for. Zhou Yunyun was visiting for the second time and would live here for a few years, so it depended on what she planned. Zhou Yunyun tilted her little head and thought for a while before saying, "Let's go shopping. We can walk around the streets and get familiar with the environment here." "Okay, we'll go shopping," Su Yun decisively agreed. After stepping out, the group walked along the bustling streets. Cousin Zhou Yunyun curiously looked around. Su Yun couldn't help but smile. Compared to his hometown in Yunjiang County, Jiangxing's prosperity was like heaven and earth. He could understand his cousin's behavior. The last time she came, he hadn't properly taken her to buy gifts. They had only bought some clothes, and for the next few days, they were mostly sightseeing, not really shopping. Chapter 246. Shopping Lin Yuding had a look of refusal. No, I'm not saying. If you want to know, just ask your brother, she said. No, I just want to hear you say it. Zhou Yunyun kept pestering Lin Yuding, acting cute, determined to get an answer. Lin Yuding couldn't take it anymore and said, there are plenty of videos on Douyin. Just search for it and you'll know. Zhou Yunyun looked at Su Yun and Lin Yuding strangely. No way. You guys recorded that kind of video? You silly girl. It was recorded by the viewers in those live streams. Zhou Yunyun looked enlightened and quickly opened Douyin. She directly searched for Lin Yuding's Douyin username, Bailingbird. Last time in the cafeteria, Lin Yuding had shown her Douyin account. So she directly entered the name to look for key information. Sister Tingting, which one is it? I don't see my cousin. Lin Yuding glanced at Su Yun and said, try searching for little white cloud in the waves. Although her cousin Zhou Yunyun didn't understand why Sister Ting asked him to check this name, she still did as Sister Ting said. She searched for little white cloud in the waves on Douyin. In an instant, a lot of information about this name appeared. Chapter 247, Buying Clothes Without Saying a Word. Su Yun directly took them shopping, entering full-blown shopping mode. The night was bustling with people and brightly lit. Wherever the three went, they attracted attention, as handsome men and beautiful women were not common. They walked into a clothing store, which mainly featured women's clothing, as he mainly accompanied his cousins to look. Su Yun had already bought dozens of outfits last time, enough to wear for a long time, and he had no particular demands when it came to clothes. A pretty salesgirl approached them. Two beautiful ladies, what do you need? We're just browsing, Lin Yuding replied. How can you just browse? If you want anything, just buy it. You know my financial power, so take whatever you want. Even if you want to take the whole store, I can give it to you, Su Yun said casually. Some other customers in the store looked at Su Yun with strange expressions, as if he were patient, thinking he was being very boastful. The merchandise in this store alone was worth tens of millions. The salesgirl didn't expect Su Yun to be so bold, but she responded with a smile and didn't argue. Though she couldn't help but feel skeptical. The two girls naturally knew his capabilities and thought, who would be polite to you? We know you have money to burn. Chapter 248, taking the two girls back to school. Moreover, the presidential suite mentioned later on, the Jiangxing International Hotel, is the best hotel in Jiangxing, with each night starting at over 100,000. At this moment, they looked at Su Yun with renewed respect. To them, he was a true rich young master, with a background that was increasingly unfathomable. All right, no problem. The salesgirl immediately responded to Su Yun's answer. Let's go and check out other places. Hearing Su Yun say this, the other's eyes lit up. A big shot is indeed a big shot. This outing would surely involve spending millions. In just half an hour, they spent over $1 million. And now they were going to buy more things. It was truly extravagant. Finally, the three of them, surrounded by several enthusiastic salespeople, walked out of the store. Several salespeople followed them out, wearing the sunniest smiles, treating Su Yun like a god. Su Yun then took the two girls into a handbag store. In fact, they were welcomed inside by the salesgirl who had just been standing at the door, seeing Su Yun walk out of the clothing store across the street. Chapter 249, using enhancement points again after the two girls went up and then came back down. They returned to the car to deliver the things Zhou Yunyun bought to her apartment. As soon as they got in the car, Zhou Yunyun began to tease Sister Ting. You're really lucky. Look at how many people envy you. Lin Yuding pinched Zhou Yunyun's cheek. You little girl, what do you know? The two girls started playfully teasing each other in the back. They arrived at Zhou Yunyun's building, seeing Su Yun's car parked downstairs. Many passers-by stopped to look at the vehicle. The crowd gathered, even more than the people gathered downstairs at Lin Yuding's place. Watching Zhou Yunyun and Lin Yuding get out of the car, they discussed in surprise, wow, I heard yesterday that there was a luxury car picking someone up for school. They didn't expect it to be true and right in our building. Who is it? Is their family this wealthy? This car must be worth several million, right? Sister, say it louder. What's several million? This car is worth over 20 million. Suddenly, many people were left speechless in shock. They looked at the two getting out of the car with envy, especially as the beautiful girl carried several gift boxes with the famous brand logos on the bags. Chapter 250. Returning to the Jiangcheng base the next morning, Su Yun got up and had a simple breakfast. He drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the Long Group base. On the wide roads in the suburbs, Su Yun drove fast. The feeling was completely different from being in the city, truly enjoying the pleasure of driving. Soon he arrived at the first guard station. Su Yun sped past, and the same soldier was still on guard. When he reached the gate, the soldier quickly stood up, eyes full of vigilance, but calmed down when he recognized Su Yun. Captain Su, it's you. He immediately saluted and opened the gate. After greeting him, Su Yun left. Having been there once before, when he arrived at the main gate, the security guard didn't put up any obstacles. After confirming it was Su Yun, he let him pass. This time, returning to the base's main gate, it didn't feel as grand as the first time. Back then, it seemed very impressive, but now it just seemed okay. The last time he came was to deal with the issue of Qin Wanyan's company's inferior products, and he had even requested cooperation from the relevant departments for that matter. Chapter 251. Base meeting. After becoming the captain, he could directly communicate with leaders from other departments in the province, holding significant power and having a strong voice in many matters. All members of the Long Group at the Jiangxing base were managed by the captain, who could decide on task distribution. Additionally, the captain received an annual special subsidy of 1 billion, along with many other small benefits that I want to elaborate on. Huang Hu explained, "Do I have to manage the base's affairs? What if I don't?" Su Yun asked. Huang Hu was silent for a while, surprised that Su Yun's reaction was different from what he had imagined. Usually, when someone gets promoted and gains power, they want to show off their authority. However, Su Yun's expression and attitude clearly indicated that he didn't want to manage or interfere with the Jiangxing base's affairs, which Huang Hu found hard to understand. A young person who is so indifferent to power is a level he couldn't reach. Holding such a position comes with many benefits. Having real power earns you respect when you step outside. Yet, Su Yun surprisingly didn't want such power. "Don't you want to participate in the management of the base?" Huang Hu pondered for a moment before finally asking. Chapter 252. Deep doubts. Huang Hu naturally noticed the skeptical gazes from many members present. "I know what you're thinking. Do you think Captain Su lacks the strength and qualifications?" The majority of the people present remained silent, clearly agreeing with Huang Hu's statement, believing that Su Yun wasn't fit for the captain's position. However, a few faint voices spoke up. "No, I believe Captain Su is capable of handling this position." Su Yun looked at those people and realized that he had met them before. They were the ones who accompanied Huang Hu to escort Wang Kun home that day. "Wu Hao, what are you talking about? How do you know he has the qualifications?" One person immediately questioned. The man called Wu Hao was wearing blue clothing, and Su Yun had exchanged a few words with him that day. "I said that team leader Su has that strength," Wu Hao retorted. "Come on, he is one of the few who knows Su Yun's abilities." After capturing Wang Kun that day, Wang Kun revealed everything, but the captain didn't disclose anything to the outside. Only they knew. They kept this secret to prevent others from knowing about Su Yun and his strength. Chapter 253. Huang Hu's announcement. The news had spread widely. Almost everyone believed it was fake after the incident in the cafeteria of the Imperial Capital Base. Otherwise, they wouldn't be facing several mid-level challenges without fighting back. But today, their idol and benchmark told them the rumors were true, and it was hard for them to believe. "That's right, this is what I was told from above. Su Yun's deeds have been verified by them. If you don't believe me, you should at least believe what comes from above." Huang Hu's gaze swept over the crowd, exuding an aura of authority. Those in the conference room who were skeptical immediately stopped debating and questioning. Indeed, this was a reward personally certified and issued by headquarters. The Dragon team has always operated according to regulations, with strict discipline, and some began to believe. Huang Hu then spoke again. "If you still don't believe those matters, I can tell you something I personally experienced, and Wu Hao and the others can testify." Hearing this, everyone in the conference room turned their attention to Huang Hu, their eyes clearly wanting to uncover the truth, eager to hear what he would say. Chapter 254. Li Shan's challenge. It was obvious that this person had shifted from opposition to support. After hearing him speak, a few others voiced similar sentiments. "Congratulations, Team Leader Su. I believe being the captain is just the starting point for Team Leader Su. Don't forget us in the future." "Congratulations," echoed around the room. And Su Yun looked at those congratulating him, smiling back at them. Their thoughts were quite simple. Even if Su Yun's strength didn't match that of their captain Huang Hu, it couldn't be too far off. Otherwise, why would the captain support him so much? Why would the organization reward him so highly? It could only mean that Su Yun was remarkable, indeed full of potential and strength. Regardless, they would accept whoever became the captain. And if this young and promising person became the captain, who knows, he might step up in the future and elevate their Jiangxing base as well. Su Yun noticed that Li Shan and two others were full of skepticism. Indeed, these two were quite unconvinced and doubtful. They had not fully believed Huang Hu's earlier comments, thinking the captain and others were merely cooperating to promote Su Yun to this captain position. Chapter 255. Instant kill. "Since that's the case, Li Shan has offended you," Li Shan said. He realized that regardless of whether he was a match for Su Yun, after a round, The truth would reveal itself. Moreover, with his late-stage strength, as long as he showcased it, in this organization that prioritized strength, no one would disrespect him. His fighting spirit surged. Suyin nodded and stood up. Come on. Li Shan also stood up, ready to head to the combat room to spar with Suyin. The people in the conference room stood up as well, wanting to follow them out. What are you all doing? We can do it right here, Suyin said. Everyone paused. This was a meeting place, and a fight between late-stage fighters would definitely ruin it. They imagined the two would be closely matched, and a duel would surely result in a fierce struggle, causing significant damage. Thus, everyone thought they should go to the combat room to fight, and they were puzzled when Su Yun suggested fighting right there. Captain Su, what do you mean? One person asked in confusion. I said we can fight right here. There's no need for any fuss. We can settle it easily. Chapter 256, The Appointment at that moment. The only thing he was thankful for was that he wasn't an enemy of Su Yun. Otherwise, the scene would have left a corpse behind. He inwardly lamented why heaven was so unfair and why such a freak of nature existed in this world. Su Yun only wanted to leave a deep impression on them. He didn't intend to kill anyone. He gently placed Li Shan on the ground, letting him stand on his feet and releasing his neck. Once Li Shan's neck was freed, he stood up, finally coming to his senses, staggering back a few steps, looking at Su Yun with a complex expression. Thank you, Captain Su, for your mercy. I overestimated my abilities. The others looked at Su Yun with complicated expressions of awe. No one doubted Su Yun's strength anymore. Li Shan was originally the second strongest in the base, and even he was taken down in one move. If they went up, it would only be worse. They couldn't do better than him. No one doubted that this was an act between Li Shan and Su Yun. There was no need for it. Everyone knew Li Shan's character. He wouldn't cooperate with Su Yun, and being taken down in one move, like a chicken, was a huge humiliation. He wouldn't sacrifice his face for an act. Chapter 257, Going to Jiahe Real Estate Company back home. Su Yun lay on his bed and received a call from Lin Jiyue. Lin Jiyue informed him that the company had officially acquired Jiangshang Jiahe Real Estate and asked him to accompany her to the company to handle the paperwork tomorrow. Without a second thought, Su Yun agreed. He knew about Jiahe Real Estate, as his villa was built by their company. Lin Jiyue had previously worked for them and had a significant dispute with their young master, Qi Tiangao. For this reason, he had specifically acquired Luo Xiang's law firm. He certainly remembered that. Initially, it was to prevent legal issues, so he had the company acquire this real estate company, and later there were no lawsuits. Su Yun had put this matter behind him, not expecting the acquisition to be completed today. He had to accompany Lin Jiyue. After all, it was the company she had worked at for several years. Having also experienced conflicts with that company, Su Yun naturally wanted to support her. In the morning, Su Yun drove his Lamborghini Veneno to the company, agreeing to meet Lin Jiyue there. Mainly, after inviting Lin Jiyue to his home last night, she was unwilling to come. Chapter 258 Emergency Mission. Su Yun naturally heard the discussions of those people, but he remained calm and indifferent, showing no signs of disturbance. Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, let's sign the contract, Chi Fu said directly, ignoring the murmurs. He had lost all sense of resistance and ambition to reclaim his company. At this moment, he felt utterly defeated and just wanted to sign the contract quickly and take the money and leave. Every minute spent in the company brought him more sadness. How many years had he spent here? Reflecting on how he had developed from a small office of just a few dozen square meters to a company worth hundreds of billions today, he felt helpless and heartbroken that it would end up in the hands of a woman. Lin Jiyue quickly went up to sign the contract with him and then signed share acquisition contracts with one small shareholder after another. In the entire conference room, apart from Qi Tiangao and his father looking gloomy, everyone else was laughing and cheering, constantly flattering Su Yun and Lin Jiyue. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people are not connected. After signing the contract, Su Yun immediately transferred the money to them. After receiving the money, Qi Fu and Qi Tiangao quickly left the reception room, fleeing in embarrassment. They couldn't bear the discussions happening around them. Chapter 259 Arrival at Renping City. Time passed quickly, and soon they arrived at the airport in Renping City. The helicopter landed in an open space without causing any commotion. The people from the base had made sufficient arrangements beforehand and had coordinated with the local authorities to ensure close cooperation. Naturally, there would be no awkward scenes like the last time at the airport. After getting off the helicopter, a middle-aged man in a police uniform immediately approached them, followed by 6 policemen, clearly a small team. Upon seeing Su Yun, he immediately saluted. Captain Su, hello, I am He-Chi, the director of the Renping City Police Department. Su-Yun responded with a gentle smile. Hello, I am Su-Yun for the Dragon Team. Generally, when arriving at a new location, local directors cooperate with the Dragon Team for their missions. Since Director He-Chi was waiting for him, it was clear he was aware of Su-Yun's arrival. So Su-Yun didn't hide anything. As for He-Chi's salute, Su-Yun had no special reaction. Given his status today, it was only natural to receive respect and admiration, comparable to that of a provincial department head. The driver who accompanied Su-Yun showed no reaction, as he understood the identity and status of Dragon Team members, and knew what Su-Yun's position represented, so there was nothing surprising about it. Chapter 260. Deploying a large search team, the group finally arrived at an abandoned factory. As soon as Su-Yun got out of the car, a foul smell hit him. Walking into the yard, he saw overgrown weeds and various green-black moss covering the ground. The walls had turned black from dripping water, and some walls had begun to crumble, shedding chunks of white powder. Entering the factory, the ground was covered in dust, leading them to the place where they had fought. There were many new marks here, and even a few pieces of wood had broken and fallen to the ground, with the dust now stained with fresh marks. There were also some black bloodstains on the ground and walls, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. It seemed there had indeed been a fierce battle. The group remained silent, quietly watching Su-Yun observe, not wanting to interrupt his thoughts. Su-Yun examined the signs of the fight and moved to a window where the ground was scattered with broken blue glass. The traces around the shattered glass indicated it had been recently broken. This was old glass that had been in place for a long time, but it had only been shattered yesterday, and there was even a drop of blood on the windowsill. Su-Yun leaped up and climbed through the window onto the ground outside, where two different footprints were clearly visible. Both sets of footprints were heavy, one behind the other, and the wild grass on the ground had been trampled down. Chapter 261. Finding important clues before the police arrived. Su-Yun had already discussed with He-Chi that the few people who knew his identity should not disclose any information. He wanted to use the criminal's greed to set a trap. He-Chi readily agreed, and the 3 police officers he brought were trustworthy subordinates, so they wouldn't say anything indiscreet. Su-Yun told He-Chi to pretend that they were relatives in front of others, and that he was a wealthy outsider wanting to do business in Renping City. This incident could be used to lure out the mastermind. After making the arrangements, they quietly waited for the search operation to proceed. Of course, Su-Yun didn't remain idle. He drove around the area to patrol, in case the criminal appeared suddenly. Thus, time passed slowly during the busy search by the police. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Just as Su-Yun was about to lose hope, news finally came in. A small team had searched an area and found medical supplies similar to those at the scene, which were discarded medical supplies covered in bloodstains. Chapter 262. Performing divine healing techniques. From her appearance, the woman seemed to be in her 40s. She stepped out and scanned the area, nervously asking the female police officer, "Are you really the police?" The female officer smiled kindly. "Of course. Look at how many of us are here. We wouldn't lie to you." Saying this, the female officer took out her police badge from her pocket and handed it to the woman. The woman took the badge with trembling hands, glanced at it, and then returned it to the female officer. "You're here to find someone, right?" the woman asked anxiously. Everyone on the scene brightened up. It seemed they had indeed found something. The female officer hurriedly nodded. "Yes, we are here to find someone." "Then hurry and come with me. That person is about to die," she said, quickly turning to return to the house. The female officer naturally followed, with Su-Yun and He-Chi trailing behind, while the others stayed outside. Upon entering the house, a strong smell of blood and a pungent scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Led by the woman, they turned left and right, arriving at a small room. Su-Yun followed, seeing a person lying on the bed, who appeared pale, with closed eyes and lips as white as a corpse, sweating profusely, and his body trembling slightly. Chapter 263. Discussing strategies. Yang Tianxiu showed a look of hatred. That person must have just entered the late stage of the Earth realm. He hasn't stabilized yet. His strength is slightly stronger than mine, but not by much. Otherwise you wouldn't be seeing me. That person is He-Yong, a criminal I pursued many years ago. Su-Yun was surprised, not expecting Yang Tianxiu to actually know this criminal and have had dealings with him. He did not interrupt, but allowed Yang Tianxiu to continue speaking. He was killing, arson, robbery, and smuggling at the border. Because of his strong abilities, no one was his opponent. At that time, I happened to encounter this task and became enemies with him. Initially, his strength was not as good as mine. I was somewhat stronger than him, so when I met him, I severed one of his arms. Just as I was about to capture him, someone with strength similar to mine suddenly appeared and blocked me, giving He Yong the chance to escape. After fighting with that expert for a while, there was no trace of either of them. Over the years, I have not heard any news about He Yong. Until recently, a series of murder cases occurred in Renping, and I came here to handle it, which led me to encounter him again. Chapter 264. Holding a press conference the next day. Early in the morning, Su Yun got up. The press conference was scheduled for 9 a.m. today. Ichi had already prepared the venue, environment, and other arrangements. He just needed to head to the scene. As Su Yun walked into the press conference venue, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Many reporters were carrying cameras, holding microphones, and pulling out their small notebooks. The scene was very grand. As Su Yun passed by, he could hear these people discussing the recent murder cases in Renping. More than half a month had passed since the first murder case. I wonder if the police have any clues this time? They should have some results. Otherwise, they wouldn't hold a press conference. I find it suspicious. Haven't you seen that no announcement has been made? If it were resolved, the police would have issued a statement long ago. Regardless, since the police are holding a press conference today, they will surely have some useful information. Everyone was eager to get first-hand information. Countless people in Renping were paying attention to these murder cases. Without a doubt, this was a particularly significant matter and a highly newsworthy case. Chapter 265. Su Yun takes the stage finally. These reporter friends asked several questions, and He Chi answered them one by one. Once most of the questions were answered, he said, "All right, let's leave this matter for now. We will inform everyone of any progress later. Additionally, I have something else to discuss with you all." Upon hearing this, the reporters below raised their heads to look at him, as they initially thought it was over but were surprised that there was more to come. They adjusted their focus. Looking at Director He. On the stage, Director He spoke, "I know that many wealthy businessmen in the city have been feeling anxious and fearful lately. Some have even left Renping for other places. What I'm about to talk about is related to the wealthy businessmen. Everyone knows that many rich people want to sell their assets, but due to recent unfortunate events, they can't find buyers. Today, I will introduce a wealthy businessman from outside. If anyone has needs, they can communicate with him. Now, let's invite him to say a few words." As he spoke, He Chi stepped down from the stage. Naturally, Su Yun stood up and walked toward the stage. Many people were surprised to see this young man standing up to go up. Was this the wealthy businessman that their director mentioned? Chapter 266. Layout. It should be known that the criminal He Yong is extremely cruel. Even ordinary police officers are no match for him. How could a young man like Su Yun dare to confront him? Moreover, doesn't Su Yun realize the danger he is in? Just now, Su Yun even claimed to have 2 billion at his disposal. It should be noted that He Yong, apart from being cruel, is also very greedy. Someone like Su Yun would undoubtedly be He Yong's primary target. Many people understand the principle of not flaunting wealth, but Su Yun openly stated it in such a public setting, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know. Were they not scared at all? They were curious. "Mr. Su, you should know that the criminal He Yong is very greedy, especially towards someone like you, who would be his primary target. Aren't you afraid he will target you?" "Huh?" Su Yun laughed heartily. "Afraid? Of course, I have confidence. I have the powerful dragon country backing me. And behind me are countless police officers and many brave people protecting us. If they aren't afraid, why should I, Su Yun, be?" Su Yun's words were filled with grandeur, resonating strongly and exuding an imposing aura. Chapter 267. The prey arrives thus. Su Yun quietly waited in the villa, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Time passed second by second. In the afternoon, Su Yun, lying on the sofa, slightly moved his ears and revealed a smile. The prey had taken a bait. He continued to pretend he hadn't noticed anything, scrolling through his phone and even laughing at funny videos. Checking the time, it had only been a little over 2 hours since he and Yang Tianxiu acted. He hadn't expected the person to arrive so quickly. Originally, Su Yun thought he would act at night, but unexpectedly, he was acting so out of character. Aren't those in the movies always killing under the cover of night? It was still broad daylight. However, Su Yun was not anxious at all. He was full of confidence, still watching videos. Wanted to see how long the person on the roof could hold out and observe. He wasn't too worried about the person escaping. Even if he wanted to leave now, it would be too late. Given Su Yun's speed, he was already among the fastest in the Dragon Country. And after practicing the movement technique Floating Light and Fleeting Shadow, his speed increased even more. That minor character on the rooftop couldn't possibly outrun him. Chapter 268. Hyung's death. It seems you still haven't recognized reality. Do you think I rely on others? I have always believed in myself. Soo-yoon spoke calmly and confidently. After you finished that word, Hyung stared at Soo-yoon for a long time, seemingly trying to see through him, his gaze unmoving for a long time. Hey, don't keep looking. I want to lose a piece of flesh, Soo-yoon teased. Who exactly are you? What gives you such confidence? Didn't I tell you? I give myself confidence. I'm curious how someone like you has survived until now. Soo-yoon continued to mock. You. He looked at Soo-yoon in anger, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. It seems that unless I give you some pain, you won't be honest. Soo-yoon could sense that Hyung was brewing his power. Hyung's long hair moved without wind, looking quite intimidating. I advise you not to act rashly, Soo-yoon said with a smile. At this moment, Hyung was beyond listening. He could no longer bear the humiliation, and with a burst of strength, he quickly stood up, clearly about to charge at Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon twisted his wrist, quickly condensing a white bead the size of a soybean at the tip of his right middle finger, and with a forceful flick, the bead shot towards Hyung like a bullet. Chapter 269. Returning to Jeongcheon understood. Chi understood everything. He speculated that Soo-yoon's strength was so superior that it left Hyung in despair, ultimately leading him to commit suicide. Chi slightly lowered his head and respectfully asked, Captain Soo, how do you plan to handle the next steps? Director I'll leave the follow-up to you. Please take care of it, Soo-yoon replied directly. Since Chi was able to sit in the director's position, he was certainly not a foolish person. He must have dealt with such cleanup many times before, so it would be second nature to him. All right, Captain Soo, rest assured, I will handle this beautifully. Do you think we should publicize your achievements in this incident to promote your name? Chi looked up at Soo-yoon and asked. Soo-yoon shook his head. No need. Just attribute it to the mysterious experts sent by the organization. I don't seek fame. Impressive. A person like Captain Soo, who can complete the task and then retreat quietly, hiding his accomplishments and name, not caring about fame or fortune, is truly a model for us. Okay, no need to say more. You hurry up and arrange things, Chi said, and then took some photos before taking away Hyung's body. With Rin Ping's matter already resolved, Soo-yoon had no reason to stay there. Chapter 270. Chin Wan-yen visits after Captain Soo arrived with a slight ploy. Hyung was tricked. Subsequently, Yang Tianxiu revealed some of Soo-yoon's schemes and strengths. What? Are you saying that the captain merely conjured a small energy pearl and lightly flicked it to incapacitate Hyung, a late-stage Earth-level expert, causing him to lose the courage to escape and commit suicide? Someone asked in disbelief. Yang Tianxiu nodded. That's right. The people present gasped in shock, their hearts trembling. If Soo-yoon could eliminate a late-stage Earth-level person with a flick of his fingers, wouldn't it be even easier to deal with them? If their Captain Soo wanted to target them, wouldn't it be as simple as crushing an ant? They turned their gaze to Captain Huang Hu, as if asking for his evaluation. Huang Hu awkwardly smiled. You don't think I can do that, do you? Soo-yoon is too abnormal. I probably can't even see his footsteps now. Thus, if you want to deal with me, it wouldn't be much harder than dealing with you. He felt helpless, wondering why the gap between people was so vast. A person who had just entered the base a few months ago was now capable of defeating him, a seasoned captain, in an instant. Chapter 271. Teacher Liu undergoes surgery. There was no conversation that night. Early in the morning, Soo-yoon got up as he had something to do today. It was the day teacher Liu Yin was undergoing surgery. He needed to go observe and accompany her. After a quick wash and a light breakfast, he drove to Gwanghwa Hospital. Arriving at teacher Liu's hospital room, he found a large group of people inside, probably over 10. Soo-yoon was surprised. How could there be so many people after just a few days? Seeing Soo-yoon walk in, everyone looked at him curiously. Yi Xiaoro rushed over upon seeing him, affectionately grabbing his hand. Brother Soo-yoon, you're here. Soo-yoon gently patted her head with his other hand. How could I not come when your mom is having surgery? Then he looked towards Liu Yin and called out, Teacher Liu. Soo-yoon, you're here. Please take a seat, Liu Yin said, as the others made room for him. Just as Soo-yoon sat down without saying anything, one of the visitors introduced themselves. Hello, Mr. Soo, I'm Xiaoro's aunt. Others around also began to introduce themselves. Uncles, aunts, distant relatives, everyone was there. Chapter 272. In first class, after chatting briefly with them, the doctor advised teacher Liu to rest well since she had just undergone surgery and shouldn't he talk too much. Soo-yoon took Xiaoro to grab a meal. On the way back, Soo-yoon directly transferred 200 000 yuan into Xiao's account. Brother Su Yun, why are you giving me so much money? I have my own money, she said. Su Yun patted her head. What money can you have, little girl? This money is for you to eat well and dress well and to buy some nice things for your mom. Yi Xiao's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Su Yun, then hugged his waist tightly. Thank you, brother Su Yun. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. Su Yun gently patted her back. Silly girl, what are you saying? You're my sister. If I don't care for you, who will? If you want to thank me, just study hard and get good grades in the college entrance exam. I want to let you down, brother. Yi Xiao nodded firmly. Then Su Yun sent her back to the hospital and reminded her that she could contact him if she had any problems. Chapter 273. Apology in the back row. Su Yun heard Qin Wanyan dare to call him a pretty boy and was determined to teach her a lesson when they arrived. Which company are you from? Do you dare to leave your name? Such arrogance. The man asked angrily, unable to maintain his composure. I'm the chairman of Yame Clothing Company, Limited. If you want to target me or take revenge, feel free, Qin Wanyan said without worry or fear. Okay, the man said, tossing his sleeves and angrily walking away. Everyone looked at him as if he were a clown, which only made him angrier. Hey, you're quite tough, Su Yun said from the back row. Why can't I be tough? I'm not afraid of their boss, she said proudly. Really? Then who runs away every time? Su Yun teased with a smile. Qin Wanyan paused at this, speechless. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the man who had just flirted came back, looking completely deflated. This time, he had lost all his previous arrogance and pride. His face was flustered, his steps disordered, as he hurried over. This once again drew everyone's attention. Regardless of wealth or poverty, gossip is human nature, and no one dislikes watching the fun. Chapter 274. Looking at Cotton, facing the eager introductions from several chairmen. Qin Wanyan replied simply to each. She secretly scorned, thinking that the owner of Yunding Century, whom they wanted to meet and build a relationship with, was right behind them. However, since Su Yun had no intention of revealing his identity, she naturally wouldn't bring him into it. After dealing with them for a few minutes, Qin Wanyan's attitude was not warm, and after a few minutes, no one was left. They all returned to their seats. At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Wanyan differently, their faces and eyes filled with friendly smiles, all wanting to build a good relationship with her. Time flew, and after more than an hour, they arrived at their destination. Su Yun and Qin Wanyan were the first to exit the first-class cabin. At this moment, seeing the two chatting intimately, those who had just been there were all curious about who this young man was. But they would never have thought that this person was the owner behind Yunding Century, the one they had been trying so hard to befriend. Qin Wanyan was wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and denim long pants today. Her beautiful legs were long and straight, estimated to be at least over a meter long. And more importantly, she had a perfect figure. Chapter 275. Seeking Death? The journey went smoothly, and Wanyan was quite satisfied, with both sides enjoying themselves. After visiting the cotton base, the group arrived at the hotel to attend the dinner organized by Kai Zhengchen. This dinner included only Su Yun, Qin Wanyan, Kai Zhengchen, and his secretary, a total of 4 people. On the way to see the cotton, Kai Zhengchen was intentionally and unintentionally probing into Su Yun's background. But Su Yun did not reveal his identity as the owner of Yunding Century, only stating that he was Qin Wanyan's boyfriend. At the dinner, Kai Zhengchen handed the menu to Qin Wanyan and laughed, saying, President Qin, order whatever you like, don't worry about being frugal for me. Okay, thank you for your hospitality. President Kai, Qin Wanyan said as she casually ordered a few dishes. Kai Zhengchen looked at it and immediately added several more dishes. How can those few dishes be enough? There are so many of us, and President Qin has traveled a long way. You should try more of our specialties. Qin Wanyan couldn't say much and could only keep expressing her gratitude. The food was simple when it arrived, and they ate and chatted for a while. President Kai, we've talked about everything. Can we sign the contract this afternoon? Qin Wanyan asked, as this was her main goal for coming over, so she naturally wanted to resolve it quickly. Chapter 276. Staying at the hotel after leaving the hotel. Su Yun directly took Qin Wanyan to find a hotel and checked into the presidential suite. Naturally, Qin Wanyan stayed in the same room as Su Yun, and the suite had more than just one bed. Sorry, Su Yun. I didn't expect this to happen, Qin Wanyan said with some frustration. Everything had been going smoothly, and she was very satisfied, but she didn't expect such a farce to suddenly occur, especially in front of her man, Su Yun. She felt very embarrassed and ashamed. You really disappointed me this time, Su Yun pretended to be angry. I was wrong. How could I have known he was that kind of person? Qin Wanyan ran to Su Yun's side, grabbing his arm and gently acting spoiled. Su Yun was startled because he felt that soft, fluffy sensation, which was truly wonderful. Of course, Su Yun couldn't be angry. How could he be upset over such a trivial matter? It had nothing to do with Qin Wanyan, except that she was too beautiful and had a great figure. He suddenly picked her up and kissed her alluring red lips. Then his mouth moved down to her cheek. Chapter 277. Hoochie Grassland, what are your plans for today? Su Yun asked her. Qin Wanyan rolled her eyes. What else can we do? Of course. We need to find a new company. Su Yun chuckled. Let's go. Today I'll take you to relax. It's not easy to come to Shijiang, so let's have some fun. I've already sent someone to negotiate the raw materials for the company. They will notify me once there's news, so we can go then, to avoid running around like headless flies. All right, since you've arranged everything, I'll listen to you. Originally, she didn't want to rely on Su Yun and wanted to solve this matter herself. But since things had developed to this point, she decided to let Su Yun handle it, saving everyone time and effort. So where are we going? Qin Wanyan asked curiously. Of course, we're going to the most characteristic local place. About 20 kilometers away is the Hoochie Grassland. Let's go and take a look, Su Yun said. He had specifically checked online last night for travel tips in this area, looking for fun attractions. He found that the most highly rated by tourists was the Hoochie Grassland, so he naturally wanted to see it. He had never been to a grassland before. His hometown was full of mountains, and there were hardly any plains, let alone the vast grasslands. So he was looking forward to experiencing the wonders of nature. Chapter 278. Riding a white horse, Su Yun squeezed her small hand and smiled at her. Don't worry. When have I ever done something without confidence? Then Su Yun leaned his head towards her ear and said, and I won't let you feel lonely. After laughing heartily, he walked towards the white horse. He heard the staff explaining some horseback riding tips. First, before riding, make sure to tighten the belly strap to prevent the saddle from rolling. Second, the riding posture. Hold the reins tightly, place the balls of your feet firmly on the stirrups, apply equal pressure, and don't sit too rigidly. Your body should sway with the horse's movement. Third, for control, pull the reins tightly with both hands, pull left to turn left, pull right to turn right, to stop. Tighten the reins with both hands simultaneously. They also added some small details, and then under the staff's guidance, Su Yun rode the big white horse for a little circle, following the tips given. Actually, after the staff explained those tips, the moment Su Yun sat on the horse and grabbed the reins, with his current high level of perception, he already understood everything. However, to put the staff at ease, he didn't show off too much. Thank you for your help. Let me try by myself now. Don't worry. I'll go very slowly, Su Yun said to the staff member holding the horse beside him. Chapter 279. Company meeting with several bosses after mounting the white horse. Su Yun greeted the bosses behind him and took Qin Wanyan to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Su Yun held the reins with his right hand, controlling the direction and speed, while his left hand rested on Qin Wanyan's flat abdomen, feeling its softness. Occasionally, he would give it a gentle squeeze. The two looked like a pair of celestial lovers, wandering across the vast plains, watching cows and sheep, tourists, the grassland, and the lakes, feeling very at ease. After touring the beautiful scenery here, Su Yun took Qin Wanyan to try various local delicacies: Shijiang roasted naan, red willow grilled meat, roasted lamb skewers, beef skewers, stuffed meat buns, and roasted whole lamb. They sampled a bit of everything, buying more of what they liked and just a taste of what they didn't. Later, they also participated in the bonfire party held that night, where many locals and tourists enjoyed a wonderful time together, savoring the romantic moment. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already past 9 p.m. Su Yun then realized that Zheng Yinping had called him several times. Su Yun returned the call. Chapter 280. Meeting Kai Zhongsheng again, shocked and stunned when the executives heard what Zheng Yinping said. They all widened their eyes and looked at Su Yun. It was simply unbelievable. The other three executives initially thought that Su Yun and Qin Wanyan were just staff under Zheng Yinping. But now they heard Zheng Yinping introduce him as their boss, and they were nearly speechless. Su Yun was too young, unbelievably young. How could a person in their 20s be the owner behind such a trillion-dollar company? It was hard to believe. If these words did not come from the mouth of Zheng Yinping, the head of the branch, they would never believe such a thing, as it seemed too absurd and unbelievable. Meanwhile, Kai Zhongsheng, hearing Zheng Yinping's words, wore a look of disbelief, filled with shock and fear, even collapsing onto the stool behind him. Shocked, He looked at Su Yun and found Su Yun smiling brightly at him, which made his heart sink. He suddenly realized how lethal that smile was. Kai Zhengcheng slumped weakly on the stool, as if heaven was playing a joke on him. All the beautiful things he had just imagined shattered in an instant. Chapter 281. Encountering a stalker. All right, everyone take a seat. Let's not let what just happened affect our mood. After saying this, everyone found their seats. Bosses, I believe Zeng has briefly mentioned the purpose of gathering you all here. Several bosses nodded in understanding. Well then, I'll get straight to the point. One of my clothing companies needs a large batch of raw materials, and this company is currently the top clothing brand in Jiangxing. I believe with the support of Yinding Century, this company will definitely expand nationwide and even go global. I think you all can agree on this. Agreed. The bosses nodded again, clearly in agreement, as Yinding Century is like a multinational conglomerate. With the help of such a giant, developing anything is easy, and establishing a clothing brand is no exception. Collaborating with such a clothing company and with Yinding World is undoubtedly a great opportunity, both in terms of reputation and long-term benefits. I'm not very familiar with this area, so I'll let our company's General Manager Qin and Zeng continue discussing the details with you. Whether it's cooperation or selling the company, we could talk about it. Chapter 282. Flying in midair? The leading man in black chuckled with pride. You kid are clever, knowing to come this way and create an opportunity for us. Otherwise, it would be hard for us to act. Haha. He and his gang couldn't help but laugh. They said you're not someone we can provoke. I see you don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. That coward wasted 2 days of our time. Now we have to collect interest. Yes, we must collect interest. The people around all laughed lewdly, focusing their attention on Qin Wanyan, who was behind Su Yun. Su Yun pulled Qin Wanyan into his arms and held her tightly, saying, "Don't worry, with me here, they can't hurt you." Hearing Su Yun say this, they were unhappy. The little brat is facing death yet still acting tough. Not only did he not bow down and admit defeat, but he also dared to talk big here. Can you protect him? You can't even protect yourself. What can you use to protect him? With your mouth? Ha ha. Laughter erupted again around them. Do you remember the trick I used in your office? Su Yun asked Qin Wanyan. Qin Wanyan recalled that Su Yun hadn't been to her office many times. Chapter 283. Are you telling a myth? Su Yun smiled faintly. Is there still someone who wants to take action against us? The people lying on the ground shook their heads frantically, waving their hands. We were wrong. We won't dare again. 20 slaps each. If there's one less, then you'll be a good man 18 years later. Su Yun looked at the group with an imposing gaze. These people were already scared out of their wits. At this moment, they revered Su Yun like a deity. Seeing a chance for survival, they all took out their hands and slapped their own faces. Slap, slap, slap. After they slapped themselves more than 10 times. Su Yun took the dazed Qin Wanyan and left, believing they would follow through with the remaining slaps, leading Qin Wanyan onto the street. She was still recovering from the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. Her mind was completely in a chaotic state. She couldn't believe everything she had just experienced. They had actually flown up, floating in midair for a few seconds. It was clearly not a magic trick. Su Yun had taken her up without any preparation. And with just a press of his hands, he had caused injuries to those people. It was too hard to comprehend. It felt like watching a TV drama. Chapter 284. The homeroom teacher has something to discuss. The phone call went through. Su Yun was on a video call, and as soon as it connected, Wu Hao's face appeared. Captain Su, is there something you need? Wu Hao, I have something to ask you for help. Just tell me, Captain Su. I will help with anything I can. It's nothing much. I just hope you can jump from the ground and see how high you can go. Please record on video, Su Yun said. All of this happened under Qin Wanyan's watchful gaze. Okay, no problem. I'll go outside now. Wu Hao was puzzled by Su Yun's request, but he complied. He went to the grass outside, placed his phone on the ground with the camera facing the sky, and could also see the tall buildings behind him. Su Yun waved at Qin Wanyan to come over and watch the video. Captain Su, I'm about to jump. All right, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao jumped straight up from the ground, landing on the second-floor corridor and waved at the phone recording the video. Qin Wanyan naturally saw this scene. Then, Wu Hao jumped off the second-floor balcony, directly flying up to the 4th floor, and then slid down, jumping from the 4th floor back to the 2nd floor, and then back to the ground. Chapter 285. Discussion at the hotel later in the evening. The homeroom teacher called. He informed Su Yun that he would treat him to dinner at Jiangxing International Hotel at noon the next day. Su Yun agreed immediately. It seemed the school was very sincere this time, as his hotel was the highest rated in Jiangxing. However, it didn't matter where they ate. Suyun didn't care about that. The remaining time was naturally spent idly. The next day, Suyun checked the time and drove his Lamborghini Veneno toward the hotel. He was very familiar with this route and soon arrived at the hotel. After handing his car over to the parking staff, Suyun walked directly into the hotel. From a distance, he saw his homeroom teacher waiting at the entrance, and it seemed the school leaders had also arrived, welcoming him outside. Suyun walked over confidently, and upon seeing him approach, his teacher jogged over. "Suyun, you're here? Mr. Liu, what are you doing? Just tell me the room number, and I'll go directly. Why are you here to greet me?" "It's nothing, just a small matter. Let us go. The school leaders are waiting for you inside." His attitude toward Suyun was both friendly and slightly respectful. Chapter 286. Negotiating the establishment of an internship base. As far as I know, the private rooms here cannot be changed at will. The waiter didn't even ask and directly brought you here. Are you a regular here? Several school leaders and the homeroom teacher were all staring at him, which was also their question. They had thought a lot about it. Could it be that Suyun often comes here for business, so the staff here all know him? Suyun smiled faintly, apologizing. "I forgot to mention to you leaders that this hotel is actually mine." Schalt, stunned, frozen. After 5 seconds, a few of them finally reacted. "Suyun, did you say that the hotel is yours? You're the owner of this hotel?" The homeroom teacher asked in surprise. Suyun nodded yes. "I just purchased this hotel not long ago." Suyun could clearly see the eyes of several people widening, obviously surprised by this matter. Since the meal had not yet been served, the school leaders were also ready to discuss some serious matters. "Suyun, may I ask where you work now? What kind of industries do you have under your control? This way our school can see if we can take advantage of your influence to help our students better transition into society and become better talents," the female principal asked. Chapter 287. Discussing school donations. Suyun's willingness to let them go directly indicates that he is fully confident. This further demonstrates that Suyun's identity and status are quite remarkable. Because of this, they were even more surprised. Suyun had only graduated from school a little over a year ago, yet he could occupy such a high position in such a super company and receive such significant attention, which was truly admirable. Everything could only be described in 4 words: terrifying indeed. They believed that Suyun was not deceiving them, as there was no need to, especially since it had just been confirmed that Suyun was the owner of this establishment, holding a hotel worth tens of billions. It was even less likely he would lie about such a trivial matter. They were increasingly puzzled by Suyun, and his status in their hearts was rising sharply, with their attitudes constantly changing. If someone has no identity or status in a company, who would care about you? They suddenly realized they had underestimated Suyun. They thought they had placed him at a sufficiently high position, but it seemed their level of importance was still insufficient. Then, we'll trouble you, Mr. Su," the female principal said, and several of them began to address Suyun with respect. Chapter 288. Fundraising for the school. Seeing Principal Zhou Zhenyang extend 2 fingers. He thought the principal was still quoting 200 million, but he realized he had overestimated him. Suyun smiled lightly. "I can't offer 200 million. A few leaders were momentarily taken aback. Seeing how readily Suyun had agreed at first, they thought 200 million would definitely be no problem. After all, with the kind of car Suyun had shown, it was far beyond that amount. They didn't expect him to say he couldn't offer 200 million now. However, the principal reacted quickly. "If 200 million is not possible, that's fine. 100 million or a few 100,000 is okay. Just give what you can. Any amount is your goodwill," Zhou Zhenyang said with a smile. "I can't offer 200 million, but I can still give 2 billion, Suyun said calmly. Upon hearing this, the people present widened their eyes, unable to come to their senses for a long time, completely shocked by what Suyun had said. The school wanted him to donate 200 million, and he actually found that amount too little and wanted to donate more. Who is this person? Normally, wouldn't people try to donate as little as possible? But with Suyun, he completely broke the mold. They initially thought he couldn't donate even 200 million. Yet he actually wanted to donate not 200 million, but 2 billion. Chapter 289. Opening ceremony signing? The reason his heart suddenly raced was that he was afraid Suyun would propose some request that would be difficult for them to fulfill, which would put them in a tough spot. After all, the school has its own systems and disciplines. Looking at Principal Zhou Zhenyang's cautious demeanor, Suyun couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, Principal. My request won't put you in a difficult position." Seeing that Suyun had noticed his awkwardness, the principal awkwardly smiled. Regarding the allocation of this donation, I want to assign 2 people to track it in real time. I hope this money can be used in the right places and not for some futile efforts, Su-Yun said lightly. Of course. We will definitely use the money where it is needed, the principal replied with a sense of certainty. Since I am the one donating, I should have a say in how this money is used, right? Of course. You definitely have a say. You have the most say. I hope that a portion of the money I donate can be used to help those impoverished students, to subsidize their tuition fees, and provide them with a monthly allowance. Additionally, since this money has been allocated, every student should benefit from it, so a portion should be used for cafeteria construction and food procurement, ensuring that students in the school can eat with peace of mind, comfort, and happiness. Chapter 290. Visiting the car dealership again, by the way. You might also need to say a few words on stage to encourage your juniors and juniors, the principal added. What if I don't want to? Su-Yun asked helplessly. The principal shook his head. After discussing some details, the school leaders even talked to Su-Yun about the future development plans of the school. Back at home, Su-Yun had not rested long before he received another phone call. Seeing the incoming call, Su-Yun instantly became alert, as it was Chun Tianliang from the car dealership. Su-Yun couldn't help but feel excited, wondering what good car Chun Tianliang had brought him this time. Upon answering the phone, Su-Yun joked, Mr. Chun, do you have something to tell me? Is there good news? Haha, came Chun Tianliang's laughter from the other end. Mr. Su, how did you know I was bringing you good news? What news is it? Did another car arrive? Haha, Mr. Su, you truly are insightful, Chun Tianliang said, subtly flattering him. I bought you 2 more amazing cars. They just arrived this morning. Do you want to come take a look? Chapter 291. Like in supercar, let us go, Mr. Su, let us chat in the office. No need to just stand here. Chun Tianliang invited. It's okay, there's no rush. Didn't you say there were 2 cars? Where are they? I want to see them, Su-Yun asked. At this point, very few things could truly excite him, and supercars were one of them. Yes, we should let Mr. Su see the cars first, he said, leading the way. Su-Yun walked alongside him, following Chun Tianliang. They arrived at the showroom, which was about 600 to 700 square meters in size, already considered quite large. What Su-Yun noticed first were not the cars, but the people. The showroom was packed with people. It's even scarier than the last scene, and there are probably about 200 people here. Upon entering, I saw more than 20 cars arranged inside. However, the 2 cars at the very center were covered with black cloth, and even with the lights shining on them, nothing could be seen. The female manager following Su-Yun and his companion had silently speculated that Su-Yuan would be the owner of these 2 mysterious cars. Her heart filled with increasing shock and curiosity about Su-Yun's true identity. Chapter 292. Koenigsegg 1. Let's first enjoy 2 short videos. The video on the big screen started. Koenigsegg, founded by Christian, who aspired to create the world's most legendary sports car since he was 5 years old. To design the most unique models, he often thought until late at night, even losing all his hair, but he never gave up. The opening part of the video talked about how hard he worked. It also revealed that Koenigsegg's factory is located in an abandoned Air Force base. But surprisingly, this company does not employ machines or automation, but rather relies on pure manual craftsmanship. The number of employees is very small, with the entire company having fewer than 100 people, and it takes more than 2 years from ordering a car to delivery. The body panels of Koenigsegg are made entirely of carbon fiber, and they enhance strength using Kevlar, the material used to make bulletproof vests, allowing the entire body to be lightweight, while also possessing extremely high strength. Of course, these panels are also very expensive. Just a couple of them can be exchanged for a small apartment. In addition, Koenigsegg's exclusive customization service is top-notch, even more detailed than Rolls-Royce, with every screw hole on the body customizable. A technician who had worked at Koenigsegg for 4 years told Hulu that he had assembled cars for 4 years. And so far, not a single one has been exactly the same. The acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h for the Koenigsegg one takes only 2.8 seconds, thanks to its astonishing 341 horsepower and a power-to-weight ratio of 1:1. Chapter 293. Discussing cars. The atmosphere on site was very lively. Everyone was passionately discussing. Su-Yun looked at the 2 dazzling sports cars shining under the lights and was quite satisfied. Mr. Su, how do you find these 2 sport cars I brought for you? Chun Tianliang asked with a beaming smile. Su-Yun nodded. Not bad, I really like them. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your hard work. Not at all, I just noticed your unique love for sports cars, and I'm merely helping, Chun Tianliang replied sweetly. Su-yin knew that acquiring these two limited edition supercars would not have been easy for Chen Tianliang, and it probably cost him a lot of effort and resources. He decided to give him a little extra money during the transaction. "Mr. Chen, I wonder if you know anyone who deals with airplanes and ships?" Chen Tianliang was taken aback for a moment, thinking to himself, has Su-yin already outgrown sports cars and is now looking into such large products? But then he realized that with Su-yun's current identity, status, and financial power, only someone like him could afford such luxury transportation tools worth billions. Chapter 294. Go to find Lin Jiyue. A few young people looked disappointed and astonished at Su-yun, who was sitting next to Chen Tianliang. And then they turned to leave. Afterward, Su-yun completed some paperwork and transferred the money to Chen Tianliang before leaving. Su-yun spent a total of $3.6 billion on these two cars. Originally, Chen Tianliang had quoted $300 million, but seeing how hard Su-yun worked, he gave him an extra $60 million. Everyone has their struggles, and Chen Tianliang's quote of $300 million likely didn't leave him much profit, but Su-yun didn't want to take advantage of him. Reciprocity is important in relationships. If you take advantage of someone, you must also provide them with benefits. Only by maintaining such relationships can they last long. Giving him a bit extra would surely enhance his goodwill towards Su-yun, which is beneficial. After leaving the dealership, Su-yun drove directly to the company. He walked into Lin Jiyue's office, where she was focused on paperwork. When she heard the door suddenly open, she frowned slightly. Seeing Su-yun, her expression changed instantly. Breaking into a bright smile, "What brings you here? I thought you had forgotten about this company." Chapter 295. Donating money to the school. Seeing her proud demeanor, Su-yun walked directly in front of her. Lin Jiyue, sitting in her boss chair, lowered her head even more. Su-yun lifted her chin with one hand and kissed her directly, savoring the sweetness and softness of her lips. After a while, he released her amidst her struggles, leaving with a mischievous smile. The next day, at the Jiangxing International Hotel, in the same private room from yesterday, Su-yun was again with several school leaders. But today, there was an additional person, a legal representative invited by the school. "Su-yun, please check if there are any changes needed. If so, I will have the lawyer correct them immediately." Principal Zhou Zhengyang handed a document to Su-yun. Su-yun took the contract, casually flipped through it, and replied, "I have nothing to change. As long as it follows what we discussed yesterday, everything is fine. Of course, it will be done as you said, Mr. Su. Our school will ensure that this money is used appropriately for development and for every student. It will not be wasted," Zhou Zhengyang said earnestly. Chapter 296. Attending the opening ceremony in the following days, Su-yun did nothing but eat, drink, and have fun. What is a fairy tale life? That's exactly what he was living. Early in the morning, Su-yun got up. He had to rise early today, as it was the new student opening ceremony, and the school's principals had invited him, to which he had agreed. Since he had already committed, he felt he should go, especially since he promised his cousin he would watch her during the military training parade, where he would definitely see her. After a few days, the vehicle exhibition had ended, and the Lycan supercar and Koenigsegg one had both arrived in his garage. Standing in front of his two new toys, Su-yun decided to drive the Koenigsegg one today, this cool and speedy divine car. The vehicle started, the beautiful engine roared, leaving only a shadow of the car as Su-yun sped away. The first thing Su-yun did upon arriving at school was to pick up Lin Yuding, who had no classes that morning, so it was natural for him to take her along. He had already told her he would be watching the parade performance, and as he arrived at her building, he saw her waiting by the roadside. Chapter 297. Military training parade performance. What's wrong with that? With your help and contribution to the school, it's absolutely more than enough. Zhou Zhengyang began to persuade. "Yes, Mr. Su, you definitely deserve this seat. It's just a seat. Mr. Su doesn't need to be so calculative." Several leaders spoke up to persuade him. Seeing them like this, Su-yun smiled bitterly. Since that's the case, it would be better to comply. He firmly took the seat in the middle. Lin Yuding was also arranged to sit behind with the other teachers, while the teachers sitting in front were mostly leaders from various colleges and the homeroom teachers of the new students. Soon, the entrance ceremony began, and the students marched into the entire football field. They formed long lines and orderly stopped in each area designated by their respective colleges. The entire process lasted more than 10 minutes before all the students were in place. A host then took the stage. "Hello, everyone. In this golden autumn season, with the fragrance of ripe fruits, we welcome our new students with new hopes. Today we gather together to hold the opening ceremony for the new students of Jiangxing University and the summary meeting for military training. On behalf of all faculty and staff, I extend a warm welcome and heartfelt thanks to all the leaders and students present. Chapter 298. Senior Su donates 500 million after nearly 2 hours. The military training performance finally concluded. Subsequently, some rankings were announced, which were evaluated by the leaders sitting up there. Originally, they had given Su Yun a list to participate in the evaluation as well. However, Su Yun directly refused and did not take part in the selection, simply remaining quiet as an audience member, a passerby. The meeting then proceeded with several other items. The host, holding his speech manuscript, walked to the podium and gently tapped the microphone. Hello, everyone. Next, I have a significant announcement to make, which is closely related to all of you. Now, let us welcome our principal Zhou to announce this matter. A burst of warm applause erupted upon hearing the host mention that this matter was closely related to them. The students who initially looked a bit listless became energized, their eyes fixed on the podium, waiting for the principal's next words. Dear students, you've all worked hard. Next, I will announce a major event for the school and share some very good news. First, let me introduce someone. He is an outstanding alumnus of our school and your dear senior, Su Yun, who just graduated from our school last year. Chapter 299. Su Yun's speech after several minutes. The discussion among the students gradually quieted down. At this moment, the expressions on the students' faces also transformed, each of them looking like they had found a purpose, filled with passion and energy. Principal Zhou Zhengyang smiled at this scene. He continued, students, in addition to this matter, there is another important thing that I would like to announce on this significant occasion. The students below all turned their attention to him, clearly satisfied with the news he had just brought and now filled with anticipation. The other important matter is that through our school's connection with Su Yun at Yunding Century, after multiple discussions, our school will establish a close cooperative relationship with Yunding Century. The school has signed a contract with Yunding Century, and the internship channels between the two have been opened. In the future, when you graduate and do internships, you can enter various companies of Yunding Century and fully showcase your talents on this stage, realizing your value. Wow, that's amazing. Chapter 300. The donation, all right. I won't say much more. In short, I hope everyone does well. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Su Yun paused for a moment and did not leave the podium. After pondering for a while, he continued, this 500 million donation I am making to the school is just an initial figure. If I see the results later, which truly benefits everyone and the school, I will increase the donation amount. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, another thunderous round of applause erupted from below. Not only that, but even the leaders and teachers sitting on the stage were excitedly clapping their hands, producing waves of intense applause. Several school leaders exchanged glances, seeing excitement and thrill on each other's faces. They never expected Su Yun would have such a surprise today. For them, it was simply a monumental piece of good news. This meant the welfare and benefits of the school might further improve. One by one, they looked at Su Yun's young profile, their gazes gradually becoming respectful. They could see that he genuinely cared for this school, truly wanted to help these students grow. Chapter 301. Discussion. Su Yun suddenly remembered that his Koenigsegg one could only seat one person besides himself. Looking at his cousin and Lin Yuding beside him, he thought he should take out his Rolls-Royce instead. It seems I drove the wrong car, Su Yun said softly. What do you mean drove the wrong car? The two girls looked at him in confusion, then glanced at the Koenigsegg one that people were surrounding and immediately understood it could only seat one person. You can go with your cousin. I'll take a taxi, Lin Yuding said first. No. Ting Ting, you should go with my brother. I'll go by myself. His cousin insisted. No, it should be my cousin going alone, and the two of you should take that car. Can you drive? Lin Yuding asked. His cousin paused for a moment before shaking her head. No. With that thought dashed, the intro of Seven Leaf Fragrance played, and someone called. Su Yun answered the phone. It was Principal Zhou Zhengyang calling. Su Yun, I forgot to tell you this morning. I don't know if you have time. Let's have a meal together, so we can thank you for the school. Su Yun smiled. Thank you, Principal. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't need a meal. If the school needs anything in the future, feel free to contact me. If it's for the benefit of the school and students, I will definitely not stand by. Chapter 302. Playing piano in the school's piano room on the other side, after taking his cousin to change into casual clothes, and after a few minutes of driving, Su Yun arrived at the Music Academy's building. He parked in a parking space and then sent a new address to the security guard, informing him that his parking space had changed and asking him to move the car to the new address. After handling everything, he said, "Let's go, ladies." Lin Yuding naturally led the way. This was her territory. "Yin, what do you want to see?" Lin Yuding asked. "I want to see your piano room. I wanted to see piano playing for a long time. I want to learn. Do you know how much I envy people like you who have their own unique skills? Especially someone like Sister Ting who can play the piano and sing? You're simply my idol, radiating brilliance." All right, stop it, girl." Lin Yuding felt a bit embarrassed by Zhou Yunyun's words and stopped her from continuing. "Sister Ting, can I come to find you often in the future? Can you teach me to play the piano?" Lin Yuding looked at her strangely and asked, "Why don't you let your cousin teach you? He's a piano master. Given your conditions, there shouldn't be any barriers to learning." Chapter 303. Uninvited Guests. At this moment, Su Yin could clearly feel Lin Yuding's affection for her and her unique understanding of the piece. Meanwhile, Lin Yuding was completely immersed in her own musical world, pouring all her emotions into playing the piece. Just as the music suggested, meeting Su Yun was her little luck, and fortunately, she and Su Yun hadn't missed each other and faced so many twists and turns. The piano piece was melodious and far-reaching. A few minutes passed, and the piece ended. Her cousin Zhou Yunyun excitedly rushed over and hugged Lin Yuding tightly, speaking in an excited and agitated tone. "Sister Ting, you are amazing. No wonder so many people like you. What are you talking about? You can learn too." "Really? I can, of course. As long as you're willing to learn with your heart." Lin Yuding smiled. "Then you have to teach me well, be my teacher. I want to be as amazing as you." Looking at her cousin's enthusiastic demeanor, it seemed she genuinely wanted to learn. Just then, a few uninvited guests arrived outside, disturbing the pleasant atmosphere. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A furious voice came from behind. It was a man's voice. Chapter 304. Calling for help. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, a few people were immediately enraged by her words. "Who do you think you are? Having a bit of money makes you impressive, huh? Driving a luxury car makes you something special, huh? What are you pretending to be? Only someone like Lin Yuding? A country bumpkin will want to climb to your branch. Just a nouveau riche. What are you acting like a big shot for? Acting in front of Lin Yuding is fine. After all, she hasn't seen much of the world, but in front of us, just spare us your little tricks." "Huh? Do you think we're afraid of you?" Several women mocked and ridiculed. And don't be fooled by Lin Yuding's pure and cute appearance and her gentle voice. You should know there are so many people pursuing her. Who knows if she has been with anyone in private? She might not have just been with one man. She's just a loose woman, and you're just someone picking up a loose woman. You think she's a treasure. Only someone as foolish as you would think that. They laughed even more wildly than before. Meanwhile, Lin Yuding looked pitifully at Su Yun, her voice trembling as she said, "I haven't. They are slandering me. I've never been with any man." Chapter 305. Calling the police. Ha ha ha. Su Yun laughed again, thinking about how she had recently been regarded as a model for all students. Now being called the disgrace of the school was just too funny. Who do you think you are? What you say doesn't mean anything. Since Wu Mingxing wasn't speaking properly, Su Yun felt no need to be polite. After saying this, she noticed Wu Mingxing was extremely angry, and she could see his mood had drastically changed, his body trembling with rage. "All right, you brat. You have no idea how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. You should know this is school, our territory. Xiaofang, call the police immediately." Wu Mingxing said to his niece. "Yes, uncle," and that chubby woman picked up the phone to call the police. "Police station? I want to report. Someone is fighting here. The address is Jiangcheng University Music College, Lianyu Building, 2nd floor, room 201. Su Yun quietly watched the performance of the group. Not in the least anxious about the police coming to arrest her, she almost laughed at the thought of that scene. Meanwhile, Lin Yuding and Zhou Yunyun showed some worried expressions, frequently glancing at Su Yun, but since Su Yun didn't say anything, they didn't offer any advice. Chapter 306. The police arrive. Even their director was so polite. How could they act recklessly? Moreover, their director had instructed them to treat Su Yun with enough respect and to build a good relationship whenever possible. So when they saw Su Yun, they were excited and eager to greet her. "Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't notice you last time. What's your name?" Su Yun asked. "Report, Officer Su. My name is Wang Wu. You can call me Xiao Wu. I'll call you Captain Wang." Wang Wu was about 27 or 28 years old. Calling him Xiao Wu felt a bit awkward for Su Yun. "You can call me whatever you like, Officer Su." At this moment, apart from Su Yun and Wang Wu, Everyone else was dumbfounded, their mouths agape like an O shape, probably able to fit a chicken egg. The most emotionally changed were Wu Mingxing and his group, especially Wu Mingxing, whose mood could only be described in a few words. His mindset collapsed. Originally, they had called the police for support, but now seeing the situation, it seemed it was over. They recognized each other. Suyun explained the cause of the incident, and Wu Mingxing knew that his niece's words were indeed not very good and prone to saying inappropriate things. Chapter 307. Seeking privileges if I don't apologize. And she doesn't apologize. What can you do? Suyun asked calmly. Then we'll see. Xiaofeng, let us go. After saying this, Wu Mingxing and the others prepared to leave directly. Just then, a group of people arrived outside, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing glasses. He brought in 2 people, and the others, judging by their attire, seemed to be some teachers from the college along with a portion of music students who had come to watch the excitement surrounding the entrance. However, naturally, they couldn't be allowed in. There wouldn't be enough space inside if they did. As soon as this person entered, Wu Mingxing rushed over as if he had found his savior. Dean, why are you here? With such a big commotion, how could I not come? His expression was somewhat grim. In fact, he didn't know what had happened at all. He only knew that the security guard at the school gate had notified him that someone had called the police, and the police had come in, and this matter was rapidly reported up the chain. At the same time, the security department was tracking the police's movements. Finally, they discovered the police car was parked at the entrance of their music college building, and layers of reports reached the principal, who immediately contacted him, instructing him to come and handle the matter. Chapter 308. Proceed to apologize. His expression stiffened, and his mood became low. Suddenly, he spoke again. Principal Zhou, no matter what, I am also a teacher at the school, an associate professor. Wu Mingxing pointed at Suyun and said, he is just an outsider, not even a member of our school. Why are you protecting him so much? Are you implying that there is some unclear relationship between you two? Do you deserve your position? Do you deserve to represent the teachers of our school? It was clear he was very angry and spoke without any reservations. Also, the college has indeed stipulated that no one is allowed to use the piano in the practice room. He questioned angrily. Hearing Wu Mingxing's inquiry, Principal Zhou Zhenyang was also a bit angry. Since it was the college's regulation, it should naturally be handled by the college. Why do you have to make decisions? What qualifications do you have to use your position as a teacher to threaten students? Besides, haven't they caused any damage? Even if there was damage, wouldn't it be enough to have them compensate at the original price? Why are you acting like a big shot here? Furthermore, are Su Yun and the others lacking in pianos? Let me tell you the truth. Just today, Su Yun donated 500 million to the school. Chapter 309. Eating and live streaming. Su Yun glanced at Wu Mingxing and the others. Let's disperse, everyone. Do you still need me to invite you for tea? Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, thanked him, and quickly left. Su Yun watched their departing figures and pondered. He wasn't a saint, but he wasn't a villain either. They didn't really do anything too wrong in this matter. Su Yun then turned to Wang Wu and the police officers. I'm sorry for making you come here for nothing. Not all. Team Su, you are too polite. This is our duty. After a few more pleasantries, the police left. At this time, apart from Su Yun and a few others, only a few school leaders remained in the practice room. Suyun, Sadi. I didn't expect that you would encounter this kind of situation. Just after coming to visit the school, the principal apologized again. You don't need to worry about it, principal. It's just a small matter, Suyun responded. Principal, I have a request. I wonder if it will be possible, Suyun asked. What is it? Just say it. As long as I can do it, there's no problem. The principal agreed without hesitation. Suyun looked at Lin Yuding and Zhou Yunyun beside him. My cousin wants to learn the piano, and I plan to have Yuding teach her. She may often come to learn the piano, so I would like to ask the school to arrange a private practice room for Lin Yuding, just for the two of them. I wonder if that would be possible. Chapter 310. Lin Yuding, singing Lin Yuding, stepped to the side and spoke. Dear viewers in the live stream, I won't be showing my face today. I'm out with some friends for karaoke, just a casual live stream. Damn, the friend streamer isn't really on a date, right? What friends? Can we see their faces? We want to see. No way, today it's only audio, no video. After saying this, Lin Yuding went over to prepare for singing and didn't pay attention to the live stream anymore. After Zhou Yunyun sang Warm Warm, she continued with courage. Finally made this decision. I won't care what others say. As long as you are equally affirming, I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know everything is not easy. My heart keeps reminding and persuading myself. I fear the moment you suddenly say you want to give up. Damn, Is this a friend singing? Is today a special show for Liang Jingru? The voice is a bit raw but quite clean and pleasant. This is the streamer's friend. Or the live stream hasn't T-switched to a voice changer yet. But even with this voice, I'm a fan. Fans kept tapping the bullet screen. Sister Ting Ting, it's your turn now. It's time for you to sing at the music talent show. I haven't heard you sing in a long time. Chapter 311. Su Yun singing. Su Yun looked at the rapidly scrolling bullet screen and just smiled faintly, not saying much. To be honest, seeing the two girls so happily singing, Su Yun actually wanted to sing as well. It had been a long time since he last did karaoke. The two girls quietly sat on the sofa, looking forward to his performance. He picked the song Seven Leaf Fragrance, one of his favorites, which he also used as his phone ringtone. The prelude began. From the moment the prelude started, people were already drawn into the environment created by the music. The sparrows outside chirped on the power line. You said this line has a very summery feeling. The pencil in my hand moved back and forth on the paper. I used a few lines to describe who you are to me. The taste of mackerel, both the cat and you won't understand. The fragrance of first love is thus retrieved by us. That warm sunlight is like freshly picked bright strawberries. You said you couldn't bear to lose this feeling. The rain fell all night, and my love overflowed like rainwater. The fallen leaves in the yard are thick piles of my thoughts. Su Yun sang this song with his eyes closed, his beautiful voice echoing in the private room. Lin Yuding and Zhou Yunyan leaned against each other on the sofa, also closing their eyes, constantly indulging and immersing in Su Yun's musical world. Chapter 312. Outdoor barbecue. Su Yun and the others naturally didn't pay attention to that. They went to the presidential suite and all went to bed to catch up on sleep. They had to wake up early to attend the school opening ceremony today, so everyone needed some rest. Lying in bed, Su Yun drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, the sky outside was already dark and the moon was hanging high. He got up and walked to the balcony. From a high vantage point, the outside was already lit up with colorful lights, and the thousands of lights illuminated the prosperity of the city even more clearly. Taking a deep breath and quickly washing up, he went to the living room where Lin Yuding and the others were already up, watching videos on their phones. When they heard Su Yun open the door, both turned their heads to look at him. You're awake? Lin Yuding said gently. Brother, come here quickly. I have very good news to tell you. You've gone viral. You've gone viral, his cousin said excitedly. Su Yun immediately guessed that it was probably because his singing of Seven Leaf Fragrance in the live stream had been recorded and posted online, which is why it had gone viral. Chapter 313. Another wave? From a distance, Su Yun saw a few people preparing to do something. Su Yun walked over with the two girls, curious about what they were up to, perhaps due to the poor lighting at night. Those few people did not clearly see Su Yun and the others. When they were only a few meters away, the red-haired man in front, holding a cigarette, laughed and prepared to approach with a few of his underlings. Upon realizing it was Su Yun, his eyes widened, and the cigarette fell from his mouth in shock. After reacting, he quickly turned around and shouted, "Let us go. Prepare to leave here." Stop. A voice that was neither too loud nor too soft came from Su Yun's mouth. The man in red, who was ready to flee, stopped and turned around with a grin, looking at Su Yun with a flattering expression. Brother Su, what can I do for you? This person was the same one Su Yun had encountered by the river shortly after obtaining the system, who had tried to snatch his watch and then got beaten up by Su Yun and his underlings. Looking at today's scene, it was clear they hadn't changed their ways and were still engaging in their previous antics, but unfortunately for them, they ran into Su Yun again. Chapter 314. Night Talk with Qin Wanyan. Su Yun directly wrapped his arms around Qin Wanyan's slender waist, which was completely disproportionate to her figure. He squeezed her soft waist, bringing her to the living room, holding her in his arms as they sat on the sofa. He leaned in and kissed her enticing lips. After a while, they pulled apart. Qin Wanyan opened her big, charming eyes and playfully asked, "Why are you here so late? You just want to take advantage of me, right?" Su Yun smiled and replied, "Why not?" Qin Wanyan gently pushed Su Yun's shoulder with her soft, feeble arm and pouted, "You're so annoying." Su Yun then pulled her in closer, enjoying her pillow-like softness. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Su Yun retracted his hand and asked, "Do you know the owner of Green Leaf Clothing Company?" Qin Wanyan looked puzzled. "I know him." "What's up?" "The last time our company had defective products, it was his company's manager who caused it. They even apologized to us." "How could I not know?" She added, "This matter is not simple. After that manager confessed, we all believed him and didn't investigate further." Chapter 315. Back to the Magic City, this was not just his imagination. Considering everything Qin Wanyan had told him about Wang Teng, it was clear that Wang Teng was a very capable person, someone who had doubled his family's business at a young age. You couldn't say he wasn't ruthless. You'd be dead wrong. The business world is like a battlefield. To succeed, you need methods. Moreover, Su Yun remembered the first assassination attempt against him, which happened shortly after he pretended to be Qin Wanyan's boyfriend when he met her aunt. The first time he attended Qin Wanyan's grandfather's birthday party and saw Wang Teng outside, the way Wang Teng looked at him was definitely one of recognition, and his gaze had changed inexplicably. It didn't feel like a first meeting at all, indicating that he had been paying attention to Su Yun for a long time. From his performance at the birthday banquet, it was clear he was a person of courage and means. Chances were high that he was the one targeting Qin Wanyan. If not for Su Yun, Qin Wanyan's company would likely have gone bankrupt, or she would have had to seek help from home or others. Additionally, considering what Qin Wanyan said about her family supporting her and Wang Teng, they would definitely seize the opportunity to matchmake them. Chapter 316. Visiting the prison, Qin's mother happily took Qin Wanyan's hand and said, "Girl, you're finally back." She then smiled at Su Yun. "Little Su, coming quickly. Standing outside is no good." Others chimed in, "Little Su, President Su, Brother Su, come inside and rest." Various titles were used. This scene was completely different from the first time he came. It was a world apart. Su Yun smiled brightly and looked at Qin's father and mother, "Uncle, aunt, you're too kind. You should just stay inside. I should be the one visiting you. How could I let you come and greet me?" As for her uncles and aunts, Su Yun didn't pay them much attention. He still remembered how they mocked him during his last visit. "Haha," Qin's father chuckled. "A guest from afar is still a guest. You're also our son-in-law, so wanting to see him earlier isn't wrong." Su Yun could only smile lightly. Her uncles and aunts also wore friendly smiles. Although Su Yun ignored them, their attitude remained warm and their smiles bright. Su Yun knew these people wanted to please him and hoped to use him to improve their own situations. So he chose not to dwell on it and simply ignored them. Chapter 317. Questioning the group marched towards the office. Su Yun and Qin Wanyan followed, while Prison Chief He Jun and the liaison officer led the way, chatting and laughing, with 4 police officers guarding their safety behind them. As they walked past, they attracted many curious glances. People were wondering who Su Yun and Qin Wanyan were to earn such respect and good treatment from the prison chief, especially with police officers following them like bodyguards. Su Yun followed He Jun directly to his office. He Jun turned to a guard at the door and said, "Go call the person I requested this morning." He then returned to his office and started to get busy. "President Su, please have a seat. I'll call for the person. Please wait a moment," He Jun said. Su Yun smiled. "Thank you, Chief. You've gone to a lot of trouble." "Not at all. It's my honor to assist you, Team Su." He Jun then personally prepared a pot of hot water and took out a tightly sealed box of tea leaves from his drawer, brewing each person a cup. The moment the tea leaves met the hot water, a fragrant aroma began to fill the office, indicating that this tea was indeed extraordinary, a treasured collection of his. Chapter 318. Agreeing to cooperate upon hearing He Jun's words, Lu Jinyang, who was kneeling on the ground, was clearly stunned for a moment. He was curious about Su Yun's identity, which could earn such praise and respect from the prison chief. If it were someone else saying this, he might not have believed it and would have just laughed it off. But coming from the prison chief, who had no reason to lie, it was a different matter. "Can I trust you?" Lu Jinyang looked directly at Su Yun. Su Yun smiled gently. "Who else can you trust besides me? Who else has the ability to help you? I just want to find out who is targeting Wanyan. The rest doesn't matter to me." Lu Jinyang paused again, contemplating. He understood Su Yun was speaking the truth. His words, though rough, were valid. Moreover, since Qin Wanyan was the main party involved in this incident, if she was willing to plead for him, it would undoubtedly be the most effective. And if he provided evidence, it could be seen as a confession that would help him receive leniency. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. "All right, I've decided. I will confess and cooperate with all your work." Chapter 319. Heading to Greenleaf Company, seeing that Su Yun had stopped speaking, the prison chief, He Jun, spoke up. "Where is your so-called evidence? Take us to get it." "There's no need. Although I do have physical evidence, I also have backups online," Lu Jinyang replied. Su Yun signaled with his eyes, and He Jun immediately arranged a laptop for him. Watching Lu Jinyang log into his account, he found that the audio files were backed up on an external website. Su Yun took another look at him. This guy was quite cautious. Soon, he downloaded the files he had stored on the website. There were several audio recordings and 2 video clips. Seeing this evidence, Su Yun couldn't help But wonder what kind of person the boss of Greenleaf Company was. Was he out his mind? Or did he unconditionally trust the manager under him? How could he leave so much evidence behind? What's going on with this video? The prison warden asked. Report to the warden. This was filmed with a pinhole camera. It contains some conversation content that can prove what I said is true. I filmed the video to make the evidence more convincing, Lu Jinyong patiently explained. Chapter 320. Greenleaf Company Office. Chow Ding laughed loudly. Team leader Su. What you say is nonsense. I came to see this new star of Long Country. And indeed, he is a talented person, a dragon among men. Director Chow, you flatter me. I'm just a minor person and cannot bear such praise. In fact, Chow Ding came today, just as he said, to see Su Yun and get to know him. The Long Group is not like other governmental systems. However, these provincial leaders still know that they have a unique group with the members of the Long Group. Recently, Su Yun's rise has been meteoric, and he has now become a provincial captain of the same status as Chow Ding, all happening in just over a month. Wouldn't you be surprised? Su Yun rarely needed assistance from the police station, so he naturally seized this opportunity. Isn't it good to build relationships now? Although Su Yun's status was now similar to his, he understood that there were still some differences between them and the members of the Long Group. At least it would be very easy for someone from the Long Group to deal with them. Moreover, the country places great importance on the Long Group, and its status is increasingly evident and rising. Chapter 321. Office interrogation. Everyone could hear the implications in his tone, but no one spoke up to stop him. They already had the evidence in hand. Could Chong Shengqing still escape? Haha, Boss Chong, you might be overthinking it. As of now, I have turned to the light. Prepare to accept the judgment of justice, Lu Jinyong said excitedly. Chong Shengqing looked at Lu Jinyong's crazy demeanor and felt a bit intimidated. Manager Lu, let us talk things through. Don't act recklessly. Have I ever treated you poorly in all these years? Haha, Lu Jinyong scoffed. You haven't treated me poorly? Is that true? Who sent those people to my house? Who rummaged and smashed things in my home? Who injured my family members? Was it me? This series of events happened shortly after my family communicated with you. Such things never occurred before. You tell me, besides you directing it, who else could it be? Lu Jinyong angrily questioned. Chong Shengqing opened his mouth, but was speechless. Seeing the current situation, he regretted it a bit, regretting why he let greed cloud his judgment, why he couldn't let go of that 100 million, and why he caused this series of troubles for himself, making it hard to resolve now. Chapter 322. Office conversation. Chow Ding didn't he respond. Instead, the police officer behind him spoke up. Don't you have connections in police station? How come even our police chief, Director Chow, doesn't he know? Hearing this, Chong Shengqing's eyes widened as if struck by lightning. He stared at Chow Ding, moved his lips, but could not say a word. This time, he truly had nothing to say. He never expected that such a small matter would attract the police chief as personal involvement. After all, it was just a scam. It wasn't murder, arson, robbery, or anything that endangered public safety. Did it need such attention? He even doubted whether the police were lying to him or scaring him. But with so many people in front of him, and that person even directly called out his uncle's name, it was unlikely to be fake. If it were fake, these people would definitely not escape today. So many police officers dared to openly enter his building under surveillance. They must be real police, not imposters. What made him even more desperate was that the chief was standing on the opposite side, clearly there to support Qin Wanyin, making his heart feel cold. Chapter 323. Probing. I have a business deal to discuss with him. I wonder if you could help introduce me? Sujun Duplaith. Upon hearing that Su Yun wanted to cooperate with Wang Tong, Chong Shengqing's eyes lit up. As long as we can resolve this peacefully, everything else is minor. Don't worry, I have known Wang Tong for years. We are old friends. With me bridging the gap, your cooperation will be smooth and successful, Chong Shengqing confidently stated. I see. I didn't realize you had such a connection. Of course, Wang Tong and I are old friends. We often gather together. He is a person of great ambition and capability. You won't lose out cooperating with him. Leave this matter to me. Chong Shengqing praised Wang Tong, wanted to find a way out of today's predicament. So is this matter instigated by Wang Tong? Su Yun suddenly asked while Chong Shengqing was still in high spirits. After he blurted out a word, it took Chong Shengqing's mind a moment to realize what Su Yun had just asked, and his smile disappeared. Chapter 324. Going to Tongbao building as he saw two police officers approaching him. Chong Shengqing kept retreating, repeatedly shouting, what are you going to do? Don't act recklessly. I want to call my lawyer. I want to see my lawyer. Such a person, who indulged excessively in wine and pleasure, made no waves, and was already detained by the police. You can certainly see your lawyer, we respect your rights. But you still need to return to the police station first. Chong struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Gradually, he calmed down and stopped resisting. He just looked at Su Yun with anger and hatred. Su Yun, of course, was unafraid, instead smiling at him with that look. You're not thinking of eating me alive, are you? I'm not joking, with a small fry like you. I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with you. But I've decided to give you a chance. Go to the police station and confess honestly. Remember, if you reveal the mastermind behind this early, you'll suffer less. You wish. I don't understand what he gave you that makes you so stubborn. Not even afraid of going to jail. It seems he really has some tricks. Su Yun smiled indifferently. Chapter 325. Goodbye. Sun Liang in this enormous office building. After walking for a while, a sudden voice of surprise came from the side. Boss, why are you here at the company? Woo. The special assistant to Sun Liang was also greeting that person. Su Yun turned to look and saw a familiar face. One of the few who had accompanied her on her first trip to the Magic City. Su Yun smiled and said, Why can't I come? The person immediately beamed and replied, How could that be? The whole company belongs to you, boss. You can come and go as you please. I was just too excited to see you. Shock, petrification, and being dumbfounded. Apart from him and Su Yun, everyone else was stunned, all taken aback by what he had just said. What did they just hear? They heard the boss say that this young man in front of them was actually the mysterious boss they had heard about. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they could fit a goose egg in them. The news came so abruptly. They were well aware of their own company's value and felt extremely proud and honored to work in such a giant corporation. Chapter 326. Wang Tung learns, I thought it was something serious, but it turns out you ran out of money. If you need money, just tell me earlier. Money is just a number. Even if you don't say it, I'll have to give you money anyway. In a moment, I'll transfer 300 billion to your account, and you can use it however you like. Just make sure to use it wisely, Su Yun said nonchalantly. Silence, petrification. After Su Yun finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room fell silent for several seconds. The two of them were both in shock, especially Qin Wanyan, who was already very surprised when she heard that Su Yun had given Sun Liang 100 billion. It turned out her own operations and her company were just child's play in Su Yun's eyes. When she thought about the current trillion-dollar scale of Yunding Century, her excited heart gradually calmed down. But just as she was recovering, Su Yun immediately dropped another bombshell. She could clearly hear that Su Yun was about to throw out 300 billion, targeting the Wang family group, and this was also for her own benefit. Her heart was filled with shock, excitement, and anxiety, a mix of complex emotions intertwined. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for his confidant, and a woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. Chapter 327. Wang Tung's conspiracy. If it weren't for Su Yun, he couldn't think of anyone else with such power. Only Su Yun could have such a big hand. In fact, when he saw Su Yun at the banquet and learned that Su Yun was the owner of Yunding Century, he regretted it immensely. After witnessing everything Su Yun showcased at the birthday banquet, he knew he had messed with the wrong person. But he didn't expect that day to come so soon. After leaving in disgrace from the birthday banquet, he had thought of finding other ways to deal with Su Yun, even spending a fortune to invite people from the Angel Kingdom to take action, but in the end, it all ended in failure. As the reputation of Yunding Century gradually spread and the company continued to expand, with various major events occurring, he realized that he was absolutely no match for Su Yun. In terms of financial strength, he was far behind. He had already given up, even abandoning his desire for Qin Wanyan. But now, it seemed that Su Yun was coming to him. He felt helpless towards Su Yun when he set up his scheme. He had no idea that there would be a Su Yun beside Qin Wanyan. At the beginning, when Su Yun hadn't shown his claws, he didn't pay much attention to him, thinking that Su Yun was just a pawn he could easily deal with. Chapter 328. The situation, he was questioning life. He was also more fearful of the power around Su Yun. He speculated that Su Yun came from a mysterious big family, protected by powerful warriors, which was why he remained unharmed after 2 assassination attempts. This was also the source of his headache. He couldn't defeat Su Yun with hired assassins and was even more outmatched in financial strength. If he wanted to hire assassins again, the price would double, reaching 70 or 80 billion, which he couldn't afford in cash. So, he could only silently pray that Su Yun wouldn't target him. But all of this was destined to be a fantasy. Back at the hotel, Su Yun took a quick shower. In the room, he was scrolling through his phone. A call came in. Captain Su, Chang Sheng has confessed. He said everything, and it was indeed Wang Tong behind the scenes. Su Yun directly put the call on speaker so that Qin Wanyin, who was sitting on the sofa, could also hear. What did he say? Su Yun asked directly. After our friendly interrogation, he confessed everything. The Chang family has close business ties with the Wang family and collaborates in many areas. Chapter 329. Is Su Yun drunk? Su Yun stumbled as he walked, deciding to pretend to be drunk to tease this beautiful girl. Seeing Qin Wanyin sitting on the sofa waiting for him, Su Yun thought she must have heard the commotion in the room and guessed he was back. At this moment, Qin Wanyin had removed her makeup, looking simple and pure, yet still appearing like a celestial being. The reason she was waiting outside for him was probably her concern that he might have drunk too much, showing her care for him. At this moment, Su Yun showcased his Oscar-worthy acting skills, appearing as if he had consumed dozens of pounds of alcohol, moving like he was doing drunken boxing. His steps were chaotic and completely lacking in rhythm. As he exited the room, he pretended to be half asleep, swaying left and right, shouting, "Drink! Keep drinking! You can't handle it! Where are we now?" To make it look more convincing, Su Yun deliberately used his internal energy to flush his face a bit red, making it seem more authentic. Sure enough, Qin Wanyin on the sofa turned to look at Su Yun as she heard him shouting. Chapter 330. The Anti-Yun Business Association. When Su Yun woke up from sleep, it was already midday. After washing up, he went outside and saw Qin Wanyin lying on a rocking chair on the balcony, comfortably playing on her phone and looking at the scenery outside. Su Yun didn't disturb her because he had received several calls from Sun Liang. He answered the call. "What's wrong?" Su Yun asked directly. "Su Yun, something big has happened." Sun Liang's anxious voice came through. "Don't panic. Take your time to explain." "The sky isn't falling," Su Yun reassured him. After a 2-second pause, Sun Liang spoke. "Didn't you ask my company to deal with the Wang family group yesterday? Today, they launched a counterattack. That Wang Ting you mentioned has united several local big families and companies to form a business association. The name of the association is the Anti-Yun Business Association, primarily targeting our Yunding Century company. This morning, they held a press conference at the hotel, inviting many well-known media from the Magic City to promote their alliance. The main purpose of this meeting was to establish a banner to prevent our Cloud-Top Century from expanding. As you know, our Cloud-Top Century was just established not long ago, but its development momentum is too fast, and many people are afraid of our company, fearing that our rise will affect their interests and cut off their financial resources. Chapter 331. Talking to Sun Liang suddenly, Su Yun had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the late-stage expert Wang Kun who had come to assassinate him at his villa. He remembered what Wang Kun had said at that time, that he had been waiting for him for several days. That time, he had unexpectedly executed a task and delayed returning home. Otherwise, he would have arrived home much earlier and would have confronted Wang Kun before that assassination. Hadn't he been in the Magic City with Qin Wanyin attending his grandfather's birthday banquet? At the banquet, he had indeed had a bit of conflict with Wang Tong. Although they hadn't said much, his closeness with Qin Wanyin and the Tang Qinghua antique he presented at the banquet had severely embarrassed Wang Tong, causing him to lose face. If the person who attempted to assassinate him was invited by Wang Tong, then everything makes sense. It was precisely what happened at the birthday banquet that made Wang Tong resent him even more. So after the failure of the first assassin, he invited an even stronger person to come. Everything added up, absolutely reasonable. Su Yun had a premonition that his guess was most likely correct. No wonder he had been curious about the low strength of the person who had come to assassinate him when he was in the villa. Chapter 332. Want to see me? Just now I saw you on the phone for so long outside. What happened? Qin Wanyin asked with concern, raising her eyebrows. Su Yun smiled and gently brushed aside a few strands of hair from Qin Wanyin's beautiful face, saying, "It's nothing, not important. It's just that Wang Tong has united dozens of companies to establish a chamber of commerce against our Cloud-Top Century, the Anti-Cloud Chamber of Commerce. He didn't hide it. There was nothing to hide, and it wasn't something that couldn't be known, even if he didn't say it. Qin Wanyin would find out from the news. Moreover, this was a big deal. Qin Wanyin wasn't a child." "Ah," Qin Wanyin exclaimed upon hearing this. "What are you saying? Such an important matter, and you say it's not important?" She looked a bit surprised and excited. "Are you trying to hide your worry from me by pretending to be calm? That's dozens of companies in such a big place like the Magic City. The power of dozens of companies is not to be underestimated. If they really unite against your company, it would be a formidable force. and your company is very likely to suffer significant losses. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have thought of dealing with the Wang Group, and Wang Teng wouldn't have contacted so many companies to target you. It's all because of me. I'm sorry, Qin Wanyan said, feeling a bit guilty and anxious. Chapter 333. Meeting with the Anti-Cloud Chamber of Commerce, revisiting old times. Isn't that just looking for trouble with you? It was obvious that Qin Wanyan didn't believe his words at all. Wang Teng and the others have some small matters to discuss with me. You'll find out when you come with me later, Su Yun said with a slight smile. Time quickly passed, and soon it was almost 6 p.m. Su Yun then slowly took Qin Wanyan downstairs, calling over a nearby waiter to take them to the private room reserved by Wang Teng and the others. Walking into the luxurious private room, Su Yun immediately spotted Wang Teng, who was accompanied by 4 men in their 40s, all middle-aged men except for him. There were a total of 5 people sitting on 2 rows of sofas. Behind them, each had a well-dressed secretary holding a briefcase, making the scene quite reminiscent of a drama. Opposite them, Sun Liang sat alone, having arrived early. As soon as Su Yun stepped through the door, all eyes turned toward him. While these people were sizing up Su Yun, he was also assessing them. Chapter 334. Intense discussion, I believe, Mr. Su understands the principle of the first bird getting shot. Cloudtop Century is now large and prosperous, and I'm sure many are watching, waiting for your company to make a mistake. If your company shows signs of decline, this group will pounce like a pack of vicious eagles, and then your company may not be able to withstand it. On the contrary, if your company develops steadily and cautiously, it would be better for everyone. Cloudtop Century has been established in the Magic City for over a month and has already acquired many companies, causing widespread panic. Many are worried that their companies will be targeted by yours. Moreover, your company's acquisitions have harmed the interests of many peers in related industries, offending quite a few people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this Chamber of Commerce. The boss explained awkwardly. Su Yin remained unfazed, picked up a cup of tea, and took a small sip. What you said makes sense, but I'm curious. What if I do as you suggest, and what if I don't? As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, the previously enthusiastic atmosphere abruptly halted, and even the air became quiet. Chapter 335. Trump card? So today, coming with great momentum, is hoping that Su Yun can take a step back, allowing them to earn money as they did before. But Su Yun's strong attitude and nonchalant demeanor made them hesitate. What they said was true. Many companies indeed feared the development of Cloudtop Century, as it had been rapidly expanding since its establishment. To this day, the pace of expansion has not slowed down, but has actually increased, which is even more terrifying. Mr. Su, aren't you afraid of our anti-cloud chamber of commerce targeting you? We know your company is large, something we small companies cannot compare to. However, as far as I know, your company's assets are just over $1 trillion. Our dozens of companies combined have a total market value approaching $2 trillion and involve various industries. If we collectively blockade your company from all sectors, I believe it should have some effect, one boss said defiantly. Su Yin laughed. Naturally, I cannot stop the actions of all you bosses, but you should also understand that. As you mentioned earlier, our company is involved in various industries and can internally digest most of it, being self-sufficient. Even if there are losses, they shouldn't be too significant. Chapter 336. Showdown. At this moment, they were truly panicking, looking at Su Yun as if he were a towering mountain blocking their path. At this moment, Wang Teng's expression was even more dramatic. He had initially been pleased with persuading a few allies, only to be plunged back into despair by Su Yun's words. His face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. At the same time, he was also fearful, since seeing Su Yun at the birthday banquet. He knew Su Yun was not to be trifled with. He didn't even want to provoke him again. After the failure of the assassin sent by the Angel Kingdom, he had no intention of targeting Su Yun again. But this time, it was Su Yun who sought him out. He wanted to survive and to preserve his family's business, which is why he urgently contacted so many allies and explained the dangers of Cloud Summit Century, leading to the establishment of this business association. When he came here today, he was filled with anticipation, hoping to see Su Yun make a reluctant concession before them. But now that hope was clearly dashed. Not only that, but he seemed to be on the verge of becoming isolated. How could he be happy? Mr. Su, as far as I know, it seems we have some matters to discuss, and there are no frictions or grievances, right? Why would you suddenly target the Wang Group? Wang Teng said, his face filled with unwillingness and doubt. At this moment, he only hoped to persuade Su Yun to abandon the decision to target their company. Chapter 337. Was the assassin sent by you? Hearing Su Yun's words, the other executives were also taken aback, recalling some information reported by their subordinates. Indeed, as Su Yun said, Cloud Summit Century has always adhered to the principle of mutual benefit, not using its powerful economic strength to maliciously suppress others, but rather engaging in normal transactions at market prices without causing losses to operators. It was nothing like those profit-driven investment groups that sought to maximize profits at any cost. Compared to other large investment companies, Cloud Summit Century was unexpectedly fair and humane. Thinking of this, they felt more at ease. If Su Yun was not deliberately targeting them, then even if their company was acquired, it would not result in a loss and could even turn out to be a good thing. Moreover, they had never heard of Cloud Summit Century suppressing other companies. The incident involving the Wong Group was the first they heard of in Mo City, and they now understood that there were indeed conflicts between the two bosses. At this moment, the executives wanted to withdraw, to leave this quagmire, and not get involved any further. Chapter 338. Clarification. Su Yun smiled nonchalantly. Do I still need to spell out? The two assassination attempts. One occurred after I accompanied Wan Yin to meet his aunt, and the second happened after her grandfather's birthday banquet. Do I need to say more? Su Yun saw Wang Tung swallow hard, bitterly gulping down saliva. At this point, he had confirmed that the mastermind behind these two incidents was indeed Wang Tung before him. Mr. Su, you must be joking. I would never do such a thing. I wouldn't break the law. Besides, where'd I get such capability and connections to send someone to assassinate you? Wang Tung was still defending himself, and the sweat on his face was increasingly profuse. Haha, Mr. Wang, do I look like a 3-year-old? Should I believe what you say or not? Su Yun then walked towards Wang Tung, who was so frightened he took 2 steps back. Su Yun placed his left hand on Wang Tung's right shoulder and spoke softly. Go back and clean yourself up. Just wait. The people Su Yun, want to deal with won't be able to escape. After saying this, he gently patted Wang Tung's shoulder twice, then turned to look at Sun Liang and Qin Wanyin. Let's go. Chapter 339. To the Wang Manor, Su Yun gently pulled Qin Wanyin into his embrace, and the two held each other tightly. Su Yun directly kissed her alluring lips, parting a minute later, leaving her with a reluctant gaze as he walked away. Su Yun arrived at the private room of the hotel downstairs, where his contact in Mo City, Yao Fong, was waiting. When she saw Su Yun approaching, a smile immediately spread across her face. Captain Su, you're here. Su Yun smiled and nodded in response. Is everything ready? It's all here, Yao Fong said as she handed over a small suitcase, a square black box. Captain Su, this box contains 2 of the most advanced recording devices from the military. They are top tier in terms of recording technology, transparent and colorless, as thin as a cicada's wing. When attached to a wall or table, they blend seamlessly with the original object, providing excellent concealment. They are very small and convenient, with a strong adhesive capability, able to stick to walls, steel, glass, plastic, etc. The entire recording device weighs only 5 grams, and the sound quality is outstanding, able to capture clear audio even in large rooms of several hundred square meters. It is undoubtedly the best tool for monitoring. Chapter 340. Monitoring. In less than 2 days, more than half of the family's enterprises have been suppressed, losing over 10 billion in just 1 day. What are you all doing? Can't anyone get anything done? What exactly is going on? A loud voice demanded. From yesterday until today, why did Cloud Summit Century target our Wong Group and not other companies? Is there someone in the company who has a conflict with this firm? A cautious voice replied. It said that Wang Xiao was competing with the boss of Cloud Summit Century for a woman, which led to retaliation. Wang Tung. Is what he said true? A man loudly questioned. Father, I don't know what's going on. I admit I used to compete with him for Qin Wanyan, but since the birthday banquet, I haven't taken any action. I don't know why he suddenly went crazy and targeted our family. Wang Tung's voice of defense came through. If it weren't for you, how could we be targeted? A disgruntled voice came from the crowd. What do you mean? Is it all my fault? All right. It's come to this. We can only think of a way to resolve it. Let's not fight among ourselves. Someone stepped in to mediate and calm the anger for both sides. Chapter 341. Confessing without being asked. Seeing this scene, Su Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking it was really like a movie, like a spy thriller. However, he merely made a mental note of the situation, not forgetting the real purpose of his visit. He perked up his ears, focused his attention, wanting to clearly hear what Wang Tong would say once he went inside and what might be found there. Of course, Su Yun couldn't just barge in. If he did, there would be no evidence to collect. Although Wang Tong had gone in, Su Yun could still hear what he was saying, along with the sound of him cursing and venting his frustrations. If it weren't for the bigger picture, Su Yun would have gone in swinging a club to give him a good beating. Gradually, Su Yun noticed that Wang Tong's angry curses had stopped. Inside the small room, Wang Tong cautiously took out a precious notebook from the drawer, connected it using a unique account, and logged onto the Angel Kingdom website. At this moment, even if he were killed, he would have no idea that Su Yun was eavesdropping outside. Seeing the notebook, his previously agitated and angry expression finally calmed down. Then, his face twitched in pain, as if he had made a firm decision. Chapter 342. Want to get rid of me? At this moment, although Wang Tong was very surprised and angry, he wasn't completely out of control, not as crazy as before. He had no idea how Su Yun had suddenly appeared in his study, and in this moment, he thought of many things. Was there really a traitor in the family who had brought Su Yun in? Will he be controlling some bad information about him? So he suppressed his anger and maintained his rationality. What do I want? Don't you know? Su Yun retorted. I originally thought I would have to wait for a while to teach you a lesson, but I didn't expect you to reveal your true colors so quickly. It seems you care a lot about your family's assets. You have a strong sense of career, otherwise, you wouldn't be so irrational and so crazy. I can hardly imagine that your performance today is the same person as the information I received. The information I got before said you are a calm, rational, and cunning person who is difficult to deal with. It seems they have not touched your soft spot. Your soft spot is probably your family's assets, which are also your badges of growth. However, I will fulfill your wish by taking them all and turning them into my Yunding Centuries company, making your hard work a wedding dress for me, Su Yun said with a nonchalant smile. Chapter 343. Really taking off? What is this Su general saying? I'm not a man-eater. I have no interest in you. At this moment, Wang Tong's face was full of spring breeze, as if he had completely grasped Su Yun. Is that so? Su Yun scoffed. Don't you want to know why I dared to come alone? Don't you want to know how I got into your study? Su Yun decided to reveal some things to make him completely terrified, to psychologically destroy his bottom line, and make him feel deep fear. Hearing Su Yun's words, Wang Tong indeed stopped his smug smile, and the questions Su Yun asked were also things he was curious about. He had been wondering how Su Yun came into his study. Could there be a traitor at home? If there was a traitor at home, he must find that person. Oh, how did you get in? Wang Tong asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you? I flew in. Su Yun smiled and repeated his initial answer. Fly? Go trick someone else. Do you think I don't know you're trying to buy time? Unfortunately, your trick is still a bit shallow. I can only say goodbye now. Wang Ting turned around and gave Fu Bo a glance. Chapter 344. Disabled. Looking at Fu Bo's painful appearance, Su Yun felt no pity in his heart. This was what he deserved. If he weren't strong enough, he might have been sunk into the sea by the two of them tonight. At this moment, who could take revenge for him? Who could speak up for him? Su Yun then turned his head to look at the terrified Wang Tong by the bookshelf. Young Master Wang, do you think I came tonight or not? Wang Tong trembled all over, knowing that Su Yun was mocking him. Responding to his earlier words about wanting to deal with Su Yun, about wanting to deal with the police. Looking back now was so ironic. Wang Tong was already scared out of his wits. He had no more worries, no more struggles. From the moment Su Yun flew up, his will had collapsed. If Su Yun had said he was performing a magic trick, he might have still held on to a glimmer of hope. But after seeing Su Yun's action on Fu Bo's arm, he was utterly desperate. Witnessing Su Yun walking into reality like a scene from a movie, casually forming a strange bead that pierced through Fu Bo's arm like a bullet. How could he still have the heart to resist? Chapter 345. Police arrival. Su Yun smiled at him, saying, the matter isn't finished yet. How can I leave? Mr. Su, you've already hurt my family like this. And our family business has been suppressed to such a state. We're in such misery. What more do you want? Wang's father said, his eyes brimming with tears. There is a reason for everything. Every cause has its effect. Your son should have thought of this day when he did those things. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Wang's father twitched his lips, preparing to retort, when suddenly someone came to report at the study door. The butler entered the study and was shocked by the scene, his eyes wide open, throat rolling as he swallowed hard, suppressing his panic, and urgently reported to the master. A group of police officers has come outside, saying they need to investigate something. Hearing this, Wang Tung and his father exchanged glances, both visibly relieved. They quickly told the butler, "Hurry, quickly invite the police in." They were extremely worried, fearing Su Yun would silence them. Now that the police had arrived, they felt slightly at ease. After all, the police were public officials serving the country, and they believed Su Yun wouldn't dare to act recklessly, or it would definitely provoke the authorities. Chapter 346. Reinforcement. Su Yun decided to help him, making him submit willingly, leaving him no reason to argue. He opened his phone and clicked on the cloud recording sent by the contact. "Forget it. 8 billion it is. You forced me. Su Yun, you forced me. I didn't want to spend so much money on you. I didn't think you were worth it. But you were too ruthless, leaving no room for me. Not giving me a way out. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Yun, weren't you so arrogant? Weren't you so proud? You even questioned me so harshly in the hotel today, trampling on me. I want to see if you can survive this time. You even had the audacity to ask me in the hotel if I was behind those 2 assassination attempts? How ridiculous. Even if it were me. What evidence do you have? Ha ha. You 2 adulterers, once you die, I want to see who Qin Wanyan will rely on. I'll make sure to trample you thoroughly." A lengthy recording played from a phone. With each segment, Wang's father's brows furrowed deeper, while Wang Tung's face grew paler. Chapter 347. Qin family pleading with 2062 reinforcement points. Su Yun decided to directly allocate 2,000 to his realm. The realm involves a person's power and speed. Moreover, Su Yun wanted to elevate his realm as soon as possible, reaching the stage of a heavenly level warrior sooner. He had a premonition that crossing from an earthly level warrior to a heavenly level warrior would definitely bring a huge qualitative change, a significant leap. Right now, he could hover in the air for about 10 seconds. If he became a heavenly level powerhouse, flying would no longer be a dream for him, but a true reality. The 2,000 reinforcement points were directly infused. A rush of energy surged within him, like waves rolling inside his body, hitting and cleansing him. The steam flow inside him also accelerated, the speed of his blood flow increased, and his whole body felt lighter and more comfortable. He then looked at the panel. Host Su Yun, Enhancement Point 62, Late Stage of Earth Realm, 21004000. Martial Arts Secret Manual Tiger Cannon Fist has been fully cultivated. Golden Body Technique 12002000, Floating Light and Shadow 4001000. Skills: God level fighting skills, God level driving skills, God level traditional Chinese medicine treatment, God level vocal skills, God level instrument skills, God level painting skills, God level dance skills, God level language skills, God level firearm skills, God level bomb disposal skills. Chapter 348. Understanding the details. Indeed, our Qin family has many connections with the Wang family, and there are many business ties as well. Moreover, they have treated Wan Yin quite well since childhood. If it's not something very serious, I hope you can be lenient and let them off the hook a bit, Qin's mother said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Su Yin understood Qin's mother's intentions. He was not angry and could understand. After all, the 2 families had a long-standing friendship and often interacted, so their relationship wouldn't be bad. If many people spoke up for them, she would naturally help persuade a little. However, Su Yin had no intention of letting the Wang group off the hook, but he still planned to explain the reasons a bit. Others might not care, but since it was Qin's mother speaking, after all, she was his mother-in-law, it was better to clarify things. In case of any misunderstandings, it wouldn't be what Qin Wanyan wanted to see. "Aunt, do you know why I'm targeting them?" Su Yin asked. "Why?" Qin's mother asked, puzzled. "Because Wang Tung brought this upon himself." The issue with Wan Yin's company's defective products was orchestrated by Wang Tung behind the scenes. At that time, he even hired people to go to Wan Yin's production workshop to incite the workers, causing them to strike and leave, resulting in no one available to work for Wan Yin. He even secretly damaged production machinery and prevented other manufacturers in Jiangsheng from cooperating with Wan Yin. Chapter 349. Waiting for the Rabbit. A night without conversation. The morning sun gently woke people from their slumber. After having breakfast at the Qin family, he left. Modu Airport. "Aren't you coming back with me?" Qin Wanyan asked, puzzled. "I still have things to handle in Modu. I'll go back in a couple of days." After hugging Qin Wanyan tightly, he sent her onto the plane before leaving the airport. Qin Wanyan had been out for a few days and needed to handle some company matters, so she had to go back first. As for his reason for staying, it was his own consideration. The main thing was that Wang Tung had already issued the assassination task against him in the Angel Kingdom, and the task had been picked up by someone. According to the website, Wang Tung had posted his address in Modu, specifically in his luxury residence. Since that person had taken the task, he would definitely come to Modu. It would be better to stay in Modu and wait for the rabbit rather than rashly returning to Jiangcheng, which might lead to other problems. If this assassin targeted the people around him and used them to threaten him, it would be hard to guard against, and it could even threaten the safety of those around him. Chapter 350. The Assassin Arrives. Facing the flow of people in the lobby, Suyin didn't pay much attention. With so many people in the hotel every day, observing each person would be very taxing on one's attention. Since the assassin wanted to target him, he would inevitably make a move against him. It was better to wait for him to act. Suyin was too lazy to waste energy. After staying in the lobby for an afternoon, Suyin returned to his room. He ordered some food to be brought up and even used his long-and-used God-level traditional Chinese medicine skills, specifically the legendary and long-lost golden needle poison testing technique. Using the golden needle along with his vast knowledge of ancient medicine, no one would be able to use poison against him. Although modern poisons differ from ancient ones, the principle of poisoning remains the same. There are always some similarities, so there was no need to worry about being unable to judge. After testing once more, Suyin had a peaceful dinner. That night was very calm, with no setbacks. The next day, Suyin slept until noon, and after having breakfast, he went out. Today, he didn't sit in the lobby like yesterday, but went outside to stroll around, looking for some fun places to visit. Chapter 351. Talking with the Assassin. Suyin smiled lightly. How would I know? Because the person who issued the task has already been captured by me, along with his tools. And I saw the task he posted. Do you think I wouldn't know? Haha. The man laughed heartily. I thought it was something else. But it turns out this waste behind it was caught by you. But what does it matter? As long as I kill you, I can still get this money. I was worried it was a trap set specifically for me in your dragon country, which made me a little nervous at first. But if it's not aimed specifically at me, then what is there to fear? Ha ha. Suyin looked at the blue-clothed man, laughing madly, and smiled slightly. It seems you're quite confident. You're so sure of your victory over me. The blue-clothed man looked at Suyin with disdain. Although I'm not invincible within the dragon country, in terms of my strength, if it's not the very top tier targeting me, this dragon country is a place I can come and go freely. As for you, it's not like I can't handle you however I want. Suyin lightly clapped his hands twice. When did you arrive in Modu? Why did it take you so many days to show up? Chapter 352. Asking a few questions. So what do you want? The assassin asked patiently. I have a few questions for you. If your answers satisfy me, I might consider letting you go. Suyin said lightly. What questions? The assassin asked curiously, feeling a glimmer of hope to survive. Who wants to die? Especially someone like him, a master. Who wouldn't want to enjoy a high standard of living? Did you come alone, or do you have other helpers? Suyin asked. Wanted to inquire more and see if he could find some useful information. I came alone. Most people in our line of work are lone wolves. The more people you communicate with, the greater the risk of exposure. Have you joined any organization? The assassin shook his head. No, I'm a lone wolf. Joining an organization means you can't do whatever you want, and that's not as free and easy. Suyin self-deprecatingly smiled. It seems he was overthinking it. What did he get by asking? Even if there were secrets, he couldn't tell the truth from the false. He didn't know much about the distribution of forces in the world or those big organizations abroad. It would be better to leave the work to those who could and would do it. Chapter 353. Returning to Jiangcheng. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Indeed, they are geniuses among geniuses. Seeing is believing, Fu Yuanping said with admiration. Team leader Fu, you're being too polite. Please don't flatter me anymore. I'm afraid I'll get proud. You have this qualification. Looking at the extent of his injuries, your strength is probably about the same as mine. Suyin smiled calmly. Not at all. I'm still far from the captain. At this moment, the few people who came with Fu Yuanping were staring wide-eyed, looking at Suyin with curiosity and surprise. Hearing their captain's words, they were incredibly shocked. Their captain is one of the top experts in the entire dragon country. He must be among the top 5, or at least the top 10, right? Yet now he says Suyun's strength is comparable to his. How could they not be surprised? How old is their captain now? And how old is Suyin? If Suyin continues to grow, does he really have any limits to his future? Everyone looked at Suyin with envy and astonishment. Even their gazes unknowingly carried a sense of reverence. At this moment, Suyin had already become a true dragon soaring in the sky, someone they needed to look up to. Chapter 354. At home with Qin Wanyin, time passed by second in Su Yun's leisurely way. As usual, he played on his phone, ate fruit, and lay on the sofa, enjoying life. Soon it was afternoon, then evening. After dinner, Su Yun cleaned himself up and arrived early at Qin Wanyin's villa. He had the password key to her villa, given to him by Qin Wanyin, so entering was as simple as going into his own home. Glancing at the time, it was already 7 p.m., and Qin Wanyin still hadn't returned. Su Yun patiently waited, secretly marveling at how this person was such a workaholic, working so hard. However, he didn't say anything or text Qin Wanyin to check in. He hadn't even told her he was back in Jiangsheng and at her home today, all to give her a surprise. After waiting for about 40 minutes, there was finally some movement outside. The sound of a door opening signaled that Qin Wanyin had come in. Dressed like a professional woman, Qin Wanyin wore a white shirt and a black skirt. Her figure didn't need much description. A flawless hourglass shape, the S-line perfectly showcased her impeccable physique. Chapter 355. Basketball court the next day. As the sun climbed high in the sky, blinding rays streamed in from outside, and Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. Next to him, Qin Wanyin rested her head on his arm, sleeping like a little kitten. Su Yun quietly gazed at her beautiful face, not wanting to move and wake her. The warm sunlight illuminated Qin Wanyin's lovely face, enhancing her already enchanting beauty. Su Yun closed his eyes to rest. After more than half an hour, Qin Wanyin stirred slightly. Su Yun opened his eyes and noticed her frowning, likely due to the pain from her injury. He gently held her in his arms. "You're still sleeping well, huh? Oof. Am I that scary? This is too hard. How are you so strong?" Qin Wanyin said, still in pain. Although it was a bit awkward, he held her tighter. They stayed in each other's embrace for a while. With Su Yun's support, Qin Wanyin endured the pain to get up and walked slowly around the room a couple of times to recover. Then, pretending to be angry, she looked at Su Yun. "Don't think about touching me in the future." Su Yun chuckled and carried her into the bathroom to let her freshen up. Chapter 356. Looking for trouble? At this moment, the cheers around had quieted down, but everyone's gaze remained on Su Yun, wanting to see what he was doing here, what his thoughts were, and what actions he would take. Seeing all those eyes on him, Su Yun smiled lightly, showing a bright smile. "What is going on? I'm just here to take my cousin out to have some fun. You all can continue what you were doing. No need to be so restrained." At that moment, the organizer of the basketball game spoke up. Yes, let's continue the basketball game." The players from both teams returned to the basketball court, while Su Yun and Lin Yuding found a comfortable spot to watch the game. "Wow, I didn't expect Senior Su, this billionaire, to come watch us play basketball. This game is too impressive." As the whistle blew, the match continued. Meanwhile, news of Su Yun's arrival at the basketball court spread through the videos shared by the students in various groups, prompting many to rush over. As the game went on, the crowd continued to grow. From around 100 people, it had swelled to nearly 200. Chapter 357. The reason Lin Yuding rolled her eyes, how would I know? But it seems like they must have made some private arrangements. The Yichubwa family is actually not simple. Their family probably has around 20 billion in assets, so they're not too afraid of Yu. The two must have made some agreement to compete fairly. After encountering them, both would occasionally try to win favor. "Looks like my charm is pretty great. I managed to steal you from them," Su Yun said with a grin at Lin Yuding. Lin Yuding playfully scolded him. "You jerk. Hey. What are you two whispering about? Are you scared? Do you dare to face us on the basketball court and show your true skills? Are you still a man?" Yichubwa said angrily. Seeing Su Yun and Lin Yuding being close, he felt a bit jealous and even angrier. Originally, he was one of Lin Yuding's strong pursuers, and in his eyes, the only competitor he had was Yu. However, he didn't take Yu seriously, believing himself to be the only true Prince Charming and the only candidate for Lin Yuding, as he thought Yu was very fickle and irresponsible, living a life of indulgence. Compared to him, he was very confident. Chapter 358. Provocation? Fine, if you're scared, then let's go. Seeing that no one supported him here, Yichubwa turned to his brothers behind him, preparing to leave. He wondered if he could find another opportunity to regain his face. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment, as there was no support for him. In fact, everyone opposed him. So he had no reason or confidence to stay. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yun slowly spoke, gently uttering one word, slow. Yichubwa and his group stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Su Yun with confusion. The crowd in the basketball court, who had been discussing, also quieted down, looking at Su Yun to see what he wanted to say. Facing so many gazes, Su Yun smiled lightly. Didn't you say you wanted to compete with me in basketball? Why are you leaving now? What do you mean? Didn't you say you were afraid to compete with us? Why are you saying this now? Are you trying to humiliate yourself? Yichubo looked at Su Yun with resentment. Su Yun smiled and shook his head slightly. What did I say? I was afraid. You guys can be considered my juniors. I originally had no intention of bullying you. But since you want to consult me about basketball skills so much, I can indulge you a little. Chapter 359. Let's get started. Su Yun smiled lightly. Don't worry. When have you ever seen me do something without confidence? When this world can stump me. The two girls were momentarily stunned, especially Lin Yuding, who recalled the experiences she had with Su Yun. Every time, Su Yun seemed to be at a disadvantage, yet he always managed to present something eye-catching, breaking her perceptions time and again. With that thought, she felt relieved. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunyun clearly did not have as much faith as Lin Yuding and shook Lin Yuding's arm, saying, Sister Ting, why aren't you saying anything? You should convince my brother not to compete with them. Lin Yuding held her cousin's hand and gently shook her head. No need to say anything. I believe in your brother. What? Did my brother slip you some kind of drug? Her cousin Zhou Yunyun asked, puzzled. Before they could say anything else, Yi Chubwa and the others couldn't hold back anymore. Are you guys putting on a skit with us? Always chattering. Do you dare or not? All right. I accept your challenge, Su Yun said slowly. Are you sure? If you lose, you'll have to kneel on the basketball court in front of so many people and call the other person dad. Are you sure you dare? Yi Chubwa asked skeptically. Chapter 360. The one-on-one begins. Su Yun extended his hand and effortlessly gripped the ball. He tossed the basketball back. After all, I'm your senior. You should be the one to start the game to avoid people saying I'm bullying you. Yi Chubwa was furious again. Fine. I was going to give you some face, but since you wanted to start, I'll have to make sure you regret it. After saying that, he stood outside the three-point line, and Su Yun walked over to stand in front of him. In front of him, Su Yun didn't even make any defensive moves. He stood upright without the usual crouch and open arms. Seeing Su Yun's contempt, he gritted his teeth in anger. The game started. The ball was in Yi Chubwa's hands, and he had his most confident weapon and technique. A smile appeared on his face. His body was really low, the ball spinning quickly between his hands, showcasing his flashy skills. It must be said that he was indeed capable of being the captain of the school basketball team. At least his dribbling skills were solid and far beyond those of the new students earlier. Chapter 361. The PK continues. Wow, so cool, amazing. As soon as Su Yun got the ball, the crowd erupted again. Cousin Zhou Yunyun even jumped up, waving her hands wildly to cheer for Su Yun. Brother, you're the best. The atmosphere reached a climax, with cheers and shouts continuously expressing joy for Su Yun. The only ones feeling down were Yi Chubwa and his teammates. After witnessing the 3 shots in the one-on-one, his teammates looked like they had eaten something bad, completely lacking the spirited expressions they had when they first bet against Su Yun. They even lowered their heads slightly, not daring to look around, as they occasionally heard the crowd's mockery. Is this really the level of our school's team? It's too pathetic. The captain of the basketball team can't even win against Senior Su, who graduated over a year ago. And Senior Su wasn't even on the basketball team back in school. I don't know how they had the confidence to say those things. If it were me, I would have found a place to hide long ago instead of humiliating myself here. Chapter 362. Knocked to the ground. Suddenly, Yi Chubwa looked up, his eyes fierce and determined as he stared at Su Yun. Come on, continue. Seeing Yi Chubwa's fighting spirit, Su Yun smiled indifferently. Some things can only be understood through perseverance, feeling the despair of powerlessness. All right, let us continue. Su Yun took the ball to the three-point line. He had played basketball in a long time and felt somewhat unfamiliar. He started dribbling the basketball, and indeed, it felt a bit awkward. Seeing Su Yun like this, Yi Chubwa's teammates shook off their earlier gloom and began to laugh. This basketball skill is probably worse than those freshmen from earlier. Yeah, just a pure brute. Maybe he just got lucky with his physical abilities. The captain might have gone easy on him. I said something was off earlier. The captain must have held back. But why would the captain be so kind to him? I would have made him lose all face by now. The situation on the court was not just being observed by Yi Chubwa's teammates, but also by the hundreds of onlookers. Watching Su Yun's somewhat unskilled dribbling, they secretly worried for him. Chapter 363. Sky-high dunk. The ball went in, and Yi Chubwa was still on the ground, not getting up for half a minute. Looking at Yi Chubwa, who had not reacted for a long time, Su Yun spoke up. I said the match isn't over yet. Are you going to give up? It's just one basket. It's a best of 7. You have plenty of chances to turn around. Hearing this, Yichubwa glanced at Su Yun skeptically, then got up from the ground, realizing Su Yun was right. What can lying on the ground do? Only by standing up and fighting back can I have a chance. Maybe that was just a fluke, he thought. Come on, continue. Yichubwa gritted his teeth and said, that's more like it. Su Yun smiled faintly and took the ball back in his hands. This match would follow a continuous shooting rule. As long as you score, it's your possession until the other side commits a foul or the ball is taken. Su Yun continued dribbling the basketball like before, the ball moving quickly between his hand and the ground like a magic ball. He quickly shifted to the right, and Yichubwa moved with him, his eyes fixed on the basketball. Su Yun could see the eagerness in his eyes. He knew he wanted to try to steal the ball. Chapter 364, A Real Man's Battle? Although Yichubwa pretended to be in pain, it was clear his acting was subpar. The crowd of onlookers quickly saw through his facade and started to voice their criticisms. This acting is too fake. Seriously? The captain of the basketball team can't handle losing like this. It's so unreliable. He is obviously afraid of losing. What foot pain, what injury? It's all nonsense. Yeah, so shameless. His face is probably thicker than a city wall. So disgraceful. He had the guts to gamble, but as soon as things go wrong, he pretends to be hurt. How shameless can he be? No wonder I've heard rumors at school about how many matches he wins. If he pretends to be injured every time he faces someone in a one-on-one, then my winning rate in one-on-ones would probably be even better than his. There's nothing to be done. After all, he has an advantage that you can't compete with. What advantage? Someone nearby asked. What else could it be? Of course, it's being shameless. Upon hearing the discussions from the sidelines, Yichubwa's expression turned sour. He then gave his teammates a look, and a few of them who came with him immediately surrounded him, squatting down to whisper among themselves. Chapter 365, 5v5 match. You really know how to talk. The way you describe a one-on-one sounds so nice. Immediately, the crowd began to push back. There's nothing we can do. If Senior Su isn't willing, we can't force him, said a blonde-haired man with an innocent expression. How shameless. Senior, please don't agree to that. Yes, Senior. Don't waste your breath on such shameless people. They're not worth it. Su Yun smiled nonchalantly. He had already figured out their intentions and was not surprised at all. A 5v5 is just a 5v5. But this time, can you really pull it off? Don't end up pretending to be injured again. Yes, who knows what absurd excuses you'll come up with then. How can you guarantee your credibility? The onlookers began to criticize. The blonde-haired man grinned. Don't worry. As long as the senior is willing to have a 5v5 match with us, we absolutely won't tee back out for any ridiculous reasons. If we do, just consider us defeated. He appeared very confident, believing in the strength of his team. They were the standout basketball players at the school, having played together for a long time. How could they possibly lose to a bunch of uncoordinated people? Chapter 366. Choosing teammates. At this moment, everyone gradually quieted down, wanting to see what Su Yun would say and what preparations he had. Could it be that this miraculous senior really has strong teammates? They were also looking forward to it. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Su Yun spoke, Hello, juniors. I wonder if there are any willing to be my teammates for a 5v5 basketball match against them. Shock, petrification, silence. You could hear a pin drop. The scene was silent for 3 seconds before people reacted. No way, Senior Su. Are you sure you want to choose teammates from among us? They are members of the school team. Yes, Senior Su. If you don't find a few good teammates, you 1T win this match. Given the basketball skills of most people here, it's highly likely they just be sending vegetables to the slaughter. Exactly, you can't win at all. Isn't this a foregone conclusion? The crowd began to question. They thought Su Yun would call over some strong helpers, but didn't T expect him to directly choose teammates from among the crowd? How could they compare to the school team players with their level? They were simply not in the same league. Chapter 367. The match begins. Since these people were still harboring fantasies, let us shatter those illusions with actual actions and let them feel what true despair is. With the sound of whistle, the ball was thrown high into the air. Su Yun jumped straight up and grabbed the ball in his hands. Yichubwa and his teammates saw the ball in Su Yun's grasp and quickly returned to their half, adopting a defensive stance, guarding Su Yun closely. They used 2 players to double-team him, trying to force Su Yun to pass the ball to his seemingly unskilled teammates. As it was a kickoff from the center court, Su Yun was also near the midline. Seeing the 2 defenders in front of him, Su Yun smiled and, in front of them, made a direct jump shot, launching the basketball. Seeing Su Yun take the shot, the 2 defenders' faces lit up with joy. They had achieved their goal of forcing Su Yun to either pass or take a shot. Now Su Yun shooting from midcourt in their eyes meant he had no other choice, indicating that he only trusted himself and was unwilling to pass the ball to anyone else, even if it meant he might miss. Chapter 368. Questioning life. However, his smile didn't last long. Less than a second after the ball left his hand, he saw the ball being swatted away again. Yes, it was Su Yun again. Su Yun swatted the ball away, blocking their shot. The ball flew past half court, and Su Yun didn't stop his movement. Instead of letting the basketball roll out of bounds, he quickly moved, surprising everyone on the court, and dashed past Yi Chubwa towards the basketball. With Su Yun's speed, the ball was certainly not going out of bounds. He grabbed it and then pushed forward, in front of everyone's astonished eyes. Su Yun once again reached the free throw line. After taking a step forward, he leaped high, passing the basketball through his legs and catching it from behind, performing an incredible slam dunk in an extremely short time. Wow, 666,666. God, this is too amazing. Senior Su, this basketball talent is unreal. Is this really not the NBA dunk contest? I declare Senior Su my only goal from now on. Chapter 369. Rewarding teammates. Hearing Su Yun's question, a few of them finally snapped out of their daze. They then remembered the consequences of losing. When they heard Su Yun's words, they didn't dare to look him in the eye, instead casting their gaze toward Yi Chubwa, their eyes asking what to do next. Yi Chubwa's expression fluctuated, his eyes darting around as if he were pondering something. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Senior Su, today we were in the wrong. We've learned our lesson, and we concede defeat. Senior Su truly deserves to be our role model. From now on, you are my idol, and I will strive to be like you. Yi Chubwa soft-talked a lot of flattering words. Su Yun naturally knew what he was up to. He wanted to flatter him a bit more, making himself seem magnanimous to avoid fulfilling the humiliating bet. However, Su Yun was not falling for it. He smiled and looked at him. Junior, your intentions are good, but it seems you've forgotten one thing. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, Yi Chubwa and his friends froze, as if they were under a spell, standing still. None of them wanted to kneel and call Su Yun father, especially with so many people around. That was even more impossible. If they really knelt down, they could forget about mingling in school from then on. Chapter 370. Asking me to be a guest? The onlookers naturally heard these words as well. While they admired Su Yun's generosity, they also envied the few players who just took the court, playing basketball for dozens of minutes, running a few laps, and earning $10,000. That's just too comfortable. Senior, indeed generous, not at all stingy with his own people. Yeah, Senior's awesome. Hearing the praises from those around him, Su Yun once again revealed a sunny smile. Looking at the junior students cheering for him, Su Yun spoke up again. Thank you all for cheering for me just now. Anyone who is here today cheering for me can contact me or these teammates. Su Yun pointed to a few teammates beside him. Seeing Su Yun say this, everyone was watching him, curious about what he wanted them to contact the teammates for. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su Yun continued, every one of you here supporting me can receive 100 yuan as a reward for your hard work, as a thank you for your cheers. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted again. Wow, Senior is amazing. Long live the Senior. Senior is generous. Chapter 371. Starting a live stream again after a bit of playful teasing, his cousin persuaded Lin Yuding. Sister Ting, hurry up and start a live stream. It's been a long time since we've seen you live. With the singing skills of the three of us today, we can definitely go viral again, his cousin confidently said. What skills do you even have? Su Yun directly mocked without holding back. Who do you think you are? It's one thing not to encourage someone, but to undermine their confidence like this, his cousin said with a look of grievance. Su Yun was already used to her tricks. She was someone who had a big heart. How could she feel so wronged over such a small matter? I still don't know what you're like. Su Yun continued to mock without politeness. At this moment, Lin Yuding couldn't stand it anymore. Just say a few less words. After all, Yun Yun is still your cousin. She should be encouraged more. Yeah, look at how good sister-in-law is, who has a brother like you. Su Yun walked over to Lin Yuding, hugged her from behind, and whispered in her ear, you should encourage me too. Lin Yuding's ears turned red, breaking free from Su Yun's grasp. She playfully said, what are you doing? I still need to start the live stream. Chapter 372. Sweet affection. Upon hearing Lin Yuding's words, the live stream room instantly exploded. They had asked similar questions before, but Lin Yuding usually didn't answer. Unexpectedly, she directly responded to this matter today, and the anchor they had been thinking about had already found someone. "Ah, anchor, you are so cruel. Who is it? Who is it? Find him. Who is so lucky to be the anchor's girlfriend? Is it the singing god from the last live stream? If it is him, then we might feel a little better." Lin Yuding looked at the barrage, smiling without speaking. After a while, she slowly said, "All right, next, let me sing 2 songs for everyone. This song, I Really Love You, is dedicated to everyone." As the accompaniment started, Lin Yuding began to sing. "I want to do something for you, something that makes you happier, to plant my name in your heart, asking time, to quietly turn this seed into fruit. When you're not paying attention, let it grow naturally. Then don't leave once time passes. It will never return. The sky you gaze at far away hangs more rainbows." Chapter 373. Sudden Self. "Bro, it's your turn. It's time for you to show your skills." His cousin Zhou Yunyan cheered. "Just sing," Su Yun said nonchalantly. After seeing the 2 girls perform, he felt a bit itchy to show off as well. At this moment, Zhou Yunyan walked over to the phone for the live stream, loudly saying, "Hello everyone. Are you ready? Next, our singing god is going to sing. Are you ready to enjoy some divine music? 666666. Is the god finally going to show off? Hurry, hurry. Without the god, I can't sleep at night. Is today's main dish finally coming? I've been waiting for so long, I can hardly wait. The big shot is finally going to perform." Su Yun hadn't sung in a long time either, and today he was going to sing a song he really liked, Sudden Self. He found a music accompaniment from the console and began. As the music started, Su Yun used his unique and pleasant voice to begin singing. "I hear you say the sun rises and sets sunny or rainy. It's hard to predict. The road is full of footsteps. I have gotten used to your sudden self waving freely, seeing nature clearly, then don't leave once time passes. It will never return. The sky you gaze at far away hangs more rainbows." Chapter 374. "Claw machine, I think it's okay," Lin Yuding said excitedly, looking eager to try. "Clawing dolls," Su Yun muttered to himself. Despite being over 20 years old, he had never clawed a doll, mainly because he never needed to accompany a girlfriend for shopping or anything like that. However, since his cousins wanted to have fun today, he naturally had no problem going to see it. "Let's go and claw some dolls." A group of them arrived at a large shopping mall. As they parked the car and got out, they were immediately met with the attention and gazes of passers-by. Although this was the cheapest car he had bought, it was still the latest Rolls-Royce Phantom, a car worth 20 million. For many people, that was definitely the top of the top, and of course, it attracted others' attention. "Wow, that beautiful little golden figure. Isn't there Rolls-Royce? And it's the latest model. Just a few days ago, I saw it on Douyin, and I didn't expect to see someone driving it here today. This is the first time I've seen such a good luxury car in a shopping mall. I wonder which boss has arrived." Chapter 375. "Brother, why don't you give it a try?" The 2 girls were a bit disappointed. After trying many times, they still came back empty-handed each time. Several times they were just a little bit off, but just that little bit meant the dolls inside didn't come out. Finally, the 2 of them turned their hopeful gazes towards Su Yun. "Brother, it's your turn now. Don't hold back. Punish it hard and get all the toys inside for me," Zhou Yunyun said angrily, looking at the claw machine. Seeing her so anxious, Su Yun smiled. "What are you arguing with the machine for? Hurry up. Get out for me," his cousin said in a spoiled tone. Su Yun shook his head, humbly saying, "I've never clawed a doll before. I might not be as skilled as you." "No way. Brother, you're already this old, and you've never clawed a doll?" his cousin complained. At this moment, a voice from the side interrupted. "Beautiful lady, if you want to claw a doll and he can't do it, I can help. I will definitely be able to get the doll." Su Yun turned his head to look over and saw a man with brown hair speaking. He was about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a shirt, and beside him was a girl around 1.6 meters tall, who looked petite and charming. Chapter 376. Catching toys, Su Yun walked calmly and confidently towards the claw machine. He had truly never used a claw machine before, but that did not hinder his immense confidence. With his current physique and strength, there were indeed not many things in this world that could challenge him. After several enhancements, his control over strength had reached the level of the world's top tier, and not to mention catching a toy, he could definitely excel in any profession. If he were to participate in the Olympics right now, and time allowed for him to compete in every event, there would be no doubt he would win every gold medal, with just a slight exertion being enough to break historical records in the stadium. Take the simple 100-meter sprint as an example. The current world record for the 100 meters is just under 9 seconds. If he were to run with all his might right now, he could finish the 100 meters in just over 2 seconds, breaking the historical record as easily as drinking water. Su Yun controlled the remote, shaking it up and down, left and right, at varying speeds, without hurriedly pressing the spacebar to catch the toy, as he was feeling the force of the claw machine. He then slowly moved the mechanical claw above a toy, pressed the spacebar, and the toy was slowly caught. Chapter 377. Going to Qin Wanyan's house in front of all the stunned onlookers. Su Yun switched to several claw machines and caught toys again and again, each time hitting the target. Lin Yuding and Zhou Yunyu each held several toys, happily surrounding Su Yun. Each of Su Yun's attempts completely astonished those watching. Wow, this is too amazing. He really meant what he said. He's truly hitting every time. Is this handsome guy not here to stock up? This is too fierce. To be fair, his skills are really good. He can be called a toy killer. Impressive. This is strong enough to leave people speechless. Did that man just say this person is a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? This guy immediately proved him wrong, catching so many in a row. I don't believe anyone could have such luck. You still believe him? It's obvious he's just someone trying to seek attention. What thoughts could he have? I still don't know. Just try to show off. However, I didn't expect he would provoke the wrong person, and he was immediately slapped in the face. Moreover, this young man comes from a wealthy family. He might just be purely foolish. Yeah, I don't know who gave him the courage to speak so disrespectfully. He's completely like a frog in a well, thinking the water in his well is the sky, with no idea of the vastness outside the well. Chapter 378. Going to school for a meal early in the morning, Su Yun woke up, but it wasn't the warm sunlight that woke him. Instead, it was Qin Wanyan using her little fist to pound on his chest. Su Yun opened his eyes to see Qin Wanyan looking at him angrily. You're like a cow. I really don't know what you're made of. Su Yun smiled awkwardly. There was no way around it. Who made him so strong? That powerful ability was indeed too fierce. Upon getting up, he saw Qin Wanyan's walking posture was even a bit awkward as she walked around the edge of the bed several times before regaining her balance. She shot Su Yun a fierce glare before walking into the bathroom. After having a loving breakfast together, Su Yun sent her downstairs to her company. Then, he returned to his own home. With nothing to do, he took a nap to catch up on some sleep. After playing at home for the afternoon, when the time was right, Su Yun drove his Koenigsegg 1 to school. He had already promised Lin Yuding yesterday to participate in their school's welcome party. After he promised her yesterday, she told him that many programs were already prepared and in the preparation stage, with many people already familiarizing themselves with their performances. Chapter 379. That man, after Su Yun had 2 pieces of meat, he looked at Lin Yuding and asked, how about you? Can you get used to it? If not, I can get you something else. Lin Yuding shook her head. No need. I'm not a princess. I'm not that picky, and the taste is really good. Saying this, she picked up a piece of lean meat and put it in her mouth. Ha! Su Yun chuckled. Good, you don't have princess syndrome. After eating for a while, a grilled fish was served. As soon as the grilled fish was placed on the table, its aroma wafted out, and Su Yun immediately picked a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. The skin was crispy and the meat fragrant, simply delicious. Su Yun continued to finish a bowl of rice. While they were eating, a group of 5 people came into the restaurant also here to eat. As soon as they entered, they saw Su Yun and Lin Yuding dining there. Seeing Su Yun, they excitedly ran over. Senior Su, Senior Lin, you're here too? Su Yun glanced up at them and nodded slightly. They were considerate enough not to come over and disturb Su Yun and Lin Yuding's meal, instead ordering what they wanted from the boss and quietly waiting aside. Chapter 380. Arriving at the music activity room amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the classmates. Su Yun and Lin Yuding got into the car and headed straight for the music academy. Upon entering the building, under Lin Yuding's lead, they arrived at a spacious large room, which was the multi-functional activity room of their music academy. The room was quite large, probably around 300 to 400 square meters, enough to accommodate many people. By the time the two arrived at the activity room, there were already quite a few people inside. When someone saw Su Yun and Lin Yuding just entering, they immediately exclaimed, Senior Su, Sister Ting, and happily ran over. Upon hearing this person's exclamation and seeing where her gaze was directed, everyone turned to the entrance and saw Su Yun and Lin Yuding walking in hand, all showing joyful expressions and eagerly greeting them. Hello, Senior. Seeing the group of younger students gradually surrounding them, Su Yun also smiled and responded, Good afternoon, everyone. After greeting them, Su Yun noticed that these younger students seemed a bit shy around him, so he smiled and said, Everyone relax, just do what you usually do. I'm just an ordinary person, just graduated a year earlier than you, so relax and communicate normally. Chapter 381. Please perform more. Senior, no way. Senior. How can you only sing one song? Many were looking forward to his performance. With your strength, we can never get enough of your singing. You have to sing another one, Chin Yu said in a spoiled tone. Su Yun smiled helplessly. This is your music academy's welcome party. And I'm just a graduate here to join the fun. I can't take up too much time. Senior, what are you saying? We all consider you as one of our own. Don't you see us as your own people? Plus, your singing is so beautiful that everyone can't get enough of it. Absolutely no one would oppose it. If there were a vote, it would definitely be 100% in support of you. Don't say you can sing just 2 songs. Even if you hold a concert, it would be no problem. Chin Yu, with her flexible thinking, advised. Su Yun smiled. This girl can really talk. No wonder she could be the president of the student council. You're quite the talker, aren't you? Chin Yu chuckled, thanking the senior for the compliment. Su Yun turned to Lin Yuding and asked, how about we collaborate on a piano piece? Lin Yuding, faced with Su Yun's sudden question, looked very surprised and tentatively asked, a 4-hand piece. Chapter 382. In the piano room with Lin Yuding soon, Su Yun followed Lin Yuding to a private piano room arranged for her at the academy. The room was quite spacious, about 40 to 50 square meters, and the decor had been thoughtfully designed, with several portraits of famous figures in music history used as decoration. A bright and transparent white piano stood at the front of the room, with a few chairs behind it, along with a desk and a large bookshelf. The lighting in the room was also very good, bright, and transparent, showing that the academy had put effort into this matter. How is it? Are you comfortable in this private piano room? Su Yun asked with a smile. Lin Yuding glanced at Su Yun and said, what is uncomfortable about it? It's all thanks to our big boss, Su. Seeing this little girl daring to tease him, Su Yun closed the door with a snap and moved towards Lin Yuding, who began to step back as Su Yun approached. Before long, she had retreated to the corner of the back wall. Why aren't you moving? Su Yun teased with a smile. Lin Yuding turned her face to the left, lowered her head, and said nothing. Su Yun lifted her chin with one hand and kissed her charming lips. Chapter 383. Admiration as the piece came to an end. Lin Yuding, who had been immersed in the music, awoke from that atmosphere. She looked at Su Yun with surprise, joy, and confusion, and asked, was that piano piece we played just now? That feeling was so strange. Seeing her curious expression, Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. Of course it was us playing. Besides the 2 of us, where else do you hear sound? Do you know? Just now, my feeling was so strange. It felt like my thoughts entered a weird place. And at that moment, I felt like I could play anything, so free and expressive. And that music was so beautiful. I can't believe I played it. Lin Yuding showed a sweet smile. How is that possible? You must believe in yourself. You are the best, Su Yun encouraged. He understood what Lin Yuding was talking about. Everyone encounters difficulties and bottlenecks on their path forward. And once you break through your bottleneck, a huge leap will naturally occur. Su Yun believed that Lin Yuding's piano playing would definitely reach a new level in the future. Hearing Su Yun's encouragement, Lin Yuding nodded happily. Chapter 384. The eve of the evening party in the following days, Su Yun went to school several times, practicing with Lin Yuding, and during these days, Lin Yuding's piano skills greatly improved. One night, Lin Yuding called. The school gave me an invitation card to pass on to you, but I forgot during the day. And I only found it in my bag when I got back, Lin Yuding explained. Su Yun smiled. It's okay. I thought something had happened. Just keep the invitation in your bag. Anyway, the school people all know me, so no one should stop me, right? Su Yun joked. Of course. No one would stop you. Now you're the most popular person in our school. From all the teachers to all the staff, who doesn't know you? If someone at Jiangxing University said they hadn't heard of you, it might even draw scorn from people, Lin Yuding complained. Haha, Su Yun chuckled lightly. By the way, the welcome party is at the Mingyu Square of the school. This time our college's welcome party is expected to be very grand. You don't know, in the past few days, the college has promoted you as an important figure, and the response has been unimaginable. The whole school has gone nearly crazy. I'm a bit impressed by your popularity. In many groups, forums, and posts, everyone says they must attend this welcome party. Chapter 385. The evening party begins. Su Yun also walked over with a smile, calmly greeting, hello, leaders. Please take a seat. Saying this, Principal Zhou Zhengyang personally moved a chair for Su Yun to sit down. Su Yun quickly replied politely, no need to trouble yourself, Principal. I can do it myself. It's nothing, come on, come on. Su Yun walked to the seat, while Lin Yuding and her cousin sat just behind him, the best position besides the guest row, just 2 steps away, able to see them with a turn of the head. Everyone had no objections to this arrangement. After all, the front row was mostly occupied by important school leaders, and even the vice dean of the music academy didn't qualify to sit in that guest row. It was all principals, vice principals, and various important leaders and deans. These were senior leaders of the school. Su-Yun had just sat down next to Principal Zhou Jingyang when the principal and several vice principals immediately began to converse with him. Su-Yun responded one by one. They started off chatting casually, discussing family matters and asking about recent developments. Later, Principal Zhou Jingyang talked about what specific projects have been funded by the large donation he had made to the school recently, what specific measures were taken, and how many people benefited from it. In short, wanting to ensure Su-Yun was satisfied. Chapter 386. Ensemble today, she, slightly adorned, was unstoppable. Undoubtedly the brightest gem in the entire venue. Dressed in a white pleated skirt, under the white lights, she looked as clean as a fairy. Like an angel fallen from the sky, exuding an aura of purity and liveliness, incredibly captivating. Upon seeing her figure, the audience immediately erupted in screams. "Wow, goddess! I love you!" Hearing the shouts directed at her, Lin Yuding turned to look at the audience below the stage, revealing a sweet smile. This caused the audience's cheers and shouts to grow even louder, with waves of screams echoing. Lin Yuding's agile hands began to move, and at the same time, a beautiful sound spread throughout the square. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the distant school bell ringing. But I haven't heard your voice seriously calling my name. When I fell in love with you, I didn't understand feelings. It was only after parting that I realized how deeply it hurt. Lin Yuding's piano performance highlighted this even more. After their last collaboration, her piano skills have elevated to a new level. Chapter 387, The Story of Time. Everyone was immersed in it, with no one cheering or booing. The entire venue was quiet, except for the sound of the piano played by the two. Time slipped away like the sand in an hourglass, passing second by second. At this moment, Su-Yun and Lin Yuding resembled two agile fish, playfully swimming in the pool. Chasing and reciprocating, they swam and played freely. Their music was perfectly conveyed. Though it was a four-hand performance, it was impossible to distinguish that two people were playing together. They seemed to merge into one, skillfully and closely performing the piece impeccably. All good things must come to an end. When something happens, it always has to conclude. And this piece of music had reached its ending point. The music stopped. For several seconds, people remained immersed in the music, seemingly enjoying its lingering echoes. But as more and more people began to awaken, the cheers for the performance truly began. Wow, my God, that was amazing. Chapter 388. The Invitation of the Girls. Everyone's experiences are different, yet they share similarities to some extent. Good music always evokes resonance in people's hearts. Especially under Su-Yun's performance, its effect was maximized. When the song reached its midpoint, many people involuntarily began to hum along. The number of people singing along increased. Everyone had heard this classic and could hum a few lines. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted into a massive chorus. The flowing water carried away the story of time, changing two people. In that sentimental youth, tears flowed for the first time. The distant journey, yesterday's dreams, and the laughter that faded away. In our next meeting, how much distance have we traveled? The entire piece of music was ultimately completed by everyone present. As soon as the song ended, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. The applause was deafening, with many people clapping their hands vigorously, and it continued without pause. Seeing that everyone had been clapping for over 20 seconds without stopping, Su-Yun finally spoke. "Thank you all for your applause and encouragement." As Su-Yun's voice rang out, the applause slowly began to quiet down. Chapter 389, Mother's Call. Wow, riding in a multi-million-dollar car to eat barbecue. I've really seen it all. Su-Yun ignored those comments and asked the boss to set up another table. Then he sat with the driver, waiting for the barbecue to arrive. The boss was as quick as ever. Soon, the barbecue, full of color, aroma, and flavor, was served, wafting its scent for miles. They enjoyed the barbecue for over an hour, satisfied, before returning home. Back home, after a comfortable bath, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. He slept until noon, awakened by the ringing of his phone. Su-Yun groggily opened his eyes and checked his phone, realizing it was his mother calling. Shaking his head, he instantly felt alert. "Hello, Mom, what's up?" "What? Is it wrong for your mother to call you?" "Of course not, Mom. You can call me anytime, anywhere." "That's more like it." His mother Yang Xiaoyu's satisfied voice came through. "Son, in a few days, it's National Day. Are you coming back?" We haven't seen you in over half a year. Although you're busy with your startup, you should have a break for National Day, right? Isn't it time to come back and visit? Chapter 390. Major purchases before returning home. Suyin stood there, grinning foolishly. You go ahead, don't come looking for me again, Qin Wanyin said angrily. Suyin didn't leave, but instead swiftly crossed from the ground to the second floor, appearing behind Qin Wanyin, wrapping her in his arms. Seeing herself being hugged, Qin Wanyin struggled to break free. But her strength was no match for Suyin's. After futilely struggling, she gave up. Noticing that Qin Wanyin had stopped moving, Suyin leaned close to her ear and said, some things that happen are destined. I can't change that. Each of you is someone I want to keep. I can't lose any of you. You know that I am sincere to everyone. Go tell that to someone else, Qin Wanyin replied discontentedly. In fact, when she learned about Su Yun and Lin Yuding, she was initially furious and felt deceived. However, after a long time of thinking, she realized that Su Yun had always been sincere to her, never asking for anything else from her, nor having any ulterior motives regarding her surroundings or family. Instead, he had helped her a lot, even resolving many difficulties for her parents without asking for anything in return. Chapter 391. A sudden reflection. After contacting the stores for the purchases, Su Yun returned to the villa. Then he called Yuan Xiao, the general manager of his security company, Shunwei Security. Since acquiring his company, Yuan Xiao had become the general manager. Suyin asked him to send a few smart and capable people to assist in transporting the batch of supplies. Suyin planned to have the security company South personnel drive the items back for him, as there would be a lot to carry. If he were to do it alone, it would be quite a handful. Moreover, after sending the security personnel over, Suyin didn't plan to have them return. He wanted them to provide security for his parents and ensure their safety. He specifically instructed Yuan Xiao to send over a few elite members, tripling their salaries from the original. There would be no shortage of people wanting to join. This time, Suyin didn't plan to drive back himself. Although the distance was only a few hundred kilometers, a 3 to 4 hour journey, he wanted to take the high-speed train, as he hadn't experienced it in a long time. He wanted to retrace his steps, as such opportunities were rare. Thus, he spent the day busy with receiving goods and making arrangements. Chapter 392. Memories from the past. In this way, as time passed, the two grew incredibly familiar with each other. They often went to the cafeteria together, left school together, and collaborated to complete group projects. Even during outings and spring excursions, they were in the same team. Two people talked about everything, even often having small fights and playing around, and Suyin would frequently pat Zhou Ruoxue's head. Of course, every time he would be scolded by Zhou Ruoxue, calling him a pig. They often chatted and exchanged messages about daily life, talking until midnight and teasing each other. Zhou Ruoxue would also frequently send selfies of herself right after washing her hair. Everyone thought they looked like a couple. However, at that time, Suyun, who was quite straightforward and not very perceptive, did not realize any of this. Everything began to change when they entered their senior year of high school. Suyin remembered that during the second half of the first semester of their senior year, during a citywide mock exam, Zhou Ruoxue's grades dropped, and the homeroom teacher even called her parents in. After that, they were no longer desk mates, and Zhou Ruoxue seemed to have completely changed, even unwilling to talk to him. Chapter 393. Conversation in the tea house. Where are you going? Suyin asked. I'm going home. Zhou Ruoxue replied softly. Do you want to go have some afternoon tea together? Suyin invited. Zhou Ruoxue was silent for a moment, then quietly nodded. Suyin raised his hand to hail a taxi. He helped her put her things in the car, and they both got in. Sitting side by side in the back seat, they were at a loss for words, especially since the driver was present, making it inconvenient to ask certain things. So they both remained silent. The atmosphere in the taxi was quite quiet, and it was clear that the taxi driver was someone who liked to liven things up. He spoke up. Are you two lovebirds having a quarrel? Young people can get through anything. As a man, you should be more considerate of the beauty. If she leaves, you won't even know where to cry. Look at you now, having nothing. It's your luck that she's willing to be with you. If I had a girlfriend like that when I was young, I would cherish her and not make her angry. Suyin could only smile wryly after hearing this. Yes, I should listen to you more. Chapter 394. Unraveled later, you told me not to be friends anymore, so let us just be strangers from now on. I thought you hated me, Zhou Ruoxue slowly recounted. Then why didn't you tell me these things back then? Suyin asked. I thought it wasn't necessary. I thought you would understand, and we were students. We should focus on our studies, Zhou Ruoxue replied. Su Yun was very angry, not at her, but at himself, at his past immature and emotionally unstable self for repeatedly saying hurtful things, which caused their relationship to become strained. As a result, they hadn't exchanged greetings or interacted for several years. Su Yun fell silent, and the atmosphere became quiet, with only the autumn cicadas chirping in the treetops. Zhou Ruoxue was his first crush and the person he couldn't forget. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so surprised and overwhelmed when he saw her at the bus station. He wouldn't have specifically gone to tour Beijing University. After all, that was his youth, and high school was the most naive and pure time. The feelings during that time were untainted and absolutely the most genuine. Chapter 395. Back home, arriving at her apartment building, Zhou Ruoxue joked, "So, are you going to come up and sit for a while?" Su Yun shook his head. "It's not the right time yet." Zhou Ruoxue pulled her suitcase and walked ahead. "Hey, how about we go back to the best way we got along in high school?" Su Yun asked aloud. Zhou Ruoxue turned back and smiled sweetly. "Let us see how you perform." Then she quickly turned around and walked ahead briskly, and from the way she walked, it was clear she was quite flustered. Su Yun couldn't help but smile as he walked out. Through the short time spent together today, he realized that Zhou Ruoxue was still quite similar to before, and all their bad memories had been erased. Furthermore, the feeling was just as wonderful as it used to be. They quickly arrived at the community where his home was located via taxi. This was a newly built community. His family used to live in the countryside. And a couple of years ago, his parents used their entire savings to buy a house for him here. People say that one feels shy when returning home, but when he stood here today, he felt excited and happy. Chapter 396. The neighbor arrives. His mother kept calling out, "That's enough, that's enough." Su Yun just smiled and said, "It's fine. If we can't finish, we can leave it in the fridge to eat slowly." Even though they only bought a few kilograms of each item, it added up to dozens of kilograms. This time, he wanted to let his parents eat freely. After returning home, his father, Su Russian, saw the large bag he was carrying and asked, "What are you doing? Why did you buy so much all at once?" His mother shot him a glance. "This precious son of ours said to eat freely. He bought so much, and I couldn't stop him. I told you, my company's economic benefits are very good now. I made a lot of money. Even if I can't spend it carelessly, I don't need to save on food. Eat whatever you want, and eat well to nourish your body." With that, his parents didn't say anything more. His mother went to prepare dinner. Su Yun went to the living room, took out his phone, and found a message from Zhou Ruoxue. "Are you home yet?" Su Yun smiled at the message and replied, "I'm home. Are you giving me a chance to perform?" "You think too much. I've been thinking about it for years," Su Yun sent back. Chapter 397. The showdown. Su Yun felt helpless. It seemed that coming back this time was the right decision. And it was time to let them know about his financial situation so they wouldn't worry about him and could enjoy life without concerns. Before long, there was a knock at the door. A tall guy about 1.8 meters with a good appearance walked in. "Uncle, Andy Yinge," he greeted politely. "Xiao Li, come sit." As soon as Wang Li sat down, his mother eagerly began to ask, "I heard your company is looking for someone like Su Yun. Is that true?" Wang Li flashed a sunny smile. "Annie, it's true. Our company really needs someone for media operations, and I see Yinge used to do this, making him very suitable for the job. Plus, Yinge has an education and rich work experience, so if he applies, he has a good chance of getting hired." "Which company is it? Where is it located?" his mother asked urgently. Yali Group is a multinational company located in the most prosperous area of Magic City, specifically in the precious Tongbao building at the Bund, a place that many aspire to enter but cannot. Chapter 398. Verification. Wang Li, although confused, nodded seriously. He knew that in today's financial world, and even in the national business community, no one should be unaware of this company. "What kind of company is this? Why have we never heard of it?" Wang Li's mother asked him. Wang Li paused for a second and replied, "Yending Century is a giant investment company that has risen rapidly in the past few months. The company has developed very quickly and has substantial financial resources, with a market value exceeding 1 trillion, making it one of the top companies in the country." Upon hearing Wang Li's words, the others were shocked and swallowed hard. 1 trillion? How many lifetimes would it take to amass such wealth? "Do you know who the owner of Yending Century is?" Su Yun asked Wang Li lightly. Wang Li immediately shook his head. The owner behind Yending Century is very mysterious. It is said that his financial power is unmatched, but apart from the company's staff, very few outsiders know what he looks like, so he remains a mystery to everyone. Suddenly, as Wang Li spoke, he seemed to realize something and abruptly looked up at Su Yun. He had heard in the company that the Tongbao building where they are located was purchased by Yunding Century, and it was the mysterious owner who personally spent $24 billion to acquire it. Chapter 399. Follow me at this moment. Sun Liang on the phone spoke again. Yunding Century is indeed a company founded by Su Yun. If you don't believe it, I'll take you around to see. Su Yun glanced at him and noticed that Sun Liang really stood up, first showing them the unbeatable view outside through the super large windows, showcasing the incredibly prosperous scene. Then he walked out of the office, with the camera focused on various departments, allowing the parents to see the orderly working employees. The camera continued to capture the advanced equipment, comfortable office environment, and the luxurious atmosphere of the large office. They then arrived at the company's front desk, and even the entrance. Sun Liang walked around with the camera, visiting various areas. Everyone was confused but greeted him warmly. And Sun Liang smiled and responded to each one. At the entrance, the words Yunding Century were prominently engraved. Sun Liang then greeted his parents and hung up the phone. After hanging up, everyone was extremely shocked and could not calm down for a long time. All the evidence clearly indicated that what Su Yun said was true. Although it was hard to believe and difficult for them to accept, the reality was right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe. Chapter 400. The taste of home. Both parents gathered around, and seeing their expressions, Wang Li knew they still had a hint of uncertainty even at this point. Su Yun smiled awkwardly. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Just ask what you want to know. How did you manage to grow the company so big? Why was there no word about it, and we knew nothing? The parents asked with a fierce demeanor, looking as if they wouldn't rest until they got to the bottom of it. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Mainly, this matter was really hard to explain, and anyone else would struggle to explain it too. But seeing the eager expressions on his parents' faces, he understood that they were worried about him straying onto the wrong path. Mom and Dad, don't worry. This company isn't mine alone. I partnered with a few other big bosses. I initially bought some stocks and made some money, and since I have a good head for business, they appreciated me and gave me some shares when the company was established. They have substantial financial resources, and with their support, combined with my intellect, the company developed unusually smoothly, evolving into the giant it is today. Chapter 401. A small gift. It's nothing. Don't mind them. Let's continue eating, Su Yun said as he walked back to his seat and started to dish up food again. The parents watched for a while, but couldn't see or hear clearly what was being said, so they returned to the dining table. At that moment, the father's phone vibrated, and he opened a video. A noisy crowd debate played back. What on earth is happening down there? Why are so many people gathered? His mother asked. The father showed curiosity as he listened to the crowd, mentioning that a very luxurious Rolls-Royce had arrived. What's a Rolls-Royce? His mother asked, puzzled, as she never paid attention to such things. Rolls-Royce, the aristocrat of cars, and according to what people in the group said, this car is the latest model of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, currently valued at around 10 to 20 million. Ah, there are cars that expensive? His mother couldn't believe it. Sigh, I told you, you wouldn't understand. Let's not talk about it. It was clear that the father wanted to go see the car. He was someone who loved cars, and at just over 40, which man doesn't like luxury cars? Chapter 402. A group of people arriving. Su Yun nodded slightly. Not expensive. Just a few $100,000 a bottle. I bought more than 10 bottles. If you like, I can keep buying more later. There are also a few bottles worth a few million in the car that I didn't bring over. If you want to drink, you could go get them anytime. Upon hearing this, the parents were momentarily stunned. Son, is this life too extravagant? Mom, I have a fortune of billions. Spending a few $100,000 is nothing. Money is meant to be used, right? If it's not used, it's just waste paper. After hearing this explanation, although the parents still felt a bit pained, they began to understand that it was indeed reasonable. All right, you earn the money. How you spend it should be up to you. Su Yun opened a bottle of wine and poured a glass for his parents and Longwu. After seeing Su Yun pour him a glass, Longwu quickly pushed it back. Mr. Su, I can't drink this wine. It's for you to honor your elders. Su Yun smiled. Others may not know my strength. But you should, right? There's a whole bunch more in the car. What can't you drink? If I say this, they'll think I'm mistreating my subordinates. Chapter 403. Top quality cigarettes. Seeing these people like a pack of hungry wolves, constantly flattering and promoting their children, Su Yun shuddered. They say 3 women make a play. Here, they're not just 3 ants, but a whole group of them. Who can endure that? After thinking for a moment, Su Yun decided to speak up. Everyone, please be quiet. At this moment, everyone stopped and turned their attention to Su Yun. I am currently starting a business and have some small funds. I can understand everyone's desire to find jobs. In the future, I will invest in building some large factories in Yunjiang County so that everyone can find work nearby without having to travel far. And the salaries won't be lower than those in factories outside the province. The poor should cultivate themselves, while the rich should help the world. Su-yin thought for a moment. Since he already had so much money and this was his hometown, it was his duty to make his hometown better and help the people live better lives. As Liu Qiangdong said, wealth and honor should not be kept away from one's hometown, just like a brocade robe. Since he had the ability, he should help those he could. Wow, thank you. Mr. Su. Chapter 404. Pig Hero and Super Lollipop. Su-yun walked over to grab another gift box and handed it directly to his mother. Mom, this is a gift for you. His mother took the gift and asked, what is it? You'll know once you open it. His mother began to unwrap it. Inside was a white, exquisite box, square in shape, with the Chanel logo printed on it, exuding elegance and grandeur. The packaging was opened. Wow, so many cosmetics. What brand is this? It looks expensive. Although his mother was asking, her eyes showed that she really liked the gift. No one dislikes beauty. And which woman could refuse top skincare products? It's Chanel, not too expensive, just around 400,000. Su-yin said casually. Well, he bought it. He had the manager select all the best skincare products suitable for his mother, and then bought them all. Ah, his mother widened her eyes in surprise. She still found it hard to believe that the cosmetics were worth hundreds of thousands. Mom, have you forgotten your son's wealth? You can use these freely, there's plenty. Chanel is one of the world's top luxury cosmetics brands. Even many top celebrities don't usually get to use this set. Chapter 405. Moving house. He told the moving company to come at 9 a.m. Since there was plenty of time, he wasn't in a hurry. However, his parents both got up early, and he could see that his mother had prepared breakfast. Both of his parents looked very excited and happy. It was evident from their expressions that they probably hadn't slept well the night before, clearly thrilled. After breakfast, Long Wu informed him that the movers had arrived. He mentioned that they had hired a truck driver for the move. As for the other people helping with the move, they were the security team from Shunwei Company that he had brought along, 5 people in total. Could they not handle moving? Just like yesterday, the chatter from outside began to increase again. Su-yin looked out the window and saw that many people were once again gathering to watch his car. He directly instructed Long Wu and the others to go upstairs. Within minutes, several people in black suits arrived at the house. The moment they saw Su-yin, everyone bowed and greeted him, boss. His parents heard the voices and came out, surprised and asking, son, what is going on? Chapter 406. The newly bought villa. Many people even secretly swallowed their envy. The bodyguards skillfully opened the car door. Wow, it looks so beautiful inside. It feels so comfortable. The luxurious interior of the latest Rolls-Royce Phantom was revealed, prompting another round of exclamations. Su-yin smiled slightly. Mom and Dad, get in the car. His parents looked at the luxurious car, then turned their heads to look at Su-yin, pausing for several seconds. Should we get in, or do you want to drive? Dad? Su-yin yoked. The crowd around them erupted in envy again. I want to be the driver. Can I have a chance? I don't even need a salary. Me too. Su-yin looked at those who were volunteering and smiled gently without saying anything. Meanwhile, his parents had calmed down and stepped into the car, both sitting in the back. Su-yin took the passenger seat and instructed Long Wu to drive directly to the newly bought villa. The high-end, prestigious vehicle started and slowly drove away, gradually leaving the neighborhood. The onlookers continued to express their astonishment. Chapter 407. School honor roll. After speaking, Su-yin turned and walked outside. His Lycan supercar was parked in the garage. He took a quick glance and left directly, planning to keep a low profile today and act a bit poor. He would surprise Zhou Ruoxue later. He called Zhou Ruoxue to let her know he had finished moving and was on his way to find her. Zhou Ruoxue simply replied with a few words on the phone. Okay, got it. When he arrived at the entrance, the traffic was very convenient, and he quickly hailed a taxi to take him to the Yunjiang New City where Zhou Ruoxue lived. After all, it was just a county town and not too big. It took about 20 minutes to reach the entrance of the neighborhood. As he approached, Su-yin had already called her in advance. When he arrived at the entrance, Zhou Ruoxue was already waiting there. He even noticed a few young people trying to approach her. The driver stopped the car in front of her, and Su-yin opened the door, revealing a sunny and handsome smile. Get in, beautiful. When she saw it was Su-yin, her face turned slightly red, and she smiled sweetly as she sat down next to him. You're still the same as before, always blushing, Su-yin teased. Chapter 408. Strolling around the high school campus during school. There are always opportunities to invite students from top universities like the Imperial Capital University and Yanhua University back to give speeches and share experiences, encouraging students. The students from these top universities were people even teachers wanted to befriend, which he naturally understood. Now, seeing such a student in front of him, how could he not be surprised? This was one of only 8 in the entire 30-year history, and he happened to meet one today. He immediately showed a warm smile. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. Welcome back to your alma mater. You're indeed an excellent student from our school, even after graduating for years. You still remember the school. You should come back often like this. Zhou Ruoxue smiled shyly. Uncle, you flatter me. Can we take a look inside now? The security guard nodded, of course. You are a student of the school. This is your home. You can come back anytime. He was joking. Although he was usually a bit serious, he wasn't foolish. If he couldn't trust an outstanding student, then he didn't know what to say. Chapter 409. Deep memories, believe it or not. When the opportunity arises, I will sing for you, Su Yun said lightly, then walked forward with her. Soon they arrived at the teaching building where he studied. Years have passed, and many places have been renovated. Some of the exterior walls have been repainted. But the buildings are still the ones I remember, with a large open space beneath several teaching buildings. Su Yun walked with her to this large open area, stopped, and turned to look at Zhou Ruoxue, who was walking with her head down. As Su Yun stopped, Zhou Ruoxue, who was paying attention, nearly bumped into her. What are you doing? Zhou Ruoxue asked, puzzled. Do you remember this place? What's wrong? She looked quite confused. Should I give you a hint? Who was it that turned around and ran away when they saw me here? They even fled to the girls' restroom. Zhou Ruoxue paused again, then turned away, saying that she was forced to do it back then. And hadn't she already told Su Yun about it yesterday? Do you have to bring this up again? Su Yun turned her back, gently pinched her small face, and said, I'm telling you this because I care about you, and I remember everything about you. Chapter 410. Eating noodles with Zhou Ruoxue, someone was asking her if she was going to KTV tomorrow for a gathering. Who is it? Su Yun asked, puzzled. Zhou Ruoxue saw Su Yun looking at her phone screen, but didn't resist. Instead, she explained, a friend from my first year of high school. We were pretty good friends back then, but after we were separated in the second year, we kept in touch less often, although our relationship is still quite good. We occasionally contact each other, and yesterday she found out I returned to my hometown, so she invited me to a gathering tomorrow night and said she brought along a few classmates from our class, so we could take this opportunity to catch up. Oh, do you want to go? Su Yun asked softly. I didn't really want to go at first, but she kept persuading me and said several old classmates would be there. It would be good if I didn't go, Zhou Ruoxue replied thoughtfully. What? Our beautiful Zhou is getting into these social niceties now? Su Yun teased. Zhou Ruoxue shot her a cute glance. What are you talking about? I've always understood these things, okay? Not everyone is like you, a big straight guy. Since you have so many old classmates there, then you should go, and I'll accompany you. Chapter 411. Watching the evening party together, Zhou Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Pervert. Su Yun didn't move, and Zhou Ruoxue also stayed still. After several seconds, she finally said, Are we going to eat or not? Su Yun pinched her beautiful face before letting go. Zhou Ruoxue then kept her head down and silently focused on eating her noodles. Su Yun went to pay the bill. This place, apart from being a noodle shop, also had a small convenience store selling various snacks, and Su Yun bought 2 chocolates as well. Once outside, Su Yun grabbed Zhou Ruoxue's hand and handed her one of the chocolates. Zhou Ruoxue, who was about to speak, felt what Su Yun had given her and looked at her in confusion. She then opened her palm and saw the Dove chocolate. As soon as she saw it, Zhou Ruoxue smiled knowingly and turned to Su Yun with a beaming face. Why do you learn everything from me? Su Yun also smiled. Why not? She remembered the first time they came here for noodles. Zhou Ruoxue had also bought 2 Dove chocolates, and they each had one. Just thinking about it made her feel warm and thoughtful. Chapter 412. It's time to show off. The host walked onto the stage, following the same routine, delivering a continuous opening speech, wishing the country a happy birthday, and then introducing the first program of the evening. The evening's program officially began, and the first act showcased a local specialty. A group of people walked onto the stage, and in front of each of them was a large round drum, each drum face appearing to be about 1 square meter. A group of men took the stage, each holding 2 drumsticks. The leader shouted, and everyone began to perform in perfect unison. They struck the drums in front of them, producing a loud, thunderous sound that was festive and represented the lively atmosphere of the day. Following that, a music teacher led a group of students onto the stage. where he conducted the singing, and the elementary school students behind him were the main performers, together singing My Country and I. Watching those 5th and 6th graders on stage and listening to their clear and pure voices created a wonderful atmosphere. The young people were like the rising sun, blooming flowers growing up. They were indeed the future of the country. Chapter 4:13. Date by the River. Su Yun stood on the stage, looking deeply at Zhou Ruoxue in the audience. There are some things I've wanted to say to you for a long time, but I've never had the chance. We've had our misunderstandings, which made these words come late by several years. But fortunately, it's not too late. This song is for you. Su Yun's such a handsome guy. Suddenly confessing on stage attracted a lot of attention. As the accompaniment began, Su Yun started to sing along with the rhythm. It seems like it's raining in the sky. I really want to live next door to you, standing dumbly downstairs in your building, looking up at the clouds. If a piano appears in the scene, I will sing for you, even if many buckets of water pour down. Summer is almost over. Please buy less ice cream. When it gets cool, don't wear short skirts. Don't be so naughty. If you're not feeling happy sometimes, I'm willing to lend you my gloomy. You actually understand my feelings. As he sang, Su Yun entered his inner world, as if he had returned to high school. They would sit together in the classroom, discussing studies, sometimes playfully teasing each other, playing games together, and cheering each other on. Chapter 4:14. The two in the car. You're killing me, Zhou Ruoxue said, pouting. Su Yun pulled her into his arms and gently kissed her hair. Then he whispered, You've already been stamped by me. You'll be mine for a lifetime. Zhou Ruoxue playfully slapped his chest. Who asked your person? Who else could it be? Su Yun held her hand and continued walking along the river. They chatted about some things along the way, but it wasn't too long. By the time they reached the riverside from the square, it was already 10:30 p.m. After chatting for a while, it was already 11 p.m. Moreover, Zhou Ruoxue's mother had called to ask about her and urged her to come home quickly. They had to end their honeymoon-like night. The taxi quickly took Zhou Ruoxue to her apartment building. If you go to KTV tomorrow, call me, Su Yun reminded her. Got it, she said in a long, drawn-out tone, almost like she was acting cute. Watching her go upstairs, Su Yun then left. Sitting in the taxi on the way home, looking at the night sky outside, Su Yun couldn't help but smile, feeling like tonight's moon was rounder than usual. Chapter 4:15. KTV party. Zhou Ruoxue displayed a hungry look, but it was completely ignored by Su Yun. Instead, she continued to touch and squeeze inside. By the time they got out of the car, Zhou Ruoxue's face was so red it looked like it could bleed. As soon as they got out of the car, Su Yun was met with her retaliation, receiving 2 kicks right on his pants. Zhou Ruoxue looked at him fiercely and said, If you do this again next time, it won't just be 2 kicks. What will it be? Su Yun leaned in to ask. If you keep this up, I won't pay you any attention, Zhou Ruoxue threatened. Okay, my wife. I'll listen to you from now on. Seeing that she was really about to get angry, Su Yun hurriedly changed the subject. Where is the private room for the party? Zhou Ruoxue shook her head. I don't know either. She said I could just call her when I arrive. Zhou Ruoxue then started dialing the phone, and once it connected, she said, Lily, we're at the door. Where are you? A woman's voice came from the phone. Ruoxue, you've arrived? I'll come to the door to pick you up right away. Then the call ended. Su Yun and Zhou Ruoxue waited outside for about 3 or 4 minutes. And finally, a woman came out of the KTV, walking towards them. She had beautiful makeup and a mature outfit. Although her looks couldn't compare to Zhou Ruoxue and the others, she was still considered quite pretty in a crowd. Chapter 4:16. Secret Matters. A few people noticed Zhou Ruoxue's unusual expression, and one by one, they stopped talking. We didn't say your boyfriend is bad. We were just sharing our experiences. The situation in society is complex now. Many things can't be judged by appearances. Sometimes finding a good family means you don't need to struggle at all. Look at our sister Lee, after being with brother, who she doesn't have to worry for the rest of her life. I'm with Gan Liang now, and I don't have to work either. His family has 2 buildings near the bus station, and all I have to do is wait for customers to come and collect money. You should say less. Don't say that. So you might do very well in the future too. Although it's just a small company now, it could become a big deal in the future, Lily said to the others with good intentions. But who could know the pain in her heart? Although Lily had kept in touch with Zhou Ruoxue since the first year of high school, and they had been good friends for a whole year. Their contact had never ceased over the years. Who could know her inner struggles? She was among the top in terms of beauty in her class. But once she met Zhou Ruoxue, who appeared so pure, cute, and likable, along with her excellent academic performance, she felt overshadowed. Chapter 4:17. Sarcastic remarks. The group had a drink. At that moment, A woman in the crowd began talking about her own experiences. She talked about how her boyfriend or husband lost money in business, how much he lost, and which projects were good, all completed by people around her. In short, it was all about comparisons. Then they talked about how they got there. When Suyin mentioned they took a taxi, they were met with ridicule from those present. Ha ha, Suyin, xiao, this time it's really not us mocking you. It's truly inconvenient to travel without a car. You guys should at least get a vehicle for transportation. Not talking about a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, but a small car worth tens of thousands should be manageable, right? Taking a taxi every time isn't a solution. Indeed, not having a car made going anywhere inconvenient. Some things really needed to be owned personally. At this moment, Yang Yin turned her gaze towards Su Yun and Zhou Ruoxua. Look at us. We're not struggling like you guys out there. Maybe we earn less. But Gan Liang bought a BMW worth hundreds of thousands, right? We still need to maintain a certain image. She said this with a smile. Su Yun couldn't help but admire these people. Their way of speaking was an art. Subtly putting down her and Zhou Ruoxua, then immediately praising Hu Quan. Chapter 4:18, please call for help. Then a man's voice came, you filthy woman. With your kind of look, what are you pretending to be high and mighty for? I want to see who dares to stand up for you today. A few men came in cursing from outside. 3 men entered, along with 2 women, Yang Yin and Yu Lily, making a total of 5 people. At this moment, Yu Lily's hair was a bit messy. Her eyes had unshed tears, and half of her face was red, showing signs of just having received a heavy slap. Everyone in the room looked at the newcomers with confusion, and when they saw Yu Lily's miserable state, everyone except Su Yun changed their expressions. There was anger, surprise, vigilance, and tension, all eyes fixed on the newcomers. As soon as Yu Lily entered, she immediately burst into tears, walking straight to Hu Quan and hugging him. Brother, Hu, you have to stand up for me. Su Yun's gaze was focused on the leading man among the 3 who entered. He was very young, around 26 or 27, dressed in a white shirt, with a small tattoo on his left wrist. Su Yun noticed that as soon as the leading man entered, he scanned the room, and when he saw Zhou Ruoxua, his eyes lit up, almost drooling, his expression showing excitement and surprise. Chapter 4:19, humiliation. So, how does it feel? Are you still stubborn with your words? Lu Chang Muka Quan. At this moment, Hu Quan was avoiding Luo Chang's gaze. He was confused. The boss, Yang Long, had always been someone he thought was very capable. In Yunjiang County, no one dared to disrespect him. He had often come here to spend money because of his family's wealth, and over time, he had gotten to know the owner here. He would bring people here to have fun, and sometimes when he encountered trouble, he would pay Yang Long to help solve it. He thought they had a close cooperative relationship, but today he realized that his backing had completely changed, and the attitude and tone were also completely different from when he received the call. When he saw Luo Chang, Yang Long had transformed into a different person. Hu Quan couldn't understand what Yang Long was afraid of. He stubbornly looked at Yang Long and asked, Brother Yang, who is he? Why are you so afraid of him? Isn't Yunjiang County your territory? Upon hearing this, Luo Chang laughed again. Oh, looks like you're still not giving up. What? Do you still want to turn the tables? Luo Chang then looked at Yang Long and said, Yang Long, he just insulted me in a very unpleasant way. You should see how to resolve this. Chapter 4:20. Terrified after Hu Quan apologized, Luo Chang no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he focused on Yu Lily, provocatively saying, I just asked you to cooperate, and you were unwilling. Weren't you so stubborn just now? Didn't you say you wanted your boyfriend to show us a good time? Didn't you say we wouldn't be able to leave with our tails between our legs? We helped you by coming in here and getting to know your boyfriend's methods. Now, what do you think you should do? Luo Chang smiled at Yu Lily. Hearing Luo Chang's question, with a loud bang, Yu Lily was directly frightened and knelt on the ground, her head tightly pressed against the floor, hitting her forehead. I'm sorry, Luo Xiao. It's my fault. I didn't know your identity. Luo Xiao, I was wrong. Yu Lily kept apologizing in fear. Originally, she had gone to the bathroom with Yang Yin and had used the same stall. But when they came out, they happened to run into Luo Chang and his group. Seeing that she looked pretty good, Luo Chang and his friends came over to harass her. In the past, with Hu Quan backing her up, she had never been afraid of anyone in this KTV, and she certainly wouldn't be intimidated today. Facing their teasing, she directly spat and slapped Luo Chang's face, almost giving him a hard slap. Chapter 4:21. Su Yin takes action. Seeing Zhou Ruoxua's movements and hearing her pleas, Luo Chang laughed triumphantly. He ordered the 2 bodyguards to stop. After laughing for a while, Luo Chong leered at Zhou Ruoxue. You wouldn't want your boyfriend to get hurt, would you? Zhou Ruoxue gritted her teeth, met Luo Chang's gaze, and continued pleading. Please let him go. Letting him go is possible, but you have to accompany me well, Luo Chang said, laughing again, as if he had already imagined the scene to come. Caught in a dilemma, Zhou Ruoxue struggled to say, as long as you let him go. That's enough. Su Yun's calm voice interrupted Zhou Ruoxue's words. Zhou Ruoxue turned to look at Su Yun in confusion. Greeted by Su Yun's radiant smile, Su Yun gently pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly with both arms. With me here, no one can hurt you. Su Yun kept stroking Zhou Ruoxue's head. Seeing Su Yun's series of actions, the others were astonished at his boldness and looked on as if watching a show. They knew that Su Yun was about to face serious consequences, unsure if he could even walk out of there on his own. Chapter 422. Seeking help? Especially since Yu Lily had just said such words, if she weren't a woman, Su Yun would have been ready to cripple her. He glanced at the kneeling Hu Quan and Yu Lily. Since you both said the wrong thing and have those thoughts, you should be punished. I see you both like slapping faces. Come on, you two slap each other until I'm satisfied. The two kneeling people exchanged glances but didn't act. Su Yun coldly spoke. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it for you. The two kneeling, Hu Quan and Yu Lily, trembled in fear. They had just seen how Yang Long was slapped away, and now they had lost several teeth. They exchanged glances again and started slapping each other. The loud slaps echoed in the room. As they continued, sparks almost flew, treating each other like enemies and slapping hard. Su Yun watched as neither of their faces had a single unscathed spot before finally letting them stop. He then turned to the still frightened Zhou Ruoxue. Chapter 423. Kneeling, the person who walked in was furious, ready to explode, but upon seeing Su Yun, his fierce face immediately froze. Replacing it was a dumbfounded expression, staring blankly at Su Yun. Su Yun looked back at the incoming person with a teasing smile. Oh, it's a familiar face. Indeed. The person who entered was none other than Zhang Long, whom Su Yun had dealt with a few times, the Zhang Long from the Jiangcheng Xingren Society. At this moment, Zhang Long's mood was completely different from Su Yun's playful anticipation. He hadn't fought in a long time, enjoying himself in the box, but unexpectedly received a call from Luo Chang, finding out someone dared to hit his client. Wasn't that pulling fur from a tiger's mouth? Just as his hands itched, he excitedly came over to teach this clueless person a lesson. Unexpectedly, before he could even get angry after entering, he saw Su Yun, this calamity. He felt like crying, completely dumbfounded, cursing inwardly what the hell is going on. Among the people he feared the most, besides the leader of their gang, Su Yun was definitely at the top of the list, even more so than the others. Chapter 424. Breaking a leg, kneeling on the ground. Luo Chang had slapped himself dozens of times, and his entire face was swollen, to the point he couldn't even speak clearly. The surrounding people couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. All right, Su Yun called to stop Luo Chang, not because he had a saintly heart, but mainly because Zhou Ruoxue beside him couldn't bear to watch anymore and held his hand, asking him to stop. Su Yun decided to let him go for now, not wanting to appear too bloody or violent in front of his woman. Luo Chang, who had stopped, fell back weakly, and the two bodyguards quickly came over to support him, propping him against the wall. Su Yun then looked at Yang Long. Yang Long knelt down obediently, mimicking Luo Chang, also kneeling on the ground, randomly slapping himself while repeatedly saying, Su Ge, I was wrong. No one felt more wronged than Yang Long. A perfectly good business deal had now gone to waste, and he wasn't even sure if he could leave safely, especially since this was in his own KTV, his territory, and he had suffered such humiliation. He felt helpless. But what could he do? Even Luo Chang, who was more powerful than him, had given in, let alone Zhang Long, who was even stronger. What could he do? Seek death? Chapter 425. Piling on the meat, seeing Su Yun walk out, Yang Yin, Wang Xia, and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They were all regretting their earlier mockery. They felt helpless, blaming Su Yun for being so impressive yet so low-key. If they had known Su Yun was so powerful, they would have already knelt down and licked up to him instead of daring to say those useless words or mock him. They all saw the regret in each other's eyes, truly regretting their previous actions. Su Yun's earlier performance had blown their minds. Someone who could easily deal with Hu Quan was now being crushed by Su Yun. Hu Quan was already their ceiling, let alone Su Yun, who was an existence they couldn't even dare to imagine. reflecting on their earlier mockery of Zhou Ruoxue, deriding her boyfriend as inadequate and claiming that with her conditions, she could find someone better. Now it seemed they were just short-sighted, and all that was left for Zhou Ruoxue was endless envy. Once they stepped outside, Suyin noticed Zhou Ruoxue had been looking at him strangely. Suyin turned his head and locked eyes with her. "What's up? Have you noticed my handsomeness?" Chapter 426. The circle game. Suyin had a very satisfying meal, fulfilling his wish for freedom to eat noodles and meat. As they stepped outside, Suyin held Zhou Ruoxue's small hand and walked down the street. The night had fallen, and the shops had turned on their lights, creating a dazzling display. More pedestrians filled the streets. "Is there anything you want? I'll buy it for you," Suyin said. "What? I don't need you to buy anything for me. I have money. What do you want? I'll buy it for you," Zhou Ruoxue replied instead. "Really?" Suyin's eyes lit up. Zhou Ruoxue nodded slightly and confidently said, "Of course." Suyin leaned closer to her and whispered in her ear, "I want you. Will you give yourself to me?" Zhou Ruoxue's face turned bright red, and she immediately pulled her hand away, playfully scolding, "Pervert." Seizing the opportunity, Suyin kissed her cheek, making her already beautiful, flushed face even redder. As they walked a bit further, Suyin noticed a barbecue stall not far ahead and asked, "Want to get some skewers?" Zhou Ruoxue shook her head. "No, I just ate and can't eat anymore." Suyin held her hand and continued walking. "I remember when we used to go out together, you really liked eating chicken legs." Chapter 427. Have you heard the story of hitting the target every time? Suyin smiled lightly. "Okay, boss, wait a moment. After I throw, I want to buy some more rings." Hearing this, the boss also showed a bright smile, looking like a blooming flower. In his eyes, Suyin seemed to be a bit tipsy and was the type who liked to play but wasn't very skilled. His thought was that if Suyin was good at throwing rings, Zhou Ruoxue would have let him throw a long time ago and wouldn't waste so many rings. So the boss responded with a smile, "Sure, I have plenty of rings here. You can throw as many as you want." Voices around them echoed. He's still too young. Just wants to prove himself without assessing his own ability. Does he think throwing rings is that simple? If throwing them could guarantee a hit, the boss might as well go drink the northwest wind and do charity instead. Let's not rush. Let's see first. What if he's a master? Just look at his throwing posture. If he's a master, I'll lick the entire central square. Count me in. I'll lick from the west ring bridge to the east ring bridge. Hearing these comments, Suyin couldn't help but laugh. These people were truly amusing. Each one was more ruthless than the last. Chapter 428. 1 throw, 10 hits. However, Suyin didn't mind. He wasn't there for the prizes, but just to have fun and play games with Zhou Ruoxue. Suyin smiled as he took the rings handed over by the boss. Then he looked at Zhou Ruoxue and asked, "How many do you think I'll hit?" Zhou Ruoxue appeared to be deep in thought and tentatively held up her hand to make an 8 sign. Suyin shook his head with a smile. Under the gaze of the crowd, Suyin neatly gathered the scattered rings in his right hand. Then he glanced around, applied some force, and threw all 10 rings out at once. Many people were about to say he was just showing off when the next scene stunned them. The 10 rings were thrown out, and although they started from the same point, their trajectories were different, almost like they were guided by a navigation system, each having its unique coordinates, directly landing on 10 different objects. The perfect fit of the 10 rings on those 10 different items left those who were ready to criticize speechless, staring at the rings in disbelief. Chapter 429. Viewing the moon by the riverbank. The two left the stall and walked away, quickly leaving the central square. As they walked along the roadside, Zhou Ruoxue curiously asked, "What was that about? How did you throw the rings so well? I've never seen you do that before." Suyin turned to look at her and found her gazing at him with curious eyes. With her head raised and that curious expression, she appeared very adorable. Suyin pinched her little nose and said, "You don't know much more than that." So annoying. After walking and chatting for a while, Zhou Ruoxue suddenly mentioned, "By the way, are you going to teach your Du's son's wedding tomorrow?" Huh? Suyin was a bit surprised his son is getting married. When did this happen? How come I didn't know at all? Zhou Ruoxue shot him a disdainful look. "Haven't you been paying attention to the class QQ group? Someone posted about it over half a month ago to tally who would go." Suyin thought for a moment and realized he hadn't noticed. He quickly took out his phone and opened the high school class group, where he usually muted notifications. Searching for keywords, he found that indeed, his son Du-hong was getting married, and there was a link with his son's wedding photo and invitation. Chapter 430. Zhou Ruoxue's Family Matters. "Let's go. I'll take you home," Suyin said casually. It was late, and her mom would be calling soon. Zhou Ruoxue nodded gently. They hailed a taxi and headed to Zhou Ruoshua's neighborhood. In the car, Zhou Ruoshua asked, "Should we buy a gift? It's been years since we last saw Teacher Du. We should get something to show our appreciation." Su Yun smiled lightly. "It's okay. I'll handle a gift. You just relax at home tomorrow, and I'll come and pick you up." Getting a gift was easy. He had bought a lot of cigarettes and alcohol when he returned from Jiangxing. Since Teacher Du didn't smoke, he would just give him a bottle of wine. After all, he had bought a bunch of mitai worth hundreds of thousands, so just one bottle would be fine. "Okay, since you said so, I'll leave it to you. Do you have enough money? If not, I can transfer some to you," Zhou Ruoshua asked with concern. Su Yun gently pinched her cheek. "What? Am I successfully living off you now?" "No, I'm serious. I know I have plenty of money. If it's really not enough, I'll ask you." Chapter 431. Giving Gifts and Helping to Book a Car for Dad. Zhou Ruoshua heard her mother say these things and understood that her mother meant well and didn't want to see her suffer. "Mom, there are some things I can strive for together with him." "Strive? Do you think it's that easy to strive? How much youth can a woman have? Marriage is a lifelong commitment, not a game." "I know, Mom. I'll bring him to meet you in a couple of days," Zhou Ruoshua said helplessly. She was determined that, no matter what, they would not be separated this time. They could never be strangers again. Meanwhile, Su Yun, sitting in the taxi, was also thinking that he had pretended to be poor for a couple of days. It was time to show some muscle and make an appearance. Sooner or later, I have to confront Zhou Ruoshua and let her know about my situation. I can't let her keep working in the capital city. She can either work at my company or stay at my house. Tomorrow is Teacher Du's son's wedding, which will be a grand gathering. Regardless of the hierarchy, the number of attendees will definitely be considerable. Many classmates from our year will also be there, and there will be plenty of show-offs and people bragging about themselves, not to mention all the comparisons. Chapter 432. Picking someone up in a Lycan Hypersport after playing with my phone for a while in the room. Zhou Ruoshua made a video call. "What's up?" Su Yun asked curiously. "I need to tell you something," Zhou Ruoshua said helplessly. "My mom already knows we're together." "So what?" "I was going to meet her sooner or later anyway." Su Yun smiled. "Can you be serious for a moment? My mom said she wants to evaluate you properly. If you don't meet her standards and can't make her happy, she won't agree to us being together," Zhou Ruoshua said seriously. Su Yun smiled again. Making her mother happy shouldn't be that hard, right? What standard could possibly stump him? After all, who in this world could be better than him? "All right, I got it. What standards does your mom have?" "Is it hard?" "She said you need to treat me well, ensure I won't be bullied, and provide me with happiness. Plus, your living conditions can't be too poor." Upon hearing that, Su Yun realized it was just because she was worried about his family background and that Zhou Ruoshua would suffer if she was with him. "Got it, don't worry. I guarantee I can satisfy your mother." "What are you talking about? You're already in trouble," Zhou Ruoshua pouted. Chapter 433. Surprised Zhou Ruoshua, Su Yun deliberately parked the car a bit in front of them, so they couldn't see him, only the car's body from behind. In the rearview mirror, he could see both of them with their eyes wide open, looking quite surprised. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Yun took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Ruoshua. "Honey, I'm here. Why aren't you getting in the car?" Through the rearview mirror, he saw Zhou Ruoshua feel her phone vibrate, take it out of her pocket, and read the message. Then she looked around and even took a couple steps back and forth, clearly puzzled. She then sent a message back. "Scammer, where are you? Calling me down so early, and I can't see you." He even saw her pouting in frustration. Su Yun almost burst out laughing. He pressed a switch, and the car doors slowly rose. The sound of the supercar caught the attention of Zhou Ruoshua and her friend, and they instinctively turned to look at the car. Su Yun got out of the car and stood up. Turning around, he saw Zhou Ruoshua's astonished and beautiful face. Su Yun smiled brightly, watching the stunned Zhou Ruoshua for a full 5 seconds before she finally reacted. Chapter 434. Conversation in the car, although there are many difficulties. "I'm willing to do it for you, because I know that only if I climb high enough can I bring you back," Su Yun said softly. Hearing this, Zhou Ruoshua's eyes brimmed with tears, almost spilling over. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were fighting so hard for me. You really don't need to work so hard. If you had found me earlier, we could have worked hard together. Silly girl, this kind of thing is for a man to handle. You just enjoy the good life with me," Su Yun said, feeling Zhou Ruoshua's affectionate gaze beside him as he drove. It made him feel a bit guilty. Wasn't this emotional manipulation? But on second thought, his feelings for her were genuine, and he really wanted to give her happiness. "Honey, give me a kiss later," Su Yun said, mainly to shift Zhou Ruoshua's mood. Otherwise, she would really start crying. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhou Ruoxue quickly held back her tears, her face turning red, acting all coy. Once she calmed down and her mood improved, Su Yin continued, "There's a watch in that bag I got for you. Take a look." Chapter 435. Going to the bank to withdraw money. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ruoxue was dumbfounded, completely frozen. She couldn't even believe what she had heard. She knew that Yunding Century was worth over $1 trillion, a place where many wanted to work. In fact, after Yunding Century opened in the capital, she had considered trying to switch jobs there. But now Su Yin claimed to be the boss behind Yunding Century, the one who created it. This completely shattered her understanding. If a friend next to you suddenly claimed to be the owner of $1 trillion company, how would you feel? Wouldn't you think they were crazy? But Su Yin had already taken out the luxury car and the expensive watch, which proved at least he was very wealthy. Zhou Ruoxue was truly bewildered, feeling like everything happening today was a dream. Just yesterday, everything was fine, and now everything had changed. Su Yin stood before her like a completely different person. Was this still the Su Yin she knew? If everything he said was true, then this was too shocking. What kind of extraordinary person had she found? Chapter 436. Heated discussion. The staff directly handed over the bank card respectfully. Su Yin looked at the card number and began to operate, directly transferring 15 million to Zhou Ruoxue's card. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxue, puzzled, spoke up. "What do you need my card for? You're not going to transfer money to my card, are you?" Su Yin patted her head. "You're so smart. You guessed it." Zhou Ruoxue looked reluctant. "Just keep your money in your own card. There's no need to put on mine. You use your own money. I have my own. But you're my wife. What's wrong with you spending my money? Besides, my money is endless. Use it as you wish." "But, all right, enough said. We still need to hurry to the banquet." Saying this, Su Yin handed the bank card back to the staff. "Can you check if the money has arrived?" The staff checked, and when she saw the numbers displayed on the computer, she became dumbfounded, her eyes wide open like saucers, unable to close her mouth. After a long while, she finally swallowed hard. "Sir, did you just transfer 15 million to this account?" "Ah," Zhou Ruoxue screamed first. She never expected Su Yin would transfer such a large sum of money all at once. Chapter 437. Arriving at the hotel. Having lived in Yunjiang for many years, he naturally knew the way, and soon arrived at Yunjiang Grand Hotel according to his memory. From a distance, he saw the large red archway. The place was bustling with activity, with many people chatting outside the hotel. As Su Yin drove over, he immediately became the brightest person in the crowd. Everyone turned to look this way. Where was this stunning supercar headed? In the open space outside the hotel, there was a large outdoor parking lot, and Su Yin drove his car straight in. The people coming to the banquet watched as the car got closer, and one by one, they started discussing. "Who is this? Has a big shot arrived? That sport car is so damn cool. It must cost at least a few million, right? Could it be someone here for the banquet? Does Du Hong have such a big face? I don't think so. It should be someone here for business. Although the wedding is being held here, it doesn't mean the entire hotel is booked. Wow, he is coming in." Once Su Yin drove inside, he slowed down, and only then did people really see the true appearance of the supercar. Chapter 438. Gift for the teacher. "Su Go, your skills are really impressive. What are you doing now? If you don't mind, could you help us out?" Everyone looked at him with anticipation. "Su Yun Smail Fantli. Do you want to work here or in the provincial capital, Jiangxin? Do you have any businesses in the county?" One person curiously asked. "No, but I plan to invest in building a batch of factories here. It should start in the next few days. If you're interested, you could try working there." Su Yin replied casually. "Then what kind of work would it be in Jiangxin? If you go there, I can introduce you to work in Yunding Century. But you need to be competent yourself. Your progress and income will depend on your abilities." As soon as Su Yin mentioned Yunding Century, several people screamed. "Suga, do you work there? Are you a senior executive at Yunding World?" "Kind of," Su Yin indirectly admitted, without directly telling them he was the owner of Yunding Century. Chapter 439. The life they aspire to. As soon as Su Yin finished speaking, everyone was stunned, staring blankly at him. Is this even human language? Drinking Mao Tai worth tens of thousands daily, like it's water? What the hell is the life they aspire to? Isn't this their aspired life? Looking at the resentful eyes around him, Su Yin smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxue also stepped forward and said, "Teacher, please accept it. It's truly our heartfelt intention. This is nothing to Su Yin." Then she glanced at Su Yin and continued, "Su Yin is now successful, a big tycoon, so you don't need to worry about his money." Yes, Si Hoyt. That's right, teacher. Suga doesn't lack this bit of money. His sports car outside costs over 100 million. He definitely doesn't need this 1 or 200,000. Some classmates started to persuade. What? A car worth over 100 million? Teacher Du, who just heard this, looked very surprised and stared at Su Yun, as if asking if it was true. Su Yun smiled faintly. Teacher, I indeed got lucky and made a little money. This gift is our intention. You must accept it. Chapter 440. Bringing him home to take a look after leaving the hotel. Zhou Ruoxue got in the car. I didn't say much. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet today? Zhou Ruoxue rolled her eyes. I've been fooled by you for so long. I need to take a breather. What did I fool you about? That day at the tea house. You didn't tell me. I did say. I'm starting a business and open a small company. Zhou Ruoxue rolled her eyes again, complaining. Do you have some misunderstanding about small companies? I found out you're hiding it so well. After spending so many days with you, I didn't realize you've become so wealthy. I've been trying to save for you these days. But it turns out you don't care about this bit of money at all. Su Yin turned to look at her, smiling faintly. Are you thinking of hitting on a tycoon? Zhou Ruoxue shook her head. So do you think I'm doing well now or not? Of course it's good. Who would want their boyfriend to be great and outstanding? Then why do you look a bit gloomy? Zhou Ruoxue said thoughtfully. I'm worried that I don't seem to match you now. You're so outstanding, and your halo is so prominent. There must be many people who like you. Chapter 441. Parents' inquiry. What? Bring him home tomorrow. Did you hear? Li Ping continued. Okay, but faced with her mother's resolute attitude, Zhou Ruoxue could only helplessly agree. By the way, what does Su Yin do now? Li Ping inquired. He opened a company, doing investments. What is the company called? How big is it? How much money does he have now? Li Ping asked curiously. At this moment, even her father looked at her with curiosity, wanting to know this information. Zhou Ruoxue glanced at her mother, then at her father, waited for 2 seconds, and slowly said, I'll tell you, but you must not get too excited. Both parents raised their eyebrows, their attention even more focused. What else could there be that we can't handle? It's just starting a company, right? At worst, we'll be happy for you to find such a good family. Zhou Ruoxue took a deep breath and slowly said, the company he opened is called Yunding Century. Upon hearing this name, her parents looked a bit puzzled. Yunding Century sounded somewhat familiar, but they couldn't quite remember where they had seen it. Chapter 442. Transferring money to parents. What are you laughing at? Be serious. Zhou Ruoxue complained. All right, I got it. Tonight my parents were at home pressing me for questions, constantly asking about you. So everything I know I've told them. They insisted that I must bring you home tomorrow. Zhou Ruoxue said helplessly. Okay, anyway, I have to visit sooner or later. It doesn't matter when I meet my mother-in-law, Su Yun replied with a smile. It's already this late, and you're still teasing me. By the way, after I accompany you home tomorrow, you have to come to my house the day after, Su Yun said. So suddenly? Zhou Ruoxue asked in surprise. Don't you think your parents want to meet me? My mom also wants to meet her daughter-in-law. I come home so late every day. They've been asking about it, and they've been wanting me to bring you home. Tonight, they insisted that I bring you home before my break is over. It's better to do it sooner rather than later, so let us go the day after tomorrow. Zhou Ruoxue pouted for a while, before helplessly saying, okay, I'll come. What, are you unwilling? No, it's just that I'm not mentally prepared yet. We've only been together for a few days. It feels sudden, and our development is so fast. Chapter 443. Arriving at Zhou Ruoxue's house, Su Yin smiled at her. He took out a pack of cigarettes from the car and handed it to her. For your hard work. The security guard's eyes lit up instantly, and his smile grew even wider as he bent down to bow, saying, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. No need to thank me. Could you please show me? Boss. Don't worry. With me here today, no one can get close to him, he said firmly, almost patting his chest. All right, Su Yin said as he picked up the gift and walked forward. Having previously sent Zhou Ruoxue to the community entrance, he naturally knew which building she lived in. Arriving at the bottom, he took the elevator to the 21st floor based on the address Zhou Ruoxue had given him. Meanwhile, the security guard at the entrance looked at the exquisite pack of cigarettes Su Yun handed him, his face filled with excitement. Although he didn't recognize the brand, he understood that Su Yun's generosity was definitely not lacking. Yesterday, Su Yun's car had appeared at the entrance, which was recorded by the surveillance cameras. Hearing the enthusiastic discussions within the community, they curiously pulled up the footage and, after multiple confirmations, determined that Su Yun's car was indeed the legendary Lycan Hypersport. Even more astonishing was that this car was worth over $1 billion, and it was priceless in the market, which left everyone stunned. Chapter 444. Dinner at Zhou Ruoxue's house. Hearing this answer, Zhou Ruoxue gave a confident look, her expression quite proud. Xiao Su, who else is at home with you? Just my parents and me. Oh, what do your parents do? Dad, since Su Yun is so successful, naturally, his parents should be enjoying life, Zhou Ruoxue commented. Zhou Yuzhong also patted himself, saying right. No more talking, I'm going to help his mother in the kitchen. You two chat first. With that excuse, Zhou Yuzhong left. Su Yun smiled faintly, realizing that her father was also not very talkative. Come sit over here. Let's have a good chat and strengthen our bond. Su Yun said to Zhou Ruoxue with a smile. What bond? Do we need to strengthen anything? Are you planning to do something bad again? Zhou Ruoxue asked suspiciously. The two waited for nearly half an hour, and a series of sumptuous dishes were brought to the table by her mother. Su Yun glanced at the spread, which was quite lavish. Shrimp, lobster, chicken, fish, lamb, hairy crabs, beef, and sausages. Su Yun quietly asked Zhou Ruoxue, what's going on? Are you celebrating the new year? Chapter 445. Zhou's mother apologizes as soon as the words fell. Both Li Ping and Zhou Yuzhong, who were moving their chopsticks, stopped simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the open bottle of Matai. They fell silent for a few seconds. Zhou Yuzhong felt his throat itch and secretly swallowed a couple of times. Xiao Su, did you just say this wine costs over 300,000 a bottle? Zhou Yuzhong asked. Jis, Su Jun Nadif. His eyes were glued to the half glass of wine he had just drunk, implying that those 2 sips cost nearly 10,000. Suddenly remembering something, he hurried to the box Su Yun had just unwrapped, rummaging through it until he found the appraisal certificate and collection certificate. Upon seeing the certificate, he was instantly dumbfounded, realizing that everything Su Yun said was true. No wonder this wine tastes so good, so fragrant. It's all the scent of money. How could it not be fragrant? He remarked. No, this wine should be collected. Wasting such good wine just by drinking it is too much. He looked at the remaining Matai on the table. Su Yun smiled helplessly. Uncle, if you want to drink, go ahead. I'll send you 2 boxes another day. Chapter 446. Neighbors come over. Zhou Yuzhong walked over to the pile of gifts, bending down to take a look. His eyes widened, sparkling with excitement as he quickly rummaged through them. Seeing several expensive packs of cigarettes inside, his smile grew brighter. He immediately opened a pack of Tycoon Fu Chun Shanju. Looking at Su Yun with satisfaction and joy, Xiao Su, thank you for your gift. Uncle really likes it. You're welcome, Uncle, Su Yun replied with a smile. Soon, Zhou Yuzhong went to the balcony and quickly lit a cigarette. Watching him smoke, he looked like he was living a blissful life, thoroughly enjoying it. When he finished smoking, he came back in. Xiao Su, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have known about all these good things. Uncle, you're too polite. This is what I should do. I saw that there seemed to be 2 more things in the box you brought. What are they? He asked again. Oh, those are a pair of watches I got for both of you. Watches? Since it's a pair, 1 for each of you, right? Zhou Yuzhong said. Su Yun smiled. Don't worry, Uncle. Xiao Shui and I already have ours. If Xiao Shui wants one later, I can buy it for her. The ones in the box are for you too. Chapter 447. Staying over, boss. You're really handsome. You two make a great couple. Su Yun smiled at Zhou Ruoxue, noticing that she looked a bit embarrassed. Then she turned to Li Ping. When is your wedding date? We must celebrate it well. Li Ping was taken aback. That's still uncertain. This is his first time coming over. How can it be confirmed so quickly? Matters of men and women should be settled as early as possible. The longer it drags on, the more variables there are. Since the 2 of them arrived, Su Yun and Zhou Ruoxue had been quietly watching their conversation without interrupting. They spoke more with Zhou Ruoxue's parents, occasionally awkwardly complimenting Su Yun. Su Yun knew their intentions, wanting to leave a good impression in front of him, but he just let it go in one ear and out the other. He wasn't familiar with these people, so there was no need to say too much. The relationship between Li Ping and the others was something they had to maintain themselves. After the guests had stayed for more than half an hour, eating some fruit and chatting, they reluctantly left, mainly because they ran out of topics to discuss. Otherwise, Su Yun could have suspected they could talk until dark. Chapter 448. Overnight, Mom. What are you talking about? They have guest rooms. What a pity, son. Seize the opportunity. Let me hold my grandchild soon. Su Yun was speechless. Got it, Mom. I'll bring her to meet you tomorrow. All right, Mom. Buy more vegetables tomorrow. Wait for you to come back. Good luck. After hanging up, Su Yun felt extremely speechless. He sat down and chatted with them for a while longer. When it got late, Zhou Ruoxue's mother suddenly spoke up. Xiao Shui, take Su Yun to the guest room and change the bedding for him. Put on a new sheet. Just like that, Su Yun followed Zhou Ruoxue to the guest room. The room was simply decorated and not very large, only about 10 square meters. As soon as they entered, Zhou Ruoxue asked Su Yun to sit down for a while. Finally, she went out and brought back one of her own duvet covers. When she entered the room, Su Yun immediately recognized that the duvet cover was hers. A female style. Su Yun smiled and teased her. What? Do you want me to feel your scent? Zhou Ruoxue rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? Seeing Su Yun sitting on the bed, she told him to get up. Chapter 449. Did you hit someone while driving? As soon as Zhou Ruoxue drove the car out of the community, she said, find a big store, I want to buy some gifts. No need, what gifts? My family has everything. They lack nothing. Zhou Ruoxue shot him a disdainful glance. Your uncles and aunts may not lack anything, but I can't not buy anything. I know you're rich, but this is my little gesture. All right, what do you want to buy? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Ruoxue said, get some cigarettes, alcohol, and tea for my uncle, and some supplements for my aunt. Su Yun realized he had forgotten about tea when he came. If Zhou Ruoxue hadn't mentioned it, he would have overlooked it. Indeed, he should buy some tea to bring back. Drinking tea has many benefits. Su Yun directly took her to those large specialty stores for cigarettes, alcohol, and tea in his memory. They arrived at a Mutai specialty store. Su Yun parked the sports car outside, attracting a lot of attention, and the show was quite impressive. When they walked into the store, the staff greeted them very politely with welcoming smiles. Hello, esteemed guests. Welcome to our store. What can we help you with? What good wines do you have in your store? Can you introduce them to us? Zhou Ruoxue asked from the side. Chapter 450. Encountering a scam? Evil begets evil. This time, someone was hit, and he would get what he deserved. The crowd around was filled with murmurs, many criticizing the situation. Of course, some were defending it. Could it be that guy is scamming? Otherwise, why would he specifically choose to hit a luxury car? I think so too. Look at that couple. They seem very calm and comfortable, not like those arrogant people. The discussions continued, but Su Yun didn't pay much attention. Instead, he walked over to the person who had been knocked down and asked, Are you okay? The injured person closed his eyes upon hearing Su Yun's voice, his pain intensifying. I feel terrible. It feels like my organs are splitting apart. It hurts so much. Is there internal bleeding? He leaned on his knee. My knee hurts too. Did I get injured? It hurts so much. Call 120. Get them to help me. Save me. If this goes on, I'm afraid I might die here. The old man cried out in despair, his voice heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, the crowd around began to grow larger. Chapter 451. Can't let him off easily. At this moment, the old man on the ground shouted, I won't go to the hospital. I want him to compensate me. I want him to apologize. He has insulted my dignity. Su Yun smiled faintly and said, You should still go to the hospital for a checkup. Whether you're injured or not doesn't matter. The key is I will hold you accountable. The old man was furious at Su Yun's arrogance. Fine, let's go to the hospital for an examination. He then turned his gaze to the police officer. Officer, you must keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. The police officer looked at him and said loudly, Rest assured, we will handle this case fairly. Soon, the old man was lifted onto an ambulance and taken to the hospital. Su Yun glanced at the crowd around them and said to the police, These people just randomly accused and insulted me. According to the law, you should take them back. The police officer noticed Su Yun's confidence and, instead of trying to help him out of this situation, found his own confidence dwindling. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the three people Su Yun had pointed out. Could you three come with me to the police station to give a statement? Chapter 452. Not knowing when to quit. Su Yun looked at them with a faint smile and nodded. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxue seemed a bit confused, not understanding why the two police officers acted this way. Why were they so respectful to Su Yun? Their attitudes had been quite normal before. Since the scam incident had occurred, she had been worried. Now she was no longer worried, but completely bewildered. Officer, please come this way, one police officer said. Su Yun followed them into the reception room of the traffic bureau. Sir, our leader is on the way here. Please wait a moment. Okay. After a few minutes, a man in his 50s walked in. He glanced at Su Yun and Zhou Ruoxue, finally fixing his gaze on Su Yun, his attitude humble and respectful as he asked, Are you Su Yun, Officer Su? Yes, Su Yun replied calmly. Hello, I am Wang Fei, the director of the County Traffic Bureau. Welcome. Su Yun nodded. Let's sit down and chat. Wang Fei found a chair and sat down, looking at the traffic officer before respectfully saying, Leader. Officer Wu has already informed me about this incident. We will definitely deal seriously with the scammer and those who insulted you. Chapter 453. Heavy Punishment. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh at the person in front of him. Some people always think too highly of themselves. Smiling at them, he asked, "Do you know who this person next to me is?" As he spoke, Su Yun's gaze landed on Wang Fei. The few people, seeing Su Yun say this, became even more smug. "So what if we know? What can you do to us? We just said a few wrong things. We haven't committed any crimes. But you, if you don't compensate us a few million, you won't get away with it. You must pay. Otherwise, we'll make a scene and post everything online. We have video evidence. Let's see how you manage after this." These people became increasingly unreasonable. At this moment, Wang Fei slammed the table, making a loud noise. "Enough. I am the director of the police station. I heard everything you said about Mr. Su, not to mention your insults to him. You also insulted and slandered our public officials. Even if this matter ends, ours will not." Hearing Wang Fei introduce himself, the three people who had originally been so arrogant about seeking compensation suddenly wilted, looking around nervously before finally locking their eyes on Wang Fei. Chapter 454. Taking Zhou Ruoxue to meet his parents. Driving the vehicle, Su Yun couldn't help but smile. "My beautiful Zhou, why do you look like that again? What on earth is going on?" Zhou Ruoxue slightly turned her head and raised her eyebrows to look at Su Yun. "How many things do you have that I don't know about? Why does every time you surprise people? You know a lot of things. But I'll let you understand them slowly in the future," Su Yun laughed. "You're still laughing? You scared me to death just now. I thought you really hit someone, and I was worried the whole day. Okay, next time I'll let you know in advance. I could tell that person wanted to cause trouble. I've never liked people like that and wanted to deal with him for a long time. Since he ran into me, I naturally couldn't let him off easily. So do you explain patiently?" Zhou Ruoxue shot him an angry glance again, looking quite adorable. Although they experienced a little incident, it didn't affect the rhythm of the day at all, and soon they were heading to Spring Lake Park with Zhou Ruoxue. "Do you live here? Isn't this the wealthy area of our county?" Zhou Ruoxue asked. "Yes, look at my current worth. Can I live here with this property? We just moved here not long ago," Su Yun replied. Chapter 455. In the middle of the lake, Zhou Ruoxue glanced at Su Yun and smiled. The family was happily having lunch together. "Xiaoxue, just treat this place like your own home. Don't be too restrained," said Su Yun's mother. "Got it, Auntie," Zhou Ruoxue replied. Su Yun's parents looked increasingly satisfied with Zhou Ruoxue. Not only was she beautiful, but her manners and temperament were also very good. They had known Su Yun for many years, and their smiles were almost crooked with satisfaction. Of course, during the meal, they occasionally asked questions, all about the two of them. After lunch, Su Yun's parents chatted with Zhou Ruoxue for a while, mainly about the relationship between the two. Being at home was certainly different from being at her place. At least it wasn't so constrained. "Let's go. We'll take a boat on the lake later," Su Yun said. "Where to?" Zhou Ruoxue asked curiously. Su Yun tilted his head toward the door. "Isn't there one right outside?" "All right, let's go take a look." After informing her parents, Su Yun took Zhou Ruoxue out. The two walked along the road. According to the property management's introduction, the entire lake was estimated to be nearly 10,000 square meters, which was quite large. Chapter 456. At Annie's house, Zhou Ruoxue was very sensitive and her body trembled slightly. With a look of reproach in her eyes, she said, "What are you doing? What if someone sees us?" Su Yun smiled faintly, observing the surroundings, and noted that there was no one within an 80-meter radius. What eyes could see beyond that? Everything was happening in a very discreet manner. No one could see anything through the clothes. Su Yun gently poked at that soft spot. Zhou Ruoxue let out a couple of soft sounds. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Yun with a flirtatious gaze. "You're a bad person." After Su Yun grabbed her a couple more times, Zhou Ruoxue caught his hand through her skirt. "No, please stop." After Su Yun grabbed once more, he pulled his hand back. Zhou Ruoxue seized the opportunity to sit back down, and Su Yun was met with a series of reproaches. The two then drifted freely on the small boat, watching the shimmering water of the lake. But after that kind of incident, who could calmly appreciate the beautiful scenery? Everything that followed seemed rather dull compared to what had just happened. Soon, the two ended their trip on the lake. Chapter 457. Talking at Annie's house, I've started a company now, and it's developing really well, Su Yun responded with a smile. "As long as it's doing well, that's great. The better your future, the happier your aunt will be," his aunt said. "Sis, I heard there's a mysterious rich man in your area. Is that true?" Aunt Yang Xiaoling asked with curiosity. Upon hearing Aunt Yang's question, Su Yun's expression became quite interesting. Even his parents paused for a moment upon hearing it. "Indeed, I heard that a very wealthy tycoon has come to our neighborhood, worth hundreds of billions, driving a particularly luxurious car," his mother teased. Upon hearing this, Aunt Yang's interest peaked. Is it really hundreds of billions? So much money? And it's in your neighborhood? His mother nodded. Of course it's true. We saw it with our own eyes. How could it be fake? Aunt Yang looked envious and dreamily said, Wow, I really want to see what this tycoon is like. How can he be so amazing? How did he make so much money? If I could just receive a little help from him, I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my life. I also heard that the boss plans to set up a factory in our county. This person is not only rich, but also has a good conscience. Many people become rich and run away. But this person is willing to come back to set up a factory. That's really commendable. Chapter 458. Buying you a villa if it's a Rolls Royce and a red supercar. Then it must be ours, Su Yun said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle immediately froze. At that moment, Aunt Yang also turned her head, taking the phone from Uncle's hand. What luxury car? Aunt Yang opened the phone and saw the videos and pictures of luxury cars shared in the group chat, along with some chat content. Wow, what is a luxury car? Today, let you see what a true divine car is. These two cars are the top luxury cars that have recently appeared in Yunjiang County. I didn't expect them to show up in our neighborhood today. Oh my God, are there really such cool cars? Can people in our county afford them? This car is way too cool. Who's the owner? How can they afford such a car? The owner parked in our neighborhood. Could it be that they're looking for someone related to their family? That's so impressive. If I had such a relative, I could brag about it forever. I heard that the red sports car is worth over 100 million, and the Rolls Royce is worth over 10 million, almost 20 million. Who is the owner of these two cars? This is too amazing. I doubt there are really such impressive people in our Yunjiang County. Chapter 459. Parents chatting. Aunt Yang Xiaoling quickly waved her hand. Why would you buy us a villa? There's no need to buy. We can stay here, and besides, Spring Lake Park is so expensive. It's not worth it. What's not worth it? A house is meant for living, and the environment there is great, perfect for relaxation. Once we move, you and my mom will have each other for company. I've already bought the house. If you don't live in it, no one will. Aunt Yang and Uncle both looked up, touched, and gazed at Su Yun. Thank you, Xiao Su. Thank you for doing so much for us. Aunt, why say such things? You're being too polite. Yes, too polite, sister, Su Yun's mother chimed in. They continued chatting for a while longer. In a little while, when they went to another community, the same situation happened again. The corridor outside the door was noisy, with a crowd of people once again jostling in the hallway. Su Yun silently complained, Why is everyone so curious? It's not like there are gorillas or monkeys to see. What's so interesting? In the end, someone knocked on the door. Annie walked over and opened it. Xiaoling, do you have important guests at home? Is that mysterious rich person visiting you? Are you related to the rich person? Chapter 460. School appointment. Su Yun was idly playing on his phone. Just then, Zhou Ruoshu has suddenly called. What's wrong? How long has it been since we parted? Do you miss me already? Su Yun walked to the window and teased over the phone. What? I'm calling you for a serious matter. Zhou Ruoshu has said in a delicate voice. What is it? It's like this. A few days ago we went around the campus, right? We also attended teacher Du's son's wedding. And now everyone at school knows we're in Yunjiang County. Today the school leaders called me, asking me to take advantage of the National Day holiday to talk to the high school juniors and seniors about some study methods and techniques, and how to adjust their mindset. In short, to share our past methods and inspire them. Did you agree? If you want to go, just go. It would be great to help the juniors and seniors. First, Teacher Du called me, and then the school invited me. Teacher Du even asked for your number, saying there's something to discuss with you. Okay, I got it. Su Yun returned to the living room, lying on the sofa and playing with his phone. Chapter 461. Hotel meeting. Now they all understood that Su Yun and his group were the mysterious rich people, and the luxury cars parked there belonged to them. Otherwise, the bodyguard Wu Ti have had such an attitude. The previously noisy discussions came to a halt, and the scene fell silent as everyone stared at Su Yun and his companions. Su Yun naturally ignored the gazes from those nearby and walked towards the vehicles. At that moment, Long Wu respectfully called out, Boss, confirming everyone's speculation. Su Yun smiled and nodded. Thanks for your hard work. Everyone was dumbfounded, silently witnessing everything unfold, not expecting the mysterious boss to be such a young man. It was unbelievable. Everyone looked at Su Yun with envy and awe, but no one spoke. Even if they wanted to strike up a conversation, they didn't know how to approach him. Under the gaze of admiration, after greeting Auntie Yang Xiaoling, Su Yun drove away from the community with his parents. Once the crowd saw Su Yun leave, they rushed over to surround Auntie Yang Xiaoling, curiously asking, Sister Ling, was that person just now your relative? Yang Xiaoling nodded. Chapter 462. Is 5 million enough? Anyway, he had more money than he could spend, so using it to build up his hometown would be great. Who can really leave their true homeland, their own hometown? At least in Yunjiang County. Su-Yun's hometown where he was born and raised, he could not forget it, and naturally hoped for the county to get better and better. To be honest, I have the money, but it depends on how you use it. Is it worth my donation? Su-Yun smiled at the several teachers from school. Wanted to see what they planned to do. Hearing Su-Yun's words, Yi Ching-wen and the others looked delighted, not expecting this operation to go so smoothly without any excuses. And that he directly said he had money was a sign that Su-Yun did not resist the donation, meaning they had already succeeded halfway. Yi Ching-wen took the initiative to speak, as he would surely be more sincere. Su-Yun, this money will definitely change the school's teaching environment. First, we should provide a good learning environment for the students and teachers, so that everyone can learn more efficiently. We will enhance the school's various hardware and software, and improve the teaching facilities, ensuring that students keep pace with modern technology. Chapter 463. Conclusion of negotiations. I must remind you again, although it can be reported, I don't want to see anyone making fraudulent claims. I'm raising funds for the development of the school, and we don't want some people to report things for personal gain, Su-Yun cautioned. Yi Ching-wen also straightened his expression. Mr. Su, you can rest assured. I guarantee there will be no abuse of power here. I will establish a strict review system, and any items to be reported must meet the interests of the majority, based on the majority's interests. If the beneficiaries of a project are only 1 or 2 people, we will absolutely not agree. Moreover, Mr. Su, you can be assured that the projects we report will definitely be calculated at market prices, and there will be no over-reporting or random reporting. Su-Yun smiled good. I believe Principal Yi can do it. I want to set up a scholarship fund to help poor families, reducing their tuition fees and providing security for their lives. Additionally, I want to establish a scholarship to reward students with good academic performance with reasonable monetary incentives. No problem, Mr. Su. Your idea aligns perfectly with ours. We are absolutely fully supportive of your work. Chapter 464. Watching a horror movie meanwhile, Su-Yun drove to the community where Zhou Ruoxua lived. She was already waiting at the door when he arrived. Seeing Su-Yun drive over, she showed a sweet smile. Did you finish discussing things so quickly? Just as Su-Yun parked the car, Zhou Ruoxua leaned over to ask, Get in. How long does it take to discuss one thing? It's a quick battle. No need to drag it out. Zhou Ruoxua got in the car and fastened her seatbelt. Where are we going? She asked with a puzzled look. Let us go watch a movie. It's been so long since we watched one together. Oh, mainly because there aren't many entertainment facilities in the county. Otherwise, Su-Yun would definitely take her out to play. What did you talk about today? What did those teachers from school want with you? Zhou Ruoxua looked at Su-Yun with curious eyes. Su-Yun glanced at her. What else could it be? The school leaders asked me for money. Money? What money? Then she realized the school is asking you to fundraise. Su-Yun gave her a knowing look. My wife is indeed very smart. What? How much are you planning to donate? Have you discussed it yet? Chapter 465. Remembering the past, even more terrifying was that the old woman's voice was very hoarse, like it was coming from the grave. The plot officially began, with thunder rumbling outside, wind howling and rain pouring, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Suddenly, after a loud thunderclap, the already eerie little house lost power, plunging into darkness. The terrifying sounds from the video echoed, causing the few people in the cinema to scream in unison. Zhou Ruoxua, who was most afraid, buried her head in Su-Yun's chest. Without saying a word, Su-Yun directly reached under Zhou Ruoxua's knee, touching her smooth skin, and effortlessly lifted her up, placing her in his arms. Feeling Su-Yun's action, Zhou Ruoxua raised her head from her fear and shot him a glance. You bad person. Today, Zhou Ruoxua was still wearing a white short skirt, which just reached above her knees when she stood, now lying in Su-Yun's arms. The skirt had moved up above her knees, revealing a small, fair leg. Su-Yun approached the hem of her skirt and directly touched the budding flower. It was so soft and beautiful. Su-Yun gently pressed twice, and a flush of bright pink clouds rose on Zhou Ruoxua's beautiful little face. Chapter 466. Childhood memories. Su-Yun smiled at her dazed look. What's wrong? Why you? How did you do that? Zhou Ruoxua asked, pouting in disbelief. Su-Yun stroked her smooth hair. Just exercise more, and you can do it too. Zhou Ruoxua made a face of disbelief. Su-Yun chuckled and hugged her as they walked forward. He wasn't ready to tell her about his martial arts skills yet. If he said he could fly now, how scared would she be? When they walked in, they saw the scene inside. The huge playground was covered with many withered leaves and dark, fine sand. The basketball hoop was rusty. It was clear that no one had been here for a long time. Su-Yun was momentarily speechless, feeling very complicated. He had long learned from his parents that the elementary school had been closed for many years, but he didn't expect to see such a scene this time. With many people moving into the city, these rural elementary schools had naturally declined. There were simply too few children in the village to attend. Many had been shut down. Su-Yun even remembered a recent news clip he saw on Douyin, where only 2 students were left in the entire school, but there were 6 or 7 teachers. The children couldn't go to the city schools. Their parents wanted to provide the best education for them. Chapter 467. Back at Zhou Ruoxue's house following the sound of conversation. A middle-aged woman in her 40s looked at the two with a wary gaze. Su-Yun awkwardly smiled and said, "Okay, we understand. We haven't been back to see this school in many years, so we decided to take a look." Upon hearing this, the woman, who had been sizing them up, relaxed her cautious expression. "This school has long been closed. I doubt there will be any students here in the future," she said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Yes, a good school just vanished like that. We're leaving now." After exchanging greetings, Su-Yun took Zhou Ruoxue back to the car and drove home. As they passed by, the middle-aged woman thought, "So our school once produced such a wealthy person?" There was nothing to linger over on the way back. Su-Yun drove quickly. Soon they arrived at Zhou Ruoxue's neighborhood. After a knock, Su-Yun walked directly into her house. Li Ping and her husband were surprised to see Su-Yun. "Xiao Su, what brings you here? Please have a seat." They quickly made space for him on the sofa. Chapter 468. Signing the contract. Zhou Ruoxue barely got a word out before she was silenced by Su-Yun's kiss. Su-Yun held her tightly in his arms, and they kissed passionately. Then, with a gentle push, Zhou Ruoxue fell back onto the bed, with Su-Yun on top of her. Su-Yun's hands were also busy, pulling down the zipper on the back of her skirt. Zhou Ruoxue's smooth, fair back was exposed. Su-Yun gently caressed it, feeling a warm sensation. As he continued to unveil her smooth back, Zhou Ruoxue would tremble involuntarily with each of Su-Yun's advances. Her eyes and face were filled with a spring-like glow. "Okay, wait a minute. My parents will be back. It won't be good if they see us." Su-Yun ignored her words and continued for another 2 minutes before finally letting her go. After he released her, she shot him a fierce glare and hurriedly ran to the bathroom. Before long, her parents returned from grocery shopping with a large array of food. Soon, they enjoyed a cheerful dinner filled with laughter. When Su-Yun was about to leave, Zhou Ruoxue's parents insisted again, saying he must stay the night. They were very hospitable. Chapter 469. Climbing the mountain. After finishing dinner at the hotel, Su-Yun naturally drove to find Zhou Ruoxue. He picked her up at the entrance of her neighborhood. "Where are we going today?" Zhou Ruoxue asked curiously. "Let's go to Daling Mountain. It's a very tall peak. Our homeroom teacher, Du Feng, took us there to relieve stress during the college entrance examination. I remember many people shouting on top of the mountain, expressing their dreams. I want to go back and see it again." "Sounds good." Zhou Ruoxue quickly nodded. "We're not walking to climb the mountain, are we?" she asked. Su-Yun scratched her little nose. "Of course not. If you like climbing, I can accompany you." Zhou Ruoxue quickly shook her head, her expression full of refusal. Pouting, she said, "I don't want to. After the last climb, I was sore all over the next day and couldn't get out of bed. I don't want to feel that again." Su-Jun yently smiled. Last time they climbed Daling Mountain, they walked the entire way, up hundreds or even thousands of meters along a weedy path. Not to mention them, even the girls. Chapter 470. Before the meeting, come back quickly. Finally, at Zhou Ruoxue's urging, Su-Yun walked back and wrapped his arms around her slim waist. "What are you doing?" Zhou Ruoxue was puzzled by Su-Yun's sudden action. "When our homeroom teacher brought our class here to climb the mountain and relax, many classmates made wishes here. Some shouted their wishes out loud, while others just silently prayed in their hearts. I was one of those who silently made a wish. Do you know what my wish was back then?" Su-Yun looked at Zhou Ruoxue with a smile. "What was it?" Zhou Ruoxue still didn't understand. "Just like we are now." After saying that, Zhou Ruoxue's face began to turn red again. Su-Yun directly kissed her soft, red lips. The two chatted for quite a while at the mountaintop about the past, future plans, themselves, and others. Anything and everything was up for discussion. On the high mountain, watching the sunset glow in the sky, seeing the last rays of the sun, and watching the sun hide its face until the sky darkened and the sun's afterglow was no longer visible, Su-Yun and Zhou Ruoxue finally embarked on their return journey. Chapter 471. Who is that person? After having breakfast, the two walked towards the venue, which was just the school's large playground, that familiar place. As they walked, they saw students wearing the same blue and white uniforms, which really brought back memories of their youth. The two walked like a pair of celestial lovers, attracting the attention of many boys and girls. Who are those two? Their looks are so high. I guess they might not be students of the school. Isn't that obvious? They aren't wearing uniforms. How could they be students? If they were students, the teachers would have said something already. Are they from our school? Does our school have such stunning handsome guys and beauties? They're just too charming. Look, they're walking towards us. They can't possibly be teachers, right? No way. There are no teachers this young. Whatever, we'll find out soon. Although the discussions gradually quieted down as they walked, people's gazes were still focused on them. Soo-yun walked straight towards the academic director with Zhou Ruoxue by his side. It seems they are looking for a school teacher. They really are teachers, and they are too young. Chapter 472. Principal's question. Upon seeing Zhou Ruoxue's beautiful smile, Soo-yun felt particularly satisfied. Being on stage while his beloved was in the audience, within reach, was truly wonderful. Soon the time arrived. The host stepped up to the speaking platform. Students, today is a very important day, and I have some very good news to share with everyone. Instantly, everyone's attention was captured, curious about what the host would say. What exactly is it? The following segments will reveal everything one by one. The first item on the agenda for today's assembly is the raising of the national flag. Everyone stood up and quietly watched the flag rise. Once the first item was completed, everyone sat back down. The host was succinct in his speech. He quickly moved on to the next segment, handing over the speaking rights to Principal Yi Ching-wen. Good morning, students and teachers. A wave of warm applause erupted from the audience. I am very happy to gather with everyone today. Due to time constraints, I will keep it brief and not take up too much of your time. First, let me ask you a question. Are you satisfied with the current teaching environment and teaching quality? Principal Yi Ching-wen began. Chapter 473. Educational support measures. Everyone in the audience stared wide-eyed at Soo-yun, as if trying to see through him. Not just the students, but even the teachers wore the same expression, the same thoughts, their gazes constantly shifting back to Soo-yun. After the initial screams from the students, the audience gradually quieted down, looking shocked and incredulous. There is no denying that Soo-yun looked too young, unreasonably so, appearing only a few years older than them. To think that someone who graduated from their school now possessed hundreds of billions in assets was simply astonishing. This was unbelievable. Amidst everyone's surprised and incredulous gazes, Soo-yun stood up. Facing the vast audience of teachers and students, he revealed a harmonious smile. Hello everyone. I am Soo-yun, a graduate from the class of XX. It's been 5 years since I graduated, and I'm very happy to return to campus this time. A wave of enthusiastic applause followed. Many were clapping vigorously, as everything seemed too dreamlike and legendary. Having a senior from the same school become a colossal figure was truly exhilarating. Chapter 474. The assembly concludes. Once the cheers in the venue subsided again, Yi Ching-wen spoke once more. Dear students and teachers, time is short, so I won't take up too much of your time. Next, let us invite our dear senior Soo-yun to share a few words with us. Another round of fiery applause erupted. In front of Soo-yun was a microphone placed on the table. He didn't need to stand up or move anything. He looked at the students and teachers below and smiled calmly. Good morning, students. Good morning. The students responded in unison. I was once a student too. I know how you feel. I'm sure you can't sit still anymore, Soo-yun teased, trying to lighten the atmosphere. The students shook their heads, saying they could sit still. Only then did Soo-yun begin to get to the point. To be honest, the principal and a few others asked me to share some experiences and inspire everyone. I thought long and hard, but I couldn't come up with anything. I've never been one for long speeches. If I had to say something, it would be to learn. Chapter 475. Mundane affairs. Soo-yun walked over to the sports car with Zhou Ruoxue. The younger students watched from a distance. As they saw Soo-yun and Zhou Ruoxue get into the car, their eyes were filled with envy. Soo-yun turned back to the group of younger students, smiling and saying, "You don't need to send us off. Keep it up. Believe that you can do it in the future as well. We'll meet again if fate allows." Saying this, Soo-yun stepped on the accelerator, starting the vehicle and driving out of the school gate, leaving the younger students behind. Senior, he is amazing. In just a few years, he has built such a huge empire. It's really incredible. Yeah, he is truly a genius among geniuses. I wonder if we'll see him again. Just being able to see him this time is already lucky enough. A big shot worth hundreds of billions isn't someone you can just meet anytime. Senior is so approachable, and he speaks so inspiringly. Approachable? Which character is that? The students around laughed. Dude, are you joking? Senior's girlfriend is so beautiful too. The girl next to him is our school's senior. They were a perfect couple in class before, and this time they finally got together. Chapter 476. Returning to the capital after settling in the relatives at his aunt's house. For the next 2 days, Su-Yun went to pick up Zhou Ruoxue's family. He arranged for them to stay in the villa next door. Suddenly, the three families were warmly interacting together. They gathered in the large villa, letting the hotel chef come personally to prepare a sumptuous meal. And everyone joyfully had a housewarming feast together. The factory officially started construction later on, and as for the speech, Zhang Hua was the one who gave it. Naturally, he recounted everything Su-Yun had said, primarily focusing on developing the local economy, creating job opportunities for the local people, and increasing their income. As a result, Su-Yun's reputation spread even further throughout the entire county. In recent times, Su-Yun's fame in Yunjiang County has been growing more and more widespread. Opening factories, donating to schools, driving luxury cars, and a series of other events have made Su-Yun a hot topic in the county, almost becoming a topic of conversation during people's leisure time. If someone in the county were to talk and hadn't heard of Su-Yun or any news about him, they would definitely be looked down upon. Later, Su-Yun also contacted the middle school he attended, and he pretty much told them everything according to the high school standards, then donated 20 million to the school. Chapter 477. At Zhou Ruoxue's company in the car. Boss, where are we going next? The driver asked respectfully. Su-Yun glanced at Zhou Ruoxue. Let's go to Jingshan Community, Zhou Ruoxue said. Okay. Then Zhou Ruoxue explained to Su-Yun. I left some things from the company in my rental place, and I need to go get them back. Su-Yun nodded. And they soon arrived at the community Zhou Ruoxue mentioned, which was a very old neighborhood, the buildings clearly showing many years of wear. The walls had darkened, and some places were even missing. Su-Yun looked at Zhou Ruoxue with concern. You live here? That's so unsafe. Zhou Ruoxue smiled. What's there to worry about? There are a lot of people around. No need to be afraid. They followed her to a 5-story small building. Many of the walls were already peeling. They entered a small room of about 10 square meters. Although the exterior of the house looked dilapidated, it was clean and tidy inside. As soon as they entered, Zhou Ruoxue rummaged through her bag and then operated her computer. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Ruoxue was done, turned to Su-Yun, and said, Let's go. I've finished everything. Chapter 478. Liang, young masterly hearing this. Zhou Ruoxue cautiously nodded. Okay, I understand. Thank you. The receptionist's words raised Su-Yun's alertness. From what the receptionist said, this Liang had an extraordinary background. Whether it was true or not would require investigation to find out. If Liang really dared to act maliciously, he would definitely put a stop to him. Seeing Zhou Ruoxue looking worried, Su-Yun went over and put his arm around her shoulder. Don't worry. With me here, what do you have to be afraid of? Zhou Ruoxue looked up at Su-Yun and felt a strong sense of security from his powerful confidence. Then she added, if this Liang really came for me, it might be because I informed HR in advance that I was coming to resign today, and HR relayed the message to him, which is why he came. Let's go. I'll accompany you to HR to take a look. If he is there, there's no need to be afraid. Zhou Ruoxue nodded and led Su-Yun toward the HR manager's office. Although the first floor was quite large, it didn't take long to get there. Zhou Ruoxue skillfully arrived at the HR office door and gently knocked. Come in. A woman's voice came from inside the office. Chapter 479. Arrogance? What do you want? I can't give it to you. Follow me, and you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor. Many people kneel and beg me for this opportunity. Liang continued to question loudly. His face twisted in rage. Zhou Ruoxue leaned closer to Su-Yun out of fear and looked at Liang, saying, I've already told you, I'm not interested in you. This isn't about money. Please don't do anything foolish. You have the conditions to find someone better. Ha ha! Liang laughed maniacally. Then he looked disdainfully at Su-Yun and Zhou Ruoxue. I see you two still don't understand the situation. I originally wanted to treat you gently, but since you don't cherish it, don't blame me. He emphasized, no one has ever dared to say no to me, young masterly. No one. What do you want to do? This is a society governed by law. Be careful, or we'll call the police. Don't act recklessly, Zhou Ruoxue said worriedly. Ha. Now you know to be afraid? That's really too late. Go ask around. Is there anyone afraid of me, Liang? Chapter 480. Unrestrained arrogance hearing Li Yang's continued arrogance and lack of awareness. Su Yun smiled, genuinely amused. Are you sure you can give me everything? Su Yun asked with a smile. Seeing Su Yun still smiling and questioning, Li Yang thought Su Yun was swayed by his words and revealed a satisfied smile. Of course. All right, then I want to waste you, Su Yun said calmly. At this, Li Yang flew into a rage. He realized Su Yun had just been toying with him. You little brat, don't you dare refuse my kindness. I know you can fight. Maybe my other bodyguard isn't your match, but so what? Have you heard of the Li family? Go out and ask, in the entire imperial capital, who dares to provoke the Li family? Many families have tried, but they have all become history. Do you also want to experience that? Li Yang said proudly. To be honest, Su Yun hadn't heard of the Li family before. Maybe this guy was right. The Li family might have considerable power in the imperial capital, and many people dared not provoke them. But so what? As long as they dared to offend him and those around him, crossing his bottom line, even if it were the king of heaven, Su Yun would pull him down. Chapter 481. Violent action friend. I can't afford to befriend someone as noble as you, Su Yun said with a self-deprecating smile. So what do you want? What do I have to do today to be let go? Li Yang asked, a bit anxiously. Haha. Su Yun laughed, looking up at Li Yang with disdain. Let you go? Then you'll just find someone else to take revenge on us. Hearing this, Li Yang was stunned, as Su Yun had directly exposed his intentions. So what do you want? Li Yang, no longer pretending, asked directly with a grim expression. What else? Just let you enjoy yourself. As he spoke, Su Yun didn't give Li Yang any chance to respond and directly took action. He grabbed him like a hen by the neck with his left hand. His right hand stretched out, palm open, and with great force slapped him hard across the face. Slap! Slap! Su Yun gave him 2 resounding slaps, of course. He didn't use all his strength. Otherwise, with his current power, it would definitely be like smashing a watermelon, completely shattering his head. 2 heavy slaps immediately left 2 large handprints on Li Yang's face, and even the corners of his mouth began to bleed. Chapter 482. Back to the hotel. Li Yang, lying on the ground, continued to struggle, propping himself up with one hand and dragging his heavy body forward step by step. Finally, he reached the wall, and seeing no way to move forward, he gave up. Turning around, he looked at Su Yun with a heart full of despair. Su Yun, of course, did not care about him and turned to look at Zhou Ruoxue. She turned her head and covered her ears with her hands, not wanting to see what was happening. Zhou Ruoxue couldn't bear to glance this way, but obediently followed suit, covering her ears and turning away. Su Yun made her turn away because she was afraid that the scene would be too bloody and scare her. She turned back to continue watching Li Yang. Li Yang, knowing what he might face next, felt his body start to tremble uncontrollably out of fear, even though he had already felt hopeless moments ago. Su Yun walked directly up to him, stepping on his thigh, channeling his energy to directly cripple his right leg, even shattering the bones inside. Li Yang let out a pig-like scream, his cries echoing throughout the room. At the same time, Su Yun did not stop his actions, but instead took another step forward and stepped on his right hand, crippling it as well. Chapter 483. Li Zhongrong. Hearing that there was a recording as evidence, Zhou Ruoxue felt a bit more at ease. How did you think of recording it? You're really smart, Zhou Ruoxue praised. What can I say? That's called wisdom. Su Yun replied with a faint smile. Recording evidence was not the first time he had done this. He had learned this skill during the entrance test when he joined the Dragon Group. In fact, he did not expect this audio to achieve much. If at his stage he still believed in the law and justice, he might as well go buy a block of tofu and die. Recording this lengthy audio was merely to avoid being caught and to leave others speechless, showing that he was the one in the right. Not that he had maliciously bullied anyone. I've heard from those at the company that Li Yang's family seems to be very large. Even our company's boss treats him with great respect and flattery. I don't think they will let it go easily. What if they come after you? Zhou Ruoxue still looked worried. Su Yun directly knocked on Zhou Ruoxue's head, pretending to be dissatisfied, and said, What? Don't you trust your husband? Always worrying about this and that. Chapter 484. Actions from both sides. Li Zhongrong closed his eyes and thought for a while. The room was very quiet, and no one dared to speak. At that moment, Li Yang on the bed moved. He had woken up. Tears streamed silently down his face, filled with despair. Seeing this scene, Li Zhongrong felt even more heartbroken and turned away, unable to bear to look. He turned to the bodyguard behind him and said, Biao, go find Fei and the others. Make sure they avenge Xiao Yang, and tear apart the one who laid hands on him, skin him alive. He said this through clenched teeth, as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Yes, head of the family. At the Golden Dragon Hotel in the capital. In the presidential suite. At this moment, the manager came with news, ready to report to Su-Yun. 3 people were sitting in the hall. Su-Yun, Zhou Ruoxue, and the hotel manager. Mr. Su, we have gone out, and through acquaintances gathered some information. We have confirmed that Li Yong is from the first family in the capital. Not only is he a member of this family, but he is also a direct descendant of the Li family. The current head of the Li family is his father. The first family in the capital? Su-Yun muttered to himself. That's right. According to the information I received, this Li family operates in both the legitimate and underworld, having people in both sectors. Their power is immense, and no one has ever dared to say a word against them. Chapter 485. Zhou Ruoxue's Beauty. Okay, Mr. Su. I will arrange it immediately. The voice of Yuan Qiu came through the phone. Mr. Su, do you have any other arrangements? No, if there's anything, I will notify you again. Just make sure to protect the person I asked you to protect. Su-Yun then called Yi Jun, the general manager of the capital branch. Mr. Su, do you need something from me? I believe you've already guessed. I have offended the Li family in the capital. During this time, you all need to be careful when going out. Tonight, check what security forces are available in the capital and acquire them all. The price is not an issue. Su-Yun said directly. Today, he had asked Yi Wan and manager Zhao Xin to gather information on the Li family. So he was sure he had thought of this as well. Okay, boss, I will do it right away. Seeing Su-Yun arranging everything, Zhou Ruoxue appeared much more at ease. I'm sorry, if I had known, I wouldn't have left the company, and then you wouldn't have offended them. Zhou Ruoxue pouted, feeling guilty. Watching Zhou Ruoxue apologize again, Su-Yun directly pinched her little mouth, preventing her from speaking. At that moment, Zhou Ruoxue looked at Su-Yun with her beautiful eyes, motionless, very pretty, and cute. Chapter 486. The boss wants to see you. Soon, the driver arrived at the building based on Yi Jun's address. As he reached the entrance, Yi Jun was already waiting there. Upon seeing Su-Yun, he jogged over with a respectful smile. Mr. Su, you're here. Su-Yun nodded and then saw 3 people walking slowly behind Yi Jun. After seeing Su-Yun, the 3 looked shocked, their expressions filled with astonishment. Without needing to say anything, Su-Yun knew that the people behind must be from the security company Yi Jun had found. All 3 were over 185 meters tall and had strong builds, clearly trained. Soon, they arrived in front of Su-Yun, each greeting him. Hello, Mr. Su. We are from Kongquan Security. Hello. The leading man introduced himself. Kongquan Security was founded by the 3 of us. I am the current chairman, Zheng, and seeing that the 3 were led by Zheng and Su-Yun guessed that all 3 probably had shares, but the majority definitely belonged to Zheng in Chapter 487. Speculation. Su-Yun stood up, ready to walk outside. At that moment, Zheng and the others also stood up to see him off. After walking a few steps, Su-Yun suddenly turned back to look at Zheng. Mr. Zheng, may I shake your hand? Zheng looked puzzled, but nodded. No problem, Mr. Su. You can call me Xiao Zheng from now on. Then Su-Yun extended his right hand, and they shook hands. When the 2 hands touched together, Su-Yun began to exert force, gradually increasing his strength. Zheng, and feeling Su-Yun's power, also correspondingly increased his own strength in an attempt to match Su-Yun's. Zheng and kept intensifying his strength until he used all his might, only to realize how insignificant he was. All his strength could not shake Su-Yun even slightly. Instead, his hands began to feel a painful sensation. At this moment, beads of sweat started to appear on Zheng An's face, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, he opened his mouth but found that he couldn't make a sound, as if his mouth were being controlled, and he couldn't utter a word. Chapter 488. Surrounded in the parking lot as Su-Yun and the others stepped outside, they headed straight for the parking lot. The parking lot was 700 or 800 meters away from the building, so they had to walk a bit. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the parking lot and quickly followed the same route to the spot where they had gotten out of the car. However, upon arriving, they discovered that the driver was not in the Rolls-Royce. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxue looked inside the car and glanced around, puzzled, and said, "Where did the driver go? Why is he missing?" At this time, Yi Jun voiced the same question. "Strange, my driver is also not here, and I can't get through when I call him. Where could he have gone?" Su-Yun, upon hearing their words, remained expressionless. He had already sensed something unusual. The parking lot had been very quiet since they arrived. It was only a little past 8 o'clock, and such a bustling street and grand building shouldn't be this quiet. At the very least, There shouldn't be such a long period without any vehicles or people coming and going. Upon arriving, he sensed that there were many cars parked around his Rolls Royce, and even more people hiding behind the cars. Chapter 489. It's time to die. Duan Fei chuckled and said, "Originally, we planned to beat you up severely, to the point of leaving you maimed or dead. However, a brother suggested that this wouldn't be painful enough, not thrilling enough, and might not satisfy the head of the Li family." As he spoke, he grinned wickedly again. "So for you, I even went online to learn about it. I heard that in ancient times, there was a punishment method called Ling Chi. It involves slicing the flesh off a person's body bit by bit, torturing the punished person to the point where they can neither live nor die, slowly dying in pain and despair." Nearby, Zhou Ruoxue, upon hearing this, looked worriedly at Su Yun, clutching his waist tightly and burying her head in his chest. Meanwhile, Yi Jun, terrified by what he heard, crouched down on the ground, hugging his head, as if he could already foresee the impending horror. Su Yun smiled slightly and said, "Do you dare to act here in this parking lot? With so many people coming and going, aren't you afraid of being discovered?" The crowd nearby suddenly burst into laughter, and one person said, "Brother, that's not something you should worry about. The methods you can think of, we've already considered. We have our people guarding the entrances all around. If you're calling for help, but no one will respond.